What could I say to all this? What could I staggered into an armchair, and with staring eyes and open mouth, awaited the solution of the wonder. Strange you shouldn't know me, though isn't it presently resqueaked the nondescript, which I now perceived was performing upon the floor, some inexplicable evolution, very analogous to the drawing on of a stocking. There was only a single leg, however, apparent. Strange you shouldn't know me, though isn't it? Pompey, bring me that leg here. Pompey handed the bundle, a very capital cork leg already dressed, which it screwed on in a trice, and then it stood up before my eyes. And a bloody action, it was, continued the thing as if in a soliloquy, but then one mustn't fight with the bugaboos and kickapoos, and think of coming off with a mere scratch. Pompey, ill, thank you now, for that arm. Thomas, turning to me, is decidedly the best hand at a cork leg. But if you should ever want an arm, my dear fellow, you must really let me recommend you to Bishop here. Pompey screwed on an arm. We had rather hot work of it, that you may say. Now you dog, slip on my shoulders, and bosom pet it, makes the best shoulders, but for a bosom you will have to go to Duckrow. Bosom, said Roman 1. Pompey, will you never be ready with that wig? Scalping is a rough process after all, but then you can procure such a capital scratch at de Ormes. Scratch you. Now you nigger my teeth, for a good set of these you had better go to Parmley's at once. High prices, but excellent work. I swallowed some very capital articles, though, when the big bugaboo rammed me down with the butt end of his rifle. Butt end rammed down my eye. Oh yes, by Thebe, my eye. Her Pompey, you scamp, screw it in, those kickapoos are not so very slow at a gouge. But he's a belied man, that Dr. Williams. After all, you can't imagine how well I see with the eyes of his make. I now began very clearly to perceive that the object before me was nothing more nor less than my new acquaintance, Brevet Brigadier General John A.B. Roman 100 Smith. The manipulations of Pompey had made, I must confess, a very striking difference in the appearance of the personal man. The voice, however, still puzzled me no little, but even this apparent mystery was speedily cleared up. Pompey, you black rascal, squeaked the general, I really do believe you would let me go out without my pallet. Hereupon the negro, grumbling out an apology, went up to his master, opened his mouth with the knowing air of a horse jockey, and adjusted therein a somewhat singular-looking machine in a very dexterous manner, that I could not altogether comprehend. The alteration, however, in the entire expression of the general's countenance was instantaneous and surprising. When he again spoke, his voice had resumed all that rich melody and strength which I had noticed upon our original introduction. "Dn the vagabond," said he in so clear a tone that I positively started at the change. "Dn the vagabonds, they not only knocked in the roof of my mouth, but took the trouble to cut off at least 7/8 of my tongue. There isn't Bonfanti's equal, however, in America, for really good articles of this description. I can recommend you to him with confidence." Here the general bowed, and assure you that I have the greatest pleasure in so doing. I acknowledged his kindness in my best manner, and took leave of him at once, with a perfect understanding of the true state of affairs, with a full comprehension of the mystery which had troubled me so long. It was evident it was a clear case. Brevet Brigadier General John A.B. Roman 100 Smith was the man that was used up. The business man. Method is the soul of business, old saying. I am a businessman, I am a methodical man. Method is the thing after all, but there are no people I more heartily despise than your eccentric fools who prate about method, without understanding it, attending strictly to its letter, and violating its spirit. These fellows are always doing the most out of the way things in what they call an orderly manner. Now here I conceive is a positive paradox. True method appertains to the ordinary and the obvious alone, and cannot be applied to the outre. What definite idea can a body attach to such expressions as methodical, Jack O' Dandy, or a systematical, Will O' the Wisp? My notions upon this head might not have been so clear as they are, but for a fortunate accident which happened to me when I was a very little boy. A good-hearted old Irish nurse, whom I shall not forget in my will, took me up one day by the heels when I was making more noise than was necessary, and swinging me round 2 or 3 times, dd my eyes for a screeking little spalpeen, and then knocked my head into a cocked hat against the bedpost. This, I say, decided my fate, and made my fortune. A bump arose at once on my sinciput, and turned out to be as pretty an organ of order as one shall see on a summer's day hence, that positive appetite for system and regularity which has made me the distinguished man of business that I am. If there is anything on earth I hate, it is a genius. Your geniuses are all errant. Assessed greater the genius, the greater the assent to this rule. There is no exception whatever, especially you cannot make a man of business out of a genius, any more than money out of a Jew or the best nutmegs out of pine nuts. The creatures are always going off at a tangent, into some fantastic employment or ridiculous speculation, entirely at variance with the fitness of things, and having no business whatever to be considered as a business at all. Thus you may tell these characters immediately by the nature of their occupations. If you ever perceive a man setting up as a merchant or a manufacturer, or going into the cotton or tobacco trade, or any of those eccentric pursuits, or getting to be a dry goods dealer or soap dealer or something of that kind, or pretending to be a lawyer or a blacksmith or a physician-y thing out of the usual way, you may set him down at once as a genius, and then according to the rule of 3, he's an ass. Now I am not in any respect a genius, but a regular businessman. My daybook and ledger will evince this in a minute. They are well kept, though I say it myself. And in my general habits of accuracy and punctuality, I am not to be beat by a clock. Moreover, my occupations have been always made to chime in with the ordinary habitudes of my fellow men, not that I feel the least indebted upon this score to my exceedingly weak-minded parents, who beyond doubt would have made an errant genius of me at last, if my guardian angel had not come in good time to the rescue. In biography, the truth is everything, and in autobiography, it is especially so. I scarcely hope to be believed when I state, however solemnly, that my poor father put me, when I was about 15 years of age, into the counting house of what be termed a respectable hardware and commission merchant, doing a capital bit of business. A capital bit of fiddlestick. However, the consequence of this folly was that in 2 or 3 days I had to be sent home to my button-headed family in a high state of fever, and with a most violent and dangerous pain in the sinciput all around about my organ of order. It was nearly a gone case with me then, just touch and go for 6 weeks, the physicians giving me up and all that sort of thing. But although I suffered much, I was a thankful boy in the main. I was saved from being a respectable hardware and commission merchant doing a capital bit of business, and I felt grateful to the protuberance which had been the means of my salvation, as well as to the kind-hearted female who had originally put these means within my reach. The most of boys run away from home at 10 or 12 years of age, but I waited till I was 16. I don't know that I should have gone even then, if I had not happened to hear my old mother talk about setting me up on my own hook in the grocery way. Only think of that. I resolved to be off forthwith and try and establish myself in some decent occupation, without dancing attendance any longer upon the caprices of these eccentric old people, and running the risk of being made a genius of in the end. In this project I succeeded perfectly well at the first effort, and by the time I was fairly 18, found myself doing an extensive and profitable business in the tailor's walking advertisement line. I was enabled to discharge the onerous duties of this profession only by that rigid adherence to system which formed the leading feature of my mind. A scrupulous method characterized my actions as well as my accounts. In my case, it was method, not money, which made the man, at least all of him, that was not made by the tailor whom I served at 9 every morning. I called upon that individual for the clothes of the day. 10 o'clock found me in some fashionable promenade or other place of public amusement. The precise regularity with which I turned my handsome person about so as to bring successively into view every portion of the suit upon my back was the admiration of all the knowing men in the trade. Noon never passed without my bringing home a customer to the house of my employers, Messrs. Cut Comedian. I say this proudly, but with tears in my eyes, for the firm proved themselves the basest of ingrates. The little account about which we quarreled and finally parted cannot in any item be thought overcharged by gentlemen really conversant with the nature of the business. Upon this point, however, I feel a degree of proud satisfaction in permitting the reader to judge for himself. My bill ran thus: Messrs. Cut Comedian, Merchant Tailors. To Peter Profit, Walking Advertiser Doctors. July 10, to promenade as usual and customer, brought home 25. July 11, to do 25. July 12 to 1 lie second class, damaged black cloth sold for invisible green 25. July 13 to 1 lie first class extra quality and size recommended milled satinette as broadcloth 75. July 20 to purchasing brand new paper shirt collar or dicky to set off grey Petersham 2. Aug 15 to wearing double padded bobtail frock thermometer 106 in the shade 25. Aug 16 standing on one leg 3 hours to show off Newstel strapped pants at 12 cents per leg, per hour 37.12. Aug 17 to promenade as usual and large customer brought fat man 50. Aug 18 to do medium size 25. Aug 19 to do small man and bad pay 6. Total 2, 95.12. The item chiefly disputed in this bill was the very moderate charge of 2 pennies for the dicky. Upon my word of honor, this was not an unreasonable price for that dicky. It was one of the cleanest and prettiest little dickies I ever saw, and I have good reason to believe that it affected the sale of 3 Petershams. The elder partner of the firm, however, would allow me only 1 penny of the charge, and took it upon himself to show in what manner 4 of the same sized conveniences could be got out of a sheet of foolscap. But it is needless to say that I stood upon the principle of the thing business is business, and should be done in a business way. There was no system whatever in swindling me out of a penny. Clear fraud of 50%. No method in any respect. I left at once the employment of Messrs. Cut Comedian, and set up in the eyesore line by myself phone of the most lucrative, respectable, and independent of the ordinary occupations. My strict integrity, economy, and rigorous business habits here again came into play. I found myself driving a flourishing trade, and soon became a marked man upon change. The truth is I never dabbled in flashy matters, but jogged on in the good old sober routine of the calling in which I should no doubt have remained to the present hour, but for a little accident which happened to me in the prosecution of one of the usual business operations of the profession. Whenever a rich old hunks or prodigal heir or bankrupt corporation gets into the notion of putting up a palace, there is no such thing in the world as stopping either of them. And this every intelligent person knows. The fact in question is indeed the basis of the eyesore trade. As soon, therefore, as a building project is fairly afoot by one of these parties, we merchants secure a nice corner of the lot in contemplation or a prime little situation, just adjoining or tight in front. This done, we wait until the palace is halfway up, and then we pay some tasty architect to run us up an ornamental mud hovel right against it, or a downeast or Dutch pagoda or a pigsty, or an ingenious little bit of fancy work, either Esquimau Kickapoo or Hottentot. Of course, we can't afford to take these structures down under a bonus of 500% upon the prime cost of our lot. And plaster, can we? I ask the question. I ask it of businessmen. It would be irrational to suppose that we can, and yet there was a rascally corporation which asked me to do this very thing. This very thing. I did not reply to their absurd proposition, of course, but I felt it a duty to go that same night and lamp-black the whole of their palace. For this, the unreasonable villains clapped me into jail, and the gentlemen of the eyesore trade could not well avoid cutting my connection when I came out. The Sultan battery business, into which I was now forced to adventure for a livelihood, was somewhat ill-adapted to the delicate nature of my constitution, but I went to work in it with a good heart, and found my account here as heretofore in those stern habits of methodical accuracy which had been thumped into me by that delightful old nurse. I would indeed be the basest of men not to remember her well in my will by observing, as I say, the strictest system in all my dealings, and keeping a well-regulated set of books. I was enabled to get over many serious difficulties, and in the end to establish myself very decently in the profession. The truth is that few individuals in any line did a snugger little business than Roman one. I will just copy a page or so out of my day book, and this will save me the necessity of blowing my own trumpet, a contemptible practice of which no high-minded man will be guilty. Now the day book is a thing that don't lie. Jan 1 New Year's Day, met Snap in the street, groggy Memhel, do met Gruff. Shortly afterward, blind drunk Memhel answered to, entered both gentlemen in my ledger, and opened a running account with each. Jan 2 saw Snap at the exchange, and went up and trod on his toe, doubled his fist, and knocked me down good. Get up again, some trifling difficulty with bag my attorney. I want the damages at 1,000. but he says that for so simple a knockdown, we can't lay them at more than 500 must get rid of Bagno system at all. Jan 3 went to the theatre to look for Gruff, saw him sitting in a side box in the second tier between a fat lady and a lean one, quizzed the whole party through an opera glass, till I saw the fat lady blush and whisper to G, went round then into the box, and put my nose within reach of his hand, wouldn't pull it, no go, blew it, and tried. Again Ogo sat down then, and winked at the lean lady, when I had the high satisfaction of finding him lift me up by the nape of the neck, and fling me over into the pit, neck dislocated, and right leg capitally splintered, went home in high glee, drank a bottle of champagne, and booked the young man for 5,000 bag, says Itlud. Feb 15, compromised the case of Mr. Snap amount, entered in journal 50 cents, which see. Feb 16, cast by that ruffian Gruff, who made me a present of $5, costs of suit $4.25, net profit see journal 7 to 5 cents. Now here is a clear gain in a very brief period of no less than $1.25. Thighs is in the mere cases of Snap and Gruff, and I solemnly assure the reader that these extracts are taken at random from my day book. It's an old saying, and a true one, however, that money is nothing in comparison with health. I found the exactions of the profession somewhat too much for my delicate state of body, and discovering at last that I was knocked all out of shape, so that I didn't know very well what to make of the matter, and so that my friends, when they met me in the street, couldn't tell that I was Peter Prophet at all, it occurred to me that the best expedient I could adopt was to alter my line of business. I turned my attention, therefore, to mud dabbling, and continued it for some years. The worst of this occupation is that too many people take a fancy to it, and the competition is in consequence excessive. Every ignoramus of a fellow who finds that he hasn't brains in sufficient quantity to make his way as a walking advertiser, or an eyesore prig, or a salt and batter man, thinks of course that he'll answer very well as a dabbler of mud, but there never was entertained a more erroneous idea than that it requires no brains to muddable, especially. There is nothing to be made in this way without method. I did only a retail business myself, but my old habits of system carried me swimmingly along. I selected my street crossing in the first place with great deliberation, and I never put down a broom in any part of the town, but that I took care to have a nice little puddle at hand, which I could get at in a minute. By these means, I got to be well known as a man to be trusted, and this is one half the battle, let me tell you. In trade, nobody ever failed to pitch me a copper, and got over my crossing with a clean pair of pantaloons. And as my business habits in this respect were sufficiently understood, I never met with any attempt at imposition. I wouldn't have put up with it if I had never imposing upon anyone myself. I suffered no one to play the possum with me. The frauds of the banks, of course, I couldn't help. Their suspension put me to ruinous inconvenience. These, however, are not individuals, but corporations, and corporations, it is very well known, have neither bodies to be kicked nor souls to be damned. I was making money at this business when in an evil moment I was induced to merge it in the curse spatteringa, somewhat analogous, but by no means so respectable a profession. My location, to be sure, was an excellent one, being central, and I had capital blacking and brushes. My little dog, too, was quite fat, and up to all varieties of snuff. He had been in the trade a long time, and I may say understood it. Our general routine was this: Pompey, having rolled himself well in the mud, sat upon end at the shop door until he observed a dandy approaching in bright boots. He then proceeded to meet him and gave the Wellingtons a rub or two with his wool. Then the dandy swore very much and looked about for a bootblack. There I was full in his view with blacking and brushes. It was only a minute's work, and then came a sixpence. This did moderately well for a time. In fact, I was not avaricious, but my dog was. I allowed him a third of the profit, but he was advised to insist upon half this. I couldn't stand, so we quarreled and parted. I next tried my hand at the organ grinding for a while, and may say that I made out pretty well. It is a plain, straightforward business, and requires no particular abilities. You can get a music mill for a mere song, and to put it in order you have but to open the works, and give them 3 or 4 smart raps with a hammer. It improves the tone of the thing for business purposes more than you can imagine. This done, you have only to stroll along with the mill on your back, until you see tanbark in the street and a knocker wrapped up in buckskin. Then you stop and grind, looking as if you meant to stop and grind, till doomsday. Presently a window opens, and somebody pitches you a sixpence with a request to hush up and go on, etc. I am aware that some grinders have actually afforded to go on for this sum. But for my part, I found the necessary outlay of capital too great to permit of my going on under a shilling. At this occupation I did a good deal, but somehow I was not quite satisfied, and so finally abandoned it. The truth is I labored under the disadvantage of having no monkey, and American streets are so muddy, and a democratic rabble is so obtrusive, and so full of demnition, mischievous little boys. I was now out of employment for some months, but at length succeeded by dint of great interest in procuring a situation in the sham post. The duties here are simple and not altogether unprofitable. For example, every early in the morning, I had to make up my packet of sham letters. Upon the inside of each of these I had to scrawl a few lines on any subject, which occurred to me as sufficiently mysterious, in all the epistles Tom Dobson or Bobby Tompkins, or anything in that way, having folded and sealed all, and stamped them with sham postmarks, New Orleans, Bengal, Botany Bay, or any other place. A great way off I set out forthwith upon my daily route. As if in a very great hurry, I always called at the big houses to deliver the letters, and receive the postage. Nobody hesitates at paying for a letter, especially for a double one. People are such fools, and it was no trouble to get round a corner before there was time to open the epistles. The worst of this profession was that I had to walk so much, and so fast, and so frequently to vary my route. Besides, I had serious scruples of conscience. I can't bear to hear innocent individuals abused, and the way the whole town took to cursing Tom Dobson and Bobby Tompkins was really awful to hear. I washed my hands of the matter in disgust. My eighth and last speculation has been in the cat-growing way. I have found that a most pleasant and lucrative business, and really no trouble at all. The country, it is well known, has become infested with cats, so much so of late that a petition for relief, most numerously and respectably signed, was brought before the legislature at its late memorable session. The assembly at this epoch was unusually well informed, and having passed many other wise and wholesome enactments, it crowned all with the Cat Act in its original form. This law offered a premium for cat heads, 4d. apiece, but the Senate succeeded in amending the main clause so as to substitute the word tails for heads. This amendment was so obviously proper that the House concurred in it, nem. con. As soon as the governor had signed the bill, I invested my whole estate in the purchase of toms and tabbies. At first, I could only afford to feed them upon mice, which are cheap, but they fulfilled the scriptural injunction at so marvelous a rate that I at length considered it my best policy to be liberal, and so indulged them in oysters and turtle their tails at a legislative price. Now bring me in a good income, for I have discovered a way in which by means of macassar oil I can force 3 crops in a year. It delights me to find, too, that the animals soon get accustomed to the thing, and would rather have the appendages cut off than otherwise. I consider myself therefore a made man, and am bargaining for a countrysat on the Hudson. The landscape garden. The garden, like a lady fair, was cut, that lay as if she slumbered in delight, and to the open skies her eyes did shut. The azure fields of heaven were assembled right in a large round set with flows of light, the flowers de luce and the round sparks of dew that hung upon their azure leaves did show, like twinkling stars that sparkle in the evening blue. Giles Fletcher. No more remarkable man ever lived than my friend, the young Ellison. He was remarkable in the entire and continuous profusion of good gifts ever lavished upon him by fortune from his cradle to his grave. A gale of the blandest prosperity bore him along, nor do I use the word prosperity in its mere worldly, external sense. I mean it as synonymous with happiness. The person of whom I speak seemed born for the purpose of foreshadowing the wild doctrines of Turgot, Price, Priestley, and Condorcet, exemplifying by individual instance what has been deemed the mere chimera of the perfectionists in the brief existence of Ellison. I fancy that I have seen refuted the dogma that in man's physical and spiritual nature lies some hidden principle, the antagonist of bliss, an intimate and anxious examination of his career has taught me to understand that in general, from the violation of a few simple laws of humanity arises the wretchedness of mankind, that as a species we have in our possession the as yet unwrought elements of content, and that even now in the present blindness and darkness of all idea on the great question of the social condition, it is not impossible that man the individual under certain unusual and highly fortuitous conditions may be happy. With opinions such as these was my young friend fully imbued, and thus is it especially worthy of observation that the uninterrupted enjoyment which distinguished his life was in great part the result of preconcert. It is indeed evident that with less of the instinctive philosophy which now and then stands so well in the stead of experience, Mr. Ellison would have found himself precipitated by the very extraordinary successes of his life into the common vortex of unhappiness which yawns for those of preeminent endowments. But it is by no means my present object to pen an essay on happiness. The ideas of my friend may be summed up in a few words he admitted, but for unvarying laws, or rather elementary principles of bliss, that which he considered chief was, strange to say, the simple and purely physical one of free exercise in the open air, the health, he said, attainable by other means than this is scarcely worth the name. He pointed to the tillers of the earth, only people who as a class are proverbially more happy than others, and then he instanced the high ecstasies of the fox-hunter. His second principle was the love of woman, his third was the contempt of ambition, his fourth was an object of unceasing pursuit, and he held that other things being equal, the extent of happiness was proportioned to the spirituality of this object. I have said that Ellison was remarkable in the continuous profusion of good gifts lavished upon him by fortune in personal grace and beauty. He exceeded all men. His intellect was of that order to which the attainment of knowledge is less a labor than a necessity, and an intuition. His family was one of the most illustrious of the empire. His bride was the loveliest and most devoted of women. His possessions had been always ample, but upon the attainment of his 21st year, it was discovered that one of those extraordinary freaks of fate had been played in his behalf, which startle the whole social world, amid which they occur and seldom fail radically to alter the entire moral constitution of those who are their objects. It appears that about 100 years prior to Mr. Ellison's attainment of his majority, there had died in a remote province one Mr. Seabright Ellison. This gentleman had amassed a princely fortune, and having no very immediate connections, conceived the whim of suffering his wealth to accumulate for a century after his decease minutely, and sagaciously directing the various modes of investment, he bequeathed the aggregate amount to the nearest of blood, bearing the name Ellison, who should be alive at the end of the 100 years. Many futile attempts had been made to set aside this singular bequest. Their ex post facto character rendered them abortive, but the attention of a jealous government was aroused, and a decree finally obtained forbidding all similar accumulations. This act did not prevent young Ellison, upon his 21st birthday, from entering into possession, as the heir of his ancestor Seabright, of a fortune of $450 millions. When it had become definitely known that such was the enormous wealth inherited, there were, of course, many speculations as to the mode of its disposal. The gigantic magnitude and the immediately available nature of the sum dazzled and bewildered all who thought upon the topic. The possessor of any appreciable amount of money might have been imagined to perform any one of 1,000 things, with riches merely surpassing those of any citizen. It would have been easy to suppose him engaging to supreme excess in the fashionable extravagances of his time, or busying himself with political intrigues, or aiming at ministerial power, or purchasing increase of nobility, or devising gorgeous architectural piles, or collecting large specimens of virtu, or playing the munificent patron of letters and art, or endowing and bestowing his name upon extensive institutions of charity. But for the inconceivable wealth in the actual possession of the young heir, these objects, and all ordinary objects, were felt to be inadequate recourse, was had to figures and figures, but suffice to confound it, was seen that even at 3%, the annual income of the inheritance amounted to no less than $13,500,000, which was $1,125,000 per month, or $36,986 per day, or $1,500. and 41 per hour or 6 and $20 for every minute that flew. Thus the usual track of supposition was thoroughly broken up. Men knew not what to imagine. There were some who even conceived that Mr. Ellison would divest himself forthwith of at least 2/3 of his fortune, as of utterly superfluous opulence, enriching whole troops of his relatives by division of his superabundance. I was not surprised, however, to perceive that he had long made up his mind upon a topic which had occasioned so much of discussion to his friends, nor was I greatly astonished at the nature of his decision. In the widest and noblest sense, he was a poet. He comprehended, moreover, the true character, the august aims, the supreme majesty and dignity of the poetic sentiment, the proper gratification of the sentiment he instinctively felt to lie in the creation of novel forms of beauty. Some peculiarities, either in his early education or in the nature of his intellect, had tinged with what is termed materialism the whole cast of his ethical speculations, and it was this bias, perhaps, which imperceptibly led him to perceive that the most advantageous, if not the sole legitimate field for the exercise of the poetic sentiment, was to be found in the creation of novel moods of purely physical loveliness. Thus it happened that he became neither musician nor poet, if we use this latter term in its everyday acceptation, or it might have been that he became neither the one nor the other, in pursuance of an idea of his which I have already mentioned, that in the contempt of ambition lay one of the essential principles of happiness on earth. Is it not indeed possible that while a high order of genius is necessarily ambitious, the highest is invariably above that which is termed ambition? And may it not thus happen that many far greater than Milton have contentedly remained mute, and inglorious I believe the world has never yet seen, and that unless through some series of accidents, goading the noblest order of mind into distasteful exertion, the world will never behold that full extent of triumphant execution in the richer productions of art, of which the human nature is absolutely capable. Mr. Ellison became neither musician nor poet, although no man lived more profoundly enamored both of music and the muse under other circumstances than those which invested him. It is not impossible that he would have become a painter. The field of sculpture, although in its nature rigidly poetical, was too limited in its extent and in its consequences to have occupied at any time much of his attention, and I have now mentioned all the provinces in which even the most liberal understanding of the poetic sentiment has declared this sentiment capable of expatiating. I mean the most liberal public or recognized conception of the idea involved in the phrase poetic sentiment. But Mr. Ellison imagined that the richest and altogether the most natural and most suitable province had been blindly neglected. No definition had spoken of the landscape gardener as of the poet, yet my friend could not fail to perceive that the creation of the landscape garden offered to the true muse the most magnificent of opportunities. Here was indeed the fairest field for the display of invention or imagination in the endless combining of forms of novel beauty, the elements which should enter into combination being at all times, and by a vast superiority, the most glorious which the earth could afford. In the multiform of the tree and in the multicolor of the flower, he recognized the most direct and the most energetic efforts of nature at physical loveliness, and in the direction or concentration of this effort, or still more properly, in its adaptation to the eyes which were to behold it upon earth, he perceived that he should be employing the best means laboring to the greatest advantage in the fulfillment of his destiny as poet. Its adaptation to the eyes which were to behold it upon earth. In his explanation of this phraseology, Mr. Ellison did much towards solving what has always seemed to me an enigma. I mean the fact which none but the ignorant dispute, that no such combinations of scenery exist in nature as the painter of genius has in his power to produce. No such paradises are to be found in reality as have glowed upon the canvas of Claude. In the most enchanting of natural landscapes, there will always be found a defect or an excess, excesses and defects. While the component parts may exceed individually the highest skill of the artist, the arrangement of the parts will always be susceptible of improvement. In short, no position can be attained from which an artistical eye looking steadily will not find matter of offense in what is technically termed the composition of a natural landscape. And yet how unintelligible is this! In all other matters, we are justly instructed to regard nature as supreme. With her details we shrink from competition. Who shall presume to imitate the colors of the tulip, or to improve the proportions of the lily of the valley, the criticism which says of sculpture or of portraiture that nature is to be exalted rather than imitated, is in error. No pictorial or sculptural combinations of points of human loveliness do more than approach the living and breathing human beauty as it gladdens our daily path. Byron, who often erred not in saying, "I've seen more living beauty ripe and real than all the nonsense of their stone ideal in landscape alone," is the principle of the critic true, and having felt its truth here it is but the headlong spirit of generalization which has induced him to pronounce it true throughout all the domains of art. Having, I say, felt its truth here, for the feeling is no affectation or chimera. The mathematics afford no more absolute demonstrations than the sentiment of his art yields to the artist. He not only believes, but positively knows that such and such apparently arbitrary arrangements of matter or form constitute, and alone constitute, the true beauty. Yet his reasons have not yet been matured into expression. It remains for a more profound analysis than the world has yet seen fully to investigate and express them. Nevertheless, is he confirmed in his instinctive opinions by the concurrence of all his compeers. Let a composition be defective, let an emendation be wrought in its mere arrangement of form. Let this emendation be submitted to every artist in the world. By each will its necessity be admitted, and even far more than this, in remedy of the defective composition, each insulated member of the fraternity will suggest the identical emendation. I repeat that in landscape arrangements or collocations alone is the physical nature susceptible of exaltation, and that therefore her susceptibility of improvement at this one point was a mystery which hitherto I had been unable to solve. It was Mr. Ellison who first suggested the idea that what we regarded as improvement or exaltation of the natural beauty was really such as respected only the mortal or human point of view, that each alteration or disturbance of the primitive scenery might possibly affect a blemish in the picture. If we could suppose this picture viewed at large from some remote point in the heavens, it is easily understood, says Mr. Ellison, that what might improve a closely scrutinized detail might at the same time injure a general and more distantly observed effect. He spoke upon this topic with warmth, regarding not so much its immediate or obvious importance, which is little, as the character of the conclusions to which it might lead, or of the collateral propositions which it might serve to corroborate or sustain. There might be a class of beings human once, but now to humanity invisible, for whose scrutiny and for whose refined appreciation of the beautiful, more especially than for our own, had been set in order by God the great landscape garden of the whole earth. In the course of our discussion, my young friend took occasion to quote some passages from a writer who has been supposed to have well treated this theme. There are properly, he writes, but two styles of landscape gardening: the natural and the artificial. One seeks to recall the original beauty of the country by adapting its means to the surrounding scenery, cultivating trees in harmony with the hills or plain of the neighboring land, detecting and bringing into practice those nice relations of size, proportion, and color which, hid from the common observer, are revealed everywhere to the experienced student of nature. The result of the natural style of gardening is seen rather in the absence of all defects and incongruities, in the prevalence of a beautiful harmony and order, than in the creation of any special wonders or miracles. The artificial style has as many varieties as there are different tastes to gratify. It has a certain general relation to the various styles of building. There are the stately avenues and retirements of Versailles Italian terraces, and a various mixed Old English style, which bears some relation to the domestic Gothic or English Elizabethan architecture. Whatever may be said against the abuses of the artificial landscape gardening, a mixture of pure art in a garden scene adds to it a great beauty. This is partly pleasing to the eye by the show of order and design, and partly moral. A terrace with an old moss-covered balustrade calls up at once to the eye the fair forms that have passed there in other days. The slightest exhibition of art is an evidence of care and human interest. From what I have already observed, said Mr. Ellison, you will understand that I reject the idea here expressed of recalling the original beauty of the country. The original beauty is never so great as that which may be introduced. Of course, much depends upon the selection of a spot with capabilities, What is said in respect to the detecting and bringing into practice those nice relations of size, proportion, and color is a mere vagueness of speech, which may mean much or little or nothing, and which guides in no degree that the true result of the natural style of gardening is seen rather in the absence of all defects and incongruities than in the creation of any special wonders or miracles, is a proposition better suited to the groveling apprehension of the herd than to the fervid dreams of the man of genius. The merit suggested is at best negative and appertains to that hobbling criticism which in letters would elevate Addison into apotheosis in truth, while that merit which consists in the mere avoiding demerit appeals directly to the understanding, and can thus be foreshadowed in rule. The loftier merit, which breathes and flames in invention or creation, can be apprehended solely in its results. Rule applies. But to the excellences of avoidancito, the virtues which deny or refrain beyond these, the critical art can but suggest. We may be instructed to build an Odyssey, but it is in vain that we are told how to conceive a Tempest, an Inferno, a Prometheus bound. Nightingale such as that of Keats, or the sensitive plant of Shelley, but the thing done, the wonder accomplished, and the capacity for apprehension becomes universal. The sophists of the negative school, who through inability to create have scoffed at creation, are now found the loudest in applause. What in its chrysalis condition of principle affronted their demure reason never fails, in its maturity of accomplishment, to extort admiration from their instinct of the beautiful or of the sublime. Our author's observations on the artificial style of gardening, continued Mr. Ellison, are less objectionable. A mixture of pure art in a garden scene adds to it a great beauty. This is just, and the reference to the sense of human interest is equally so. I repeat that the principle here expressed is incontrovertible, but there may be something even beyond it. There may be an object in full keeping with the principle suggested, an object unattainable by the means ordinarily in possession of mankind, yet which if attained would lend a charm to the landscape garden, immeasurably surpassing that which a merely human interest could bestow. The true poet, possessed of very unusual pecuniary resources, might possibly, while retaining the necessary idea of art or interest or culture, so imbue his designs at once with extent and novelty of beauty, as to convey the sentiment of spiritual interference. It will be seen that in bringing about such result he secures all the advantages of interest or design, while relieving his work of all the harshness and technicality of art. In the most rugged of wildernesses, in the most savage of the scenes of pure nature, rather, is apparent the art of a creator. Yet is this art apparent only to reflection? In no respect has it the obvious force of a feeling. Now, if we imagine this sense of the almighty design to be harmonized in a measurable degree, if we suppose a landscape whose combined strangeness, vastness, definitiveness, and magnificence shall inspire the idea of culture or care or superintendence on the part of intelligences superior, yet akin to humanity, then the sentiment of interest is preserved, while the art is made to assume the air of an intermediate or secondary nature, nature, which is not God nor an emanation of God, but which still is nature in the sense that it is the handiwork of the angels that hover between man and God. It was in devoting his gigantic wealth to the practical embodiment of a vision such as Thyssen, the free exercise in the open air, which resulted from personal direction of his plans, the continuous and unceasing object, which these plans afforded in the high spirituality of the object itself, in the contempt of ambition which it enabled him more to feel than to affect, and lastly, it was in the companionship and sympathy of a devoted wife that Ellison thought to find, and found, an exemption from the ordinary cares of humanity, with a far greater amount of positive happiness than ever glowed in the rapt daydreams of de Staël. Maelzel's chess player. Perhaps no exhibition of the kind has ever elicited so general attention as the chess player of Maelzel. Wherever seen, it has been an object of intense curiosity to all persons who think, yet the question of its modus operandi is still undetermined. Nothing has been written on this topic which can be considered as decisive, and accordingly, we find everywhere men of mechanical genius, of great general acuteness and discriminative understanding, who make no scruple in pronouncing the automaton a pure machine unconnected with human agency in its movements, and consequently beyond all comparison the most astonishing of the inventions of mankind. And such it would undoubtedly be were they right in their supposition. Assuming this hypothesis, it would be grossly absurd to compare with the chess player any similar thing of either modern or ancient days, yet there have been many and wonderful automata in Brewster's letters on natural magic. We have an account of the most remarkable among these may be mentioned as having beyond doubt existed. Firstly, the coach invented by Roman 1000 Camus for the amusement of Louis Roman XIV. When a child, a table about 4 feet square was introduced into the room appropriated for the exhibition. Upon this table was placed a carriage 6 inches in length made of wood, and drawn by 2 horses of the same material. One window being down, a lady was seen on the back seat. A coachman held the reins on the box, and a footman and page were in their places behind. Roman 1000 Camus now touched a spring, whereupon the coachman smacked his whip, and the horses proceeded in a natural manner along the edge of the table, drawing after them, the carriage having gone as far as possible in this direction. A sudden turn was made to the left, and the vehicle was driven at right angles to its former course, and still closely along the edge of the table. In this way the coach proceeded until it arrived opposite the chair of the young prince. It then stopped. The page descended and opened the door. The lady alighted and presented a petition to her sovereign. She then re-entered. The page put up the steps, closed the door, and resumed his station. The coachman whipped his horses, and the carriage was driven back to its original position. The magician of Roman 1000 Maillard is also worthy of notice. We copy the following account of it from the letters before mentioned of Dr. B, who derived his information principally from the Edinburgh Encyclopedia. One of the most popular pieces of mechanism which we have seen is the magician constructed by Roman 1000 Maillard. For the purpose of answering certain given questions, a figure dressed like a magician appears seated at the bottom of a wall, holding a wand in one hand and a book in the other. A number of questions ready prepared are inscribed on oval medallions, and the spectator takes any of these he chooses, and to which he wishes an answer, and having placed it in a drawer ready to receive it, the drawer shuts with a spring till the answer is returned. The magician then arises from his seat, bows his head, describes circles with his wand, and consulting the book as if in deep thought, he lifts it towards his face. Having thus appeared to ponder over the proposed question, he raises his wand, and striking with it the wall above his head, 2 folding doors fly open, and display an appropriate answer to the question. The doors again close. The magician resumes his original position, and the drawer opens to return the medallion. There are 20 of these medallions, all containing different questions, to which the magician returns the most suitable and striking answers. The medallions are thin plates of brass of an elliptical form, exactly resembling each other. Some of the medallions have a question inscribed on each side, both of which the magician answered in succession. If the drawer is shut, without a medallion being put into it, the magician rises, consults his book, shakes his head, and resumes his seat. The folding doors remain shut, and the drawer is returned empty. If 2 medallions are put into the drawer together, an answer is returned only to the lower one. When the machinery is wound up, the movements continue about an hour, during which time about 50 questions may be answered. The inventor stated that the means by which the different medallions acted upon the machinery, so as to produce the proper answers to the questions which they contained, were extremely simple. The duck of Vaucanson was still more remarkable. It was of the size of life, and so perfect an imitation of the living animal that all the spectators were deceived. It executed, says Brewster, all the natural movements and gestures. It ate and drank with avidity, performed all the quick motions of the head and throat, which are peculiar to the duck, and like it muddled the water which it drank with its bill. It produced also the sound of quacking in the most natural manner. In the anatomical structure, the artist exhibited the highest skill. Every bone in the real duck had its representative in the automaton, and its wings were anatomically exact. Every cavity, apophysis, and curvature was imitated, and each bone executed its proper movements. When corn was thrown down before it, the duck stretched out its neck to pick it up, swallowed, and digested it. 1. But if these machines were ingenious, what shall we think of the calculating machine of Mr. Babbage? What shall we think of an engine of wood and metal, which can not only compute astronomical and navigation tables to any given extent, but render the exactitude of its operations mathematically certain through its power of correcting its possible errors? What shall we think of a machine which can not only accomplish all this, but actually print off its elaborate results, when obtained without the slightest intervention of the intellect? of man. It will perhaps be said in reply that a machine such as we have described is altogether above comparison with the chess player of Maelzel. By no means it is altogether beneath it, that is to say, provided we assume what should never for a moment be assumed, that the chess player is a pure machine and performs its operations without any immediate human agency. Arithmetical or algebraical calculations are from their very nature fixed and determinate, certain data being given certain results necessarily and inevitably follow. These results have dependence upon nothing and are influenced by nothing but the data originally given, and the question to be solved proceeds or should proceed to its final determination by a succession of unerring steps, liable to no change and subject to no modification. This being the case, we can without difficulty conceive the possibility of so arranging a piece of mechanism that upon starting in accordance with the data of the question to be solved, it should continue its movements regularly, progressively, and undeviatingly towards the required solution. Since these movements, however complex, are never imagined to be otherwise than finite and determinate, but the case is widely different with the chess player. With him, there is no determinate progression. No one move in chess necessarily follows upon any one other. From no particular disposition of the men at one period of a game can we predicate their disposition at a different period. Let us place the first move in a game of chess in juxtaposition with the data of an algebraical question, and their great difference will be immediately perceived. From the latter, from the data, the second step of the question dependent thereupon inevitably follows. It is modeled by the data. It must be thus and not otherwise. But from the first move in the game of chess, no especial second move follows of necessity. In the algebraical question, as it proceeds towards solution, the certainty of its operations remains altogether unimpaired. The second step, having been a consequence of the data, the third step is equally a consequence of the second, the fourth of the third, the fifth of the fourth, and so on. And not possibly otherwise to the end, but in proportion to the progress made in a game of chess, is the uncertainty of each ensuing move. A few moves having been made, no step is certain. Different spectators of the game would advise different moves. All is then dependent upon the variable judgment of the players. Now, even granting what should not be granted, that the movements of the automaton chess player were in themselves determinate, they would be necessarily interrupted and disarranged by the indeterminate will of his antagonist. There is then no analogy whatever between the operations of the chess player and those of the calculating machine of Mr. Babbage, and if we choose to call the former a pure machine, we must be prepared to admit that it is beyond all comparison the most wonderful of the inventions of mankind. Its original projector, however, Baron Kempelen, had no scruple in declaring it to be a very ordinary piece of mechanisme bagatelle, whose effects appeared so marvelous only from the boldness of the conception and the fortunate choice of the methods adopted for promoting the illusion. But it is needless to dwell upon this point. It is quite certain that the operations of the automaton are regulated by mind, and by nothing else. Indeed, this matter is susceptible of a mathematical demonstration a priori. The only question then is of the manner in which human agency is brought to bear. Before entering upon this subject, it would be as well to give a brief history and description of the chess player for the benefit of such of our readers as may never have had an opportunity of witnessing Mr. Maelzel's exhibition. The automaton chess player was invented in 1769 by Baron Kempelen, a nobleman of Pressburg in Hungary, who afterwards disposed of it together with the secret of its operations to its present possessor. Too soon after its completion, it was exhibited in Pressburg, Paris, Vienna, and other continental cities. In 1783 and 1784, it was taken to London by Mr. Maelzel. Of late years, it has visited the principal towns in the United States. Wherever seen, the most intense curiosity was excited by its appearance, and numerous have been the attempts by men of all classes to fathom the mystery of its evolutions. The cut on this page gives a tolerable representation of the figure as seen by the citizens of Richmond a few weeks ago. The right arm, however, should lie more at length upon the box. A chessboard should appear upon it, and the cushion should not be seen. While the pipe is held, some immaterial alterations have been made in the costume of the player, since it came into the possession of Maelzelth plume, for example, was not originally worn image of automaton. At the hour appointed for exhibition, a curtain is withdrawn or folding doors are thrown open, and the machine rolled to within about 12 feet of the nearest of the spectators, between whom and it, the machine, a rope is stretched. A figure is seen habited as a Turk, and seated with its legs crossed at a large box, apparently of maple wood, which serves it as a table. The exhibitor will, if requested, roll the machine to any portion of the room, suffer it to remain altogether on any designated spot, or even shift its location repeatedly during the progress of a game. The bottom of the box is elevated considerably above the floor by means of the casters or brazen rollers, on which it moves a clear view of the surface, immediately beneath the automaton being thus afforded to the spectators. The chair on which the figure sits is affixed permanently to the box. On the top of this latter is a chessboard, also permanently affixed. The right arm of the chess player is extended at full length before him at right angles with his body, and lying in an apparently careless position by the side of the board. The back of the hand is upwards. The board itself is 18 inches square. The left arm of the figure is bent at the elbow, and in the left hand is a pipe. A green drapery conceals the back of the Turk and falls partially over the front of both shoulders. To judge from the external appearance of the box, it is divided into 5 compartments, 3 cupboards of equal dimensions, and 2 drawers occupying that portion of the chest lying beneath the cupboards. The foregoing observations apply to the appearance of the automaton upon its first introduction into the presence of the spectators. Maelzel now informs the company that he will disclose to their view the mechanism of the machine. Taking from his pocket a bunch of keys, he unlocks with one of them door marked in the cut above, and throws the cupboard fully open to the inspection of all present. Its whole interior is apparently filled with wheels, pinions, levers, and other machinery crowded very closely together, so that the eye can penetrate little distance into the mass. Leaving this door open to its full extent, he goes now round to the back of the box, and raising the drapery of the figure, opens another door situated precisely in the rear of the one first opened, holding a lighted candle at this door, and shifting the position of the whole machine repeatedly at the same time. A bright light is thrown entirely through the cupboard, which is now clearly seen to be completely full of machinery. The spectators being satisfied of this fact, Maelzel closes the back door, locks it, takes the key from the lock, lets fall the drapery of the figure, and comes round to the front. The door marked I, it will be remembered, is still open. The exhibitor now proceeds to open the drawer which lies beneath the cupboards at the bottom of the box. For although there are apparently 2 drawers, there is really only one, 2 handles and 2 keyholes, being intended merely for ornament. Having opened this drawer to its full extent, a small cushion and a set of chessmen fixed in a framework made to support them perpendicularly are discovered. Leaving this drawer as well as cupboard No. 1 open, Maelzel now unlocks door No. 2 and door No. 3, which are discovered to be folding doors opening into one and the same compartment. To the right of this compartment, however, that is to say the spectators' right, a small division 6 inches wide and filled with machinery is partitioned off the main compartment itself. In speaking of that portion of the box visible upon opening doors 2 and 3, we shall always call it the main compartment. Is lined with dark cloth and contains no machinery whatever beyond 2 pieces of steel, quadrant-shaped and situated one in each of the rear top corners of the compartment. A small protuberance about 8 inches square and also covered with dark cloth lies on the floor of the compartment near the rear corner on the spectator's left hand. Leaving doors No. 2 and No. 3 open, as well as the drawer and door No. I, the exhibitor now goes round to the back of the main compartment, and unlocking another door there displays clearly all the interior of the main compartment by introducing a candle behind it, and within it, the whole box being thus apparently disclosed to the scrutiny of the company. Maelzel, still leaving the doors and drawer open, rolls the automaton entirely round, and exposes the back of the Turk. By lifting up the drapery, a door about 10 inches square is thrown open in the loins of the figure, and a smaller one also in the left thigh. The interior of the figure, as seen through these apertures, appears to be crowded with machinery. In general, every spectator is now thoroughly satisfied of having beheld and completely scrutinized at one and the same time every individual portion of the automaton, and the idea of any person being concealed in the interior, during so complete an exhibition of that interior, if ever entertained, is immediately dismissed as preposterous in the extreme. Roman 1000 Maelzel, having rolled the machine back into its original position, now informs the company that the automaton will play a game of chess with anyone disposed to encounter him. This challenge being accepted, a small table is prepared for the antagonist and placed close by the rope, but on the spectator's side of it, and so situated as not to prevent the company from obtaining a full view of the automaton from a drawer in this table, is taken a set of chessmen, and Maelzel arranges them generally, but not always with his own hands on the chess board, which consists merely of the usual number of squares painted upon the table. The antagonist having taken his seat, the exhibitor approaches the drawer of the box and takes therefrom the cushion, which after removing the pipe from the hand of the automaton, he places under its left arm as a support. Then taking also from the drawer the automaton's set of chessmen, he arranges them upon the chessboard before the figure. He now proceeds to close the doors, and to lock them, leaving the bunch of keys indoor. No one. He also closes the drawer and finally winds up the machine by applying a key to an aperture in the left end. The spectators left of the box, the game now commences. Automaton, taking the first move, the duration of the contest is usually limited to half an hour, but if it be not finished at the expiration of this period, and the antagonist still contend that he can beat the automaton, Roman 1000 Maelzel has seldom any objection to continue it. Not to weary the company is the ostensible, and no doubt the real object of the limitation. It wits of course be understood that, when a move is made at his own table by the antagonist, the corresponding move is made at the box of the automaton by Maelzel himself, who then acts as the representative of the antagonist. On the other hand, when the Turk moves, the corresponding move is made at the table of the antagonist, also by Roman 1000 Maelzel, who then acts as the representative of the automaton. In this manner, it is necessary that the exhibitor should often pass from one table to the other. He also frequently goes in rear of the figure to remove the chessmen which it has taken, and which it deposits when taken on the box to the left, to its own left of the board. When the automaton hesitates in relation to its move, the exhibitor is occasionally seen to place himself very near its right side, and to lay his hand now and then in a careless manner upon the box. He has also a peculiar shuffle with his feet, calculated to induce suspicion of collusion with the machine in minds which are more cunning than sagacious. These peculiarities are no doubt mere mannerisms of Roman 1000 Maelzel, or if he is aware of them at all, he puts them in practice with a view of exciting in the spectators a false idea of the pure mechanism in the automaton. The Turk plays with his left hand. All the movements of the arm are at right angles in this manner, the hand, which is gloved and bent in a natural way, being brought directly above the piece. To be moved descends finally upon it, the fingers receiving it in most cases without difficulty. Occasionally, however, when the piece is not precisely in its proper situation, the automaton fails in his attempt at seizing it. When this occurs, no second effort is made, but the arm continues its movement in the direction originally intended, precisely as if the piece were in the fingers. Having thus designated the spot whither the move should have been made, the arm returns to its cushion, and Maelzel performs the evolution which the automaton pointed out. At every movement of the figure, machinery is heard in motion during the progress of the game. The figure now and then rolls its eyes, as if surveying the board, moves its head, and pronounces the word check check when necessary. 3. If a false move be made by his antagonist, he raps briskly on the box with the fingers of his right hand, shakes his head roughly, and replacing the piece falsely moved in its former situation, assumes the next move himself. Upon beating the game, he waves his head with an air of triumph, looks round complacently upon the spectators, and drawing his left arm farther back than usual, suffers his fingers alone to rest upon the cushion. In general, the Turk is victorious once or twice. He has been beaten, the game being ended. Maelzel will again, if desired, exhibit the mechanism of the box in the same manner as before. The machine is then rolled back, and a curtain hides it from the view of the company. There have been many attempts at solving the mystery of the automaton, the most general opinion in relation to it. An opinion, too, not unfrequently adopted by men who should have known better was, as we have before said, that no immediate human agency was employed, in other words, that the machine was purely a machine, and nothing else. Many, however, maintained that the exhibitor himself regulated the movements of the figure by mechanical means operating through the feet of the box. Others, again, spoke confidently of a magnet. Of the first of these opinions we shall say nothing at present more than we have already said in relation to the second. It is only necessary to repeat what we have before stated, that the machine is rolled about on casters, and will, at the request of a spectator, be moved to and fro to any portion of the room, even during the progress of a game. The supposition of the magnet is also untenable, for if a magnet were the agent, any other magnet in the pocket of a spectator would disarrange the entire mechanism. The exhibitor, however, will suffer the most powerful lodestone to remain even upon the box during the whole of the exhibition. The first attempt at a written explanation of the secret, at least the first attempt of which we ourselves have any knowledge, was made in a large pamphlet printed at Paris in 1785. The author's hypothesis amounted to this: that a dwarf actuated the machine. This dwarf he supposed to conceal himself during the opening of the box by thrusting his legs into two hollow cylinders, which were represented to be, but which are not, among the machinery in the cupboard. No, while his body was out of the box entirely and covered by the drapery of the Turk. When the doors were shut, the dwarf was enabled to bring his body within the box. The noise produced by some portion of the machinery allowing him to do so unheard, and also to close the door by which he entered the interior of the automaton being then exhibited, and no person discovered. The spectators, says the author of this pamphlet, are satisfied that no one is within any portion of the machine. This whole hypothesis was too obviously absurd to require comment or refutation, and accordingly we find that it attracted very little attention. In 1789, a book was published at Dresden by Roman 1000 Roman 1 F. Freher, in which another endeavor was made to unravel the mystery. Mr. Freher's book was a pretty large one, and copiously illustrated by colored engravings. His supposition was that a well-taught boy, very thin and tall of his age, sufficiently so that he could be concealed in a drawer almost immediately under the chessboard, played the game of chess, and affected all the evolutions of the automaton. This idea, although even more silly than that of the Parisian author, met with a better reception, and was in some measure believed to be the true solution of the wonder, until the inventor put an end to the discussion by suffering a close examination of the top of the box. These bizarre attempts at explanation were followed by others equally bizarre of late years. However, an anonymous writer, by a course of reasoning exceedingly unphilosophical, has contrived to blunder upon a plausible solution. Although we cannot consider it altogether the true one, his essay was first published in a Baltimore weekly paper, was illustrated by cuts, and was entitled An Attempt to Analyze the Automaton. Chess player of Roman 1000 Maelzel. This essay we suppose to have been the original of the pamphlet to which Sir David Brewster alludes in his letters on natural magic, in which he has no hesitation in declaring a thorough and satisfactory explanation. The results of the analysis are undoubtedly in the main just, but we can only account for Brewster's pronouncing the essay a thorough and satisfactory explanation by supposing him to have bestowed upon it a very cursory and inattentive perusal in the compendium of the essay made use of in the letters on natural magic. It is quite impossible to arrive at any distinct conclusion in regard to the adequacy or inadequacy of the analysis on account of the gross misarrangement and deficiency of the letters of reference employed. The same fault is to be found in the attempt Roman 100 as we originally saw it. The solution consists in a series of minute explanations accompanied by woodcuts, the whole occupying many pages, in which the object is to show the possibility of so shifting the partitions of the box as to allow a human being concealed in the interior to move portions of his body from one part of the box to another during the exhibition of the mechanism, thus eluding the scrutiny of the spectators. There can be no doubt, as we have before observed, And as we will presently endeavor to show that the principle, or rather the result of this solution, is the true one, some person is concealed in the box during the whole time of exhibiting the interior. We object, however, to the whole verbose description of the manner in which the partitions are shifted to accommodate the movements of the person. Concealed, we object to it as a mere theory assumed in the first place, and to which circumstances are afterwards made to adapt themselves. It was not, and could not have been arrived at by any inductive reasoning, in whatever way the shifting is managed. It is of course concealed at every step from observation to show that certain movements might possibly be affected in a certain way is very far from showing that they are actually so affected. There may be an infinity of other methods by which the same results may be obtained. The probability of the one assumed proving the correct one is then as unity to infinity. But in reality, this particular point, the shifting of the partitions, is of no consequence, whatever. It was altogether unnecessary to devote 7 or 8 pages for the purpose of proving what no one in his senses would. Deneviz that the wonderful mechanical genius of Baron Kempelen could invent the necessary means for shutting a door or slipping aside a panel with a human agent too at his service, in actual contact with the panel or the door, and the whole operations carried on as the author of the essay himself shows, and as we shall attempt to show more fully hereafter, entirely out of reach of the observation of the spectators. In attempting ourselves an explanation of the automaton, we will in the first place endeavor to show how its operations are effected, and afterwards describe as briefly as possible the nature of the observations from which we have deduced our result. It will be necessary, for a proper understanding of the subject, that we repeat here in a few words the routine adopted by the exhibitor in disclosing the interior of the box, a routine from which he never deviates in any material particular. In the first place, he opens the door No. 1. Leaving this open, he goes round to the rear of the box and opens a door precisely at the back of door No. 1. To this back door he holds a lighted candle. He then closes the back, locks it, and coming round to the front, opens the drawer to its full extent. This done, he opens the doors No. 2 and No. 3, the folding doors, and displays the interior of the main compartment, leaving open the main compartment, the drawer, and the front door of cupboard. No. He now goes to the rear again, and throws open the back door of the main compartment. In shutting up the box, no particular order is observed, except that the folding doors are always closed before the drawer. Now let us suppose that, when the machine is first rolled into the presence of the spectators, a man is already within it. His body is situated behind the dense machinery in cupboard No. T, the rear portion of which machinery is so contrived as to slip en masse from the main compartment to the cupboard No. I as occasion may require, and his legs lie at full length in the main compartment. When Maelzel opens the door No. I, the man within is not in any danger of discovery, for the keenest eye cannot penetrate more than about 2 inches into the darkness within, but the case is otherwise. When the back door of the cupboard No. I is opened, a bright light then pervades the cupboard, and the body of the man would be discovered if it were there. But it is not. The putting the key in the lock of the back door was a signal on hearing which the person concealed brought his body forward to an angle as acute as possible, throwing it altogether, or nearly so, into the main compartment. This, however, is a painful position, and cannot be long maintained. Accordingly, we find that Maelzel closes the back door. This being done, there is no reason why the body of the man may not resume its former situation, for the cupboard is again so dark as to defy scrutiny. The drawer is now opened, and the legs of the person within drop down behind it in the space it formerly occupied. For there is consequently now no longer any part of the man in the main compartment, his body being behind the machinery in cupboard No. 1 and his legs in the space occupied by the drawer. The exhibitor therefore finds himself at liberty to display the main compartment. This he does, opening both its back and front doors, and no person is discovered. The spectators are now satisfied that the whole of the box is exposed to view, and exposed to all portions of it at one and the same time. But of course, this is not the case. They neither see the space behind the drawer, nor the interior of cupboard No. 1, the front door of which latter the exhibitor virtually shuts. In shutting its back door, Maelzel, having now rolled the machine around, lifted up the drapery of the Turk, opened the doors in his back and thigh, and shown his trunk to be full of machinery, brings the whole back into its original position, and closes the doors The man within is now at liberty to move about. He gets up into the body of the Turk, just so high as to bring his eyes above the level of the chessboard. It is very probable that he seats himself upon the little square block or protuberance, which is seen in a corner of the main compartment when the doors are open. In this position, he sees the chessboard through the bosom of the Turk, which is of gauze, bringing his right arm across his breast. He actuates the little machinery necessary to guide the left arm and the fingers of the figure. This machinery is situated just beneath the left shoulder of the Turk, and is consequently easily reached by the right hand of the man concealed, if we suppose his right arm brought across the breast. The motions of the head and eyes, and of the right arm of the figure, as well as the sound echec, are produced by other mechanism in the interior, and actuated at will by the man within the whole of this mechanism. That is to say, all the mechanism essential to the machine is most probably contained within the little cupboard of about 6 inches in breadth, partitioned off at the right, the spectator's right, of the main compartment. In this analysis of the operations of the automaton, we have purposely avoided any allusion to the manner in which the partitions are shifted, and it will now be readily comprehended that this point is a matter of no importance, since by mechanism, within the ability of any common carpenter, it might be effected in an infinity of different ways, and since we have shown that however performed it is performed out of the view of the spectators, our result is founded upon the following observations taken during frequent visits to the exhibition of Maelzel 5. Roman 1. The moves of the Turk are not made at regular intervals of time, but accommodate themselves to the moves of the antagonist. Although this point of regularity, so important in all kinds of mechanical contrivance, might have been readily brought about by limiting the time allowed for the moves of the antagonist. For example, if this limit were 3 minutes, the moves of the automaton might be made at any given intervals longer than 3 minutes. The fact then of irregularity, when regularity might have been so easily attained, goes to prove that regularity is unimportant to the action of the automaton. In other words, that the automaton is not a pure machine. When the automaton is about to move a piece, a distinct motion is observable just beneath the left shoulder, and which motion agitates in a slight degree the drapery covering the front of the left shoulder. This motion invariably precedes, by about 2 seconds, the movement of the arm itself, and the arm never, in any instance, moves without this preparatory motion in the shoulder. Now let the antagonist move a piece, and let the corresponding move be made by Maelzel as usual upon the board of the automaton. Then let the antagonist narrowly watch the automaton until he detect the preparatory motion in the shoulder. Immediately upon detecting this motion, and before the arm itself begins to move, let him withdraw his piece, as if perceiving an error in his maneuver. It will then be seen that the movement of the arm, which in all other cases immediately succeeds the motion in the shoulder, is withheld, is not made. Although Maelzel has not yet performed on the board of the automaton any move corresponding to the withdrawal of the antagonist, in this case, that the automaton was about to move is evident, and that he did not move was an effect plainly produced by the withdrawal of the antagonist, and without any intervention of Maelzel. This fact fully proves 1. That the intervention of Maelzel in performing the moves of the antagonist on the board of the automaton is not essential to the movements of the automaton. 2. That its movements are regulated by mind b. some person who sees the board of the antagonist. 3. That its movements are not regulated by the mind of Maelzel, whose back was turned towards the antagonist at the withdrawal of his move. The automaton does not invariably win the game. Were the machine a pure machine, this would not be the case. 8. Would always win, the principle being discovered by which a machine can be made to play a game of chess. An extension of the same principle would enable it to win a game. A farther extension would enable it to win all games. That is to beat any possible game of an antagonist. A little consideration will convince anyone that the difficulty of making a machine beat all games is not in the least degree greater, as regards the principle of the operations necessary, than that of making it beat a single game. If then we regard the chess player as a machine, we must suppose what is highly improbable, that its inventor preferred leaving it incomplete to perfecting it, a supposition rendered still more absurd, when we reflect that the leaving it incomplete would afford an argument against the possibility of its being a pure machine, the very argument we now adduce. When the situation of the game is difficult or complex, we never perceive the Turk either shake his head or roll his eyes. It is only when his next move is obvious, or when the game is so circumstanced that to a man in the automaton's place, there would be no necessity for reflection. Now these peculiar movements of the head and eyes are movements customary with persons engaged in meditation, and the ingenious Baron Kempelen would have adapted these movements with a machine. Pure machine to occasions proper for their display, that is to occasions of complexity, but the reverse is seen to be the case, and this reverse applies precisely to our supposition of a man in the interior. When engaged in meditation about the game, he has no time to think of setting in motion the mechanism of the automaton by which are moved the head and the eyes. When the game, however, is obvious, he has time to look about him, and accordingly we see the head shake and the eyes roll. When the machine is rolled round to allow the spectators an examination of the back of the Turk, and when his drapery is lifted up and the doors in the trunk and thigh thrown open, the interior of the trunk is seen to be crowded with machinery. In scrutinizing this machinery, while the automaton was in motion, that is to say, while the whole machine was moving on the casters, it appeared to us that certain portions of the mechanism changed their shape and position in a degree too great to be accounted for by the simple laws of perspective, and subsequent examinations convinced us that these undue alterations were attributable to mirrors in the interior of the trunk. The introduction of mirrors among the machinery could not have been intended to influence in any degree the machinery itself. Their operation, whatever that operation should prove to be, must necessarily have reference to the eye of the spectator. We at once concluded that these mirrors were so placed to multiply to the vision some few pieces of machinery within the trunk, so as to give it the appearance of being crowded with mechanism. Now the direct inference from this is that the machine is not a pure machine, for if it were, the inventor, so far from wishing its mechanism to appear complex, and using deception for the purpose of giving it this appearance, would have been especially desirous of convincing those who witnessed his exhibition of the simplicity of the means by which results so wonderful were brought about. The external appearance, and especially the deportment of the Turk, are, when we consider them as imitations of life, but very indifferent imitations. The countenance evinces no ingenuity, and is surpassed in its resemblance to the human face by the very commonest of waxworks. The eyes roll unnaturally in the head, without any corresponding motions of the lids or brows. The arm, particularly, performs its operations in an exceedingly stiff, awkward, jerking, and rectangular manner. Now all this is the result either of inability in Maelzel to do better, or of intentional accidental neglect, being out of the question when we consider that the whole time of the ingenious proprietor is occupied in the improvement of his machines. Most assuredly, we must not refer the unlifeless appearances to inability, for all the rest of Maelzel's automata are evidence of his full ability to copy the motions and peculiarities of life with the most wonderful exactitude. The rope dancers, for example, are inimitable. When the clown laughs, his lips, his eyes, his eyebrows and eyelids, indeed all the features of his countenance, are imbued with their appropriate expressions. In both him and his companion, every gesture is so entirely easy and free from the semblance of artificiality that, were it not for the diminutiveness of their size and the fact of their being passed from one spectator to another previous to their exhibition on the rope, it would be difficult to convince any assemblage of persons that these wooden automata were not living creatures. We cannot therefore doubt Mr. Maelzel's ability, and we must necessarily suppose that he intentionally suffered his chess player to remain the same artificial and unnatural figure, which Baron Kempelen, no doubt also through design, originally made it what this design was. It is not difficult to conceive, were the automaton lifelike in its motions, the spectator would be more apt to attribute its operations to their true cause, that is, to human agency within, than he is now, when the awkward and rectangular maneuvers convey the idea of pure and unaided mechanism. When a short time previous to the commencement of the game, the automaton is wound up by the exhibitor, as usual, an ear in any degree accustomed to the sounds produced in winding up a system of machinery, will not fail to discover instantaneously that the axis turned by the key in the box of the chess player cannot possibly be connected with either a weight, a spring, or any system of machinery. Whatever the inference here is the same as in our last observation. The winding up is inessential to the operations of the automaton, and is performed with the design of exciting in the spectators the false idea of mechanism. When the question is demanded explicitly of Maelzel, is the automaton a pure machine or not, his reply is invariably the same: I will say nothing about it. Now the notoriety of the automaton and the great curiosity it has everywhere excited are owing more especially to the prevalent opinion that it is a pure machine than to any other circumstance. Of course, then, it is the interest of the proprietor to represent it as a pure machine, and what more obvious and more effectual method could there be of impressing the spectators with this desired idea than a positive and explicit declaration to that effect? On the other hand, what more obvious and effectual method could there be of exciting a disbelief in the automaton's being a pure machine than by withholding such explicit declaration? For people will naturally reason thus: it is Maelzel's interest to represent this thing a pure machine, refuses to do so directly in words, although he does not scruple and is evidently anxious to do so indirectly by actions. Were it actually what he wishes to represent it by actions, he would gladly avail himself of the more direct testimony of words. The inference is that a consciousness of its not being a pure machine is the reason of his silence. His actions cannot implicate him in a falsehood his words may. When in exhibiting the interior of the box, Maelzel has thrown open the door no eye and also the door immediately behind it. He holds a lighted candle at the back door as mentioned above, and moves the entire machine to and fro, with a view of convincing the company that the cupboard no one is entirely filled with machinery. When the machine is thus moved about, it will be apparent to any careful observer that whereas that portion of the machinery near the front door no one is perfectly steady and unwavering, the portion farther within fluctuates in a very slight degree with the movements of the machine. This circumstance first aroused in us the suspicion that the more remote portion of the machinery was so arranged as to be easily slipped en masse from its position when occasion should require it. This occasion we have already stated to occur when the man concealed within brings his body into an erect position upon the closing of the back door. Sir David Brewster states the figure of the Turk to be of the size of life, but in fact it is far above the ordinary size. Nothing is more easy than to err in our notions of magnitude. The body of the automaton is generally insulated, and having no means of immediately comparing it with any human form, we suffer ourselves to consider it as of ordinary dimensions. This mistake may, however, be corrected by observing the chess player when, as is sometimes the case, the exhibitor approaches it. Mr. Maelzel, to be sure, is not very tall, but upon drawing near the machine his head will be found at least 18 inches below the head of the Turk, although the latter, it will be remembered, is in a sitting position. The box behind which the automaton is placed is precisely 3 feet 6 inches long, 2 feet 4 inches deep, and 2 feet 6 inches high. These dimensions are fully sufficient for the accommodation of a man very much above the common sizing. The main compartment alone is capable of holding any ordinary man in the position we have mentioned as assumed by the person concealed. As these are facts which anyone who doubts them may prove by actual calculation, we deem it unnecessary to dwell upon them. We will only suggest that although the top of the box is apparently a board of about 3 inches in thickness, the spectator may satisfy himself by stooping and looking up at it when the main compartment is open, that it is in reality very thin. The height of the drawer also will be misconceived by those who examine it in a cursory manner. There is a space of about 3 inches between the top of the drawer, as seen from the exterior, and the bottom of the cupboard, a space which must be included in the height of the drawer. These contrivances to make the room within the box appear less than it actually is are referable to a design on the part of the inventor to impress the company again with a false idea, viz., that no human being can be accommodated within the box. The interior of the main compartment is lined throughout with cloth. This cloth we suppose to have a twofold object. A portion of it may form, when tightly stretched the only partitions which there is any necessity for removing during the changes of the man's position, viz. The partition between the rear of the main compartment and the rear of the cupboard, no. 1, and the partition between the main compartment and the space behind the drawer. When open, if we imagine this to be the case, the difficulty of shifting the partitions vanishes at once, if indeed any such difficulty could be supposed under any circumstances to exist. The second object of the cloth is to deaden and render indistinct all sounds occasioned by the movements of the person. The antagonist, as we have before observed, is not suffered to play at the board of the automaton, but is seated at some distance from the machine. The reason which most probably would be assigned for this circumstance, if the question were demanded, is that were the antagonist otherwise situated, his person would intervene between the machine and the spectators, and preclude the latter from distinct view. But this difficulty might be easily obviated either by elevating the seats of the company or by turning the end of the box towards them during the game. The true cause of the restriction is perhaps very different were the antagonist seated in contact with the box. The secret would be liable to discovery by his detecting, with the aid of a quick car, the breathings of the man concealed. Although Roman 1000 Maelzel, in disclosing the interior of the machine, sometimes slightly deviates from the routine which we have pointed out, yet rarely in any instance does he so deviate from it as to interfere with our solution. For example, he has been known to open first of all the drawer, but he never opens the main compartment without first closing the back door of cupboard. No. 1. He never opens the main compartment without first pulling out the drawer, never shuts the drawer without first shutting the main compartment, never opens the back door of cupboard. No. 1. While the main compartment is open, and the game of chess is never commenced until the whole machine is closed. Now, if it were observed that never in any single instance did Roman 1000 Maelzel differ from the routine we have pointed out as necessary to our solution, it would be one of the strongest possible arguments in corroboration of it. But the argument becomes infinitely strengthened if we duly consider the circumstance that he does occasionally deviate from the routine, but never does so deviate as to falsify the solution. There are 6 candles on the board of the automaton. During exhibition, the question naturally arises, why are so many employed when a single candle, or at farthest 2, would have been amply sufficient to afford the spectators a clear view of the board in a room otherwise so well lit up as the exhibition room always is. When, moreover, if we suppose the machine a pure machine, there can be no necessity for so much light, or indeed any light at all, to enable it to perform its operations. And when especially only a single candle is placed upon the table of the antagonist, the first and most obvious inference is that so strong a light is requisite to enable the man within to see through the transparent material, probably fine gauze, of which the breast of the Turk is composed. But when we consider the arrangement of the candles, another reason immediately presents itself. There are 6 lights, as we have said before. In all 3 of these are on each side of the figure. Those most remote from the spectators are the longest. Those in the middle are about 2 inches shorter, and those nearest the company about 2 inches shorter. Still, in the candles on one side differ in height from the candles respectively opposite on the other by a ratio different from 2 inches. That is to say, the longest candle on one side is about 3 inches shorter than the longest candle on the other, and so on. Thus it will be seen that no 2 of the candles are of the same height, and thus also the difficulty of ascertaining the material of the breast of the figure against which the light is especially directed is greatly augmented by the dazzling effect of the complicated crossings of the race crossings, which are brought about by placing the centers of radiation all upon different levels. While the chess player was in possession of Baron Kempelen, it was more than once observed, first, that an Italian in the suite of the Baron was never visible during the playing of a game at chess by the Turk, and secondly, that the Italian being taken seriously ill, the exhibition was suspended until his recovery. This Italian professed a total ignorance of the game of chess. Although all others of the suite played well, similar observations have been made since the automaton has been purchased by Maelzel. There is a man Schlumberger who attends him wherever he goes, but who has no ostensible occupation other than that of assisting in the packing and unpacking of the automata. This man is about the medium size, and has a remarkable stoop in the shoulders. Whether he professes to play chess or not, we are not informed. It is quite certain, however, that he is never to be seen during the exhibition of the chess player, although frequently visible just before and just after the exhibition. Moreover, some years ago, Maelzel visited Richmond with his automata and exhibited them, we believe, in the house now occupied by Roman 1000 Bossia. As a dancing academy, Schlumberger was suddenly taken ill, and during his illness, there was no exhibition of the chess player. These facts are well known to many of our citizens. The reason assigned for the suspension of the chess player's performances was not the illness of Schlumberger. The inferences from all this we leave without farther comment to the reader. The Turk plays with his left arm. A circumstance so remarkable cannot be accidental. Brewster takes no notice of it, whatever beyond a mere statement. We believe that such is the fact. The early writers of treatises on the automaton seem not to have observed the matter at all, and have no reference to it. The author of the pamphlet alluded to by Brewster mentions it, but acknowledges his inability to account for it. Yet it is obviously from such prominent discrepancies or incongruities as this that deductions are to be made, if made at all, which shall lead us to the truth. The circumstance of the automaton's playing with his left hand cannot have connection with the operations of the machine. Considered merely as such, any mechanical arrangement which would cause the figure to move in any given manner, the left arm could, if reversed, cause it to move in the same manner the right. But these principles cannot be extended to the human organization, wherein there is a marked and radical difference in the construction, and at all events in the powers of the right and left arms. Reflecting upon this latter fact, we naturally refer the incongruity noticeable in the chess player to this peculiarity in the human organization. If so, we must imagine some reversion, for the chess player plays precisely as a man would not. These ideas, once entertained, are sufficient of themselves to suggest the notion of a man in the interior. A few more imperceptible steps lead us finally to the result. Automaton plays with his left arm, because under no other circumstances could the man within play with his right. A desideratum, of course. Let us, for example, imagine the automaton to play with his right arm to reach the machinery which moves the arm, and which we have before explained to lie just beneath the shoulder. It would be necessary for the man within either to use his right arm in an exceedingly painful and awkward position, viz. brought up close to his body and tightly compressed between his body and the side of the automaton, or else to use his left arm brought across his breast. In neither case could he act with the requisite ease or precision. On the contrary, the automaton playing, as it actually does, with the left arm, all difficulties vanish. The right arm of the man within is brought across his breast, and his right fingers act without any constraint upon the machinery in the shoulder of the figure. We do not believe that any reasonable objections can be urged against this solution of the automaton chess player. The power of words. Oinos pardon, agathos, the weakness of a spirit new-fledged with immortality. Agathos, you have spoken nothing, my oinos, for which pardon is to be demanded, not even here. Is knowledge a thing of intuition? For wisdom ask of the angels freely, that it may be given. Oinos, but in this existence I dreamed that I should be at once cognizant of all things, and thus at once be happy in being cognizant of all. Agathos are not in knowledge is happiness, but in the acquisition of knowledge. In forever knowing we are forever blessed, but to know all were the curse of a fiend. Oinos, but does not the Most High know all? Agathos, that since he is the most happy must be still the one thing unknown even to him. Oinos, but since we grow hourly in knowledge, must not at last all things be known? Agathos looked down into the abysmal distances, attempt to force the gaze down the multitudinous vistas of the stars, as we sweep slowly through them, thusend, thus even the spiritual vision, is it not at all points arrested by the continuous golden walls of the universe, walls of the myriads of the shining bodies, that mere number has appeared to blend into unity. Oinos, I clearly perceive that the infinity of matter is no dream. Agathos, there are no dreams in Aden, but it is here whispered that of this infinity of matter the sole purpose is to afford infinite springs at which the soul may allay the thirst to know, which is forever unquenchable within its sense to quench, it would be to extinguish the souls. Self-question me then my oinos freely, and without fear come, we will leave to the left the loud harmony of the Pleiades, and swoop outward from the throne into the starry meadows beyond Orion, where for pansies and violets and heartsease are the beds of the triplicate and triplet-tinted suns. Oinos and now agathos, as we proceed instruct me speak to me in the earth's familiar tones. I understand not what you hinted to me just now of the modes, or of the method of what during mortality we were accustomed to call creation. Do you mean to say that the Creator is not God? Agathos, I mean to say that the deity does not create. Oinos, explain. Agathos, in the beginning only, he created the seeming creatures, which are now throughout the universe, so perpetually springing into being, can only be considered as the mediate or indirect, not as the direct or immediate results of the divine creative power. Oinos, among men, my agathos, this idea would be considered heretical in the extreme. Agathos, among angels, my oinos, it is seen to be simply true. Oinos, I can comprehend you thus far that certain operations of what we term nature or the natural laws will under certain conditions give rise to that which has all the appearance of creation shortly before the final overthrow of the earth. There were, I well remember, many very successful experiments in what some philosophers were weak enough to denominate the creation of animalcle. Agathos, the cases of which you speak were in fact instances of the secondary creation and of the only species of creation which has ever been since the first word spoke into existence, the first law. Oinos are not the starry worlds that from the abyss of nonentity burst hourly forth into the heavensphere, not these stars, agathos, the immediate handiwork of the king. Agathos, let me endeavor, my oinos, to lead you step by step to the conception. I intend you are well aware that as no thought can perish, so no act is without infinite result. We moved our hands, for example, when we were dwellers on the earth, and in so doing gave vibration to the atmosphere which engirdled it. This vibration was indefinitely extended till it gave impulse to every particle of the earth's air which thenceforward and forever was actuated by the one movement of the hand. This fact the mathematicians of our globe well knew. They made the special effects indeed wrought in the fluid by special impulses the subject of exact calculation, so that it became easy to determine in what precise period an impulse of given extent would engirdle the orb and impress forever every atom of the atmosphere circumambient. Retrograding, they found no difficulty from a given effect, under given conditions, in determining the value of the original impulse. Now the mathematicians who saw that the results of any given impulse were absolutely endlessand, who saw that a portion of these results were accurately traceable through the agency of algebraic analysis, who saw too the facility of the retrogradation. These men saw at the same time that this species of analysis itself had within itself a capacity for indefinite progress, that there were no bounds conceivable to its advancement and applicability except within the intellect of him who advanced or applied it. But at this point our mathematicians paused. Oinos, and why agathos should they have proceeded? Agathos, because there were some considerations of deep interest beyond. It was deducible from what they knew that, to a being of infinite understanding gone, to whom the perfection of the algebraic analysis lay unfolded, there could be no difficulty in tracing every impulse given the errand the ether through the erto, the remotest consequences at any even infinitely remote epoch of time. It is indeed demonstrable that every such impulse given the air must in the end impress every individual thing that exists within the universe, and the being of infinite understanding, the being whom we have imagined might trace the remote undulations of the impulse, trace them upward and onward in their influences upon all particles of an matter, upward and onward forever. Their modifications of old forms, sir, in other words, in their creation of new until he found them reflected unimpressive at last back from the throne of the Godhead. And not only could such a thing do this, but at any epoch, should a given result be afforded him, should one of these numberless comets, for example, be presented to his inspection, could have no difficulty in determining by the analytic retrogradation to what original impulse it was due. This power of retrogradation in its absolute fullness and perfection, this faculty of referring at all epochs all effects to all causes, of course, the prerogative of the deity alone, but in every variety of degree short of the absolute perfection, is the power itself exercised by the whole host of the angelic intelligences. Oinos, but you speak merely of impulses upon the air. Agathos, in speaking of the air, I referred only to the earth, but the general proposition has reference to impulses upon the ether which, since it pervades and alone pervades all space, is thus the great medium of creation. Oinos, then all motion of whatever nature creates. Agathos, it must, but a true philosophy has long taught that the source of all motion is thought and the source of all thought is Oinos God. Agathos, I have spoken to you, Oinos, as to a child of the fair earth, which lately perished off impulses upon the atmosphere of the earth. Oinos, you Roman 999 Agathos, and while I thus spoke, did there not cross your mind some thought of the physical power of words? Is not every word an impulse on the air? Oinos, but why, Agathos, do you weep, and why, oh, why do your wings droop, as we hover above this fair star which is the greenest and yet most terrible of all we have encountered in our flight? Its brilliant flowers look like a fairy dream, but its fierce volcanoes like the passions of a turbulent heart. Agathos, they Erethe are this wild star. It is now 3 centuries since, with clasped hands and with streaming eyes at the feet of my beloved, I spoke it with a few passionate sentences. Sinto, birth, its brilliant flowers are the dearest of all unfulfilled dreams, and its raging volcanoes are the passions of the most turbulent and unhallowed of hearts. The colloquy of Manos and Una. Sophocles' Antigone. These things are in the near future. Una born again. Manos, yes, fairest and best beloved Una born again. These were the words upon whose mystical meaning I had so long pondered, rejecting the explanations of the priesthood, until death himself resolved for me the secret. Una, death. Manos, how strangely sweet, Una, you echo my words. I observe too a vacillation in your step, a joyous inquietude in your eyes. You are confused and oppressed by the majestic novelty of the life. Eternal, yes, it was of death I spoke, and hear how singularly sounds that word which of old was wont to bring terror to all hearts, throwing a mildew upon all pleasures. Una, our death, the spectre which sate at all feasts. How often, Manos, did we lose ourselves in speculations upon its nature? How mysteriously did it act as a check to human blissing unto it, thus far and no farther, that earnest mutual love, my own Manos, which burned within our bosom, show vainly. Did we flatter ourselves, feeling happy in its first upspringing, that our happiness would strengthen with its strength? Alas, as it grew, so grew in our hearts the dread of that evil hour, which was hurrying to separate us forever. Thus, in time, it became painful to love. Hate would have been mercy then. Manos, speak not here of these griefs, dear Unaman mine, forever now. Una, but the memory of past sorrow, is it not present joy? I have much to say yet of the things which have been. Above all, I burn to know the incidents of your own passage through the dark valley and shad. Manos, and when did the radiant Una ask anything of her? Manos, in vain. I will be minute in relating, all but at what point shall the weird narrative begin? Una, at what point? Manos, you have said. Una, Manos, I comprehend you in death. We have both learned the propensity of man to define the indefinable. I will not say, then commence with the moment of life's cessation, but commence with that sad instant when, the fever having abandoned you, you sank into a breathless and motionless torpor, and I pressed down your pallid eyelids with the passionate fingers of love. Manos, one word first, my Una, in regard to man's general condition at this epoch. You will remember that one or two of the wise among our forefathers, wise, in fact, although not in the world's esteem, had ventured to doubt the propriety of the term improvement as applied to the progress of our civilization. There were periods in each of the 5 or 6 centuries immediately preceding our dissolution, when arose some vigorous intellect, boldly contending for those principles whose truth appears now to our disenfranchised reason so utterly obvious, principles which should have taught our race to submit to the guidance of the natural laws, rather than attempt their control at long intervals. Some masterminds appeared, looking upon each advance in practical science as a retrogradation in the true utility, occasionally, the poetic intellect, that intellect, which we now feel to have been the most exalted of all, since those truths which to us were of the most enduring importance could only be reached by that analogy which speaks in proof tones to the imagination alone, and to the unaided reason bears no weight. Occasionally did this poetic intellect proceed a step farther in the evolving of the vague idea of the philosophically, and find in the mystic parable that tells of the tree of knowledge and of its forbidden fruit, death producing a distinct intimation that knowledge was not meet for man in the infant condition of his soul, and these men poets living and perishing amid the scorn of the utilitarian soft rough pedants who arrogated to themselves a title which could have been properly applied only to the scorned these men. The poets pondered piningly, yet not unwisely, upon the ancient days, when our wants were not more simple than our enjoyments were keen, days when mirth was a word unknown so solemnly deepened, was happiness surely august, and blissful days when blue rivers ran undammed between hills unhewn into far forest solitudes primeval, odorous, and unexplored. Yet these noble exceptions from the general misrule served but to strengthen it by opposition. Alas, we had fallen upon the most evil of all our evil days, the great movement that was the cant termwent on a diseased commotion. Moral and physical arts arose supreme, and once enthroned cast chains upon the intellect, which had elevated them to power. Man, because he could not but acknowledge the majesty of nature, fell into childish exultation at his acquired and still increasing dominion over her elements. Even while he stalked a god in his own fancy, an infantine imbecility came over him, as might be supposed from the origin of his disorder. He grew infected with system, and with abstraction he enwrapped himself in generalities. Among other odd ideas, that of universal equality gained ground, and in the face of analogy and of Godin, despite of the loud warning voice of the laws of gradation, so visibly pervading all things in earth and heaven, willed attempts at an omniprevalent democracy were made. Yet this evil sprang necessarily from the leading evil knowledge. Man could not both know and succumb. Meantime huge smoking cities arose, innumerable green leaves shrank before the hot breath of furnaces. The fair face of nature was deformed, as with the ravages of some loathsome disease, and methinks, sweet Una, even our slumbering sense of the forced and of the far-fetched might have arrested us here. But now it appears that we had worked out our own destruction in the perversion of our taste, or rather, in the blind neglect of its culture in the schools, for in truth it was at this crisis that taste alone, that faculty, which holding a middle position between the pure intellect and the moral sense could never safely have been disregarded, it was now that taste alone could have led us gently back to beauty, to nature, and to life. But alas, for the pure contemplative spirit and majestic intuition of Plato, alas, for the which he justly regarded as an all-sufficient education for the soul, alas for him, and for its sense. Both were most desperately needed, when both were most entirely forgotten or despised. One Pascal, a philosopher whom we both love, has said, how trulich tout noter raisonnement si reduit a ceder o sentiment, and it is not impossible that the sentiment of the natural, had time permitted it, would have regained its old ascendancy over the harsh mathematical reason of the schools. But this thing was not to be prematurely induced by intemperance of knowledge. The old age of the world drew on this. The mass of mankind saw not, or living lustily, although unhappily affected not to see. But for myself, the earth's records had taught me to look for widest ruin as the price of highest civilization. I had imbibed a prescience of our fate from comparison of China, the simple and enduring, with Assyria, the architect, with Egypt, the astrologer, with Nubia, more crafty than either, the turbulent mother of all arts. In history, two of these regions, I met with a ray from the future. The individual artificialities of the three latter were local diseases of the earth, and in their individual overthrows we had seen local remedies applied. But for the infected world at large, I could anticipate no regeneration save in death. That man as a race should not become extinct. I saw that he must be born again. And now it was fairest and dearest that we wrapped our spirits daily in dreams. Now it was that in twilight we discoursed of the days to come, when the arts-god surface of the earth, having undergone that purification 3, which alone could efface its rectangular obscenities, should clothe itself anew in the verdure and the mountain slopes and the smiling waters of paradise, and be rendered at length a fit dwelling place for man, the death purged for man, to whose now exalted intellect there should be poison in knowledge, no more for the redeemed, regenerated, blissful, and now immortal, but still for the material man. You know well do I remember these conversations, dear Manos, but the epoch of the fiery overthrow was not so near at hand as we believed, and as the corruption you indicate did surely warrant us in believing men lived and died individually, you yourself sickened and passed into the grave, and thither your constant Una speedily followed you, and though the century which has since elapsed, and whose conclusion brings us thus together, once more tortured our slumbering senses with no impatience of duration, yet my Manos, it was a century still. Manos say rather a point in the vague infinity. Unquestionably, it was in the earth's dotage that I died, wearied at heart with anxieties which had their origin in the general turmoil and decay. I succumbed to the fierce fever after some few days of pain and many of dreamy delirium, replete with ecstasy, the manifestations of which you mistook for pain, while I longed, but was impotent to undeceive you. After some days, there came upon me, as you have said, a breathless and motionless torpor, and this was termed death by those who stood around me. Words are vague things. My condition did not deprive me of sentience. It appeared to me not greatly dissimilar to the extreme quiescence of him who, having slumbered long and profoundly, lying motionless and fully prostrate in a midsummer noon, begins to steal slowly back into consciousness through the mere sufficiency of his sleep, and without being awakened by external disturbances. I breathed no longer, the pulses were still, the heart had ceased to beat, volition had not departed, but was powerless, the senses were unusually active, although eccentrically so, assuming often each other's functions at random. The taste and the smell were inextricably confounded, and became one sentiment, abnormal and intense. The rosewater with which your tenderness had moistened my lips to the last affected me with sweet fancies of flowers, fantastic flowers, far more lovely than any of the old earth, but whose prototypes we have here blooming around us. The eyelids, transparent and bloodless, offered no complete impediment to vision, as volition was in abeyance. The balls could not roll in their sockets, but all objects within the range of the visual hemisphere were seen with more or less distinctness. The rays which fell upon the external retina or into the corner of the eye, producing a more vivid effect than those which struck the front or interior surface. In the former instance, this effect was so far anomalous that I appreciated it only as sounds sweet or discordant, as the matters presenting themselves at my side were light or dark in shade, curved or angular in outline. The hearing at the same time, although excited in degree, was not irregular in action, estimating real sounds with an extravagance of precision not less than of sensibility. Touch had undergone a modification more peculiar. Its impressions were tardily received, but pertinaciously retained, and resulted always in the highest physical pleasure. Thus the pressure of your sweet fingers upon my eyelids, at first only recognized through vision, at length, long after their removal, filled my whole being with a sensual delight, immeasurable, I say, with a sensual delight. All my perceptions were purely sensual. The materials furnished the passive brain. By the senses were not in the least degree wrought into shape by the deceased understanding of pain. There was some little of pleasure, there was much, but of moral pain or pleasure none at all. Thus your wild sobs floated into my ear with all their mournful cadences, and were appreciated in their every variation of sad tone, but they were soft musical sounds, and no more. They conveyed to the extinct reason no intimation of the sorrows which gave them birth, while the large and constant tears which fell upon my face, telling the bystanders of a heart which broke, thrilled every fiber of my frame with ecstasy alone. And this was in truth the death of which these bystanders spoke reverently in low whispers. You, sweet Una, gaspingly, with loud cries. They attired me for the coffin. 3 or 4 dark figures, which flitted busily to and fro, as these crossed the direct line of my vision, they affected me as forms, but upon passing to my side, their images impressed me with the idea of shrieks, groans, and other dismal expressions of terror, of horror, or of woe. You alone, habited in a white robe, passed in all directions musically about me. The day waned, and as its light faded away, I became possessed by a vague uneasy anxiety, such as the sleeper feels when sad real sounds fall continuously within his distant belltones solemn at long, but equal intervals, and mingling with melancholy dreams night arrived, and with its shadows, a heavy discomfort it oppressed my limbs with the oppression of some dull weight. And was palpable, there was also a moaning sound, not unlike the distant reverberation of surf, but more continuous, which beginning with the first twilight had grown in strength. With the darkness, suddenly lights were brought into the room, and this reverberation became forthwith interrupted into frequent unequal bursts of the same sound, but less dreary and less distinct. The ponderous oppression was in a great measure relieved and issuing from the flame of each lamp, for there were many there, flowed unbrokenly into my ears a strain of melodious monotone. And when now, dear Una, approaching the bed, upon which I lay outstretched, you sat gently by my side, breathing odor from your sweet lips, and pressing them upon my brow, there arose tremulously within my bosom, and mingling with the merely physical sensations which circumstances had called forth, a something akin to sentiment itself, a feeling that half appreciating, half responded to your earnest love and sorrow. But this feeling took no root in the pulseless heart, and seemed indeed rather a shadow than a reality, and faded quickly away, first into extreme quiescence, and then into a purely sensual pleasure as before. And now from the wreck and the chaos of the usual senses, there appeared to have arisen within me a sixth, all perfect in its exercise. I found a wild delight, yet a delight still physical, inasmuch as the understanding had in it no part motion in the animal frame, had fully ceased, no muscle quivered, no nerve thrilled, no artery throbbed, but there seemed to have sprung up in the brain that of which no words could convey to the merely human intelligence even an indistinct conception. Let me term it a mental pendulous pulsation. It was the moral embodiment of man's abstract idea of time, by the absolute equalization of this movementor, of such as Thishad, the cycles of the firmamental orbs themselves, been adjusted by its aid. I measured the irregularities of the clock upon the mantle, and of the watches of the attendants. Their tickings came sonorously to my ears, the slightest deviations from the true proportion, and these deviations were omniprevalent, affected me, just as violations of abstract truth were wont on earth to affect the moral sense. Although no two of the timepieces in the chamber struck the individual seconds accurately together, yet I had no difficulty in holding steadily in mind tones and the respective momentary errors of each, and Thisthi's keen, perfect, self-existing sentiment of duration, this sentiment, existing, as man could not possibly have conceived it to exist independently of any succession of events, this ideathis sixth sense, upspringing from the ashes of the rest, was the first obvious and certain step of the intemporal soul upon the threshold of the temporal eternity. It was midnight, and you still sat by my side. All others had departed from the chamber of death. They had deposited me in the coffin. The lamps burned flickeringly, for this I knew by the tremulousness of the monotonous strains. But suddenly these strains diminished in distinctness, and in volume. Finally, they ceased. The perfume in my nostrils died away. Forms affected my vision no longer. The oppression of the darkness uplifted itself from my bosom. A dull shock, like that of electricity, pervaded my frame, and was followed by total loss of the idea of contact. All of what man has termed sense was merged in the sole consciousness of entity, and in the one abiding sentiment of duration. The mortal body had been at length stricken with the hand of the deadly decay. Yet had not all of sentience departed for the consciousness, and the sentiment remaining supplied some of its functions by a lethargic intuition. I appreciated the direful change now in operation upon the flesh, and as the dreamer is sometimes aware of the bodily presence of one who leans over him, so, sweet Una, I still dully felt that you sat by my side. So too, when the noon of the second day came, I was not unconscious of those movements which displaced you from my side, which confined me within the coffin, which deposited me within the hearse, which bore me to the grave, which lowered me within it, which heaped heavily the mold upon me, and which thus left me in blackness and corruption to my sad and solemn slumbers with the worm. And here in the prison house, which has few secrets to disclose, there rolled away days and weeks and months, and the soul watched narrowly each second as it flew, and without effort took record of its flight, without effort and without object. A year past, the consciousness of being had grown hourly more indistinct, and that of mere locality had in great measure usurped its position. The idea of entity was becoming merged in that of place. The narrow space immediately surrounding what had been the body was now growing to be the body itself at length, as often happens to the sleeper by sleep, and its world alone is death imaged at length, as sometimes happened on earth to the deep slumberer, when some flitting light half startled him into a waking, yet left him half enveloped in dream. So to me, in the strict embrace of the shadow, came that light which alone might have had power to startle. Light of enduring love. Men twirled at the grave, in which I lay darkling they up through the damp earth upon my mouldering bones. There descended the coffin of Una. And now again, all was void. That nebulous light had been extinguished, that feeble thrill had vibrated itself into quiescence. Many lustra had supervened. Dust had returned to dust. The worm had food no more. The sense of being had at length utterly departed, and there reigned in its stead, instead of all things dominant and perpetual autocrats, place and time, for that which was not, for that which had no form, for that which had no thought, for that which had no sentience, for that which was soulless, yet of which matter formed no portion. For all this nothingness, yet for all this immortality, the grave was still a home, and the corrosive hours co-mates. The conversation of Eros and Charmian. I will bring fire to thee. Euripides, Androm. Eros. Why do you call me Eros? Charmian. So henceforward will you always be called. You must forget too my earthly name, and speak to me as Charmian. Eros. This is indeed no dream. Charmian. Dreams are with us no more, but of these mysteries anon I rejoice to see you looking lifelike and rational. The film of the shadow has already passed from off your eyes. Be of heart and fear nothing. Your allotted days of stupor have expired, and tomorrow I will myself induct you into the full joys and wonders of your novel existence. Eros. True, I feel no stupor, none at all. The wild sickness and the terrible darkness have left me, and I hear no longer that mad, rushing, horrible sound, like the voice of many waters. Yet my senses are bewildered, Charmian, with the keenness of their perception of the new. Charmian. A few days will remove all this, but I fully understand you and feel for you. It is now 10 earthly years since I underwent what you undergo. It, the remembrance of it hangs by me still. You have now suffered all of pain, however, which you will suffer in Aden. Eros. In Aden. Charmian. In Aden. Eros. O God, pity me, Charmian. I am overburthened with the majesty of all things of the unknown now known of, the speculative future merged in the august and certain present. Charmian. Grapple not now with such thoughts. Tomorrow we will speak of this. Your mind wavers, and its agitation will find relief in the exercise of simple memories. Look not around nor forward but back. I am burning with anxiety to hear the details of that stupendous event, which threw you among us. Tell me of it. Let us converse of familiar things in the old familiar language of the world, which has so fearfully perished. Eros. Most fearfully fearful. Lithers is indeed no dream. Charmian. Dreams are no more. Was I much mourned, my Eros? Eros. Mourned, Charmiano, deeply. To that last hour of all there hung a cloud of intense gloom and devout sorrow over your household. Charmian. In that last hour, speak of it. Remember that beyond the naked fact of the catastrophe itself, I know nothing. When coming out from among mankind, I passed into night through the grave. At that period, if I remember aright, the calamity which overwhelmed you was utterly unanticipated. But indeed I knew little of the speculative philosophy of the day. Eros. The individual calamity was, as you say, entirely unanticipated, but analogous misfortunes had been long a subject of discussion with astronomers. I need scarce tell you, my friend, that even when you left us, men had agreed to understand those passages in the most holy writings which speak of the final destruction of all things by fire as having reference to the orb of the earth alone. But in regard to the immediate agency of the ruin, speculation had been at fault from that epoch in astronomical knowledge, in which the comets were divested of the terrors of flame. The very moderate density of these bodies had been well established. They had been observed to pass among the satellites of Jupiter without bringing about any sensible alteration either in the masses or in the orbits of these secondary planets. We had long regarded the wanderers as vapory creations of inconceivable tenuity, and as altogether incapable of doing injury to our substantial globe, even in the event of contact. But contact was not in any degree dreaded, for the elements of all the comets were accurately known, that among them we should look for the agency of the threatened. Fiery destruction had been for many years considered an inadmissible idea, but wonders and wild fancies had been of late days strangely rife among mankind. And although it was only with a few of the ignorant that actual apprehension prevailed upon the announcement by astronomers of a new comet, yet this announcement was generally received with I know not what of agitation and mistrust. The elements of the strange orb were immediately calculated, and it was at once conceded by all observers that its path at perihelion would bring it into very close proximity with the Earth. There were 2 or 3 astronomers of secondary note who resolutely maintained that a contact was inevitable. I cannot very well express to you the effect of this intelligence upon the people. For a few short days they would not believe an assertion which their intellect, so long employed among worldly considerations, could not in any manner grasp. But the truth of a vitally important fact soon makes its way into the understanding of even the most stolid. Finally, all men saw that astronomical knowledge lied not, and they awaited the comet. Its approach was not at first seemingly rapid, nor was its appearance of very unusual character. It was of a dull red, and had little perceptible train. For 7 or 8 days we saw no material increase in its apparent diameter, and but a partial alteration in its color. Meantime, the ordinary affairs of men were discarded, and all interests absorbed in a growing discussion instituted by the philosophically in respect to the cometary nature. Even the grossly ignorant aroused their sluggish capacities to such considerations. The learned now gave their intellect their soul to no such points as the allaying of fear, or to the sustenance of loved theory. They sought, they panted for right views, they groaned for perfected knowledge. Truth arose in the purity of her strength and exceeding majesty, and the wise bowed down and adored. That material injury to our globe or to its inhabitants would result from the apprehended contact was an opinion which hourly lost ground among the wise, and the wise were now freely permitted to rule the reason and the fancy of the crowd. It was demonstrated that the density of the comet's nucleus was far less than that of our rarest gas, and the harmless passage of a similar visitor among the satellites of Jupiter was a point strongly insisted upon, and which served greatly to allay terror. Theologists, with an earnestness fearing kindled, dwelt upon the biblical prophecies, and expounded them to the people with a directness and simplicity of which no previous instance had been known. That the final destruction of the earth must be brought about by the agency of fire was urged with a spirit that enforced everywhere conviction, and that the comets were of no fiery nature, as all men now knew, was a truth which relieved all in a great measure from the apprehension of the great calamity foretold. It is noticeable that the popular prejudices and vulgar errors in regard to pestilences and warsares, which were wont to prevail upon every appearance of a comet, were now altogether unknown. As if by some sudden convulsive exertion, reason had at once hurled superstition from her throne. The feeblest intellect had derived vigor from excessive interest. What minor evils might arise from the contact were points of elaborate question. The learned spoke of slight geological disturbances, of probable alterations in climate, and consequently in vegetation, of possible magnetic and electric influences. Many held that no visible or perceptible effect would in any manner be produced. While such discussions were going on, their subject gradually approached growing larger in apparent diameter, and of a more brilliant luster. Mankind grew paler as it came. All human operations were suspended. There was an epoch in the course of the general sentiment when the comet had attained at length a size surpassing that of any previously recorded visitation. The people, now dismissing any lingering hope that the astronomers were wrong, experienced all the certainty of evil. The chimerical aspect of their terror was gone. The hearts of the stoutest of our race beat violently within their bosoms. A very few days sufficed, however, to merge even such feelings in sentiments more unendurable. We could no longer apply to the strange orb any accustomed thoughts. Its historical attributes had disappeared. It oppressed us with a hideous novelty of emotion. We saw it not as an astronomical phenomenon in the heavens, but as an incubus upon our hearts and a shadow upon our brains. It had taken with inconceivable rapidity the character of a gigantic mantle of rare flame, extending from horizon to horizon. Yet a day and men breathed with greater freedom. It was clear that we were already within the influence of the comet, yet we lived, we even felt an unusual elasticity of frame and vivacity of mind. The exceeding tenuity of the object of our dread was apparent for all. Heavenly objects were plainly visible through it. Meantime, our vegetation had perceptibly altered, and we gained faith from this predicted circumstance in the foresight of the wise. A wild luxuriance of foliage, utterly unknown before, burst out upon every vegetable thing. Yet another day, and the evil was not altogether upon us. It was now evident that its nucleus would first reach us. A wild change had come over all men, and the first sense of pain was the wild signal for general lamentation and horror. This first sense of pain lay in a rigorous constriction of the breast and lungs, and an insufferable dryness of the skin. It could not be denied that our atmosphere was radically affected. The conformation of this atmosphere and the possible modifications to which it might be subjected were now the topics of discussion. The result of investigation sent an electric thrill of the intensest terror through the universal heart of man. It had been long known that the air which encircled us was a compound of oxygen and nitrogen gases, in the proportion of 21 measures of oxygen and 79 of nitrogen, in every 100 of the atmosphere. Oxygen, which was the principle of combustion, and the vehicle of heat, was absolutely necessary to the support of animal life, and was the most powerful and energetic agent in nature. Nitrogen, on the contrary, was incapable of supporting either animal life or flame. An unnatural excess of oxygen would result, it had been ascertained, in just such an elevation of the animal spirits as we had latterly experienced. It was the pursuit, the extension of the idea, which had engendered, or what would be the result, of a total extraction of the nitrogen, a combustion irresistible, all-devouring, omniprevalent, immediate, entire fulfillment, in all their minute and terrible details, of the fiery and horror-inspiring denunciations of the prophecies of the Holy Book. Why need I paint Charmian, the now disenchained frenzy of mankind? That tenuity in the comet, which had previously inspired us with hope, was now the source of the bitterness of despair. In its impalpable gaseous character, we clearly perceived the consummation of fate. Meantime, a day again passed, bearing away with it the last shadow of hope. We gasped in the rapid modification of the air. The red blood bounded tumultuously through its strict channels. A furious delirium possessed all men, and with arms rigidly outstretched towards the threatening heavens they trembled and shrieked aloud. But the nucleus of the destroyer was now upon us. Even here in Aden I shudder. While I speak, let me be brief. As the ruin that overwhelmed for a moment, there was a wild lurid light alone, visiting and penetrating all things. Then let us bow down, Charmian, before the excessive majesty of the great God. Then there came a shouting and pervading sound, as if from the mouth itself of him, while the whole incumbent mass of ether in which we existed burst at once into a species of intense flame, for whose surpassing brilliancy and all fervid heat even the angels in the high heaven of pure knowledge have no name. Thus ended all. Shadow, a parable. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow. Psalm of David. Ye who read are still among the living, but I who write shall have long since gone my way into the region of shadows. For indeed strange things shall happen and secret things be known, and many centuries shall pass away ere these memorials be seen of men. And when seen, there will be some to disbelieve, and some to doubt, and yet a few who will find much to ponder upon in the characters here graven with a stylus of iron. The year had been a year of terror, and of feelings more intense than terror, for which there is no name upon the earth, for many prodigies and signs had taken place, and far and wide over sea and land. The black wings of the pestilence were spread abroad to those nevertheless cunning in the stars. It was not unknown that the heavens wore an aspect of ill, and to me the Greek oinos. Others it was evident that now had arrived the alternation of that 795th year, when at the entrance of Aries the planet Jupiter is conjoined with the red ring of the terrible Saturnus, the peculiar spirit of the skies, if I mistake not greatly made itself manifest, not only in the physical orb of the earth, but in the souls, imaginations, and meditations of mankind. Over some flasks of the red Chian wine within the walls of a noble hall in a dim city called Ptolemais, we sat at night a company of 7, and to our chamber there was no entrance save by a lofty door of brass, and the door was fashioned by the artisan Corinos, and being of rare workmanship, was fastened from within black draperies. Likewise, in the gloomy room shut out from our view the moon, the lurid stars, and the peopleless streets, but the boding and the memory of evil, they would not be so excluded. There were things around us and about of which I can render no distinct account, things material and spiritual heaviness, in the atmosphere a sense of suffocation, anxiety, and, above all, that terrible state of existence which the nervous experience when the senses are keenly living and awake, and meanwhile the powers of thought lie dormant. A dead weight hung upon us. It hung upon our limbs, upon the household furniture, upon the goblets from which we drank, and all things were depressed, and borne down. There be all things, save only the flames of the 7 lamps which illumined our revel, uprearing themselves in tall slender lines of light. They thus remained burning, all pallid and motionless, and in the mirror which their lustre formed upon the round table of ebony, at which we sat each of us, there assembled, beheld the pallor of his own countenance, and the unquiet glare in the downcast eyes of his companions. Yet we laughed, and were merry in our proper way, which was hysterical, and sang the songs of Anacreon, which are madness, and drank deeply, although the purple wine reminded us of blood. For there was yet another tenant of our chamber in the person of young Zoilus dead, and at full length he lay enshrouded, the genius and the demon of the scene. Alas, he bore no portion in our mirth, save that his countenance distorted with the plague, and his eyes, in which death had but half extinguished the fire of the pestilence, seemed to take such interest in our merriment, as the dead may haply take in the merriment of those who are to die. But although I oinos felt that the eyes of the departed were upon me still, I forced myself not to perceive the bitterness of their expression, and gazing down steadily into the depths of the ebony mirror, sang with a loud and sonorous voice the songs of the son of Teos. But gradually my songs they ceased, and their echoes, rolling afar off among the sable draperies of the chamber, became weak and undistinguishable, and so faded away. And lo, from among those sable draperies, where the sounds of the song departed, there came forth a dark and undefined shadow, a shadow such as the moon when low in heaven might fashion from the figure of a man. But it was the shadow neither of man, nor of God, nor of any familiar thing. And quivering a while among the draperies of the room, it at length rested in full view upon the surface of the door of brass. But the shadow was vague and formless and indefinite, and was the shadow neither of man, nor of God, neither God of Greece, nor God of Chaldea, nor any Egyptian god, and the shadow rested upon the brazen doorway, and under the arch of the entablature of the door, and moved not nor spoke any word, but there became stationary and remained, and the door whereupon the shadow rested was, if I remember aright, over against the feet of the young Zoilus enshrouded. But we the 7 there assembled, having seen the shadow as it came out from among the draperies, dared not steadily behold it, but cast down our eyes, and gazed continually into the depths of the mirror of ebony. And at length, Ioinos, speaking some low words, demanded of the shadow its dwelling and its appellation, and the shadow answered, I am shadow, and my dwelling is near to the catacombs of Ptolemais, and hard by those dim plains of Helusion, which border upon the foul Charonian canal. And then did we the 7 start from our seats in horror, and stand trembling and shuddering and aghast. For the tones in the voice of the shadow were not the tones of any one being, but of a multitude of beings, and varying in their cadences from syllable to syllable, fell duskly upon our ears, in the well-remembered and familiar accents of many thousand departed friends. Volume 5. Philosophy of Furniture. In the internal decoration, if not in the external architecture of their residences, the English are supreme. The Italians have but little sentiment beyond marbles and colors. In France, melira probant deteriora sequentur. People are too much a race of gadabouts to maintain those household proprieties of which indeed they have a delicate appreciation, or at least the elements of a proper sense. The Chinese and most of the Eastern races have a warm but inappropriate fancy. The Scotch are poor decorists. The Dutch have perhaps an indeterminate idea that a curtain is not a cabbage in Spain. They are all curtains, a nation of hangmen. The Russians do not furnish the Hottentots, and Kickapoos are very well in their way. The Yankees alone are preposterous. How this happens it is not difficult to see. We have no aristocracy of blood, and having therefore as a natural, and indeed as an inevitable thing fashioned for ourselves an aristocracy of dollars, the display of wealth has here to take the place and perform the office of the heraldic display in monarchical countries by a transition readily understood, and which might have been as readily foreseen. We have been brought to merge in simple show our notions of taste itself. To speak less abstractly, in England, for example, no mere parade of costly appurtenances would be so likely as with us to create an impression of the beautiful, in respect to the appurtenances themselves of taste, as regards the proprietors, for the reason first, that wealth is not in England the loftiest object of ambition as constituting a nobility, and secondly, that there the true nobility of blood confining itself within the strict limits of legitimate taste, rather avoids than affects that mere costliness in which a parvenu rivalry may at any time be successfully attempted. The people will imitate the nobles, and the result is a thorough diffusion of the proper feeling. But in America, the coins current being the sole arms of the aristocracy, their display may be said in general to be the sole means of the aristocratic distinction, and the populace looking always upward, for models are insensibly led to confound the two entirely separate ideas of magnificence and beauty. In short, the cost of an article of furniture has at length come to be with us nearly the sole test of its merit in a decorative point of view, and this test once established has led the way to many analogous errors readily traceable to the one primitive folly. There could be nothing more directly offensive to the eye of an artist than the interior of what is termed in the United States, that is to say, in Appalachia, well-furnished apartment. Its most usual defect is a want of keeping. We speak of the keeping of a room as we would of the keeping of a picture. Both the picture and the room are amenable to those undeviating principles which regulate all varieties of art, and very nearly the same laws by which we decide on the higher merits of a painting suffice for decision on the adjustment of a chamber. A want of keeping is observable sometimes in the character of the several pieces of furniture, but generally in their colors or modes of adaptation. To use very often, the eye is offended by their inartistic arrangement. Straight lines are too prevalent to uninterruptedly continuate or clumsily interrupted at right angles. If curved lines occur, they are repeated into unpleasant uniformity. By undue precision, the appearance of many a fine apartment is utterly spoiled. Curtains are rarely well disposed or well chosen in respect to other decorations. With formal furniture, curtains are out of place, and an extensive volume of drapery of any kind is under any circumstance irreconcilable with good taste. The proper quantum, as well as the proper adjustment, depending upon the character of the general effect. Carpets are better understood of late than of ancient days, but we still very frequently err in their patterns and colors. The soul of the apartment is the carpet. From it are deduced not only the hues, but the forms of all objects. Incumbent a judge at common law may be an ordinary man. A good judge of a carpet must be a genius. Yet we have heard discoursing of carpets with the air d'un mouton qui rêve fellows who should not, and who could not be entrusted with the management of their own mustaches. Every one knows that a large floor may have a covering of large figures, and that a small one must have a covering of smalliot. This is not all the knowledge in the world. As regards texture, the Saxony is alone admissible. Brussels is the preterpluperfect tense of fashion, and Turkey is taste in its dying agonies touching pattern. A carpet should not be bedizened out like a rickery Indianol. Red chalk, yellow ochre, and cock's feathers in brief distinct grounds, and vivid circular or cycloid figures of no meaning are here median laws. The abomination of flowers or representations of well-known objects of any kind should not be endured within the limits of Christendom. Indeed, whether on carpets or curtains or tapestry or ottoman coverings, all upholstery of this nature should be rigidly arabesque. As for those antique floor-cloths still occasionally seen in the dwellings of the rabble, cloths of huge sprawling and radiating devices, striped, interspersed, and glorious with all hues among which no ground is intelligible. These are but the wicked invention of a race of time-servers and money-lovers, children of Baal and worshippers of Mammon Benthams, who to spare thought and economize fancy, first cruelly invented the kaleidoscope, and then established joint stock companies to twirl it by steam. Glare is a leading error in the philosophy of American household decoration, an error easily recognized as deduced from the perversion of taste just specified. We are violently enamored of gas and of glass. The former is totally inadmissible within doors. Its harsh and unsteady light offends no one having both brains and eyes will use it. A mild, or what artists term a cool light, with its consequent warm shadows, will do wonders for even an ill-furnished apartment. Never was a more lovely thought than that of the astral lamp. We mean, of course, the astral lamp proper, the lamp of Argand, with its original plain groundless shade, and its tempered and uniform moonlight rays. The cut-glass shade is a weak invention of the enemy. The eagerness with which we have adopted it, partly on account of its flashiness, but principally on account of its greater rest, is a good commentary on the proposition with which we began. It is not too much to say that the deliberate employer of a cut-glass shade is either radically deficient in taste or blindly subservient to the caprices of fashion. The light proceeding from one of these gaudy abominations is unequal, broken, and painful. It alone is sufficient to mar a world of good effect. In the furniture subjected to its influence, female loveliness, in especial, is more than one-half disenchanted beneath its evil eye. In the matter of glass generally, we proceed upon false principles. Its leading feature is glitterand. In that one word, how much of all that is detestable do we express? Flickering, unquiet lights are sometimes plesinto. Children and idiots always sobot in the embellishment of a room. They should be scrupulously avoided. In truth, even strong, steady lights are inadmissible. The huge and unmeaning glass chandeliers, prism-cut, gaslighted, and without shade, which dangle in our most fashionable drawing-rooms, may be cited as the quintessence of all that is false in taste or preposterous in folly. The rage for glitter, because its idea has become, as we before observed, confounded with that of magnificence in the abstractors, led us also to the exaggerated employment of mirrors. We line our dwellings with great British plates, and then imagine we have done a fine thing. Now the slightest thought will be sufficient to convince anyone who has an eye at all of the ill effect of numerous looking-glasses, and especially of large ones regarded apart from its reflection. The mirror presents a continuous, flat, colorless, unrelieved surface, a thing always and obviously unpleasant considered as a reflector. It is potent in producing a monstrous and odious uniformity, and the evil is here aggravated not in merely direct proportion with the augmentation of its sources, but in a ratio constantly increasing. In fact, a room with 4 or 5 mirrors arranged at random is, for all purposes of artistic show, a room of no shape at all. If we add to this evil the attendant glitter upon glitter, we have a perfect farrago of discordant and displeasing effects. The veriest bumpkin, on entering an apartment so bedizened, would be instantly aware of something wrong, although he might be altogether unable to assign a cause for his dissatisfaction. But let the same person be led into a room tastefully furnished, and he would be startled into an exclamation of pleasure and surprise. It is an evil growing out of our republican institutions that here a man of large purse has usually a very little soul which he keeps in it. The corruption of taste is a portion or a pendant of the dollar manufacture. As we grow rich, our ideas grow rusty. It is therefore not among our aristocracy that we must look, if at all, in Appalachia, for the spirituality of a British boudoir, but we have seen apartments in the tenure of Americans, of moderns, possibly modest or moderate means, which in negative merit at least might vie with any of the ormolude cabinets of our friends across the water. Even now, there is present to our minds a small and not ostentatious chamber, with whose decorations no fault can be found. The proprietor lies asleep on a sofa. Weather is cool, time is near midnight. We will make a sketch of the room during his slumber. It is oblong, some 30 feet in length and 25 in breadth, a shape affording the best ordinary opportunities for the adjustment of furniture. It has but one door, by no means a wide one, which is at one end of the parallelogram, and but 2 windows which are at the other. These latter are large, reaching down to the floor, have deep recesses and open on an Italian veranda. Their panes are of a crimson-tinted glass, set in rosewood framings, more massive than usual. They are curtained within the recess by a thick silver tissue adapted to the shape of the window, and hanging loosely in small volumes without the recess are curtains of an exceedingly rich crimson silk, fringed with a deep network of gold, and lined with silver tissue, which is the material of the exterior blind. There are no cornices, but the folds of the whole fabric, which are sharp rather than massive, and have an airy appearance, issue from beneath a broad entablature of rich giltwork, which encircles the room at the junction of the ceiling and walls. The drapery is thrown open also, or closed by means of a thick rope of gold loosely enveloping it, and resolving itself readily into a knot. No pins or other such devices are apparent. The colors of the curtains and their fringed tints of crimson and gold appear everywhere in profusion and determine the character of the room. The carpet of Saxony materialis, quite half an inch thick, and is of the same crimson ground, relieved simply by the appearance of a gold cord like that festooning the curtains, slightly relieved above the surface of the ground, and thrown upon it in such a manner as to form a succession of short irregular curvaceone, occasionally overlaying the other. The walls are prepared with a glossy paper of a silver-gray tint, spotted with small arabesque devices of a fainter hue of the prevalent crimson. Many paintings relieve the expanse of paper. These are chiefly landscapes of an imaginative cast, such as the fairy grottos of Stanfield, the lake of the dismal swamp of Chapman. There are nevertheless 3 or 4 female heads of an ethereal beauty, portraits in the manner of Sully. The tone of each picture is warm but dark. There are no brilliant effects. Repose speaks in all. Not one is of small-sized diminutive paintings. Give that spotty look to a room which is the blemish of so many a fine work of art. Overtouched, the frames are broad, but not deep, and richly carved. Without being dulled or filigreed, they have the whole luster of burnished gold. They lie flat on the walls, and do not hang off with cords. The designs themselves are often seen to better advantage in this latter position, but the general appearance of the chamber is injured. But one mirror, and this not a very large one, is visible in shape. It is nearly circular, and it is hung so that a reflection of the person can be obtained from it. In none of the ordinary sitting places of the room 2 large low sofas of rosewood and crimson silk, gold-flowered, form only seats, with the exception of 2 light conversation chairs, also of rosewood. There is a pianoforte rosewood, also without cover and thrown open. An octagonal table, formed altogether of the richest gold-threaded marble, is placed near one of the sofas. This is also without cover. The drapery of the curtains has been thought sufficient for large and gorgeous Sevres vases, in which bloom a profusion of sweet and vivid flowers, occupy the slightly rounded angles of the room. A tall candelabrum, bearing a small antique lamp with highly perfumed oil, is standing near the head of my sleeping friend. Some light and graceful hanging shelves with golden edges and crimson silk cords with gold tassels sustain 200 or 300 magnificently bound books. Beyond these things, there is no furniture if we accept an argan lamp with a plain crimson-tinted ground glass shade, which depends from the lofty vaulted ceiling by a single slender gold chain, and throws a tranquil but magical radiance over all. A Tale of Jerusalem. Intensos rigidum in frontem ascendia carnos. Passus erat. Lucan de Catones. A bristly Boer translation. Let us hurry to the walls, said Abel Fittim to Buzi ben Levi and Simeon the Pharisee, on the 10th day of the month Tammuz, in the year of the world 3940. Let us hasten to the ramparts adjoining the gate of Benjamin, which is in the city of David, and overlooking the camp of the uncircumcised. For it is the last hour of the 4th watch, being sunrise, and the idolaters, in fulfillment of the promise of Pompey, should be awaiting us with the lambs for the sacrifices. Simeon, Abel Fittim, and Buzi ben Levi were the Gizbarim, or subcollectors of the offering, in the holy city of Jerusalem. Verily, replied the Pharisee, let us hasten, for this generosity in the heathen is unwanted, and fickle-mindedness has ever been an attribute of the worshippers of Baal. That they are fickle-minded and treacherous is as true as the Pentateuch, said Buzi ben Levi, but that is only toward the people of Adonai. When was it ever known that the Ammonites proved wanting to their own interests? Methinks it is no great stretch of generosity to allow us lambs for the altar of the Lord, receiving in lieu thereof 30 silver shekels per head. Thou forgettest, however, Ben Levi, replied Abel Fittim, that the Roman Pompey, who is now impiously besieging the city of the Most High, has no assurity that we apply not the lambs thus purchased for the altar to the sustenance of the body, rather than of the spirit. Now by the 5 corners of my beard, shouted the Pharisee, who belonged to the sect called the Dashers, that little knot of saints, whose manner of dashing and lacerating the feet against the pavement was long a thorn, and a reproach to less zealous devotees, a stumbling block to less gifted. Perambulatorsby, the 5 corners of that beard, which as a priest I am forbidden to shave, we live to see the day when a blaspheming and idolatrous upstart of Rome shall accuse us of appropriating to the appetites of the flesh the most holy and consecrated elements. Have we lived to see the day when? Let us not question the motives of the Philistine, interrupted Abel Fittim, for today we profit for the first time by his avarice or by his generosity, but rather let us hurry to the ramparts lest offerings should be wanting for that altar whose fire the rains of heaven cannot extinguish, and whose pillars of smoke no tempest can turn aside. That part of the city to which our worthy Gizbarim now hastened, and which bore the name of its architect King David, was esteemed the most strongly fortified district of Jerusalem, being situated upon the steep and lofty hill of Zion. Here, a broad, deep circumvallatory trench hewn from the solid rock was defended by a wall of great strength erected upon its inner edge. This wall was adorned at regular interspaces by square towers of white marble, the lowest 60 and the highest 120 cubits in height, but in the vicinity of the gate of Benjamin, the wall arose by no means from the margin of the fosse. On the contrary, between the level of the ditch and the basement of the rampart sprang up a perpendicular cliff of 250 cubits, forming part of the precipitous Mount Moriah, so that when Simeon and his associates arrived on the summit of the tower called Adoni Bezek, the loftiest of all the turrets around about Jerusalem, and the usual place of conference with the besieging army, looked down upon the camp of the enemy from an eminence excelling by many feet that of the pyramid of Cheops, and by several that of the temple of Belus. Verily, sighed the Pharisee, as he peered dizzily over the precipice, the uncircumcised are as the sands by the seashorias, the locusts in the wilderness. The valley of the king hath become the valley of Adaman. And yet, added Ben Levi, thou canst not point me out a Philistine, no, not one from Aleph to Taw, from the wilderness to the battlements, who seemeth any bigger than the letter Jod. Lower away the basket with the shekels of silver here, shouted a Roman soldier in a hoarse, rough voice, which appeared to issue from the regions of Pluto. Lower away the basket with the accursed coin, which it has broken the jaw of a noble Roman to pronounce. Is it thus you evince your gratitude to our master Pompeius, who in his condescension has thought fit to listen to your idolatrous importunities? The god Phbus, who is a true god, has been charioted for an hour, and were you not to be on the ramparts by sunrise Dipal? Do you think that we, the conquerors of the world, have nothing better to do than stand waiting by the walls of every kennel to traffic with the dogs of the earth? Lower away, I say, and see that your trumpery be bright in color and just in weight. El Elohim, ejaculated the Pharisee, as the discordant tones of the centurion rattled up the crags of the precipice, and fainted away against the temple. El Elohim, who is the god Phbus, whom doth the blasphemer invoke, thou Buzi ben Levi, who art read the laws of the Gentiles, and hast sojourned among them, who dabble with the teraphimisit Nergal, of whom the idolater speakether, Ashemeher Nibhazer Tarteka, Adramelcher Anamelcher Sukkoth, Benither Dagoner Belieler Baal, Perither Baal Purer Baal Zebub. Verily it is neither, but beware how thou lettest the rope slip too rapidly through thy fingers, for should the wickerwork chance to hang on the projection of yonder crag, there will be a woeful outpouring of the holy things of the sanctuary. By the assistance of some rudely constructed machinery, the heavily laden basket was now carefully lowered down among the multitude, and from the giddy pinnacle the Romans were seen gathering confusedly round it, but owing to the vast height and the prevalence of a fog, no distinct view of their operations could be obtained. Half an hour had already elapsed. We shall be too late, sighed the Pharisee, as at the expiration of this period he looked over into the abyss. We shall be too late, we shall be turned out of office by the Cathalim. No more, responded Abel Fatim, no more shall we feast upon the fat of the land, no longer shall our beards be odorous with frankincensier loins, girded up with fine linen from the temple. Raka swore Ben Levi, Raka, do they mean to defraud us of the purchase money, or holy Moses? Are they weighing the shekels of the tabernacle? They have given the signal at last, cried. The Pharisee have given the signal at last, pull away Abel Fittermand. Thou Buzi Ben Levi, pull a wafer. Verily, the Philistines have either still hold upon the basket, or the Lord hath softened their hearts, to place therein a beast of good weight. And the Gizbarim pulled away, while their burdens swung heavily upward through the still increasing mist. Busho hees, at the conclusion of an hour, some object at the extremity of the rope became indistinctly visible. Busho, he was the exclamation which burst from the lips of Ben Levi. Busho Hefer Shamate is a ram from the thickets of En-Gedi, and as rugged as the valley of Jehoshaphat. It is a firstling of the flock, said Abel Fittim. I know him by the bleeding of his lips, and the innocent folding of his limbs. His eyes are more beautiful than the jewels of the pectoral, and his flesh is like the honey of Hebron. It is a fatted calf from the pastures of Bashan, said the Pharisee. The heathen have dealt wonderfully with us. Let us raise up our voices in a psalmlet, us give thanks on the shawm, and on the psalterian the harp, and on the hugabin the cithern, and on the sackbut. It was not until the basket had arrived within a few feet of the Gizbarim that a low grunt betrayed to their perception a hog of no common size. Now Elimanu slowly, and with upturned eyes, ejaculated the trio, as letting go their hold, the emancipated porker tumbled headlong among the Philistines. Elimanu, God be with you, it is the unutterable flesh. The Sphinx. During the dread reign of the cholera in New York, I had accepted the invitation of a relative to spend a fortnight with him in the retirement of his cottage Orney on the banks of the Hudson. We had here around us all the ordinary means of summer amusement, and what with rambling in the woods, sketching, boating, fishing, bathing, music, and books, we should have passed the time pleasantly enough, but for the fearful intelligence which reached us every morning from the populous city. Not a day elapsed which did not bring us news of the decease of some acquaintance. Then, as the fatality increased, we learned to expect daily the loss of some friend. At length, we trembled at the approach of every messenger. The very air from the south seemed to us redolent with death. That palsying thought, indeed, took entire possession of my soul. I could neither speak, think, nor dream of anything else. My host was of a less excitable temperament, and although greatly depressed in spirits, exerted himself to sustain my own. His richly philosophical intellect was not at any time affected by unrealities to the substances of terror. He was sufficiently alive, but of its shadows he had no apprehension. His endeavors to arouse me from the condition of abnormal gloom into which I had fallen were frustrated in great measure by certain volumes which I had found in his library. These were of a character to force into germination whatever seeds of hereditary superstition lay latent in my bosom. I had been reading these books without his knowledge, and thus he was often at a loss to account for the forcible impressions which had been made upon my fancy. A favorite topic with me was the popular belief in omensa belief, which at this one epoch of my life I was almost seriously disposed to defend. On this subject we had long and animated discussions, maintaining the utter groundlessness of faith in such matters. I contending that a popular sentiment arising with absolute spontaneity, that is to say without apparent traces of suggestion, had in itself the unmistakable elements of truth, and was entitled to as much respect as that intuition which is the idiosyncrasy of the individual man of genius. The fact is that soon after my arrival at the cottage there had occurred to myself an incident so entirely inexplicable, and which had in it so much of the portentous character, that I might well have been excused for regarding it as an omen. It appalled, and at the same time so confounded and bewildered me, that many days elapsed before I could make up my mind to communicate the circumstances to my friend. Near the close of exceedingly warm day, I was sitting book in hand at an open window commanding through a long vista of the river banks a view of a distant hill, the face of which nearest my position had been denuded by what is termed a landslide of the principal portion of its trees. My thoughts had been long wandering from the volume before me to the gloom and desolation of the neighboring city. Uplifting my eyes from the page, they fell upon the naked face of the bill, and upon an object upon some living monster of hideous conformation, which very rapidly made its way from the summit to the bottom, disappearing finally in the dense forest below. As this creature first came in sight, I doubted my own sanity, at least the evidence of my own eyes, and many minutes passed before I succeeded in convincing myself that I was neither mad nor in a dream yet, when I described the monster, which I distinctly saw and calmly surveyed through the whole period of its progress. My readers, I fear, will feel more difficulty in being convinced of these points than even I did myself. Estimating the size of the creature by comparison with the diameter of the large trees near which it passeth, few giants of the forest, which had escaped the fury of the landslide, I concluded it to be far larger than any ship of the line in existence. I say ship of the line because the shape of the monster suggested the ideate hull of one of our 7-4 might convey a very tolerable conception of the general outline. The mouth of the animal was situated at the extremity of a proboscis, some 60 or 70 feet in length, and about as thick as the body of an ordinary elephant. Near the root of this trunk was an immense quantity of black shaggy hair, more than could have been supplied by the coats of a score of buffaloes, and projecting from this hair downwardly and laterally sprang two gleaming tusks, not unlike those of the wild boar, but of infinitely greater dimensions, extending forward parallel with the proboscis, and on each side of it was a gigantic staff 30 or 40 feet in length, formed seemingly of pure crystal, and in shape a perfect prismet, reflected in the most gorgeous manner the rays of the declining sun. The trunk was fashioned like a wedge, with the apex to the earth. From it there were outspread two pairs of wings, each wing nearly 100 yards in length, one pair being placed above the other, and all thickly covered with metal scales, each scale apparently some 10 or 12 feet in diameter. I observed that the upper and lower tiers of wings were connected by a strong chain, but the chief peculiarity of this horrible thing was the representation of a death's head, which covered nearly the whole surface of its breast, and which was as accurately traced in glaring white upon the dark ground of the body as if it had been there carefully designed by an artist. While I regarded the terrific animal, and more especially the appearance on its breast, with a feeling or horror, and all with a sentiment of forthcoming evil, which I found it impossible to quell by any effort of the reason, I perceived the huge jaws at the extremity of the proboscis suddenly expand themselves, and from them there proceeded a sound so loud and so expressive of woe that it struck upon my nerves like a knell, and as the monster disappeared at the foot of the hill, I fell at once fainting to the floor. Upon recovering, my first impulse, of course, was to inform my friend of what I had seen and heard, and I can scarcely explain what feeling of repugnance it was which in the end operated to prevent me. At length one evening, some 3 or 4 days after the occurrence, we were sitting together in the room in which I had seen the apparition, I occupying the same seat at the same window, and he lounging on a sofa near at hand. The association of the place and time impelled me to give him an account of the phenomenon. He heard me to the end, at first laughed heartily, and then lapsed into an excessively grave demeanor, as if my insanity was a thing beyond suspicion. At this instant I again had a distinct view of the monster toe, which with a shout of absolute terror I now directed his attention. He looked eagerly, but maintained that he saw nothing, although I designated minutely the course of the creature as it made its way down the naked face of the hill. I was now immeasurably alarmed, for I considered the vision either as an omen of my death, or worse, as the forerunner of an attack of mania. I threw myself passionately back in my chair, and for some moments buried my face in my hands. When I uncovered my eyes, the apparition was no longer apparent. My host, however, had in some degree resumed the calmness of his demeanor, and questioned me very rigorously in respect to the conformation of the visionary creature. When I had fully satisfied him on this head, he sighed deeply, as if relieved of some intolerable burden, and went on to talk with what I thought a cruel calmness of various points of speculative philosophy, which had heretofore formed subject of discussion between us. I remember his insisting very especially, among other things, upon the idea that the principal source of error in all human investigations lay in the liability of the understanding to underrate or to overvalue the importance of an object through mere misadmeasurement of its propinquity to estimate properly. For example, he said the influence to be exercised on mankind at large by the thorough diffusion of democracy, the distance of the epoch at which such diffusion may possibly be accomplished, should not fail to form an item in the estimate. Yet, can you tell me one writer on the subject of government who has ever thought this particular branch of the subject worthy of discussion at all? He here paused for a moment, stepped to a bookcase, and brought forth one of the ordinary synopses of natural history, requesting me then to exchange seats with him, that he might the better distinguish the fine print of the volume. He took my armchair at the window, and opening the book resumed his discourse very much in the same tone as before. But for your exceeding minuteness, he said, in describing the monster, I might never have had it in my power to demonstrate to you what it was in the first place. Let me read to you a schoolboy account of the genus Sphinx, of the family Crepuscularia, of the order Lepidoptera, of the class of insectivore insects. The account runs thus. 4 membranous wings, covered with little colored scales of metallic appearance, mouth forming a rolled proboscis, produced by an elongation of the jaws, upon the sides of which are found the rudiments of mandibles and downy palpi, the inferior wings retained to the superior by a stiff hair antenne, in the form of an elongated club, prismatic abdomen, pointed. The death-shedded Sphinx has occasioned much terror among the vulgar at times by the melancholy kind of cry which it utters, and the insignia of death which it wears upon its corslet. He here closed the book, and leaned forward in the chair, placing himself accurately in the position which I had occupied at the moment of beholding the monster. Ah, here it is, he presently exclaimed. It is rescending the face of the hill, and a very remarkable-looking creature. I admit it to be. Still it is by no means so large or so distant as you imagined it, for the fact is that as it wriggles its way up this thread, which some spider has wrought along the window sash, I find it to be about the 16th of an inch in its extreme length, and also about the 16th of an inch distant from the pupil of my eye. Hop frog. I never knew anyone so keenly alive to a joke as the king was. He seemed to live only for joking. To tell a good story of the joke kind, and to tell it well, was the surest road to his favor. Thus it happened that his 7 ministers were all noted for their accomplishments as jokers. They all took after the king, too, in being large, corpulent, oily men, as well as inimitable jokers. Whether people grow fat by joking, or whether there is something in fat itself which predisposes to a joke, I have never been quite able to determine, but certain it is that a lean joker is a rara avis in terris. About the refinements, or as he called them, the ghost of wit, the king troubled himself very little. He had an especial admiration for breadth in a jest, and would often put up with length for the sake of it. Over niceties wearied him. He would have preferred Rabelais' Gargantua to the Zadig of Voltaire, and upon the whole practical jokes suited his taste far better than verbal ones. At the date of my narrative, professing jesters had not altogether gone out of fashion at court. Several of the great continental powers still retained their fools, who wore motley with caps and bells, and who were expected to be always ready with sharp witticisms at a moment's notice, in consideration of the crumbs that fell from the royal table. Our king, as a matter of course, retained his fool. The fact is, he required something in the way of foliaf, only to counterbalance the heavy wisdom of the 7 wise men who were his ministers, not to mention himself. His fool, or professional jester, was not only a fool, however, his value was trebled in the eyes of the king by the fact of his being also a dwarf, and a crippled. Dwarfs were as common at court in those days as fools, and many monarchs would have found it difficult to get through their days. Days are rather longer at court than elsewhere without both a jester to laugh with and a dwarf to laugh at. But as I have already observed, your jesters in 99 cases out of 100 are fat, round, and unwieldy, so that it was no small source of self-gratulation with our king that in Hop Frog, this was the fool's name, he possessed a triplicate treasure in one person. I believe the name Hop Frog was not that given to the dwarf by his sponsors at baptism, but it was conferred upon him by general consent of the 7 ministers on account of his inability to walk, as other men do. In fact, Hop Frog could only get along by a sort of interjectional gait, something between a leap and a wriggler movement that afforded illimitable amusement, and of course consolation to the king, for notwithstanding the protuberance of his stomach and a constitutional swelling of the head, the king by his whole court was accounted a capital figure. But although Hop Frog, through the distortion of his legs, could move only with great pain and difficulty along a road or floor, the prodigious muscular power, which nature seemed to have bestowed upon his arms by way of compensation for deficiency in the lower limbs, enabled him to perform many feats of wonderful dexterity, where trees or ropes were in question, or anything else to climb. At such exercises, he certainly much more resembled a squirrel or a small monkey than a frog. I am not able to say with precision from what country Hop Frog originally came. It was from some barbarous region, however, that no person ever heard of a vast distance from the court of our King Hop Frog, and a young girl very little less dwarfish than himself, although of exquisite proportions, and a marvelous dancer had been forcibly carried off from their respective homes in adjoining provinces, and sent as presents to the king by one of his ever-victorious generals. Under these circumstances, it is not to be wondered that a close intimacy arose between the 2 little captives. Indeed, they soon became sworn friends. Hop Frog, who, although he made a great deal of sport, was by no means popular, had it not in his power to render Trippetta many services, but she, on account of her grace and exquisite beauty, although a dwarf, was universally admired and petted, so she possessed much influence, and never failed to use it whenever she could for the benefit of Hop Frog. On some grand state occasion, I forgot what, the king determined to have a masquerade, and whenever a masquerade or anything of that kind occurred at our court, then the talents both of Hop Frog and Trippetta were sure to be called into play. Hop Frog, in especial, was so inventive in the way of getting up pageants, suggesting novel characters, and arranging costumes for masked balls, that nothing could be done, it seems, without his assistance. The night appointed for the fete had arrived. A gorgeous hall had been fitted up under Trippetta's eye with every kind of device which could possibly give eclat to a masquerade. The whole court was in a fever of expectation. As for costumes and characters, it might well be supposed that everybody had come to a decision on such points. Many had made up their minds as to what roles they should assume a week or even a month in advance, and in fact there was not a particle of indecision anywhere except in the case of the king and his 7 minsters. Why they hesitated I never could tell, unless they did it by way of a joke. More probably they found it difficult on account of being so fat to make up their minds. At all events, time flew, and as a last resort they sent for Trippetta and Hop Frog. When the 2 little friends obeyed the summons of the king, they found him sitting at his wine with the 7 members of his cabinet council. But the monarch appeared to be in a very ill humor. He knew that Hop Frog was not fond of wine, for it excited the poor cripple almost to madness, and madness is no comfortable feeling. But the king loved his practical jokes, and took pleasure in forcing Hop Frog to drink, and as the king called it, to be merry. "Come here, Hop Frog," said he, as the jester and his friend entered the room. "Swallow this bumper to the health of your absent friends here." Hop Frog sighed. "And then let us have the benefit of your invention. We want characters, man, something novel out of the way. We are wearied with this everlasting sameness. Come drink, the wine will brighten your wits." Hop Frog endeavored as usual to get up a jest in reply to these advances from the king, but the effort was too much. It happened to be the poor dwarf's birthday, and the command to drink to his absent friends forced the tears to his eyes. Many large bitter drops fell into the goblet as he took it humbly from the hand of the tyrant. "Ah ha ha ha," roared the latter, as the dwarf reluctantly drained the beaker. "See what a glass of good wine can do. Why, your eyes are shining already." Poor fellow, his large eyes gleamed rather than shone, for the effect of wine on his excitable brain was not more powerful than instantaneous. He placed the goblet nervously on the table, and looked round upon the company with a half-insane stare. They all seemed highly amused at the success of the king's joke. "And now to business," said the prime minister, a very fat man. "Yes," said the king. "Come, Hop Frog, lend us your assistance. Characters, my fine fellow, we stand in need of character." Soul of Usha, ha ha. And as this was seriously meant for a joke, his laugh was chorused by the seven. Hop Frog also laughed, although feebly and somewhat vacantly. "Come, come," said the king impatiently, "have you nothing to suggest?" "I am endeavoring to think of something novel," replied the dwarf, abstractedly, for he was quite bewildered by the wine. "Endeavoring," cried the tyrant fiercely, "what do you mean by that? Ah, I perceive you are sulky and want more wine. Here, drink this." And he poured out another goblet full, and offered it to the cripple, who merely gazed at it, gasping for breath. "Drink, I say," shouted the monster, "or by the fiends." The dwarf hesitated, the king grew purple with rage, the courtiers smirked tripetta pale, as a corpse advanced to the monarch's seat, and falling on her knees before him, implored him to spare her friend. The tyrant regarded her for some moments in evident wonder at her audacity. He seemed quite at a loss what to do or say, how, most becomingly, to express his indignation. At last, without uttering a syllable, he pushed her violently from him and threw the contents of the brimming goblet in her face. The poor girl got up the best she could, and not daring even to sigh, resumed her position at the foot of the table. There was a dead silence for about half a minute, during which the falling of a leaf or of a feather might have been heard. It was interrupted by a low but harsh and protracted grating sound, which seemed to come at once from every corner of the room. What are you making that noise for?" demanded the king, turning furiously to the dwarf. The latter seemed to have recovered in great measure from his intoxication, and looking fixedly but quietly into the tyrant's face, merely ejaculated, "Aye, how could it have been me?" The sound appeared to come from without, observed one of the courtiers. "I fancy it was the parrot at the window, wetting his bill upon his cagewares." "True," replied the monarch, as if much relieved by the suggestion, "but on the honor of a knight, I could have sworn that it was the gritting of this vagabond's teeth." Hereupon the dwarf laughed. The king was too confirmed a joker to object to anyone's laughing, and displayed a set of large, powerful, and very repulsive teeth. Moreover, he avowed his perfect willingness to swallow as much wine as desired. The monarch was pacified, and having drained another bumper, with no very perceptible ill effect, Hop Frog entered at once, and with spirit, into the plans for the masquerade. "I cannot tell what was the association of idea," observed he very tranquilly, and as if he had never tasted wine in his life, "but just after your majesty had struck the girl and thrown the wine in her face, just after your majesty had done this, and while the parrot was making that odd noise outside the window, there came into my mind a capital diversion of my own country, frolics often enacted among us at our masquerades. But here it will be new altogether. Unfortunately, however, it requires a company of 8 persons, and—" "Here we are," cried the king, laughing at his acute discovery of the coincidence. "8 to a fraction, and my 7 ministers come. What is the diversion?" "We call it," replied the cripple, "the 8 chained orang-outans, and it really is excellent sport, if well enacted." "We will enact it," remarked the king, drawing himself up and lowering his eyelids. "The beauty of the game," continued Hop Frog, "lies in the fright it occasions among the women." "Capital," roared in chorus the monarch and his ministry. "I will equip you as orang-outans," proceeded the dwarf. "Leave all that to me. The resemblance shall be so striking that the company of masqueraders will take you for real beasts, and, of course, they will be as much terrified as astonished." "Oh, this is exquisite," exclaimed the king. "Hop Frog, I will make a man of you." "The chains are for the purpose of increasing the confusion by their jangling. You are supposed to have escaped en masse from your keepers. Your majesty cannot conceive the effect produced at a masquerade by 8 chained orang-outans, imagined to be real ones by most of the company, and rushing in with savage cries among the crowd of delicately and gorgeously habited men and women. The contrast is inimitable." "It must be," said the king, and the council arose hurriedly, as it was growing late, to put in execution the scheme of Hop Frog. His mode of equipping the party as orang-outans was very simple, but effective enough for his purposes. The animals in question had, at the epoch of my story, very rarely been seen in any part of the civilized world, and as the imitations made by the dwarf were sufficiently beast-like, and more than sufficiently hideous, their truthfulness to nature was thus thought to be secured. The king and his ministers were first encased in tight-fitting stockinette shirts and drawers. They were then saturated with tar at this stage of the process. One of the party suggested feathers, but the suggestion was at once overruled by the dwarf, who soon convinced the eight by ocular demonstration that the hair of such a brute as the orangutan was much more efficiently represented by flax. A thick coating of the latter was accordingly plastered upon the coating of tar. A long chain was now procured. First it was passed about the waist of the king, and tied then about another of the party, and also tied then about all successively in the same manner. When this chaining arrangement was complete, and the party stood as far apart from each other as possible, they formed a circle, and to make all things appear natural, hop frog passed the residue of the chain in two diameters at right angles across the circle, after the fashion adopted at the present day by those who capture chimpanzees or other large apes in Borneo. The grand saloon in which the masquerade was to take place was a circular room, very lofty, and receiving the light of the sun only through a single window at top. At night, the season for which the apartment was especially designed, it was illuminated principally by a large chandelier depending by a chain from the center of the skylight, and lowered or elevated by means of a counterbalance as usual. But in order not to look unsightly, this latter passed outside the cupola, and over the arrangements of the room had been left to Trippetta's superintendence, but in some particulars it seems she had been guided by the calmer judgment of her friend, the dwarf. At his suggestion, it was that on this occasion the chandelier was removed, its waxen drippings, which in weather so warm it was quite impossible to prevent, would have been seriously detrimental to the rich dresses of the guests who, on account of the crowded state of the saloon, could not all be expected to keep from out its center, that is to say, from under the chandelier. Additional sconces were set in various parts of the hall out of the war, and a flambeau emitting sweet odor was placed in the right hand of each of the caryatides that stood against the wall, some 50 or 60 altogether. The 8 orangutans, taking hop frogs' advice, waited patiently until midnight, when the room was thoroughly filled with masqueraders, before making their appearance. No sooner had the clock ceased striking, however, than they rushed, or rather rolled, in all Tojdurfer. The impediments of their chains caused most of the party to fall, and all to stumble as they entered. The excitement among the masqueraders was prodigious, and filled the heart of the king with glee, as had been anticipated. There were not a few of the guests who supposed the ferocious-looking creatures to be beasts of some kind in reality, if not precisely orangutans. Many of the women swooned with affright, and had not the king taken the precaution to exclude all weapons from the saloon, his party might soon have expiated their frolic in their blood, as it was. A general rush was made for the doors, but the king had ordered them to be locked immediately upon his entrance, and at the dwarf's suggestion the keys had been deposited with him. While the tumult was at its height, and each masquerader attentive only to his own safety, for in fact there was much real danger from the pressure of the excited crowd, the chain by which the chandelier ordinarily hung, and which had been drawn up on its removal, might have been seen very gradually to descend, until its hooked extremity came within 3 feet of the floor. Soon after this, the king and his 7 friends, having reeled about the hall in all directions, found themselves at length in its center, and of course in immediate contact with the chain. While they were thus situated, the dwarf, who had followed noiselessly at their heels, inciting them to keep up, the commotion took hold of their own chain at the intersection of the 2 portions, which crossed the circle diametrically, and at right angles. Here, with the rapidity of thought, he inserted the hook from which the chandelier had been wont to depend, and in an instant, by some unseen agency, the chandelier chain was drawn so far upward as to take the hook out of reach, and as an inevitable consequence, to drag the orangutans together in close connection and face to face. The masqueraders by this time had recovered in some measure from their alarm, and beginning to regard the whole matter as a well-contrived pleasantry, set up a loud shout of laughter at the predicament of the apes. "Leave them to me now," screamed Hop Frog, his shrill voice making itself easily heard through all the din. "Leave them to me. I fancy I know them. If I can only get a good look at them, I can soon tell who they are." Here, scrambling over the heads of the crowd, he managed to get to the wall, when seizing a flambeau from one of the caryatides he returned, as he went to the center of the room, leaped with the agility of a monkey upon the king's head, and thence clambered a few feet up the chain, holding down the torch, to examine the group of orangutans, and still screaming, "I shall soon find out who they are." And now, while the whole assembly, the apes included, were convulsed with laughter, the jester suddenly uttered a shrill whistle, when the chain flew violently up, for about 30 feet, dragging with it the dismayed and struggling orangutans, and leaving them suspended in midair. Between the skylight and the floor-hop frog, clinging to the chain, as it rose, still maintained his relative position in respect to the 8 maskers, and still, as if nothing were the matter, continued to thrust his torch down toward them, as though endeavoring to discover who they were. So thoroughly astonished was the whole company at this ascent, that a dead silence of about a minute's duration ensued. It was broken by just such a low, harsh, grating sound as had before attracted the attention of the king and his counselors when the former threw the wine in the face of Trippetta. On the present occasion, there could be no question as to whence the sound issued. It came from the fang-like teeth of the dwarf who ground them, and gnashed them as he foamed at the mouth, and glared with an expression of maniacal rage into the upturned countenances of the king and his 7 companions. "Aha," said at length the infuriated jester, "aha, I begin to see who these people are now here pretending to scrutinize the king more closely." He held the flambeau to the flaxen coat which enveloped him, and which instantly burst into a sheet of vivid flame. In less than half a minute, the whole 8 orangutans were blazing fiercely amid the shrieks of the multitude who gazed at them from below, horror-stricken, and without the power to render them the slightest assistance. At length the flames, suddenly increasing in virulence, forced the jester to climb higher up the chain to be out of their reach, and as he made this movement, the crowd again sank for a brief instant into silence. The dwarf seized his opportunity and once more spoke. "I now see distinctly," he said, "what manner of people these maskers are. They are a great king, and his 7 privy-councillors, a king who does not scruple to strike a defenseless girl, and his 7 councillors who abet him in the outrage. As for myself, I am simply Hop Frog the jester, and this is my last jest." Owing to the high combustibility of both the flax and the tar to which it adhered, the dwarf had scarcely made an end of his brief speech before the work of vengeance was complete. The 8 corpses swung in their chains, a fetid, blackened, hideous, and indistinguishable mass. The cripple hurled his torch at them, clambered leisurely to the ceiling, and disappeared through the skylight. It is supposed that Trippetta, stationed on the roof of the saloon, had been the accomplice of her friend in his fiery revenge, and that together they effected their escape to their own country, for neither was seen again. The man of the crowd. Si grand malheur de ne pouvoir être sur la braille. It was well said of a certain German book that last sich nicht lessenet does not permit itself to be read. There are some secrets which do not permit themselves to be told. Men die nightly in their beds, wringing the hands of ghostly confessors, and looking them piteously in the eyes with despair of heart and convulsion of throat, on account of the hideousness of mysteries which will not suffer themselves to be revealed now. And then, alas, the conscience of man takes up a burthen so heavy in horror that it can be thrown down only into the grave, and thus the essence of all crime is undivulged. Not long ago, about the closing in of an evening in autumn, I sat at the large bow window of the D Coffee House in London. For some months I had been ill in health, but was now convalescent, and with returning strength found myself in one of those happy moods which are so precisely the converse of ennui, moods of the keenest appetency, when the film from the mental vision departs, and the intellect electrified surpasses as greatly its everyday condition as does the vivid yet candid reason of Leibniz. The mad and flimsy rhetoric of Gorgias, merely to breathe, was enjoyment, and I derived positive pleasure even from many of the legitimate sources of pain. I felt a calm but inquisitive interest in everything. With a cigar in my mouth and a newspaper in my lap, I had been amusing myself for the greater part of the afternoon, now in poring over advertisements, now in observing the promiscuous company in the room, and now in peering through the smoky panes into the street. This latter is one of the principal thoroughfares of the city, and had been very much crowded during the whole day, but as the darkness came on, the throng momently increased, and by the time the lamps were well lighted, 2 dense and continuous tides of population were rushing past the door at this particular period of the evening. I had never before been in a similar situation, and the tumultuous sea of human heads filled me therefore with a delicious novelty of emotion. I gave up at length all care of things within the hotel, and became absorbed in contemplation of the scene without. At first my observations took an abstract and generalizing turn. I looked at the passengers in masses, and thought of them in their aggregate relations. Soon, however, I descended to details, and regarded with minute interest the innumerable varieties of figure, dress, air, gait, visage, and expression of countenance. By far the greater number of those who went by had a satisfied, businesslike demeanor, and seemed to be thinking only of making their way through the press. Their brows were knit, and their eyes rolled quickly. When pushed against by fellow wayfarers, they evinced no symptom of impatience, but adjusted their clothes, and hurried on. Others still, a numerous class, were restless in their movements, had flushed faces, and talked and gesticulated to themselves, as if feeling in solitude on account of the very denseness of the company around. When impeded in their progress, these people suddenly ceased muttering, but redoubled their gesticulations, and awaited with an absent and overdone smile upon the lips the course of the persons impeding them. If jostled, they bowed profusely to the jostlers, and appeared overwhelmed with confusion. There was nothing very distinctive about these two large classes, beyond what I have noted. Their habiliments belonged to that order which is pointedly termed the decent. They were undoubtedly noblemen, merchants, attorneys, tradesmen, stockjobbers, eupatrids, and the commonplaces of society, men of leisure and men actively engaged in affairs of their own, conducting business upon their own responsibility. They did not greatly excite my attention. The tribe of clerks was an obvious one, and here I discerned two remarkable divisions. There were the junior clerks of flash house, young gentlemen with tight coats, bright boots, well-oiled hair, and supercilious lips, setting aside a certain dapperness of carriage which may be termed deschism for want of a better word. The manner of these persons seemed to me an exact facsimile of what had been the perfection of bon ton about 12 or 18 months before they wore the cast-off graces of the gentry, and this, I believe, involves the best definition of the class. The division of the upper clerks of staunch firms, or of the steady old fellows. It was not possible to mistake. These were known by their coats and pantaloons of black or brown, made to sit comfortably, with white cravats and waistcoats, broad solid-looking shoes, and thick hose or gaiters. They had all slightly bald heads, from which the right ears, long used to pen-holding, had an odd habit of standing off on end. I observed that they always removed or settled their hats with both hands, and wore watches with short gold chains of a substantial and ancient pattern. Theirs was the affectation of respectability. Indeed, there be an affectation so honorable. There were many individuals of dashing appearance, whom I easily understood as belonging to the race of swell pickpockets with which all great cities are infested. I watched these gentry with much inquisitiveness, and found it difficult to imagine how they should ever be mistaken for gentlemen by gentlemen themselves. Their voluminousness of wristband, with an air of excessive frankness, should betray them at once. The gamblers, of whom I descried not a few, were still more easily recognizable. They wore every variety of dress, from that of the desperate thimble-rig bully, with velvet waistcoat, fancy neckerchief, gilt chains, and filigreed buttons, to that of the scrupulously inornate clergyman, than which nothing could be less liable to suspicion. Still, all were distinguished by a certain sodden swarthiness of complexion, a filmy dimness of eye, and pallor and compression of lip. There were two other traits, moreover, by which I could always detect them: a guarded lowness of tone in conversation, and a more than ordinary extension of the thumb in a direction at right angles with the fingers, very often in company with these sharpers. I observed an order of men somewhat different in habits, but still birds of a kindred feather. They may be defined as the gentlemen who live by their wits. They seem to prey upon the public in two battalions, that of the dandies and that of the military men of the first grade. The leading features are long locks and smiles, of the second, frogged coats and frowns. Descending in the scale of what is termed gentility, I found darker and deeper themes for speculation. I saw Jew peddlers with hawk eyes, flashing from countenances whose every other feature wore only an expression of abject humility, sturdy professional street beggars scowling upon mendicants of a better stamp whom despair alone had driven forth into the night for charity, feeble and ghastly invalids, upon whom death had placed a sure hand, and who sidled and tottered through the mob, looking every one beseechingly in the face, as if in search of some chance consolation, some lost hope, modest young girls returning from long and late labor to a cheerless home, and shrinking more tearfully than indignantly from the glances of ruffians, whose direct contact even could not be avoided, women of the town of all kinds and of all ages. Unequivocal beauty in the prime of her womanhood, putting one in mind of the statue in Lucian with the surface of Parian marble, and the interior filled with filth, the loathsome and utterly lost leper in rags, wrinkled, bejeweled, and paint-begrimed beldame making a last effort at youth, the mere child of immature form, yet from long association, an adept in the dreadful coquetries of her trade, and burning with a rabid ambition to be ranked the equal of her elders in vice, drunkards, innumerable and indescribable, some in shreds and patches, reeling, inarticulate, with bruised visage and lackluster eyes, some in whole, although filthy garments, with a slightly unsteady swagger, thick sensual lips, and hearty-looking rubicund face, others clothed in materials which had once been good, and which even now were scrupulously well-brushed men who walked with a more than naturally firm and springy step, but whose countenances were fearfully pale, whose eyes hideously wild and red, and who clutched with quivering fingers, as they strode through the crowd, at every object which came within their reach, beside these peamen, porters, coal-heavers, sweeps, organ-grinders, monk-cake exhibitors, and ballad-mongers, those who vended with those who sang, ragged artisans and exhausted laborers of every description, and all full of a noisy and inordinate vivacity which jarred discordantly upon the ear and gave an aching sensation to the eye. As the night deepened, so deepened to me the interest of the scene, for not only did the general character of the crowd materially alter its gentler features, retiring in the gradual withdrawal of the more orderly portion of the people, and its harsher ones coming out into bolder relief as the late hour brought forth every species of infamy from its den, but the rays of the gas lamps, feeble at first in their struggle with the dying day, had now at length gained ascendancy, and threw over everything a fitful and garish lustre. All was dark yet splendid as that ebony to which has been likened the style of Tertullian. The wild effects of the light enchained me to an examination of individual faces, and although the rapidity with which the world of light flitted before the window prevented me from casting more than a glance upon each visage, still, it seemed that in my then peculiar mental state I could frequently read, even in that brief interval of a glance, the history of long years. With my brow to the glass, I was thus occupied in scrutinizing the mob, when suddenly there came into view a countenance, that of a decrepit old man, some 65 or 70 years of age, a countenance which at once arrested and absorbed my whole attention, on account of the absolute idiosyncrasy of its expression. Anything even remotely resembling that expression I had never seen before. I well remember that my first thought upon beholding it was that, wretch, had he viewed, it would have greatly preferred it to his own pictorial incarnations of the fiend. As I endeavored, during the brief minute of my original survey, to form some analysis of the meaning conveyed, there arose confusedly and paradoxically within my mind the ideas of vast mental power, of caution, of penuriousness, of avarice, of coolness, of malice, of blood, thirstiness, of triumph, of merriment, of excessive terror, of intensifies, supreme despair. I felt singularly aroused, startled, fascinated. How wild a history, I said to myself, is written within that bosom. Then came a craving desire to keep the man in view. No more of him. Hurriedly putting on an overcoat and seizing my hat and cane, I made my way into the street and pushed through the crowd in the direction which I had seen him take, for he had already disappeared. With some little difficulty, I at length came within sight of him, approached, and followed him closely yet cautiously, so as not to attract his attention. I had now a good opportunity of examining his person. He was short in stature, very thin, and apparently very feeble. His clothes generally were filthy and ragged, but as he came now and then within the strong glare of a lamp, I perceived that his linen, although dirty, was of beautiful texture, and my vision deceived me, or through a rent in a closely buttoned and evidently second-handed roquelaire, which enveloped him, I caught a glimpse both of a diamond and of a dagger. These observations heightened my curiosity, and I resolved to follow the stranger whithersoever he should go. It was now fully nightfall, and a thick humid fog hung over the city, soon ending in a settled and heavy rain. This change of weather had an odd effect upon the crowd, the whole of which was at once put into new commotion, and overshadowed by a world of umbrellas, the waver, the jostle, and the hum increased in a tenfold degree. For my own part, one did not much regard the rain, lurking of an old fever in my system, rendering the moisture somewhat too dangerously pleasant. Tying a handkerchief about my mouth, I kept on for half an hour. The old man held his way with difficulty along the great thoroughfare, and I here walked close at his elbow through fear of losing sight of him, never once turning his head to look back. He did not observe me. By and by he passed into a cross street, which, although densely filled with people, was not quite so much thronged as the main one he had quitted. Here a change in his demeanor became evident. He walked more slowly, and with less object than before. More hesitatingly he crossed and recrossed the way repeatedly without apparent aim, and the press was still so thick that at every such movement I was obliged to follow him closely. The street was a narrow and long one, and his course lay within it for nearly an hour, during which the passengers had gradually diminished to about that number which is ordinarily seen at noon in Broadway near the Park. So vast a difference is there between a London populace and that of the most frequented American city. A second turn brought us into a square, brilliantly lighted and overflowing with life. The old manner of the stranger reappeared. His chin fell upon his breast, while his eyes rolled wildly from under his knit brows in every direction upon those who hemmed him in. He urged his way steadily and perseveringly. I was surprised, however, to find upon his having made the circuit of the square that he turned and retraced his steps. Still more was I astonished to see him repeat the same walk several times, once nearly detecting me as he came round with a sudden movement. In this exercise he spent another hour, at the end of which we met with far less interruption from passengers than at first. The rain fell fast, the air grew cool, and the people were retiring to their homes. With a gesture of impatience, the wanderer passed into a by-street, comparatively deserted. Down this, some quarter of a mile long, he rushed with an activity I could not have dreamed of seeing in one so aged, and which put me to much trouble in pursuit. A few minutes brought us to a large and busy bazaar, with the localities of which the stranger appeared well acquainted, and where his original demeanor again became apparent as he forced his way to and fro without aim among the host of buyers and sellers. During the hour and a half or thereabouts which we passed in this place, it required much caution on my part to keep him within reach without attracting his observation. Luckily, I wore a pair of caoutchouc overshoes and could move about in perfect silence. At no moment did he see that I watched him. He entered shop after shop, priced nothing, spoke no word, and looked at all objects with a wild and vacant stare. I was now utterly amazed at his behavior, and firmly resolved that we should not part until I had satisfied myself in some measure respecting him. A Loughton clock struck 11, and the company were fast deserting the bazaar. A shopkeeper, in putting up a shutter, jostled the old man, and at the instant I saw a strong shudder come over his frame. He hurried into the street, looked anxiously around him for an instant, and then ran with incredible swiftness through many crooked and peopleless lanes until we emerged once more upon the great thoroughfare whence we had started. The street of the D Hotel. It no longer wore, however, the same aspect. It was still brilliant with gas, but the rain fell fiercely, and there were few persons to be seen. The stranger grew pale. He walked moodily some paces up the once populous avenue, then, with a heavy sigh, turned in the direction of the river, and plunging through a great variety of devious ways, came out at length in view of one of the principal theaters. It was about being closed, and the audience were thronging from the doors. I saw the old man gasp, as if for breath, while he threw himself amid the crowd, but I thought that the intense agony of his countenance had in some measure abated. His head again fell upon his breast. He appeared as I had seen him at first. I observed that he now took the course in which had gone the greater number of the audience, but, upon the whole, I was at a loss to comprehend the waywardness of his actions. As he proceeded, the company grew more scattered, and his old uneasiness and vacillation were resumed for some time, he followed closely a party of some 10 or 12 roisterers. But from this number one by one dropped off, until 3 only remained together in a narrow and gloomy lane little frequented. The stranger paused, and for a moment seemed lost in thought, then with every mark of agitation pursued rapidly a route which brought us to the verge of the city, amid regions very different from those we had hitherto traversed. It was the most noisome quarter of London, where everything wore the worst impress of the most deplorable poverty, and of the most desperate crime by the dim light of an accidental lamp. Tall, antique, worm-eaten wooden tenements were seen, tottering to their fall in directions so many and capricious that scarce the semblance of a passage was discernible between them. The paving stones lay at random, displaced from their beds by the rankly growing grass. Horrible filth festered in the dammed-up gutters. The whole atmosphere teemed with desolation. Yet as we proceeded, the sounds of human life revived by sure degrees, and at length large bands of the most abandoned of a London populace were seen reeling to and fro. The spirits of the old man again flickered up as a lamp, which is near its death hour. Once more he strode onward with elastic tread. Suddenly, a corner was turned, a blaze of light burst upon our sight, and we stood before one of the huge suburban temples of intemperantione, of the palaces of the fiend Jinn. It was now nearly daybreak, but a number of wretched inebriates still pressed in and out of the flaunting entrance. With a half-shriek of joy, the old man forced a passage within, resumed at once his original bearing, and stalked backward and forward, without apparent object among the throng. He had not been thus long occupied, however, before a rush to the doors gave token that the host was closing them for the night. It was something even more intense than despair that I then observed upon the countenance of the singular being whom I had watched so pertinaciously. Yet he did not hesitate in his career, but with a mad energy retraced his steps at once to the heart of the mighty London. Long and swiftly he fled, while I followed him in the wildest amazement, resolute not to abandon a scrutiny in which I now felt an interest all-absorbing. The sun arose while we proceeded, and when we had once again reached that most thronged mart of the populous town street of the D Hotel, it presented an appearance of human bustle and activity scarcely inferior to what I had seen on the evening before. And here, long amid the momently increasing confusion, did I persist in my pursuit of the stranger. But as usual he walked to and fro, and during the day did not pass from out the turmoil of that street. And as the shades of the second evening came on, I grew wearied unto death, and stopping fully in front of the wanderer, gazed at him steadfastly in the face. He noticed me not, but resumed his solemn walk, while I, ceasing to follow, remained absorbed in contemplation. This old man, I said at length, is the type and the genius of deep crime. He refuses to be alone. He is the man of the crowd. It will be in vain to follow, for I shall learn no more of him nor of his deeds. The worst heart of the world is a grosser book than the hortulus anim one, and perhaps it is but one of the great mercies of God that last sich nicht lesson. 1. The hortulus anim, cum oratiunculis aliquibus superaditis, of Gruninger. Never bet the devil your head. A tale with a moral. Contal quellas costumbres de un autor, says Don Thomas de las Torres in the preface to his amatory poems, Sean puras y castas importo my poco, queno Sean igualmente severas sus obras, meaning in plain English that provided the morals of an author are pure personally, it signifies nothing what are the morals of his books. We presume that Don Thomas is now in purgatory for the assertion. It would be a clever thing too, in the way of poetical justice, to keep him there until his amatory poems get out of print or are laid definitely upon the shelf. Through lack of readers, every fiction should have a moral, and what is more to the purpose, the critics have discovered that every fiction has. Philip Melanchthon some time ago wrote a commentary upon the Batrachomyomachia, and proved that the poet's object was to excite a distaste for sedition. Pierre Lassen, going a step farther, shows that the intention was to recommend to young men temperance in eating and drinking. Just so too Jacobus Hugo has satisfied himself that by Euenes Homer meant to insinuate John Calvin, by Antoninus Martin Luther, by the Lottafoggy Protestants in general, and by the Harpies. The Dutch, our more modern scholiasts, are equally acute. These fellows demonstrate a hidden meaning in the antediluvians, a parable in Powhatan, new views in Cock Robin, and transcendentalism in Hop. Oh my thumb. In short, it has been shown that no man can sit down to write without a very profound design. Thus to authors in general much trouble is spared. A novelist, for example, need have no care of his moral. It is there, that is to say, it is somewhere, and the moral and the critics can take care of themselves. when the proper time arrives, all that the gentleman intended, and all that he did not intend, will be brought to light in the dial or the downeaster, together with all that he ought to have intended, and the rest that he clearly meant to intend, so that it will all come very straight in the end. There is no just ground, therefore, for the charge brought against me by certain ignoramuses that I have never written a moral tale, or in more precise words, a tale with a moral. They are not the critics predestined to bring me out and develop my morals. That is the secret by and by the North American quarterly humdrum will make them ashamed of their stupidity in the meantime, by way of staying execution, by way of mitigating the accusations against me. I offer the sad history appended, a history about whose obvious moral there can be no question whatever, since he who runs may read it in the large capitals, which form the title of the tale. I should have credit for this arrangement, a far wiser one than that of La Fontaine and others, who reserve the impression to be conveyed until the last moment, and thus sneak it in at the fag end of their fables. Defuncti injuria ne efficienta was a law of the 12 tables, and de mortuis nil nisi bonum is an excellent injunction. Even if the dead in question be nothing but dead small beer, it is not my design, therefore, to vituperate my deceased friend Toby. Damn it, he was a sad dog, it is true, and a dog's death it was that he died, but he himself was not to blame for his vices. They grew out of a personal defect in his mother. She did her best in the way of flogging him, while an infant, for duties to her well-regulated mind were always pleasures, and babies, like tough steaks or the modern Greek olive trees, are invariably the better for beating. But, poor woman, she had the misfortune to be left-handed, and a child flogged left-handedly had better be left unflogged. The world revolves from right to left. It will not do to whip a baby from left to right. If each blow in the proper direction drives an evil propensity out, it follows that every thump in an opposite one knocks its quota of wickedness in. I was often present at Toby's chastisements, and even by the way in which he kicked, I could perceive that he was getting worse and worse every day. At last, I saw through the tears in my eyes that there was no hope of the villain at all, and one day when he had been cuffed until he grew so black in the face that one might have mistaken him for a little African, and no effect had been produced beyond that of making him wriggle himself into a fit, I could stand it no longer, but went down upon my knees forthwith, and uplifting my voice, made prophecy of his ruin. The fact is that his precocity in vice was awful. At 5 months of age, he used to get into such passions that he was unable to articulate. At 6 months, I caught him gnawing a pack of cards. At 7 months, he was in the constant habit of catching and kissing the female babies. At 8 months, he peremptorily refused to put his signature to the temperance pledge. Thus, he went on increasing in iniquity month after month, until at the close of the first year, he not only insisted upon wearing mustaches, but had contracted a propensity for cursing and swearing, and for backing his assertions by bets. Through this latter, most ungentlemanly practice, the ruin which I had predicted to Toby Dammit overtook him at last. The fashion had grown with his growth, and strengthened with his strength, so that when he came to be a man, he could scarcely utter a sentence without interlarding it with a proposition to gamble. Not that he actually laid wagers. No, I will do my friend the justice to say that he would as soon have laid eggs with him. The thing was a mere formula, nothing more. His expressions on this head had no meaning attached to them, whatever they were, simple, if not altogether innocent, expletives, imaginative phrases, wherewith to round off a sentence. When he said, "Bet you so and so," nobody ever thought of taking him up, but still, I could not help thinking it my duty to put him down. The habit was an immoral one, and so I told him it was a vulgar one. Thighs, I begged him to believe it was discountenanced by society. Her, I said nothing, but the truth, it was forbidden by Act of Congress. Her, I had not the slightest intention of telling a lie. I remonstrate, but to no purpose. I demonstrate in vain. I entreated, smiled, I implored, laughed, I preached, sneered, I threatened, swore, I kicked him, he called for the police, I pulled his nose, blew it, and offered to bet the devil his head that I would not venture to try that experiment again. Poverty was another vice, which the peculiar physical deficiency of Dammit's mother had entailed upon her son. He was detestably poor, and this was the reason, no doubt, that his expletive expressions about betting seldom took a pecuniary turn. I will not be bound to say that I ever heard him make use of such a figure of speech as "I'll bet you $1." It was usually ill, bet you what you please, or ill, bet you what you dare, or ill, bet you a trifle, or else, more significantly still ill, bet the devil my head. This latter form seemed to please him best perhaps, because it involved the least risk, for damn it, had become excessively parsimonious. Had anyone taken him up, his head was small, and thus his loss would have been small too, but these are my own reflections, and I am by no means sure that I am right in attributing them to him. At all events, the phrase in question grew daily in favor, notwithstanding the gross impropriety of a man betting his brains like bandnotes, but this was a point which my friend's perversity of disposition would not permit him to comprehend in the end. He abandoned all other forms of wager, and gave himself up to ill bet the devil my head with a pertinacity and exclusiveness of devotion that displeased not less than it surprised me. I am always displeased by circumstances for which I cannot account. Mysteries force a man to think, and so injure his health. The truth is, there was something in the air with which Mr. Dammit was wont to give utterance to his offensive expression, something in his manner of enunciation which at first interested, and afterwards made me very uneasy, something which, for want of a more definite term at present, I must be permitted to call queer, but which Mr. Coleridge would have called mystical, Mr. Kant pantheistical, Mr. Carlyle twistical, and Mr. Emerson hyperquisitistical. I began not to like it at all. Mr. Dammit's soul was in a perilous state. I resolved to bring all my eloquence into play to save it. I vowed to serve him as St. Patrick in the Irish Chronicle is said to have served the toad, that is to say, awaken him to a sense of his situation. I addressed myself to the task forthwith. Once more I betook myself to remonstrance. Again I collected my energies for a final attempt at expostulation. When I had made an end of my lecture, Mr. Dammit indulged himself in some very equivocal behavior. For some moments he remained silent, merely looking me inquisitively in the face. But presently he threw his head to one side and elevated his eyebrows to a great extent. Then he spread out the palms of his hands and shrugged up his shoulders. Then he winked with the right eye. Then he repeated the operation with the left. Then he shut them both up very tight. Then he opened them both so very wide that I became seriously alarmed for the consequences. Then, applying his thumb to his nose, he thought proper to make an indescribable movement with the rest of his fingers. Finally, setting his arms akimbo, he condescended to reply. I can call to mind only the heads of his discourse. He would be obliged to me if I would hold my tongue. He wished none of my advice. He despised all my insinuations. He was old enough to take care of himself. Did I still think him baby? Damn it! Did I mean to say anything against his character? Did I intend to insult him? Was I a fool? Was my maternal parent aware, in a word, of my absence from the domiciliary residence? He would put this latter question to me as to a man of veracity, and he would bind himself to abide by my reply. Once more, he would demand explicitly if my mother knew that I was out. My confusion, he said, betrayed me, and he would be willing to bet the devil his head that she did not. Mr. Dammit did not pause for my rejoinder. Turning upon his heel, he left my presence with undignified precipitation. It was well for him that he did so. My feelings had been wounded, even my anger had been aroused. For once I would have taken him up upon his insulting wager. I would have won for the archenemy, Mr. Dammit's little headfer. The fact is, my mamma was very well aware of my merely temporary absence from home. But coda shefa medade, heaven gives relief, as the Mussulmans say, when you tread upon their toes. It was in pursuance of my duty that I had been insulted, and I bore the insult like a man. It now seemed to me, however, that I had done all that could be required of me in the case of this miserable individual, and I resolved to trouble him no longer with my counsel, but to leave him to his conscience and himself. But although I forbore to intrude with my advice, I could not bring myself to give up his society altogether. I even went so far as to humor some of his less reprehensible propensities, and there were times when I found myself lauding his wicked jokes, as epicures do, mustard with tears in my eye. So profoundly did it grieve me to hear his evil talk. One fine day, having strolled out together arm in arm, our route led us in the direction of a river. There was a bridge, and we resolved to cross it. It was roofed over by way of protection from the weather, and the archway, having but few windows, was thus very uncomfortably dark. As we entered the passage, the contrast between the external glare and the interior gloom struck heavily upon my spirits, not so upon those of the unhappy Dammit, who offered to bet the devil his head that I was hipped. He seemed to be in an unusual good humor. He was excessively lively, so much so that I entertained, I know not what of uneasy suspicion. It is not impossible that he was affected with the transcendentals. I am not well enough versed, however, in the diagnosis of this disease to speak with decision upon the point. And unhappily, there were none of my friends of the dial present. I suggest the idea, nevertheless, because of a certain species of austere merry andrewism, which seemed to beset my poor friend, and caused him to make quite a tomfool of himself. Nothing would serve him but wriggling and skipping about under and over everything that came in his way, now shouting out, and now lisping out all manner of odd little and big words, yet preserving the gravest face in the world. All the time I really could not make up my mind whether to kick or to pity him. At length, having passed nearly across the bridge, we approached the termination of the footway, when our progress was impeded by a turnstile of some height. Through this, I made my way quietly, pushing it around as usual, but this turn would not serve the turn of Mr. Dammit. He insisted upon leaping the stile, and said he could cut a pigeon wing over it in the air. Now this, conscientiously speaking, I did not think he could do. The best pigeon winger over all kinds of style was my friend Mr. Carlyle, and as I knew he could not do it, I would not believe that it could be done by Toby Dammit. I therefore told him in so many words that he was a braggadocio, and could not do what he said. For this I had reason to be sorry afterward, for he straightway offered to bet the devil his head that he could. I was about to reply, notwithstanding my previous resolutions, with some remonstrance against his impiety, when I heard close at my elbow a slight cough, which sounded very much like the ejaculation "ahem." I started, and looked about me in surprise. My glance at length fell into a nook of the framework of the bridge, and upon the figure of a little lame old gentleman of venerable aspect. Nothing could be more reverend than his whole appearance, for he not only had on a full suit of black, but his shirt was perfectly clean, and the collar turned very neatly down over a white cravat, while his hair was parted in front like a girl's. His hands were clasped pensively together over his stomach, and his two eyes were carefully rolled up into the top of his head. Upon observing him more closely, I perceived that he wore a black silk apron over his small clothes, and this was a thing which I thought very odd. Before I had time to make any remark, however, upon so singular a circumstance, he interrupted me with a second ahem. To this observation I was not immediately prepared to reply. The fact is, remarks of this laconic nature are nearly unanswerable. I have known a quarterly review nonplussed by the word fudge. I am not ashamed to say, therefore, that I turned to Mr. Dammit for assistance. Dammit, said I, what are you about? Don't you hearth gentleman says ahem. I looked sternly at my friend. While I thus addressed him, for to say the truth, I felt particularly puzzled, and when a man is particularly puzzled, he must knit his brows and look savage, or else he is pretty sure to look like a fool. Dammit, observed I, although this sounded very much like an oath, than which nothing was further from my thoughts. Dammit, I suggested. Gentleman says ahem. I do not attempt to defend my remark on the score of profundity. I did not think it profound myself, but I have noticed that the effect of our speeches is not always proportionate with their importance in our own eyes, and if I had shot Mr. Roman 500 through and through with a Paixhan bomb, or knocked him in the head with the poets and poetry of America, he could hardly have been more discomfited than when I addressed him with those simple words, Dammit, what are you about? Don't you hearth gentleman says ahem. You don't say so, gasped he at length, after turning more colors than a pirate runs up one after the other, when chased by a man-of-war. Are you quite sure, he said, that well, at all events, I am in for it now, and may as well put a bold face upon the matter. Here goes the Nahum. At this, the little old gentleman seemed pleased. God only knows why he left his station at the nook of the bridge, limped forward with a gracious air, took Dammit by the hand, and shook it cordially, looking all the while straight up in his face, with an air of the most unadulterated benignity which it is possible for the mind of man to imagine. I am quite sure you will win it, Dammit, said he with the frankest of all smiles, but we are obliged to have a trial, you know, for the sake of mere form. Ahem, replied my friend, taking off his coat with a deep sigh tying a pocket handkerchief around his waist, and producing an unaccountable alteration in his countenance by twisting up his eyes and bringing down the corners of his mouth. "Ahem, and ahem," said he again, after a pause, and not another word more than "ahem" did I ever know him to say. After that, "aha," thought I without expressing myself aloud. This is quite a remarkable silence on the part of Toby Dammit, and is no doubt a consequence of his verbosity upon a previous occasion. One extreme induces another. I wonder if he has forgotten the many unanswerable questions which he propounded to me so fluently on the day when I gave him my last lecture. At all events, he is cured of the transcendentals. "Ahem," here replied Toby, just as if he had been reading my thoughts, and looking like a very old sheep in a reverie. The old gentleman now took him by the arm, and led him more into the shade of the bridge a few paces back from the turnstile. "My good fellow," said he, "I make it a point of conscience to allow you this much run. Wait here till I take my place by the stile, so that I may see whether you go over it handsomely and transcendentally, and don't omit any flourishes of the pigeon wing, a mere form, you know. I will say 1, 2, 3, and away. Mind, you start at the word away." Here he took his position by the stile, paused a moment, as if in profound reflection, then looked up, and I thought smiled very slightly, then tightened the strings of his apron, then took a long look at Dammit, and finally gave the word as agreed upon. 1, 2, 3, and away. Punctually at the word away, my poor friend set off in a strong gallop. The stile was not very high like Mr. Lordsner, yet very low like that of Mr. Lord's reviewers. But upon the whole, I made sure that he would clear it. And then what if he did nota? That was the question. What if he did not? What right said I had the old gentleman to make any other gentleman jump? The little old Dotten carry on. Who is he? If he asks me to jump, I won't do it. That's flat. And I don't care who the devil he is. The bridge, as I say, was arched and covered in a very ridiculous manner, and there was a most uncomfortable echo about it at all times, an echo which I never before so particularly observed as when I uttered the 4 last words of my remark. But what I said, or what I thought, or what I heard occupied only an instant. In less than 5 seconds from his starting, my poor Toby had taken the leap. I saw him run nimbly and spring grandly from the floor of the bridge, cutting the most awful flourishes with his legs. As he went up, I saw him high in the air, pigeon-winging it to admiration just over the top of the stile. And of course, I thought it an unusually singular thing that he did not continue to go over, but the whole leap was the affair of a moment, and before I had a chance to make any profound reflections, down came Mr. Dammit on the flat of his back on the same side of the stile from which he had started. At the same instant, I saw the old gentleman limping off at the top of his speed, having caught and wrapped up in his apron something that fell heavily into it from the darkness of the arch just over the turnstile. At all this I was much astonished, but I had no leisure to think, for Dammit lay particularly still, and I concluded that his feelings had been hurt, and that he stood in need of my assistance. I hurried up to him, and found that he had received what might be termed a serious injury. The truth is, he had been deprived of his head, which after a close search I could not find anywhere, so I determined to take him home, and send for the homeopathists. In the meantime, a thought struck me, and I threw open an adjacent window of the bridge, when the sad truth flashed upon me at once. About 5 feet just above the top of the turnstile, and crossing the arch of the footpath so as to constitute a brace, there extended a flat iron bar lying with its breadth horizontally, and forming one of a series that served to strengthen the structure throughout its extent. With the edge of this brace, it appeared evident that the neck of my unfortunate friend had come precisely in contact. He did not long survive his terrible loss. The homeopathists did not give him little enough physic, and what little they did give him, he hesitated to take, so in the end he grew worse, and at length died a lesson to all riotous livers. I bedewed his grave with my tears, worked a bar sinister on his family escutcheon, and for the general expenses of his funeral sent in my very moderate bill to the transcendentalists. The scoundrels refused to pay it, so I had Mr. Dammit dug up at once, and sold him for dog's meat. Thou art the man's. I will now play the Oedipus to the Rattleborough enigma. I will expound to yours I alone can'th secret of the enginery that affected the Rattleborough miracleth. 1. The true, the admitted, the undisputed, the indisputable miracle, which put a definite end to infidelity among the Rattleburgers, and converted to the orthodoxy of the grandames all the carnal-minded who had ventured to be skeptical before. This event, which I should be sorry to discuss, in a tone of unsuitable levity occurred. In the summer of 18, Mr. Barnabas Shuttleworthy, one of the wealthiest and most respectable citizens of the borough, had been missing for several days under circumstances which gave rise to suspicion of foul play. Mr. Shuttleworthy had set out from Rattleborough very early one Saturday morning on horseback, with the avowed intention of proceeding to the city of about 15 miles distant, and of returning the night of the same day. 2 hours after his departure, however, his horse returned without him, and without the saddlebags which had been strapped on his back. At starting, the animal was wounded too, and covered with mud. These circumstances naturally gave rise to much alarm among the friends of the missing man, and when it was found on Sunday morning that he had not yet made his appearance, the whole borough arose en masse to go and look for his body. The foremost and most energetic in instituting this search was the bosom friend of Mr. Shuttleworthy, Mr. Charles Goodfellow, or as he was universally called, Charlie Goodfellow, or Old Charlie Goodfellow. Now, whether it is a marvelous coincidence, or whether it is that the name itself has an imperceptible effect upon the character, I have never yet been able to ascertain, but the fact is unquestionable that there never yet was any person named Charles who was not an open, manly, honest, good-natured, and frank-hearted fellow, with a rich, clear voice that did you good to hear it, and an eye that looked you always straight in the face, as much as to say, I have a clear conscience myself, am afraid of no man, and am altogether above doing a mean action. And thus all the hardy, careless, walking gentlemen of the stage are very certain to be called Charles. Now, Old Charlie Goodfellow, although he had been in Rattleborough not longer than 6 months or thereabouts, and although nobody knew anything about him before he came to settle in the neighborhood, had experienced no difficulty in the world in making the acquaintance of all the respectable people in the borough. Not a man of them but would have taken his bare word for 1,000 at any moment. And as for the women, there is no saying what they would not have done to oblige him, and all this came of his having been christened Charles, and of his possessing in consequence that ingenuous face, which is proverbially the very best letter of recommendation. I have already said that Mr. Shuttleworthy was one of the most respectable, and undoubtedly he was the most wealthy man in Rattleborough, while Old Charlie Goodfellow was upon as intimate terms with him as if he had been his own brother. The two old gentlemen were next-door neighbors, and although Mr. Shuttleworthy seldom, if ever, visited Old Charlie, and never was known to take a meal in his house, still, this did not prevent the two friends from being exceedingly intimate, as I have just observed. For Old Charlie never let a day pass without stepping in 3 or 4 times to see how his neighbor came on, and very often he would stay to breakfast or tea, and almost always to dinner. And then the amount of wine that was made way with by the two cronies at a sitting, it would really be a difficult thing to ascertain. Old Charlie's favorite beverage was Chateau Margaux, and it appeared to do Mr. Shuttleworthy's heart good to see the old fellow swallow it, as he did quart after quart, so that one day when the wine was in, and the wit as a natural consequence somewhat out, he said to his crony, as he slapped him upon the back, I tell you what it is, Old Charlie, you are by all odds the heartiest old fellow I ever came across in all my born days, and since you love to guzzle the wine at that fashion, ill be darned if I don't have to make thee a present of a big box of the Chateau Margaux. Odd rot me, Mr. Shuttleworthy had a sad habit of swearing, although he seldom went beyond odd rot me, or by gosh, or by the jolly golly odd rot me, says he, if I don't send an order to town this very afternoon for a double box of the best that can be got, and ill make ye a present of it, I will. I needn't say a word now, I will, I tell ye, and there's an end of it, so look out for it. It will come to hand some of these fine days, precisely when ye are looking for it. The least I mention this little bit of liberality on the part of Mr. Shuttleworthy, just by way of showing you how very intimate an understanding existed between the two friends. Well, on the Sunday morning in question, when it came to be fairly understood that Mr. Shuttleworthy had met with foul play, I never saw anyone so profoundly affected as Old Charlie Goodfellow when he first heard that the horse had come home without his master, and without his master's saddlebags, and all bloody from a pistol shot that had gone clean through and through the poor animal's chest without quite killing him. When he heard all this, he turned as pale as if the missing man had been his own dear brother or father, and shivered and shook all over as if he had had a fit of the ague. At first he was too much overpowered with grief to be able to do anything at all, or to concert upon any plan of action, so that for a long time he endeavoured to dissuade Mr. Shuttleworthy's other friends from making a stir about the matter, thinking it best to wait a while, say for a week or two or a month or two, to see if something wouldn't turn up, or if Mr. Shuttleworthy wouldn't come in the natural way and explain his reasons for sending his horse on before. I dare say you have often observed this disposition to temporize or to procrastinate in people who are laboring under any very poignant sorrow. Their powers of mind seem to be rendered torpid, so that they have a horror of anything like action, and like nothing in the world so well as to lie quietly in bed and nurse their grief, as the old ladies express it, that is to say, ruminate over the trouble. The people of Rattleborough had indeed so high an opinion of the wisdom and discretion of old Charlie that the greater part of them felt disposed to agree with him and not make a stir in the business until something should turn up, as the honest old gentleman worded it, and I believe that after all this would have been the general determination, but for the very suspicious interference of Mr. Shuttleworthy's nephew, a young man of very dissipated habits, and otherwise of rather bad character. This nephew, whose name was Pennyfather, would listen to nothing like reason in the matter of lying quiet, but insisted upon making immediate search for the corpse of the murdered man. This was the expression he employed, and Mr. Goodfellow acutely remarked at the time that it was a singular expression. To say no more, this remark of old Charlie's too had great effect upon the crowd, and one of the party was heard to ask very impressively how it happened that young Mr. Pennyfather was so intimately cognizant of all the circumstances connected with his wealthy uncle's disappearance as to feel authorized to assert distinctly and unequivocally that his uncle was a murdered man. Hereupon some little squibbing and bickering occurred among various members of the crowd, and especially between old Charlie and Mr. Pennyfather. Although this latter occurrence was indeed by no means a novelty, for little goodwill had subsisted between the parties for the last 3 or 4 months, and matters had even gone so far that Mr. Pennyfather had actually knocked down his uncle's friend for some alleged excess of liberty that the latter had taken in the uncle's house, of which the nephew was an inmate. Upon this occasion, old Charlie is said to have behaved with exemplary moderation and Christian charity. He arose from the blow, adjusted his clothes, and made no attempt at retaliation at all, merely muttering a few words about taking summary vengeance at the first convenient opportunity, a natural and very justifiable ebullition of anger, which meant nothing, however, and beyond doubt was no sooner given vent to than forgotten. However these matters may be, which have no reference to the point now at issue, it is quite certain that the people of Rattleborough, principally through the persuasion of Mr. Pennyfather, came at length to the determination of dispersion over the adjacent country in search of the missing Mr. Shuttleworthy. I say they came to this determination in the first instance after it had been fully resolved that a search should be made. It was considered almost a matter of course that the seekers should disperse, that is to say, distribute themselves in parties for the more thorough examination of the region round about. I forget, however, by what ingenious train of reasoning it was that old Charlie finally convinced the assembly that this was the most injudicious plan that could be pursued. Convinced them, however, he did all except Mr. Pennyfather, and in the end it was arranged that a search should be instituted carefully and very thoroughly by the burghers en masse, old Charlie himself leading the way. As for the matter of that, there could have been no better pioneer than old Charlie, whom everybody knew to have the eye of a lynx. But although he led them into all manner of out-of-the-way holes and corners by routes that nobody had ever suspected of existing in the neighborhood, and although the search was incessantly kept up day and night for nearly a week, still no trace of Mr. Shuttleworthy could be discovered. When I say no trace, however, I must not be understood to speak literally, for trace to some extent there certainly was. The poor gentleman had been tracked by his horse's shoes, which were peculiar to a spot about 3 miles to the east of the borough on the main road leading to the city. Here the track made off into a bypath through a piece of woodland path, coming out again into the main road, and cutting off about half a mile of the regular distance. Following the shoe marks down this lane, the party came at length to a pool of stagnant water. Half hidden by the brambles to the right of the lane, and opposite this pool all vestige of the track was lost sight of. It appeared, however, that a struggle of some nature had here taken place, and it seemed as if some large and heavy body, much larger and heavier than a man, had been drawn from the bypath to the pool. This latter was carefully dragged twice, but nothing was found, and the party was upon the point of going away in despair of coming to any result, when Providence suggested to Mr. Goodfellow the expediency of draining the water off altogether. This project was received with cheers and many high compliments to old Charlie upon his sagacity and consideration, as many of the burghers had brought spades with them, supposing that they might possibly be called upon to disinter a corpse. The drain was easily and speedily effected, and no sooner was the bottom visible than right in the middle of the mud that remained was discovered a black silk velvet waistcoat, which nearly every one present immediately recognized as the property of Mr. Pennyfather. This waistcoat was much torn and stained with blood, and there were several persons among the party who had a distinct remembrance of its having been worn by its owner on the very morning of Mr. Shuttleworthy's departure for the city, while there were others again ready to testify upon oath, if required, that Mr. P. did not wear the garment in question at any period during the remainder of that memorable day, nor could any one be found to say that he had seen it upon Mr. P.'s person at any period at all subsequent to Mr. Shuttleworthy's disappearance. Matters now wore a very serious aspect for Mr. Pennyfather, and it was observed as an indubitable confirmation of the suspicions which were excited against him that he grew exceedingly pale, and when asked what he had to say for himself, was utterly incapable of saying a word. Hereupon the few friends his riotous mode of living had left him, deserted him at once to a man, and were even more clamorous than his ancient and avowed enemies for his instantaneous arrest. But on the other hand, the magnanimity of Mr. Goodfellow shone forth with only the more brilliant luster. Through contrast, he made a warm and intensely eloquent defense of Mr. Pennyfather, in which he alluded more than once to his own sincere forgiveness of that wild young gentleman, the heir of the worthy Mr. Shuttleworthy, for the insult which he, the young gentleman, had no doubt in the heat of passion thought proper to put upon him. Mr. Goodfellow, he forgave him for it, he said, from the very bottom of his heart, and for himself, Mr. Goodfellow, so far from pushing the suspicious circumstances to extremity which he was sorry to say really had arisen against Mr. Pennyfather, he, Mr. Goodfellow, would make every exertion in his power, would employ all the little eloquence in his possession, to toss off and down, as much as he could conscientiously do so, the worst features of this really exceedingly perplexing piece of business. Mr. Goodfellow went on for some half-hour longer in this strain, very much to the credit both of his head and of his heart. But your warm-hearted people are seldom apposite in their observations. They run into all sorts of blunders, contretemps, and mal-aproposisms in the hot-headedness of their zeal, to serve a friend thus often with the kindest intentions in the world, doing infinitely more to prejudice his cause than to advance it. So in the present instance, it turned out with all the eloquence of old Charlie, for although he labored earnestly in behalf of the suspected, yet it so happened somehow or other that every syllable he uttered, of which the direct but unwitting tendency was not to exalt the speaker in the good opinion of his audience, had the effect to deepen the suspicion already attached to the individual whose cause he pleaded, and to arouse against him the fury of the mob. One of the most unaccountable errors committed by the orator was his allusion to the suspected as the heir of the worthy old gentleman Mr. Shuttleworthy. The people had really never thought of this before. They had only remembered certain threats of disinheritance uttered a year or two previously by the uncle who had no living relative except the nephew, and they had therefore always looked upon this disinheritance as a matter that was settled. So single-minded a race of beings were the Rattleburghers, but the remark of old Charlie brought them at once to a consideration of this point, and thus gave them to see the possibility of the threats having been nothing more than a threat, and straightway hereupon arose the natural question of cui bono, a question that tended even more than the waistcoat to fasten the terrible crime upon the young man. And here, lest I may be misunderstood, permit me to digress for one moment. merely to observe that the exceedingly brief and simple Latin phrase which I have employed is invariably mistranslated and misconceived cui bono in all the crack novels, and elsewhere in those of Mrs. Gore. For example, the author of Cecil, a lady who quotes all tongues from the Chaldean to Chickasaw, and is helped to her learning, as needed upon a systematic plan, by Mr. Beckford in All the Crack novels, I say, from those of Bulwer and Dickens to those of Bulwer and Dickens to those of Turnapenny and Ainsworth. The two little Latin words cui bono are rendered to what purpose, or as if quo bono, to what good their true meaning nevertheless is, for whose advantage cui, to whom bono is it for a benefit. It is a purely legal phrase and applicable precisely in cases such as we have now under consideration, where the probability of the doer of a deed hinges upon the probability of the benefit accruing to this individual, or to that from the deed's accomplishment. Now, in the present instance, the question cui bono very pointedly implicated Mr. Pennyfather. His uncle had threatened him after making a will in his favor with disinheritance, but the threat had not been actually kept. The original will, it appeared, had not been altered. Had it been altered, the only supposable motive for murder on the part of the suspected would have been the ordinary one of revenge, and even this would have been counteracted by the hope of reinstation into the good graces of the uncle. But the will being unaltered, while the threat to alter remained suspended over the nephew's head, there appears at once the very strongest possible inducement for the atrocity, and so concluded very sagaciously the worthy citizens of the borough of Rat. Mr. Pennyfather was accordingly arrested upon the spot, and the crowd, after some further search, proceeded homeward, having him in custody on the route. However, another circumstance occurred tending to confirm the suspicion entertained. Mr. Goodfellow, whose zeal led him to be always a little in advance of the party, was seen suddenly to run forward a few paces, stoop, and then apparently to pick up some small object from the grass. Having quickly examined it, he was observed too to make a sort of half attempt at concealing it in his coat pocket. But this action was noticed, as I say, and consequently prevented, when the object picked up was found to be a Spanish knife, which a dozen persons at once recognized as belonging to Mr. Pennyfather. Moreover, his initials were engraved upon the handle. The blade of this knife was open and bloody. No doubt now remained of the guilt of the nephew, and immediately upon reaching Rattleborough, he was taken before a magistrate for examination. Here matters again took a most unfavorable turn, the prisoner being questioned as to his whereabouts on the morning of Mr. Shuttleworthy's disappearance, had absolutely the audacity to acknowledge that on that very morning he had been out with his rifle deerstalking in the immediate neighborhood of the pool, where the blood-stained waistcoat had been discovered through the sagacity of Mr. Goodfellow. This latter now came forward, and with tears in his eyes asked permission to be examined. He said that a stern sense of the duty he owed his maker not less than his fellow men would permit him no longer to remain silent. Hitherto, the sincerest affection for the young man, notwithstanding the latter's ill-treatment of himself, Mr. Goodfellow, had induced him to make every hypothesis which imagination could suggest by way of endeavoring to account for what appeared suspicious in the circumstances that told so seriously against Mr. Pennyfather. But these circumstances were now altogether too convincing, too damning. He would hesitate no longer, would tell all he knew, although his heart, Mr. Goodfellow's, should absolutely burst asunder in the effort. He then went on to state that on the afternoon of the day previous to Mr. Shuttleworthy's departure for the city, that worthy old gentleman had mentioned to his nephew, in his hearing Mr. Goodfellow's, that his object in going to town on the morrow was to make a deposit of an unusually large sum of money in the Farmers and Mechanics Bank, and that then and there the said Mr. Shuttleworthy had distinctly avowed to the said nephew his irrevocable determination of rescinding the will originally made, and of cutting him off with a shilling. He, the witness, now solemnly called upon the accused to state whether what he, the witness, had just stated was or was not the truth in every substantial particular. Much to the astonishment of every one present, Mr. Pennyfather frankly admitted that it was. The magistrate now considered it his duty to send a couple of constables to search the chamber of the accused in the house of his uncle. From this search they almost immediately returned with the well-known steel-bound russet leather pocketbook, which the old gentleman had been in the habit of carrying for years. Its valuable contents, however, had been abstracted, and the magistrate in vain endeavored to extort from the prisoner the use which had been made of them or the place of their concealment. Indeed, he obstinately denied all knowledge of the matter. The constables also discovered between the bed and sacking of the unhappy man a shirt and neckerchief, both marked with the initials of his name, and both hideously besmeared with the blood of the victim. At this juncture, it was announced that the horse of the murdered man had just expired in the stable from the effects of the wound he had received, and it was proposed by Mr. Goodfellow that a post-mortem examination of the beast should be immediately made with the view, if possible, of discovering the ball. This was accordingly done, and as if to demonstrate beyond a question the guilt of the accused, Mr. Goodfellow, after considerable searching in the cavity of the chest, was enabled to detect and to pull forth a bullet of very extraordinary size, which upon trial was found to be exactly adapted to the bore of Mr. Pennyfeather's rifle, while it was far too large for that of any other person in the borough or its vicinity to render the matter even surer. Yet, however, this bullet was discovered to have a flaw or seam at right angles to the usual suture, and upon examination this seam corresponded precisely with an accident ridge or elevation in a pair of molds, acknowledged by the accused himself to be his own property. Upon finding of this bullet, the examining magistrate refused to listen to any farther testimony, and immediately committed the prisoner for trial, declining resolutely to take any bail in the case. Although against this severity Mr. Goodfellow very warmly remonstrated, and offered to become surety in whatever amount might be required, this generosity on the part of Old Charlie was only in accordance with the whole tenor of his amiable and chivalrous conduct during the entire period of his sojourn in the borough of Rattle. In the present instance, the worthy man was so entirely carried away by the excessive warmth of his sympathy that he seemed to have quite forgotten, when he offered to go bail for his young friend, that he himself, Mr. Goodfellow, did not possess a single dollar's worth of property upon the face of the earth. The result of the committal may be readily foreseen. Mr. Pennyfeather, amid the loud execrations of all Rattleborough, was brought to trial at the next criminal sessions, when the chain of circumstantial evidence strengthened, as it was by some additional damning facts, which Mr. Goodfellow's sensitive conscientiousness forbade him to withhold from the court, was considered so unbroken and so thoroughly conclusive that the jury, without leaving their seats, returned an immediate verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree. Soon afterward, the unhappy wretch received sentence of death, and was remanded to the county jail to await the inexorable vengeance of the law. In the meantime, the noble behavior of old Charlie Goodfellow had doubly endeared him to the honest citizens of the borough. He became 10 times a greater favorite than ever, and as a natural result of the hospitality with which he was treated, he relaxed, as it were perforce, the extremely parsimonious habits which his poverty had hitherto impelled him to observe, and very frequently had little reunions at his own house, when wit and jollity reigned supreme, dampened a little, of course, by the occasional remembrance of the untoward and melancholy fate which impended over the nephew of the late lamented bosom friend of the generous host. One fine day, this magnanimous old gentleman was agreeably surprised at the receipt of the following letter. Charles Goodfellow, Esq., Rattleborough. From H.F.B. Co. Chatmar Ano 16 Dars Bottles, 12 gross. Charles Goodfellow, Esquire. Dear Sir, in conformity with an order transmitted to our firm about 2 months since by our esteemed correspondent Mr. Barnabas Shuttleworthy, we have the honor of forwarding this morning to your address a double box of Chateau Margaux of the Antelope brand, violet seal box, numbered and marked as per margin. We remain, sir, your most ardent certs. Hogs Frogs, Bogs Co. City of June 21, 18. P.S. The box will reach you by wagon on the day after your receipt of this letter. Our respects to Mr. Shuttleworthy. H.F.B. Co. The fact is that Mr. Goodfellow had, since the death of Mr. Shuttleworthy, given over all expectation of ever receiving the promised Chateau Margaux, and he therefore looked upon it now as a sort of a special dispensation of Providence in his behalf. He was highly delighted, of course, and in the exuberance of his joy invited a large party of friends to a petty supper on the morrow, for the purpose of broaching the good old Mr. Shuttleworthy's present. Not that he said anything about the good old Mr. Shuttleworthy when he issued the invitations. The fact is he thought much, and concluded to say nothing at all. He did not mention to anyone, if I remember aright, that he had received a present of Chateau Margaux. He merely asked his friends to come and help him drink some of a remarkable fine quality and rich flavor that he had ordered up from the city a couple of months ago, and of which he would be in the receipt. Upon the morrow, I have often puzzled myself to imagine why it was that old Charlie came to the conclusion to say nothing about having received the wine from his old friend. But I could never precisely understand his reason for the silence, although he had some excellent and very magnanimous reason, no doubt. The morrow at length arrived, and with it a very large and highly respectable company at Mr. Goodfellow's house. Indeed, half the borough was there, I myself among the number, but much to the vexation of the host, the Chateau Margaux did not arrive until a late hour, and when the sumptuous supper supplied by old Charlie had been done very ample justice by the guests, it came at length, however, a monstrously big box of it. There was two, and as the whole party were in excessively good humor, it was decided nem. Con. That it should be lifted upon the table, and its contents disemboweled forthwith. No sooner said than done. I lent a helping hand, and in a trice we had the box upon the table, in the midst of all the bottles and glasses, not a few of which were demolished in the scuffle. Old Charlie, who was pretty much intoxicated and excessively red in the face, now took a seat with an air of mock dignity at the head of the board, and thumped furiously upon it with a decanter, calling upon the company to keep order during the ceremony of disinterring the treasure. After some vociferation, quiet was at length fully restored, and as very often happens in similar cases, a profound and remarkable silence ensued. Being then requested to force open the lid, I complied, of course, with an infinite deal of pleasure. I inserted a chisel, and giving it a few slight taps with a hammer, the top of the box flew suddenly off, and at the same instant there sprang up into a sitting position directly facing the host the bruised, bloody, and nearly putrid corpse of the murdered Mr. Shuttleworthy himself. It gazed for a few seconds fixedly and sorrowfully, with its decaying and lackluster eyes, full into the countenance of Mr. Goodfellow, uttered slowly but clearly and impressively the words, "Thou art the man," and then, falling over the side of the chest, as if thoroughly satisfied, stretched out its limbs quiveringly upon the table. The scene that ensued is altogether beyond description. The rush for the doors and windows was terrific, and many of the most robust men in the room fainted outright through sheer horror. But after the first wild shrieking burst of affright, all eyes were directed to Mr. Goodfellow. If I live 1,000 years, I can never forget the more than mortal agony which was depicted in that ghastly face of his, so lately rubicund with triumph and wine. For several minutes he sat rigidly as a statue of marble, his eyes seeming in the intense vacancy of their gaze to be turned inward and absorbed in the contemplation of his own miserable, murderous soul. At length their expression appeared to flash suddenly out into the external world, when with a quick leap he sprang from his chair, and falling heavily with his head and shoulders upon the table, and in contact with the corpse, poured out rapidly and vehemently a detailed confession of the hideous crime for which Mr. Pennyfather was then imprisoned and doomed to die. What he recounted was, in substance, this: he followed his victim to the vicinity of the pool, there shot his horse with a pistol, dispatched its rider with the butt end, possessed himself of the pocketbook, and supposing the horse dead, dragged it with great labor to the brambles by the pond upon his own beast. He slung the corpse of Mr. Shuttleworthy, and thus bore it to a secure place of concealment a long distance off through the woods. The waistcoat, the knife, the pocketbook, and bullet had been placed by himself, where found with the view of avenging himself upon Mr. Pennyfather. He had also contrived the discovery of the stained handkerchief and shirt. Toward the end of the blood-chilling recital, the words of the guilty wretch faltered and grew hollow. When the record was finally exhausted, he arose, staggered backward from the table, and fell dead. The means by which this happily timed confession was extorted, although efficient, were simple indeed. Mr. Goodfellow's excess of frankness had disgusted me, and excited my suspicions from the first. I was present when Mr. Pennyfather had struck him, and the fiendish expression which then arose upon his countenance, although momentary, assured me that his threat of vengeance would if possible be rigidly fulfilled. I was thus prepared to view the maneuvering of old Charlie in a very different light from that in which it was regarded by the good citizens of Rattleborough. I saw at once that all the criminating discoveries arose either directly or indirectly from himself, but the fact which clearly opened my eyes to the true state of the case was the affair of the bullet found by Mr. G in the carcass of the horse. I had not forgotten, although the Rattleburgers had, that there was a hole where the ball had entered the horse, and another where it went out if it were found in the animal. Then, after having made its exit, I saw clearly that it must have been deposited by the person who found it. The bloody shirt and handkerchief confirmed the idea suggested by the bullet, for the blood on examination proved to be capital claret, and no more when I came to think of these things, and also of the late increase of liberality and expenditure on the part of Mr. Goodfellow, I entertained a suspicion which was none the less strong because I kept it altogether to myself. In the meantime, I instituted a rigorous private search for the corpse of Mr. Shuttleworthy, and for good reasons searched in quarters as divergent as possible from those to which Mr. Goodfellow conducted his party. The result was that after some days I came across an old dry well, the mouth of which was nearly hidden by brambles, and here at the bottom I discovered what I sought. Now it so happened that I had overheard the colloquy between the two cronies when Mr. Goodfellow had contrived to cajole his host into the promise of a box of Chateau's Margaux. Upon this hint, I procured a stiff piece of whalebone, thrust it down the throat of the corpse, and deposited the latter in an old wine box, taking care so to double the body up as to double the whalebone with it. In this manner, I had to press forcibly upon the lid to keep it down while I secured it with nails, and I anticipated, of course, that as soon as these latter were removed, the top would fly off, and the body up. Having thus arranged the box, I marked, numbered, and addressed it as already told, and then writing a letter in the name of the wine merchants with whom Mr. Shuttleworthy dealt, I gave instructions to my servant to wheel the box to Mr. Goodfellow's door in a barrow at a given signal from myself. For the words which I intended the corpse to speak I confidently depended upon my ventriloquial abilities. For their effect I counted upon the conscience of the murderous wretch. I believe there is nothing more to be explained. Mr. Pennyfather was released upon the spot, inherited the fortune of his uncle, profited by the lessons of experience, turned over a new leaf, and led happily ever afterward a new life. Why the little Frenchman wears his hand in a sling. It's on my visiting cards sure enough, and it's them that's all o' pink satin paper that any gentleman that pleases may behood thee in the wrist and words, Sir Patrick O. Grandison, Baronet, 39 Southampton Row, Russell Square, Parish o' Bloomsbury. And should ye be wanting to discover who is the pink of pearletness quite, and the lader of the hot tun in the Hull City o' Lononwy, it's just meself, and fate that same is no wonder at all at. Also be pleased to stop curling your nose for every inch o' the 6 weeks that I've been a gentleman, and left aff with the bogthrothing to take up with the baronessy. It's Patrick that's been living like a holy emperor, and getting the education and the graces ock, and wouldn't it be a blessed thing for your spirits if ye could lay your 2 peepers gist upon Sir Patrick O. Grandison, Baronet, when he is already dressed for the hopera or stepping into the brisky for the drive into the Hyde Park. But it's the elegant big figure that I ave for the Rassin O, which all the ladies fall in love wid me, isn't it, my own swat sylph? Now that'll monsieur the 6 foot, and the 3 inches more nor that in me stockings, and that exceedingly will proportioned all over to match, and it is rarely more than 3 foot, and a bit that there is anyhow of the little oud furriner Frenchman that lives just over the way, and that's a-ugling and ag-ugling the whole day, and bad luck to him, at the purty witty Mistress Trackle, that's my own next-door neighbour, God bliss her, and a most particular friend and acquaintance. You percave the little spalpeen is summat down in the mouth, and wears his lift hand in a sling, and it's for that same thing, by your lave, that I am going to give you the good rassin. The truth of the whole matter is just simple enough. For the very first day that I comedy from Connaught, and showed my swat little sylph in the straight to the widdy who was looking through the windy, it was a gone case altogether with the heart o' the purty Mistress Trackle. I percaved it, ye see, all at once, and no mistake, and that's God's truth. First of all, it was up with the windy in a jiffy, and then she threw open her 2 peepers to the itmost, and thin, it was a little good spyglass that she clapped tight to one o' them, and divil may burn me if it didn't spake to me as plain as a peeper cud spake, and says it through the spyglass, och the tip, o' the mornin' to ye Sir Patrick. O Grandison Baronet Mavernine, and it's a nate gentleman that ye are sure enough, and it's meself and me fortin, just that'll be at your sarvice, dear, any time o' day, at all for the asking, and it's not meself, you would have to be bait in the pearletness. So I made her a bow that wad ha broken your heart altogether to behood, and thin I pulled aff me hat with a flourish, and thin I winked at her hard, wid both eyes, as much as to say true for you you're a swat little cratcher, Mrs. Trackle me darlint, and I wish I may be drowned dead in a bog, if it's not meself Sir Patrick o' Grandison Baronet that'll make a howl bushel o' love to your leadership, in the twinkling o' the eye of a Londonderry purity. And it was the next mornin' sure gist, as I was making up me mind, whether it wouldn't be the perlite thing to send a bit o' written to the widdy by way of a love letter, when up comedy, the delivery servant wid an elegant card, and he told me that the name on it for I neither could read the copperplate printin' on account of being lift-handed, was all about Mounseer the Count, a goose Lucchese materdidons, and that the howl of the divilish lingo was the spalpini long name of the little ood furriner Frenchman as lived over the way. And just wid that in come the little William himself, and then he made me a broth of a bow, and thin he said he had only taken the liberty of doing me the honor of the giving me a call, and thin he went on to palaver at a great rate, and divil the bit did I comprehend what he would be after the tilling me at all excepting, and saving that he said pully woo woolly woo, and told me among a bushel o' lies bad luck to him that he was mad for the love o' my widdy Mistress Trackle, and that my widdy Mrs. Trackle had a punchin' for him. At the hearing of this, he may swear though I was as mad as a grasshopper, but I remembered that I was Sir Patrick o' Grandison Baronet, and that it wasn't altogether gentile to let the anger get the upper hand o' the pearletness, so I made light o' the matter and kept dark, and got quite sociable wid the little chap. And after a while, what did he do but ask me to go wid him to the widdy's, saying he would give me the fashionable introduction to her ledge. Is it there ye are, said I thin to meself, and it's through for you Patrick that you're the fortunatest mortal in life, well soon see now whether it's your swat sylph, or whether it's little Mounseer materdidons that Mistress Trackle is head and ears in the love wid. Wid that we went aft to the widdy's next door, and ye may well say it was an elegant place, so it was there was a carpet all over the floor, and in one corner there was a fortepinny and a Jew's harp, and the divil knows what else, and in another corner was a sofa, the beautifulest thing in all nater, and sitting on the sofa sure enough there was the swat little angel Mistress Trackle. The tip o' the mornin' to ye, says I Mrs. Trackle, and thin I made sich an elegant obeisance that it wad ha quite altogether bewildered the brain o' ye. Wally woo pully woo plump in the mud, says the little furriner Frenchman, and sure Mrs. Trackle, says he that he did isn't this gentleman here just his reverend Sir Patrick o' Grandison Baronet, and isn't he altogether and entirely the most particular friend and acquaintance that I have in the whole world. And wid that the widdy she gets up from the sofa and makes the swattest curtsy nor iver was seen, and thin down she sits like an angel, and thin by the powers it was that little spalpeen Mounseer materdidons that plumped his sylph, right down by the right side of her och hun. I expected the two eyes o' me wad ha comed out of my head on the spot. I was so desperate mad, however, bait, who says I after a while, is it there ye are Mounseer materdidons, and so down I plumped on the lift side of her leadership, to be aven with the willing botheration, it wad ha done your heart good to percave the elegant double wink, that I gived her just thin right in the face with both eyes. But the little ood Frenchman, he never begin to suspect me at all, and desperate hard, it was, he made the love to her leadership wowly woo, says he pully woo, says he plump in the mud, says he. That's all to no use Mounseer Frog Mavernine, thinks I, and I talked as hard, and as fast as I could all the while, and throth it was meself gist, that diverted her leadership completely, and entirely by rassin of the elegant conversation, that I kept up wid her all about the dear bogs of Connaught, and by she gived me such a swat smile from one end of her mouth to the ither, that it made me as bold as a pig, and I just took hold of the end of her little finger in the most delicatest manner in nature, looking at her all the while out o' the whites of my eyes. And then only percave the cuteness of the swat angel, for no sooner did she observe that I was after the squazing of her flipper than she up wid it in a jiffy and put it away behind her back gist, as much as to say, now thin Sir Patrick O'Grandison, there's a bit the chance for ye maverning, for it's not altogether the gentile thing to be after the squazing of my flipper right full in the sight of that little furriner Frenchman Mounseer Materdidons. With that I gived her a big wink gist to say lit Sir Patrick alone for the likes o' them thricks, and thin I went aisy to work, and you'd have died with the devotion to behood how cleverly I slipped my right arm between the back o' the sofa and the back of her ladyship, and there sure enough I found a swat little flipper all a-waiting to say the tip o' the mornin' to ye Sir Patrick O'Grandison Baronet, and wasn't it meself sure that gist gived it the last little bit of a squaz in the world, all in the way of a commencement, and not to be too rough wid her ladyship and botheration, wasn't it the gentilest and delicatest of all the little squazes that I got in return blood, and thunder Sir Patrick Maverning, thinks I to meself, fate it's just the mother's son of you, and nobody else at all, that's the handsomest and the fortunatest young bogthrotter that ever comed out of Connaught. And with that I gived the flipper a big squaz, and a big squaz it was by the powers that her ladyship gived to me back, but it would ha split the 7 sides of you with the laughin' to behood gist, then all at once the conceited behaviour of Mounseer Materdidons, the likes o' sich a jabbering and a smirking and a parley-wowing, as he beginned wid her ladyship never was known before upon arth, and divil may burn me if it wasn't me own very 2 peepers that cotched him tipping her the wink out of one eye och hun, if it wasn't meself thin, that was mad as a Kilkenny cat. I should like to be told who it was. Let me inform you, Mounseer Materdidons, said I as perlite as iver ye seed, that it's not the gentile thing at all, and not for the likes o' you anyhow to be after the ogling and agogling at her ladyship, in that fashion, and just wid that such another squaz as it was I gived her flipper, all as much as to say, isn't it Sir Patrick, now my jewel that'll be able to the protectin' o' you, my darlint. And then there comed another squaz back, all by way of the answer through for you Sir Patrick, it said, as plain as iver squaz said in the world, through for you Sir Patrick Maverning, and it's a proper nate gentleman, ye areth, that's God's truth. And with that she opened her 2 beautiful peepers, till I believed they wad ha comed out of her hid altogether, and entirely, and she looked first as mad as a cat at Mounseer Frog, and thin as smiling as all out o' doors at meself. Thin says he the Willian och hun, and a wollywoo pullywoo, and then wid that he shoved up his 2 shoulders till the divil the bit of his hid was to be discovered, and then he let down the 2 corners of his purrity-trap, and thin not a hap'orth more of the satisfaction could I get out o' the spalpeen. Believe me, my jewel, it was Sir Patrick that was unreasonable mad thin, and the more by token that the Frenchman kept and wid his winking at the widdy, and the widdy she kept and wid the squazing of my flipper, as much as to say at him again, Sir Patrick O'Grandison Maverning, so I just ripped out wid a big oath, and says I, ye little spalpeeny frog of a bogthrotting son of a bloody nounan gist, thin, what d'ye think it was, that her ladyship did troth, she jumped up from the sofa, as if she was bit, and made off through the door, while I turned my head round after her in a complete bewilderment and botheration, and followed her wid me 2 peepers. You percave, I had a reason of my own for knowing that she couldn't get down the stairs altogether, and entirely, for I knew very well that I had hood of her hand for the divil, the bit had I iver let it go, and says I, isn't it the last little bit of a mistake in the world that ye've been after the making your ladyship come back now, that's a darlint, and ill give ye your flipper. But af she went down the stairs like a shot, and thin, I turned round to the little French furriner och hun, if it wasn't his spalpeeny little paw that I had hood of in my own wee thin, it wasn't, that's all. And maybe it wasn't meself that just died then outright with the laughin' to behold the little chap, when he found out that it wasn't the widdy at all that he had hood of all the time, but only Sir Patrick O'Grandison, the ood divil himself never beheld sich a long face, as he pet and as, for Sir Patrick O'Grandison Baronet, it wasn't for the likes of his riverence to be after the minding of a thrifle of a mistake, he may just say, though for it's God's truth that afore I left hood of the flipper of the spalpeen, which was not, till after her ladyship's footman had kicked us both down the stairs. I jived it such a nate little broth of a squaws, as made it all up into raspberry jam. Wowly woo, says he, pully woo, says he, can't tam. And that's just the truth of the rasson, why he wears his lift hand in a sling. Bon bons. Quand un bon vin, mubel mon estimac. G sways plus savant que balzac. Plus sage que pibrac. Mon bras seul, facent latac. De la nation, carsac. La metroid, osac. De Karen G, passerwa le lac. En dormant dans sun back. Giroir o fear eek. Sans que mon que fit tic nightac. Presenter du tabac. French vaudeville. That Pierre Bonbon was a restaurateur of uncommon qualifications, no man who during the reign of frequented the little café in the cul-de-sac Lefebvre at Rouen, will I imagine feel himself at liberty to dispute that Pierre Bonbon was in an equal degree skilled in the philosophy of that period, is I presume still more especially undeniable. His pates, a la Foy's, were beyond doubt immaculate, but what pen can do justice to his essays, sur la nature his thoughts, sur l'Amhi's observations, sur l'esprit if his omelette, his fricandeau were inestimable. What literature of that day would not have given twice as much for an idy de Bonbon? As for all the trash of idys of all the rest of the savants, Bonbon had ransacked libraries, which no other man had ransacked, had more than any other, would have entertained a notion of reading, had understood more than any other, would have conceived the possibility of understanding. And although while he flourished, there were not wanting some authors at Rouen to assert that his dicta evinced neither the purity of the academy nor the depth of the lyceum, although, mark me, his doctrines were by no means very generally comprehended still. It did not follow that they were difficult of comprehension. It was, I think, on account of their self-evidency that many persons were led to consider them abstruse. It is to Bonbon, but let this go no farther, it is to Bonbon that Kant himself is mainly indebted for his metaphysics. The former was indeed not a Platonist, nor strictly speaking an Aristotelian. Did he, like the modern Leibniz, waste those precious hours which might be employed in the invention of a fricassee or facile gradu, the analysis of a sensation, in frivolous attempts at reconciling the obstinate oils and waters of ethical discussion? Not at all. Bonbon was ionic. Bonbon was equally italic. He reasoned a priori. He reasoned also a posteriori. His ideas were innate or otherwise. He believed in George of Trebizond. He believed in Bessarion. Bonbon was emphatically a Bonbonist. I have spoken of the philosopher in his capacity of restaurateur. I would not, however, have any friend of mine imagine that in fulfilling his hereditary duties in that line our hero wanted a proper estimation of their dignity and importance. Far from it. It was impossible to say in which branch of his profession he took the greater pride. In his opinion, the powers of the intellect held intimate connection with the capabilities of the stomach. I am not sure, indeed, that he greatly disagreed with the Chinese who held that the soul lies in the abdomen. The Greeks, at all events, were right, he thought, who employed the same words for the mind and the diaphragm. One by this, I do not mean to insinuate a charge of gluttony, or indeed any other serious charge, to the prejudice of the metaphysician. If Pierre Bonbon had his failings, and what great man has not 1,000? If Pierre Bonbon, I say, had his failings, they were failings of very little importance, faults, indeed, which in other tempers have often been looked upon rather in the light of virtues. As regards one of these foibles, I should not even have mentioned it in this history, but for the remarkable prominence, extreme alto relieving, which it jutted out from the plane of his general disposition. He could never let slip an opportunity of making a bargain. 1 M.D. Not that he was avaricious, no, it was by no means necessary to the satisfaction of the philosopher that the bargain should be to his own proper advantage, provided a trade could be effected, a trade of any kind, upon any terms, or under any circumstances. A triumphant smile was seen for many days thereafter to enlighten his countenance, and a knowing wink of the eye to give evidence of his sagacity. At any epoch, it would not be very wonderful if a humor so peculiar as the one I have just mentioned, should elicit attention and remark at the epoch of our narrative. Had this peculiarity not attracted observation, there would have been room for wonder. Indeed, it was soon reported that upon all occasions of the kind, the smile of Bon Bon was wont to differ widely from the downright grin with which he would laugh at his own jokes, or welcome an acquaintance. Hints were thrown out of an exciting nature. Stories were told of perilous bargains made in a hurry and repented of at leisure, and instances were adduced of unaccountable capacities, vague longings, and unnatural inclinations implanted by the author of all evil for wise purposes of his own. The philosopher had other weaknesses, but they are scarcely worthy our serious examination. For example, there are few men of extraordinary profundity who are found wanting in an inclination for the bottle, whether this inclination be an exciting cause, or rather a valid proof of such profundity. It is a nice thing to say Bon Bon as far as I can learn did not think the subject adapted to minute investigationer du Roman 1, yet in the indulgence of a propensity so truly classical it is not to be supposed that the restaurateur would lose sight of that intuitive discrimination which was wont to characterize at one and the same time his essays and his omelettes in his seclusions. The vin de Bourgogne had its allotted hour, and there were appropriate moments for the Côtes du Rhône. With him Sauternes was to Medoc what Catullus was to Homer. He would sport with a syllogism in sipping St. Pere, but unravel an argument over clos de Vaugeot, and upset a theory in a torrent of Chambertin. Well had it been if the same quick sense of propriety had attended him in the peddling propensity to which I have formerly alluded, but this was by no means the case. Indeed, to say the truth, that trait of mind in the philosophically Bon Bon did begin at length to assume a character of strange intensity and mysticism, and appeared deeply tinctured with the diablerie of his favorite German studies. To enter the little café in the cul-de-sac Lefebvre was at the period of our tale to enter the sanctum of a man of genius. Bon Bon was a man of genius. There was not a Sauscusinier in Rouen who could not have told you that Bon Bon was a man of genius. His very cat knew it, and forbore to whisk her tail in the presence of the man of genius. His large water-dog was acquainted with the fact, and upon the approach of his master betrayed his sense of inferiority by a sanctity of deportment, a debasement of the ears, and a dropping of the lower jaw not altogether unworthy of a dog. It is, however, true that much of this habitual respect might have been attributed to the personal appearance of the metaphysician. A distinguished exterior will, I am constrained to say, have its way even with a beast, and I am willing to allow much in the outward man of the restaurateur calculated to impress the imagination of the quadruped. There is a peculiar majesty about the atmosphere of the little grate, if I may be permitted so equivocal an expression, which mere physical bulk alone will be found at all times inefficient in creating. If, however, Bon Bon was barely 3 feet in height, and if his head was diminutively small, still it was impossible to behold the rotundity of his stomach without a sense of magnificence, nearly bordering upon the sublime in its size. Both dogs and men must have seen a type of his acquirements in its immensity, a fitting habitation for his immortal soul. I might here, if it so pleased, medilate upon the matter of habiliment and other mere circumstances of the external metaphysician. I might hint that the hair of our hero was worn short, combed smoothly over his forehead, and surmounted by a canonical-shaped white flannel cap, and tassels; that his pea-green jerkin was not after the fashion of those worn by the common class of restaurateurs at that day; that the sleeves were something fuller than the reigning costume permitted; that the cuffs were turned up, not as usual in that barbarous period, with cloth of the same quality and color as the garment, but faced in a more fanciful manner with the party-colored velvet of Genoa; that his slippers were of a bright purple, curiously filigreed, and might have been manufactured in Japan but for the exquisite pointing of the toes and the brilliant tints of the binding and embroidery; that his breeches were of the yellow satin-like material called amiable; that his sky-blue cloak, resembling in form a dressing wrapper, and richly bestudded all over with crimson devices, floated cavalierly upon his shoulders like a mist of the morning gand; that his tout ensemble gave rise to the remarkable words of Benvenuta, the improvisatress of Florence, that it was difficult to say whether Pier Bon Bon was indeed a bird of paradise, or rather a very paradise of perfection. I say expatiate upon all these points, if I pleased, but I forbear merely personal details, may be left to historical novelists are beneath the moral dignity of matter-of-fact. I have said that to enter the café in the cul-de-sac Lefebvre was to enter the sanctum of a man of genius, but then it was only the man of genius who could duly estimate the merits of the sanctum. A sign consisting of a vast folio swung before the entrance on one side of the volume was painted a bottle, on the reverse a pate on the back, were visible in large letters others de bonbon. Thus was delicately shadowed forth the twofold occupation of the proprietor. Upon stepping over the threshold, the whole interior of the building presented itself to view. A long low-pitched room of antique construction was indeed all the accommodation afforded by the café. In a corner of the apartment stood the bed of the metaphysician, an army of curtains together, with a canopy, a la grecque, gave it an air at once classic and comfortable. In the corner diagonally opposite appeared in direct family communion the properties of the kitchen and the bibliothèque. A dish of polemics stood peacefully upon the dresser. Here lay an ovenful of the latest ethics there, a kettle of dudecimo mélanges, volumes of German morality, were hand and glove, with the gridiron. A toasting fork might be discovered by the side of Eusebius. Plato reclined at his ease. In the frying pan and contemporary manuscripts were filed away upon the spit. In other respects, the Café de Bonbon might be said to differ little from the usual restaurants of the period. A fireplace yawned opposite the door. On the right of the fireplace, an open cupboard displayed a formidable array of labeled bottles. It was here about 12 o'clock one night, during the severe winter of that Pierre Bonbon, after having listened to the comments of his neighbors upon his singular propensity, that Pierre Bonbon, I say, having turned them all out of his house, locked the door upon them with an oath, and betook himself in no very pacific mood to the comforts of a leather-bottomed armchair and a fire of blazing faggots. It was one of those terrific nights which are only met with once or twice during a century. It snowed fiercely, and the house tottered to its center with the floods of wind that, rushing through the crannies in the wall and pouring impetuously down the chimney, shook awfully the curtains of the philosopher's bed, and disorganized the economy of his pans and papers. The huge folio sign that swung without, exposed to the fury of the tempest, creaked ominously, and gave out a moaning sound from its stanchions of solid oak. It was in no placid temper, I say, that the metaphysician drew up his chair to its customary station. By the hearth many circumstances of a perplexing nature had occurred during the day to disturb the serenity of his meditations. In attempting des oeufs et la princesse, he had unfortunately perpetrated an omelette et la reine. The discovery of a principle in ethics had been frustrated by the overturning of a stew, and last not least, he had been thwarted in one of those admirable bargains which he at all times took such a special delight in bringing to a successful termination. But in the chafing of his mind at these unaccountable vicissitudes, there did not fail to be mingled some degree of that nervous anxiety which the fury of a boisterous night is so well calculated to produce. Whistling to his more immediate vicinity, the large black water-dog we have spoken of before, and settling himself uneasily in his chair, he could not help casting a wary and unquiet eye toward those distant recesses of the apartment whose inexorable shadows not even the red firelight itself could more than partially succeed in overcoming. Having completed a scrutiny whose exact purpose was perhaps unintelligible to himself, he drew close to his seat, a small table covered with books and papers, and soon became absorbed in the task of retouching a voluminous manuscript intended for publication on the morrow. He had been thus occupied for some minutes, when "I am in no hurry, Monsieur Bonbon," suddenly whispered a whining voice in the apartment. "The devil!" ejaculated our hero, starting to his feet, overturning the table at his side, and staring around him in astonishment. "Very true," calmly replied the voice. "Very true. What is very true? How came you here?" vociferated the metaphysician, as his eye fell upon something which lay stretched at full length upon the bed. "I was saying," said the intruder without attending to the interrogatives, "I was saying that I am not at all pushed for time, that the business upon which I took the liberty of calling is of no pressing importance, in short, that I can very well wait until you have finished your exposition." "My exposition there? No, how do you know how came you to understand that I was writing an exposition, good God? Hush, replied the figure in a shrill undertone, and arising quickly from the bed, he made a single step toward our hero, while an iron lamp that depended overhead swung convulsively back from his approach. The philosopher's amazement did not prevent a narrow scrutiny of the stranger's dress and appearance. The outlines of his figure, exceedingly lean, but much above the common height, were rendered minutely distinct by means of a faded suit of black cloth, which fitted tight to the skin, but was otherwise cut very much in the style of a century ago. These garments had evidently been intended for a much shorter person than their present owner. His ankles and wrists were left naked for several inches in his shoes. However, a pair of very brilliant buckles gave the lie to the extreme poverty implied by the other portions of his dress. His head was bare and entirely bald, with the exception of a hinder part, from which depended a queue of considerable length. A pair of green spectacles with side glasses protected his eyes from the influence of the light, and at the same time prevented our hero from ascertaining either their color or their conformation about the entire person. There was no evidence of a shirt, but a white cravat of filthy appearance was tied with extreme precision around the throat, and the ends hanging down formally side by side gave, although I dare say unintentionally, the idea of an ecclesiastic. Indeed, many other points, both in his appearance and demeanor, might have very well sustained a conception of that nature over his left ear. He carried, after the fashion of a modern clerk, an instrument resembling the stylus of the ancients. In a breast pocket of his coat appeared conspicuously a small black volume fastened with clasps of steel. This book, whether accidentally or not, was so turned outwardly from the person as to discover the words Ritul Catholique in white letters upon the back. His entire physiognomy was interestingly saturnine, even cadaverously pale. The forehead was lofty and deeply furrowed with the ridges of contemplation. The corners of the mouth were drawn down into an expression of the most submissive humility. There was also a clasping of the hands as he stepped toward our hero, a deep sigh and altogether a look of such utter sanctity as could not have failed to be unequivocally prepossessing. Every shadow of anger faded from the countenance of the metaphysician, as having completed a satisfactory survey of his visitor's person, he shook him cordially by the hand and conducted him to a seat. There would, however, be a radical error in attributing this instantaneous transition of feeling in the philosopher to any one of those causes, which might naturally be supposed to have had an influence. Indeed, Pierre Bonbon, from what I have been able to understand of his disposition, was of all men the least likely to be imposed upon by any speciousness of exterior deportment. It was impossible that so accurate an observer of men and things should have failed to discover upon the moment the real character of the personage who had thus intruded upon his hospitality. To say no more, the conformation of his visitor's feet was sufficiently remarkable. Maintained lightly upon his head, an inordinately tall hat. There was a tremulous swelling about the hinder part of his breeches, and the vibration of his coat tail was a palpable fact. Judge, then, with what feelings of satisfaction our hero found himself thrown thus at once into the society of a person for whom he had at all times entertained the most unqualified respect. He was, however, too much of the diplomatist to let escape him any intimation of his suspicions in regard to the true state of affairs. It was not his cue to appear at all conscious of the high honor he thus unexpectedly enjoyed, but by leading his guest into the conversation to elicit some important ethical ideas, which might, in obtaining a place in his contemplated publication, enlighten the human race, and at the same time immortalize himself ideas, which I should have added his visitor's great age and well-known proficiency in the science of morals might very well have enabled him to afford. Actuated by these enlightened views, our hero bade the gentleman sit down, while he himself took occasion to throw some faggots upon the fire and place, upon the now re-established table, some bottles of Moussa. Having quickly completed these operations, he drew his chair vis-a-vis to his companions and waited until the latter should open the conversation. But plans, even the most skillfully matured, are often thwarted in the outset of their application, and the restaurateur found himself nonplussed by the very first words of his visitor's speech. I see you know me, Bon, said he, ha ha ha, he hi hi he ho 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 who Hugh and the devil dropping at once, the sanctity of his demeanor, opened to its fullest extent a mouth from ear to ear, so as to display a set of jagged and fang-like teeth, and throwing back his head laughed long, loudly, wickedly, and uproariously, while the black dog, crouching down upon his haunches, joined lustily in the chorus, and the tabby cat, flying off at a tangent, stood up on end, and shrieked in the farthest corner of the apartment. Not so the philosopher. He was too much a man of the world either to laugh like the dog, or by shrieks to betray the indecorous trepidation of the cat. It must be confessed, he felt a little astonishment to see the white letters which formed the words "Ritul Catholique" on the book, in his guest's pocket, momently changing both their color and their import, and in a few seconds, in place of the original title, the words "Regitur des Condamnes" blazed forth in characters of red. This startling circumstance, when Bon replied to his visitor's remark, imparted to his manner an air of embarrassment which probably might not otherwise have been observed. "Why, sir," said the philosopher, "why, sir, to speak sincerely, I believe you are upon my word the deedest, that is to say, I think, I imagine, I have some very faint idea of the remarkable honor." "Oh, yes, very well," interrupted his majesty, "say no more, I see how it is," and hereupon, taking off his green spectacles, he wiped the glasses carefully with the sleeve of his coat, and deposited them in his pocket. If Bon had been astonished at the incident of the book, his amazement was now much increased by the spectacle which here presented itself to view, in raising his eyes with a strong feeling of curiosity to ascertain the color of his guests. He found them by no means black, as he had anticipated, nor gray, as might have been imagined, nor yet hazel, nor blue, nor indeed yellow, nor red, nor purple, nor white, nor green, nor any other color in the heavens above, or in the earth beneath, or in the waters under the earth. In short, Pierre Bon not only saw plainly that his majesty had no eyes whatsoever, but could discover no indications of their having existed at any previous period, for the space where eyes should naturally have been was, I am constrained to say simply, a dead level of flesh. It was not in the nature of the metaphysician to forbear making some inquiry into the sources of so strange a phenomenon, and the reply of his majesty was at once prompt, dignified, and satisfactory. "Eyes, my dear Bonbonies, did you say, oh, I perceive the ridiculous prints which are in circulation have given you a false idea of my personal appearance. True, eyes, Pierre Bon, are very well in their proper place. That, you would say, is the head of a worm to you. Likewise, these optics are indispensable, yet I will convince you that my vision is more penetrating than your own. There is a cat I see in the corner, a pretty cat. Look at here, observe her well. Now, Bon, do you behold the thoughts, I say, the ideas, reflections which are being engendered in her pericranium? There it is. No, you do not. She is thinking. We admire the length of her tail and the profundity of her mind. She has just concluded that I am the most distinguished of ecclesiastics, and that you are the most superficial of metaphysicians. Thus, you see, I am not altogether blind, but to one of my profession, the eyes you speak of would be merely an encumbrance, liable at any time to be put out by a toasting iron or a pitchfork. To you I allow these optical affairs are indispensable. Endeavor, Bon, to use them well. Me vision is the soul." Hereupon the guest helped himself to the wine upon the table, and pouring out a bumper for Bon, requested him to drink it without scruple, and make himself perfectly at home. "A clever book, that of yours, Pierre," resumed his majesty, tapping our friend knowingly upon the shoulder, as the latter put down his glass, after a thorough compliance with his visitor's injunction. "A clever book, that of yours, upon my honor. It's a work after my own heart. Your arrangement of the matter, I think, however, might be improved, and many of your notions remind me of Aristotle. That philosopher was one of my most intimate acquaintances. I liked him as much for his terrible ill temper as for his happy knack at making a blunder. There is only one solid truth in all that he has written, and for that I gave him the hint out of pure compassion for his absurdity. I suppose, Pierre Bon, you very well know to what divine moral truth I am alluding." "Cannot say that I." "Indeed, it was I who told Aristotle that by sneezing men expelled superfluous ideas through the proboscis." which issue undoubtedly the case, said the metaphysician, while he poured out for himself another bumper of Musa and offered his snuff-box to the fingers of his visitor. There was Plato too, continued his majesty, modestly declining the snuff-box, and the compliment it implied there was Plato too, for whom I at one time felt all the affection of a friend. You knew Plato Bonbona? No, I beg 1,000 pardons. He met me at Athens one day in the Parthenon, and told me he was distressed for an idea. I bade him write down that he said that he would do so, and went home while I stepped over to the pyramids, but my conscience smote me for having uttered a truth, even to aid a friend, and hastening back to Athens, I arrived behind the philosopher's chair as he was inditing the. Giving the lambda a fillip with my finger, I turned it upside down so the sentence now read, and as you perceive, the fundamental doctrines in his metaphysics. Were you ever at Rome? Asked the restaurateur, as he finished his second bottle of Musa, and drew from the closet a larger supply of Chambertin. But once, Monsieur Bonbon, but once there was a time, said the devil, as if reciting some passage from a book. There was a time when occurred an anarchy of 5 years, during which the Republic, bereft of all its officers, had no magistracy besides the tribunes of the people, and these were not legally vested with any degree of executive power at that time, Monsieur Bonbonnet, that time only I was in Rome, and I have no earthly acquaintance consequently with any of its philosophy too. Tu ils écrivaient sur la philosophie Cicero Lucretius. Seneca mais sedate la philosophie Grec Condorcet. What do you think of hiccup Epicurus? What do I think of whom? Said the devil in astonishment. You cannot surely mean to find any fault with Epicurus. What do I think of Epicurus? Do you mean me, sir? I am Epicurus. I am the same philosopher who wrote each of the 300 treatises commemorated by Diogenes Laertius. That's a lie, said the metaphysician, for the wine had gotten a little into his head. Very well, sir, very well, indeed, sir, said his majesty, apparently much flattered. That's a lie, repeated the restaurateur dogmatically. That's a hicupa lie. Well, have it your own way, said the devil pacifically, and Bonbon, having beaten his majesty at argument, thought it his duty to conclude a second bottle of Chambertin. As I was saying, resumed the visitores, I was observing a little while ago, there are some very outré notions in that book of yours, Monsieur Bonbon. What, for instance, do you mean by all that humbug about the soul? Pray, sir, what is the soul? The hiccup soul, replied the metaphysician, referring to his MS, is undoubtedly. No, sir. Indubitably. No, sir. Indisputably. No, sir. Evidently. No, sir. Incontrovertibly. No, sir. Hiccup. No, sir. And beyond all question. No, sir, the soul is no such thing here. The philosopher, looking daggers, took occasion to make an end upon the spot of his third bottle of Chambertin. The nicker, pray, sir, what is it? That is neither here nor there, Monsieur Bonbon, replied his majesty, musingly. I have tasted that, is to say, I have known some very bad souls, and some too pretty good ones here. He smacked his lips, and having unconsciously let fall his hand upon the volume in his pocket, was seized with a violent fit of sneezing. He continued. There was the soul of cratinauspicible Aristophanes Risi, Plato exquisitenat your Plato, but Plato, the comic poet, your Plato, would have turned the stomach of Cerberus full. Then let me see, there were Nevius and Andronicus and Plautus and Terentius, then there were Lucilius and Catullus and Nas and Quintus Flaccus, dear Quinty, as I called him, when he sung a secular for my amusement, while I toasted him in pure good humor on a fork. But they want flavor, these Romans. One fat Greek is worth a dozen of them, and besides, will keep, which cannot be said of a Quirite. Let us taste your sauterne. Bonbon had by this time made up his mind to the nil admirari, and endeavored to hand down the bottles in question. He was, however, conscious of a strange sound in the room, like the wagging of a tail. Of this, although extremely indecent in his majesty, the philosopher took no notice, simply kicking the dog, and requesting him to be quiet. The visitor continued. I found that Horace tasted very much like Aristotle. No, I am fond of variety. Terentius, I could not have told from Menander. Naso, to my astonishment, was Nicander in disguise. Virgilius had a strong twang of Theocritus. Martial put me much in mind of Archelaus. And Titus Livius was positively Polybius, and none other. Hiccup. Here, replied Bon, and his majesty proceeded. But if I have a penchant, Monsieur Bon, if I have a penchant, it is for a philosopher. Yet let me tell you, sir, it is not every dev, I mean, it is not every gentleman who knows how to choose a philosopher. Long ones are not good, and the best, if not carefully shelled, are apt to be a little rancid on account of the gall. Shelled, I mean taken out of the carcass. What do you think of a physician? Don't mention Themug. I hear his majesty retched violently. I never tasted, but one that rascal Hippocrates smelt of a saphitido, ugcaught, a wretched cold, washing him in the Styx, and after all he gave me the cholera morbus. The hiccupretch, ejaculated Bon, the hiccup abortion of a pilbic sand. The philosopher dropped a tear. After all, continued the visitor, after all, if a gentleman wishes to live, he must have more talents than one or two, and with us, a fat face is an evidence of diplomacy. How so? Why, we are sometimes exceedingly pushed for provisions. You must know that in a climate so sultry as mine, it is frequently impossible to keep a spirit alive for more than 2 or 3 hours, and after death, unless pickled immediately, and a pickled spirit is not good, they will smell. You understand, a putrefaction is always to be apprehended when the souls are consigned to us in the usual way. Hiccup, good God, how do you manage? Here the iron lamp commenced swinging with redoubled violence, and the devil half started from his seat. However, with a slight sigh, he recovered his composure, merely saying to our hero, in a low tone, I tell you what, Pierre Bon, we must have no more swearing. The host swallowed another bumper, by way of denoting thorough comprehension and acquiescence, and the visitor continued. Why, there are several ways of managing. The most of us starve, some put up with the pickle. For my part, one purchase my spirits vivent corpore, in which case I find they keep very well. But the body, hiccup, the body. The body, well, what of the body? Oh, I perceive. Why, sir, the body is not at all affected by the transaction. I have made innumerable purchases of the kind in my day, and the parties never experienced any inconvenience. There were Cain, and Nimrod, and Nero, and Caligula, and Dionysius, and Pisistratus, and 1,000 others, who never knew what it was to have a soul during the latter part of their lives. Yet, sir, these men adorned society. Why, isn't there a now, who you know as well as I, is he not in possession of his faculties, mental and corporeal, who writes a keener epigram, who reasons more wittily? Ha, but stay, I have his agreement in my pocketbook. Thus saying, he produced a red leather wallet, and took from it a number of papers. Upon some of these Bon caught a glimpse of the letters match Mazer Robespierre, the words Caligula George Elizabeth. His Majesty selected a narrow slip of parchment, and from it read aloud the following words. In consideration of certain mental endowments, which it is unnecessary to specify, and in further consideration of 1,000 louis d'or, I being aged 1 year and 1 month do hereby make over to the bearer of this agreement all my right, title, and appurtenance in the shadow, called my soul, signed afore. Here His Majesty repeated a name, which I did not feel justified in indicating more unequivocally. For quera rawit. A clever fellow that, resumed he, but like you, Monsieur Bon, he was mistaken about the soul, a shadow, truly the soul, a shadow, ha, he who, only think of a fricasseed shad. Only think, hiccup, a fricasseed shadow, exclaimed our hero, whose faculties were becoming much illuminated by the profundity of His Majesty's discourse. Only think of a hiccup fricasseed shadow. Now damn a hiccuphumph, if I would have been such a hiccupning compoop, my soul rumph. Your soul, Monsieur Bon. Yes, sir, hiccup, me soul is. What, sir? No shadow, damn. Did you mean to say? Yes, sir, my soul, ishicuphumphies, sir. Did you not intend to assert? My soul, ishicup, peculiarly qualified for hiccupa. What, sir? Stu. Hard. Souffle. Eh? Fricassee. Indeed. Ragout and fricandeau, and see here, my good fellow, ill, let you have Ithacupa bargain here. The philosopher slapped his majesty upon the back. Couldn't think of such a thing, said the latter calmly, at the same time rising from his seat. The metaphysician stared. Am supplied at present, said his majesty. Hic you pay, said the philosopher. Have no funds on hand. What? Besides, very unhandsome in me. Sir, to take advantage of. Hiccup. Your present disgusting and ungentlemanly situation. Here the visitor bowed, and withdrew in what manner could not precisely be ascertained, but, in a well-concerted effort to discharge a bottle at the villain, the slender chain was severed that depended from the ceiling, and the metaphysician prostrated by the downfall of the lamp. Some words with a mummy. The symposium of the preceding evening had been a little too much for my nerves. I had a wretched headache, and was desperately drowsy. Instead of going out, therefore, to spend the evening, as I had proposed, it occurred to me that I could not do a wiser thing than just eat a mouthful of supper and go immediately to bed. A light supper, of course. I am exceedingly fond of Welsh rabbit. More than a pound at once, however, may not at all times be advisable. Still, there can be no material objection to 2, and really between 2 and 3, there is merely a single unit of difference, I ventured. Perhaps upon 4 my wife will have it 5, but clearly she has confounded 2 very distinct affairs. The abstract number 5 I am willing to admit, but concretely it has reference to bottles of brown stout, without which in the way of condiment Welsh rabbit is to be eschewed. Having thus concluded a frugal meal, and donned my nightcap with the serene hope of enjoying it till noon the next day, I placed my head upon the pillow, and through the aid of a capital conscience, fell into a profound slumber forthwith. But when were the hopes of humanity fulfilled? I could not have completed my 3rd snore when there came a furious ringing at the street door bell, and then an impatient thumping at the knocker, which awakened me at once in a minute afterward. And while I was still rubbing my eyes, my wife thrust in my face a note from my old friend Dr. Ponener. It ran thus: Come to me by all means, my dear good friend, as soon as you receive this, come, and help us to rejoice at last by long persevering diplomacy. I have gained the assent of the directors of the City Museum to my examination of the mummy. You know the one I mean. I have permission to unswat it and open it, if desirable. A few friends only will be present to you, of course. The mummy is now at my house, and we shall begin to unroll it at 11 tonight. Yours ever, Ponener. By the time I had reached the Ponener, it struck me that I was as wide awake as a man need be. I leaped out of bed in an ecstasy, overthrowing all in my way, dressed myself with a rapidity truly marvelous, and set off at the top of my speed for the doctor's. There I found a very eager company assembled. They had been awaiting me with much impatience. The mummy was extended upon the dining table, and the moment I entered, its examination was commenced. It was one of a pair brought several years previously by Captain Arthur Sabretash, a cousin of Ponener's, from a tomb near Elethias in the Libyan mountains, a considerable distance above Thebes on the Nile. The grottos at this point, although less magnificent than the Theban sepulchres, are of higher interest on account of affording more numerous illustrations of the private life of the Egyptians. The chamber from which our specimen was taken was said to be very rich in such illustrations, walls being completely covered with fresco paintings and bas-reliefs, while statues, vases, and mosaic work of rich patterns indicated the vast wealth of the deceased. The treasure had been deposited in the museum precisely in the same condition in which Captain Sabretash had found it, that is to say, the coffin had not been disturbed for 8 years. It had thus stood subject only externally to public inspection. We had now therefore the complete mummy at our disposal, and to those who are aware how very rarely the unransacked antique reaches our shores, it will be evident at once that we had great reason to congratulate ourselves upon our good fortune. Approaching the table, I saw on it a large box or case nearly 7 feet long, and perhaps 3 feet wide by 2 feet and a half deep. It was oblong, not coffin-shaped. The material was at first supposed to be the wood of the sycamore platanus, but upon cutting into it, we found it to be pasteboard, or more properly papier mâche, composed of papyrus. It was thickly ornamented with paintings representing funeral scenes and other mournful subjects interspersed, among which in every variety of position were certain series of hieroglyphical characters, intended no doubt for the name of the departed. By good luck Mr. Glidden formed one of our party, and he had no difficulty in translating the letters, which were simply phonetic, and represented the word alamistakio. We had some difficulty in getting this case open without injury, but having at length accomplished the task, we came to a second coffin-shaped, and very considerably less in size than the exterior one, but resembling it precisely in every other respect. The interval between the two was filled with resin, which had in some degree defaced the colors of the interior box. Upon opening this latter, which we did quite easily, we arrived at a third case, also coffin-shaped, and varying from the second one in no particular, except in that of its material, which was cedar, and still emitted the peculiar and highly aromatic odor of that wood. Between the second and the third case, there was no interval, one fitting accurately within the other. Removing the third case, we discovered and took out the body itself. We had expected to find it, as usual, enveloped in frequent rolls or bandages of linen, but in place of these, we found a sort of sheath made of papyrus, and coated with a layer of plaster thickly gilt, and painted. The paintings represented subjects connected with the various supposed duties of the soul and its presentation to different divinities, with numerous identical human figures, intended very probably as portraits of the persons embalmed. Extending from head to foot was a columnar or perpendicular inscription in phonetic hieroglyphics, giving again his name and titles, and the names and titles of his relations. Around the neck, thus ensheathed, was a collar of cylindrical glass beads diverse in color, and so arranged as to form images of deities of the scarabaeus, etc., with the winged globe around the small of the waist, was a similar collar or belt. Stripping off the papyrus, we found the flesh in excellent preservation, with no perceptible odor. The color was reddish, the skin was hard, smooth, and glossy, the teeth and hair were in good condition, the eyes, it seemed, had been removed, and glass ones substituted, which were very beautiful and wonderfully lifelike, with the exception of somewhat too determined a stare. The fingers and the nails were brilliantly gilded. Mr. Glidden was of opinion, from the redness of the epidermis, that the embalmment had been effected altogether by asphaltum, but on scraping the surface with a steel instrument, and throwing into the fire some of the powder, thus obtained the flavor of camphor and other sweet-scented gums, became apparent. We searched the corpse very carefully for the usual openings through which the entrails are extracted, but to our surprise we could discover none. No member of the party was at that period aware that entire or unopened mummies are not infrequently met. The brain it was customary to withdraw through the nose, the intestines through an incision in the side. The body was then shaved, washed, and salted, then laid aside for several weeks, when the operation of embalming properly so-called began. As no trace of an opening could be found, Dr. Ponener was preparing his instruments for dissection, when I observed that it was then past 2 o'clock. Hereupon, it was agreed to postpone the internal examination until the next evening, and we were about to separate for the present, when someone suggested an experiment or two with the voltaic pile. The application of electricity to a mummy 3,000 or 4,000 years old at the least was an idea, if not very sage, still sufficiently original, and we all caught it at once. About 1/10 in earnest and 9/10 in jest, we arranged a battery in the doctor's study and conveyed thither the Egyptian. It was only after much trouble that we succeeded in laying bare some portions of the temporal muscle, which appeared of less stony rigidity than other parts of the frame, but which, as we had anticipated, of course, gave no indication of galvanic susceptibility when brought in contact with the wire. This, the first trial, indeed seemed decisive, and with a hearty laugh at our own absurdity, we were bidding each other good night, when my eyes, happening to fall upon those of the mummy, were there immediately riveted in amazement. My brief glance, in fact, had sufficed to assure me that the orbs, which we had all supposed to be glass, and which were originally noticeable for a certain wild stare, were now so far covered by the lids that only a small portion of the tunica albuginea remained visible. With a shout, I called attention to the fact, and it became immediately obvious to all. I cannot say that I was alarmed at the phenomenon, because alarmed is in my case not exactly the word. It is possible, however, that but for the brown stout, I might have been a little nervous. As for the rest of the company, they really made no attempt at concealing the downright fright which possessed them. Dr. Ponener was a man to be pitied. Mr. Glidden, by some peculiar process, rendered himself invisible. Mr. Silk Buckingham, I fancy, will scarcely be so bold as to deny that he made his way upon all fours under the table. After the first shock of astonishment, however, we resolved, as a matter of course, upon further experiment forthwith. Our operations were now directed against the great toe of the right foot. We made an incision over the outside of the exterior os sesamoideum pollicis pedis, and thus got at the root of the abductor muscle. Readjusting the battery, we now applied the fluid to the bisected nerve S1. With a movement of exceeding lifelikeness, the mummy first drew up its right knee so as to bring it nearly in contact with the abdomen, and then, straightening the limb with inconceivable force, bestowed a kick upon Dr. Ponener, which had the effect of discharging that gentleman like an arrow from a catapult through a window into the street below. We rushed out en masse to bring in the mangled remains of the victim, but had the happiness to meet him upon the staircase, coming up in an unaccountable hurry, brimful of the most ardent philosophy, and more than ever impressed with the necessity of prosecuting our experiment with vigor and with zeal. It was by his advice, accordingly, that we made upon the spot a profound incision into the tip of the subject's nose, while the doctor himself, laying violent hands upon it, pulled it into vehement contact with the wire. Morally and physically, figuratively and literally, was the effect electric. In the first place, the corpse opened its eyes and winked very rapidly for several minutes, as does Mr. Barnes in the pantomime. In the second place, it sneezed. In the third, it sat upon end. In the fourth, it shook its fist in Dr. Ponener's face. In the fifth, turning to Messieurs Glidden and Buckingham, it addressed them in very capital Egyptian thus: "I must say, gentlemen, that I am as much surprised as I am mortified at your behavior of Dr. Ponener. Nothing better was to be expected. He is a poor little fat fool, who knows no better. I pity and forgive him. But you, Mr. Glidden, and you, Silk, who have traveled and resided in Egypt, until one might imagine you to the manner born you, I say, who have been so much among us, that you speak Egyptian fully as well, I think, as you write your mother tongue. You, whom I have always been led to regard as the firm friend of the mummies, I really did anticipate more gentlemanly conduct from you. What am I to think of your standing quietly by, and seeing me thus unhandsomely used? What am I to suppose by your permitting Tom, Dick, and Harry to strip me of my coffins and my clothes in this wretchedly cold climate? In what light, to come to the point, am I to regard your aiding and abetting that miserable little villain Dr. Ponener in pulling me by the nose?" It will be taken for granted, no doubt, that upon hearing this speech under the circumstances, we all either made for the door or fell into violent hysterics, or went off in a general swoon. One of these three things was, I say, to be expected. Indeed, each and all of these lines of conduct might have been very plausibly pursued, and upon my word, I am at a loss to know how or why it was that we pursued neither the one nor the other. But perhaps the true reason is to be sought in the spirit of the age, which proceeds by the rule of contraries altogether, and is now usually admitted as the solution of everything in the way of paradox and impossibility. Or perhaps, after all, it was only the mummy's exceedingly natural and matter-of-course air that divested his words of the terrible. However this may be, the facts are clear, and no member of our party betrayed any very particular trepidation, or seemed to consider that anything had gone very especially wrong. For my part, one was convinced it was all right, and merely stepped aside out of the range of the Egyptian's fist. Dr. Ponener thrust his hands into his breeches pockets, looked hard at the mummy, and grew excessively red in the face. Mr. Glidden stroked his whiskers and drew up the collar of his shirt. Mr. Buckingham hung down his head and put his right thumb into the left corner of his mouth. The Egyptian regarded him with a severe countenance for some minutes, and at length, with a sneer, said, "Why don't you speak, Mr. Buckingham? Did you hear what I asked you, or not? Do take your thumb out of your mouth." Mr. Buckingham hereupon gave a slight start, took his right thumb out of the left corner of his mouth, and by way of indemnification, inserted his left thumb in the right corner of the aperture above mentioned. Not being able to get an answer from Mr. B, the figure turned peevishly to Mr. Glidden, and in a peremptory tone demanded in general terms what we all meant. Mr. Glidden replied at great length in phonetics, and but for the deficiency of American printing offices in hieroglyphical type, it would afford me much pleasure to record here in the original the whole of his very excellent speech. I may as well take this occasion to remark that all the subsequent conversation in which the mummy took a part was carried on in primitive Egyptian through the medium, so far as concerned myself and other untraveled members of the company, through the medium, I say, of Messieurs Glidden and Buckingham. As interpreters, these gentlemen spoke the mother tongue of the mummy with inimitable fluency and grace, but I could not help observing that, owing no doubt to the introduction of images entirely modern, and of course entirely novel to the stranger, the two travelers were reduced occasionally to the employment of sensible forms for the purpose of conveying a particular meaning. Mr. Glidden at one period, for example, could not make the Egyptian comprehend the term politics, until he sketched upon the wall with a bit of charcoal a little carbonclenosed gentleman out at elbows, standing upon a stump, with his left leg drawn back, right arm thrown forward with his fist shut, the eyes rolled up toward heaven, and the mouth open at an angle of 90 degrees. Just in the same way, Mr. Buckingham failed to convey the absolutely modern idea wig, until at Dr. Ponnonner's suggestion he grew very pale in the face, and consented to take off his own. It will be readily understood that Mr. Glidden's discourse turned chiefly upon the vast benefits accruing to science from the unrolling and disemboweling of mummies, apologizing upon this score for any disturbance that might have been occasioned him, in particular the individual mummy called Allan, and concluding with a mere hint, for it could scarcely be considered more, that as these little matters were now explained, it might be as well to proceed with the investigation intended here. Dr. Ponnonner made ready his instruments. In regard to the latter suggestions of the orator, it appears that Allan had certain scruples of conscience, the nature of which I did not distinctly learn, but he expressed himself satisfied with the apologies tendered, and getting down from the table shook hands with the company all round. When this ceremony was at an end, we immediately busied ourselves in repairing the damages which our subject had sustained from the scalpel. We sewed up the wound in his temple, bandaged his foot, and applied a square inch of black plaster to the tip of his nose. It was now observed that the Count, this was the title, it seems, of Allan, had a slight fit of shivering, no doubt from the cold. The doctor immediately repaired to his wardrobe, and soon returned with a black dress coat made in Jennings' best manner, a pair of sky-blue plaid pantaloons with straps, a pink gingham chemise, a flapped vest of brocade, a white sack, overcoat, a walking cane with a hook, a hat with no brim, patent leather boots, straw-colored kid gloves, an eyeglass, a pair of whiskers, and a waterfall cravat. Owing to the disparity of size between the Count and the doctor, the proportion being as 2 to 1, there was some little difficulty in adjusting these habiliments upon the person of the Egyptian. But when all was arranged, he might have been said to be dressed. Mr. Glidden therefore gave him his arm, and led him to a comfortable chair by the fire, while the doctor rang the bell upon the spot, and ordered a supply of cigars and wine. The conversation soon grew animated. Much curiosity was, of course, expressed in regard to the somewhat remarkable fact of Allan still remaining alive. "I should have thought," observed Mr. Buckingham, "that it is high time you were dead." "Why," replied the Count, very much astonished, "I am little more than 700 years old. My father lived 1,000, and was by no means in his dotage when he died." Here ensued a brisk series of questions and computations, by means of which it became evident that the antiquity of the mummy had been grossly misjudged. It had been 5,050 years and some months since he had been consigned to the catacombs at Alethias. "But my remark," resumed Mr. Buckingham, "had no reference to your age at the period of interment. I am willing to grant, in fact, that you are still a young man, and my allusion was to the immensity of time during which, by your own showing, you must have been done up in asphaltum." In what said the Count? In asphaltum, persisted Mr. B. Ah yes, I have some faint notion of what you mean. It might be made to answer, no doubt, but in my time we employed scarcely anything else than the bichloride of mercury. But what we are especially at a loss to understand, said Dr. Ponener, is how it happens that, having been dead and buried in Egypt 5,000 years ago, you are here today all alive and looking so delightfully well. Had I been, as you say, dead, replied the Count, it is more than probable that dead I should still be, for I perceive you are yet in the infancy of galvanism, and cannot accomplish with it what was a common thing among us in the old days. But the fact is I fell into catalepsy, and it was considered by my best friends that I was either dead or should be. They accordingly embalmed me at once. I presume you are aware of the chief principle of the embalming process. Why not altogether? I perceive a deplorable condition of ignorance. Well, I cannot enter into details just now, but it is necessary to explain that to embalm, properly speaking, in Egypt was to arrest indefinitely all the animal functions subjected to the process. I use the word animal in its widest sense, as including the physical not more than the moral and vital being. I repeat that the leading principle of embalmment consisted with us in the immediately arresting and holding in perpetual abeyance all the animal functions subjected to the process. To be brief, in whatever condition the individual was at the period of embalmment, in that condition he remained. Now, as it is my good fortune to be of the blood of the scarabaeus, I was embalmed alive, as you see me at present. The blood of the scarabaeus, exclaimed Dr. Ponener. Yes, the scarabaeus was the insignium, or the arms of a very distinguished and very rare patrician family. To be of the blood of the scarabaeus is merely to be one of that family of which the scarabaeus is the insignium. I speak figuratively. But what has this to do with you being alive? Why, it is the general custom in Egypt to deprive a corpse, before embalmment, of its bowels and brains. The race of the scarabaei alone did not coincide with the custom. Had I not been a scarabaeus, therefore, I should have been without bowels and brains, and without either it is inconvenient to live. I perceive that, said Mr. Buckingham, and I presume that all the entire mummies that come to hand are of the race of scarabaei. Beyond doubt. I thought, said Mr. Glidden very meekly, that the scarabaeus was one of the Egyptian gods. One of the Egyptian, what? Exclaimed the mummy, starting to its feet. Gods, repeated the traveler. Mr. Glidden, I really am astonished to hear you talk in this style, said the Count, resuming his chair. No nation upon the face of the earth has ever acknowledged more than one god. The scarabaeus, the ibis, etc., were with us, as similar creatures have been with others, the symbols or media through which we offered worship to the Creator, too august to be more directly approached. There was here a pause. At length the colloquy was renewed by Dr. Ponener. It is not improbable, then, from what you have explained, said he, that among the catacombs near the Nile there may exist other mummies of the scarabaeus tribe in a condition of vitality. There can be no question of it, replied the Count. All the scarabaei embalmed accidentally, while alive, are alive now. Even some of those purposely so embalmed may have been overlooked by their executors and still remain in the tomb. Will you be kind enough to explain, I said, what you mean by purposely so embalmed? With great pleasure, answered the mummy, after surveying me leisurely through his eyeglass, for it was the first time I had ventured to address him a direct question. With great pleasure, he said. The usual duration of man's life in my time was about 800 years. Few men died unless by most extraordinary accident before the age of 600. Few lived longer than a decade of centuries, but 8 were considered the natural term. After the discovery of the embalming principle, as I have already described it to you, it occurred to our philosophers that a laudable curiosity might be gratified, and at the same time the interests of science much advanced by living this natural term in installments. In the case of history, indeed, experience demonstrated that something of this kind was indispensable. An historian, for example, having attained the age of 500, would write a book with great labor, and then get himself carefully embalmed, leaving instructions to his executors pro tem that they should cause him to be revivified after the lapse of a certain period, say 500 or 600 years, resuming existence. At the expiration of this time, he would invariably find his great work converted into a species of haphazard notebook, that is to say, into a kind of literary arena for the conflicting guesses, riddles, and personal squabbles of whole herds of exasperated commentators. These guesses, etc., which passed under the name of annotations or emendations, were found so completely to have enveloped, distorted, and overwhelmed the text that the author had to go about with a lantern to discover his own book. When discovered, it was never worth the trouble of the search after rewriting it throughout. It was regarded as the bounden duty of the historian to set himself to work immediately in correcting from his own private knowledge and experience the traditions of the day concerning the epoch at which he had originally lived. Now this process of rescription and personal rectification, pursued by various individual sages from time to time, had the effect of preventing our history from degenerating into absolute fable. "I beg your pardon," said Dr. Ponener at this point, laying his hand gently upon the arm of the Egyptian. "I beg your pardon, sir, but may I presume to interrupt you for one moment?" "By all means, sir," replied the Count, drawing up. "I merely wish to ask you a question," said the doctor. "You mentioned the historian's personal correction of traditions respecting his own epoch. Pray, sir, upon an average, what proportion of these Kabbalah were usually found to be right?" "The Kabbalah, as you properly term them, sir, were generally discovered to be precisely on a par with the facts recorded in the unrewritten histories themselves. That is to say, not one individual iota of either was ever known, under any circumstances, to be not totally and radically wrong. But since it is quite clear," resumed the doctor, "that at least 5,000 years have elapsed since your entombment, I take it for granted that your histories at that period, if not your traditions, were sufficiently explicit on that one topic of universal interest, the creation, which took place, as I presume you are aware, only about 10 centuries before." "Sir," said the Count, "alla mistake." The doctor repeated his remarks, but it was only after much additional explanation that the foreigner could be made to comprehend them. The latter at length said hesitatingly, "The ideas you have suggested are to me, I confess, utterly novel. During my time, I never knew anyone to entertain so singular a fancy as that the universe, or this world, if you will have it so, ever had a beginning at all. I remember once, and once only, hearing something remotely hinted by a man of many speculations concerning the origin of the human race, and by this individual the very word Adam, or red earth, which you make use of, was employed. He employed it, however, in a generical sense, with reference to the spontaneous germination from rank soil, just as 1,000 of the lower genera of creatures are germinate the spontaneous germination, I say, of 5 vast hordes of men simultaneously upspringing in 5 distinct and nearly equal divisions of the globe." Here in general the company shrugged their shoulders, and 1 or 2 of us touched our foreheads with a very significant air. Mr. Silk Buckingham, first glancing slightly at the occiput, and then at the sinciput of alla mistake, spoke as follows: "The long duration of human life in your time, together with the occasional practice of passing it, as you have explained in installments, must have had indeed a strong tendency to the general development and conglomeration of knowledge. I presume, therefore, that we are to attribute the marked inferiority of the old Egyptians in all particulars of science when compared with the moderns, and more especially with the Yankees, altogether to the superior solidity of the Egyptian skull." "I confess again," replied the Count with much suavity, "that I am somewhat at a loss to comprehend you. Pray, to what particulars of science do you allude?" Here our whole party, joining voices, detailed at great length the assumptions of phrenology and the marvels of animal magnetism. Having heard us to an end, the Count proceeded to relate a few anecdotes which rendered it evident that prototypes of Gaul and spurzheim had flourished and faded in Egypt so long ago as to have been nearly forgotten, and that the maneuvers of Mesmer were really very contemptible tricks when put in collation with the positive miracles of the Theban savans who created lice, and a great many other similar things. I here asked the Count if his people were able to calculate eclipses. He smiled rather contemptuously and said they were. This put me a little out, but I began to make other inquiries in regard to his astronomical knowledge, when a member of the company, who had never as yet opened his mouth, whispered in my ear that for information on this head, I had better consult Ptolemy, whoever Ptolemy is, as well as one Plutarch de Facie Luni. I then questioned the mummy about burning glasses and lenses, and in general about the manufacture of glass, but I had not made an end of my queries before the silent member again touched me quietly on the elbow and begged me for God's sake to take a peep at Diodorus Siculus. As for the Count, he merely asked me in the way of reply if we moderns possessed any such microscopes as would enable us to cut cameos in the style of the Egyptians. While I was thinking how I should answer this question, little Dr. Ponana committed himself in a very extraordinary way. "Look at our architecture," he exclaimed, greatly to the indignation of both the travelers, who pinched him black and blue to no purpose. "Look," he cried with enthusiasm, "at the Bowling Green fountain in New York. Or if this be too vast a contemplation, regard for a moment the Capitol at Washington, Roman 500, Roman 100. And the good little medical man went on to detail very minutely the proportions of the fabric, to which he referred. He explained that the portico alone was adorned with no less than 24 columns 5 feet in diameter and 10 feet apart. The Count said that he regretted not being able to remember just at that moment the precise dimensions of any one of the principal buildings of the city of Aznac, whose foundations were laid in the night of time, but the ruins of which were still standing at the epoch of his entombment in a vast plain of sand to the westward of Thebes. He recollected, however, talking of the porticos, that one affixed to an inferior palace in a kind of suburb called Karnak consisted of 144 columns 37 feet in circumference, and 25 feet apart. The approach to this portico from the Nile was through an avenue 2 miles long, composed of sphinxes, statues, and obelisks 20-60, and 100 feet in height. The palace itself, as well as he could remember, was in one direction 2 miles long, and might have been altogether about 7 in circuit. Its walls were richly painted all over within and without with hieroglyphics. He would not pretend to assert that even 50 or 60 of the doctor's capitals might have been built within these walls, but he was by no means sure that 200 or 300 of them might not have been squeezed in with some trouble. That palace at Karnak was an insignificant little building. After all, the Count, however, could not conscientiously refuse to admit the ingenuity, magnificence, and superiority of the fountain at the Bowling Green, as described by the doctor. Nothing like it, he was forced to allow, had ever been seen in Egypt or elsewhere. I here asked the Count what he had to say to our railroads. "Nothing," he replied, "in particular. They were rather slight, rather ill-conceived, and clumsily put together. They could not be compared, of course, with the vast level, direct, iron-grooved causeways upon which the Egyptians conveyed entire temples and solid obelisks of 150 feet in altitude." I spoke of our gigantic mechanical forces. He agreed that we knew something in that way, but inquired how I should have gone to work in getting up the imposts on the lintels of even the little palace at Karnak. This question I concluded not to hear, and demanded if he had any idea of artesian wells, but he simply raised his eyebrows, while Mr. Glidden winked at me very hard, and said in a low tone that one had been recently discovered by the engineers employed to bore for water in the great oasis. I then mentioned our steel, but the foreigner elevated his nose and asked me if our steel could have executed the sharp carved work seen on the obelisks, and which was wrought altogether by edge-tools of copper. This disconcerted us so greatly that we thought it advisable to vary the attack to metaphysics. We sent for a copy of a book called The Dial, and read out of it a chapter or two about something that is not very clear, but which the Bostonians call the great movement of progress. The Count merely said that great movements were awfully common things in his day, and as for progress, it was at one time quite a nuisance, but it never progressed. We then spoke of the great beauty and importance of democracy, and were at much trouble in impressing the Count with a due sense of the advantages we enjoyed in living where there was suffrage ad libitum and no king. He listened with marked interest, and in fact seemed not a little amused. When we had done, he said that a great while ago there had occurred something of a very similar sort. 13 Egyptian provinces determined all at once to be free, and to set a magnificent example to the rest of mankind, they assembled their wise men and concocted the most ingenious constitution it is possible to conceive. For a while they managed remarkably well, only their habit of bragging was prodigious. The thing ended, however, in the consolidation of the 13 states, with some 15 or 20 others, in the most odious and insupportable despotism that was ever heard of upon the face of the earth. I asked what was the name of the usurping tyrant. As well as the Count could recollect, it was Marbu. Not knowing what to say to this, I raised my voice and deplored the Egyptian ignorance of steam. The Count looked at me with much astonishment, but made no answer. The silent gentleman, however, gave me a violent nudge in the ribs with his elbow. Told me I had sufficiently exposed myself, for Ancient demanded if I was really such a fool as not to know that the modern steam engine is derived from the invention of Hero through Solomon de Caus. We were now in imminent danger of being discomfited, but as good luck would have it, Dr. Ponana, having rallied, returned to our rescue and inquired if the people of Egypt would seriously pretend to rival the moderns in the all-important particular of dress. The Count at this glanced downward to the straps of his pantaloons, and then taking hold of the end of one of his coat-tails, held it up close to his eyes for some minutes, letting it fall at last. His mouth extended itself very gradually from ear to ear, but I do not remember that he said anything in the way of reply. Hereupon we recovered our spirits, and the doctor, approaching the mummy with great dignity, desired it to say candidly, upon its honor as a gentleman, if the Egyptians had comprehended at any period the manufacture of either Ponanur's lozenges or Brandreth's pills. We looked with profound anxiety for an answer, but in vain. It was not forthcoming. The Egyptian blushed and hung down his head. Never was triumph more consummate, never was defeat borne with so ill a grace. Indeed, I could not endure the spectacle of the poor mummy's mortification. I reached my hat, bowed to him stiffly, and took leave. Upon getting home, I found it past 4 o'clock, and went immediately to bed. It is now 10 A Roman 1000. I have been up since 7, penning these memoranda for the benefit of my family and of mankind. The former I shall behold no more. My wife is a shrew. The truth is, I am heartily sick of this life and of the 19th century in general. I am convinced that everything is going wrong. Besides, I am anxious to know who will be president in 2045. As soon, therefore, as I shave and swallow a cup of coffee, I shall just step over to Ponanur's and get embalmed for a couple of 100 years. The poetic principle. In speaking of the poetic principle, I have no design to be either thorough or profound. While discussing very much at random the essentiality of what we call poetry, my principal purpose will be to cite for consideration some few of those minor English or American poems which best suit my own taste, or which, upon my own fancy, have left the most definite impression. By minor poems, I mean, of course, poems of little length, and here in the beginning permit me to say a few words in regard to a somewhat peculiar principle, which, whether rightfully or wrongfully, has always had its influence in my own critical estimate of the poem. I hold that a long poem does not exist. I maintain that the phrase "a long poem" is simply a flat contradiction in terms. I need scarcely observe that a poem deserves its title only inasmuch as it excites by elevating the soul. The value of the poem is in the ratio of this elevating excitement, but all excitements are through a cycle necessity transient. That degree of excitement which would entitle a poem to be so called at all cannot be sustained throughout a composition of any great length. After the lapse of half an hour, at the very utmost, it flagsfelse revulsion ensuesend. Then the poem is in effect, and in fact no longer such. There are no doubt many who have found difficulty in reconciling the critical dictum that the Paradise Lost is to be devoutly admired throughout, with the absolute impossibility of maintaining for it, during perusal, the amount of enthusiasm which that critical dictum would demand. This great work, in fact, is to be regarded as poetical only when, losing sight of that vital requisite in all works of art, unity, we view it merely as a series of minor poems. If, to preserve its unity, its totality of effect, or impression we read it, as would be necessary at a single sitting. The result is but a constant alternation of excitement and depression. After a passage of what we feel to be true poetry, there follows inevitably a passage of platitude, which no critical prejudgment can force us to admire. But if upon completing the work, we read it again, omitting the first book, that is to say, commencing with the second, we shall be surprised at now finding that admirable which we before condemned, that damnable which we had previously so much admired. It follows from all this that the ultimate aggregate or absolute effect of even the best epic under the sun is a nullity, and this is precisely the fact. In regard to the Iliad, we have, if not positive proof, at least very good reason for believing it intended as a series of lyrics. But granting the epic intention, I can say only that the work is based in an imperfect sense of art. The modern epic is of the supposititious ancient model, but an inconsiderate and blindfold imitation. But the day of these artistic anomalies is over. If at any time any very long poem were popular in reality, which I doubt, it is at least clear that no very long poem will ever be popular again. That the extent of a poetical work is ceteris paribus, the measure of its merit seems undoubtedly, when we thus stated a proposition sufficiently absurdiate, we are indebted for it to the quarterly reviews. Surely, there can be nothing in mere size, abstractly considered; there can be nothing in mere bulk, so far as a volume is concerned, which has so continuously elicited admiration from these saturnine pamphlets, a mountain to be. Sure, by the mere sentiment of physical magnitude which it conveys does impress us with a sense of the sublime, but no man is impressed after this fashion by the material grandeur of even the Columbiad. Even the quarterlies have not instructed us to be so impressed by it. As yet they have not insisted on our estimating Lamartine by the cubic foot or Pollock by the pound, but what else are we to infer from their continual plating? About sustained effort, if by sustained effort any little gentleman has accomplished an epic, let us frankly commend him for the effort. If this indeed be a thing commendable, but let us forbear praising the epic on the effort's account. It is to be hoped that common sense in the time to come will prefer deciding upon a work of art rather by the impression it makes be the effect it produces than by the time it took to impress the effect, or by the amount of sustained effort which had been found necessary in effecting the impression. The fact is that perseverance is one thing and genius quite another. Can all the quarterlies in Christendom confound them by? And by this proposition, with many which I have been just urging, will be received as self-evident in the meantime, by being generally condemned as falsities, they will not be essentially damaged as truths. On the other hand, it is clear that a poem may be improperly brief. Undue brevity degenerates into mere epigrammatism. A very short poem, while now and then producing a brilliant or vivid, never produces a profound or enduring effect. There must be the steady pressing down of the stamp upon the wax. De Beranger has wrought innumerable things pungent and spirit-stirring, but in general they have been too imponderous to stamp themselves deeply into the public attention, and thus, as so many feathers of fancy have been blown aloft only to be whistled down the wind. A remarkable instance of the effect of undue brevity in depressing a poem, in keeping it out of the popular view, is afforded by the following exquisite little serenade. I arise from dreams of thee in the first sweet sleep of night, when the winds are breathing low and the stars are shining bright. I arise from dreams of thee, and a spirit in my feet has led me who knows how to thy chamber window sweet. The wandering airs they faint on the dark, the silent stream. The champak odors fail, like sweet thoughts in a dream. The nightingale's complaint, it dies upon her heart, as I must die on shine. O beloved as thou art, O lift me from the grass. I die, I faint, I fail. Let thy love in kisses rain on my lips and eyelids pale. My cheek is cold and white, alas. My heart beats loud and fast. O press it close to shine again, where it will break at last. Very few perhaps are familiar with these lines, yet no less a poet than Shelley is their author, their warm yet delicate and ethereal imagination will be appreciated by all, but by none so thoroughly as by him who has himself arisen from sweet dreams of one, beloved to bathe in the aromatic air of a southern midsummer night. One of the finest poems by Willis, very best in my opinion, which he has ever written has no doubt through this same defect of undue brevity been kept back from its proper position, not less in the shadows lay along Broadway. 'Twas near the twilight-tide, and slowly there a lady fair was walking in her pride. Alone walked she, but viewlessly walked spirits at her side. Peace charmed the street beneath her feet, and honor charmed the air, and all astir looked kind on her, and called her good as fair, for all God ever gave to her. She kept with chary care, she kept with care her beauties rare, from lovers warm and true. For heart was cold to all but gold, and the rich came not to one, but honored well her charms to sell, if priests the selling do. Now walking there was one more fair, a slight girl lilipale, and she had unseen company, to make the spirit quail. Twixt want and scorn she walked forlorn, and nothing could avail. No mercy now can clear her brow from this world's peace to pray. For as love's wild prayer dissolved in air, her woman's heart gave way. But the sin forgiven by Christ in heaven, by man is cursed alway. In this composition, we find it difficult to recognize the Willis, who has written so many mere verses of society. The lines are not only richly ideal, but full of energy, while they breathe an earnestness, an evident sincerity of sentiment, for which we look in vain throughout all the other works of this author. While the epic mania, while the idea that to merit in poetry prolixity is indispensable, has for some years past been gradually dying out of the public mind by mere dint of its own absurdity, we find it succeeded by a heresy too palpably false to be long tolerated, but one which in the brief period it has already endured may be said to have accomplished more in the corruption of our poetical literature than all its other enemies combined. I allude to the heresy of the didactic. It has been assumed tacitly and avowedly, directly and indirectly, that the ultimate object of all poetry is truth. Every poem, it is said, should inculcate a morals, and by this moral is the poetical merit of the work to be adjudged. We Americans especially have patronized this happy idea, and we Bostonians very especially have developed it. In full we have taken it into our heads that to write a poem simply for the poem's sake, and to acknowledge such to have been our design, would be to confess ourselves radically wanting in the true poetic dignity and force. But the simple fact is that would we but permit ourselves to look into our own souls, we should immediately there discover that under the sun there neither exists nor can exist any work more thoroughly dignified, more supremely noble than this very poem. This poem per se, this poem which is a poem, and nothing more, this poem written solely for the poem's sake. With as deep a reverence for the true as ever inspired the bosom of man, I would nevertheless limit, in some measure, its modes of inculcation. I would limit to enforce them. I would not enfeeble them by dissipation. The demands of truth are severe. She has no sympathy with the myrtles. All that which is so indispensable in song is precisely all that with which she has nothing whatever to do. It is but making her a flaunting paradox to wreathe her in gems and flowers. In enforcing a truth, we need severity rather than efflorescence of language. We must be simple, precise, terse. We must be cool, calm, unimpassioned. In a word, we must be in that mood, which as nearly as possible is the exact converse of the poetical. He must be blind, indeed, who does not perceive the radical and chasmal difference between the truthful and the poetical modes of inculcation. He must be theoremad beyond redemption, who, in spite of these differences, shall still persist in attempting to reconcile the obstinate oils and waters of poetry and truth. Dividing the world of mind into its three most immediately obvious distinctions, we have the pure intellect taste, and the moral sense. I place taste in the middle. because it is just this position which in the mind it occupies it holds intimate relations with either extreme, but from the moral sense is separated by so faint a difference that Aristotle has not hesitated to place some of its operations among the virtues themselves. Nevertheless, we find the offices of the trio marked with a sufficient distinction. Just as the intellect concerns itself with truth, so taste informs us of the beautiful, while the moral sense is regardful of duty of this latter. While conscience teaches the obligation, and reason the expediency, taste contents herself with displaying the charm-switching war upon vice solely on the ground of her deformity or disproportionate animosity, to the fitting, to the appropriate, to the harmonious in, a word, to beauty. An immortal instinct deep within the spirit of man is thus plainly a sense of the beautiful. This it is which administers to his delight in the manifold forms and sounds and odors and sentiments amid which he exists, and just as the lily is repeated in the lake, or the eyes of Amaryllis in the mirror, so is the mere oral or written repetition of these forms and sounds and colors and odors and sentiments a duplicate source of the light. But this mere repetition is not poetry. He who shall simply sing with however glowing enthusiasm, or with however vivid a truth of description of the sights and sounds and odors and colors and sentiments which greet him in common with all mankind, I say, has yet failed to prove his divine title. There is still a something in the distance which he has been unable to attain. We have still a thirst unquenchable to allay which he has not shown us, the crystal springs. This thirst belongs to the immortality of man. It is at once a consequence and an indication of his perennial existence. It is the desire of the moth for the star. It is no mere appreciation of the beauty before us, but a wild effort to reach the beauty above, inspired by an ecstatic prescience of the glories beyond the grave. We struggle by multiform combinations among the things and thoughts of time to attain a portion of that loveliness whose very elements perhaps appertain to eternity alone. And thus, when by poetry, or when by music, the most entrancing of the poetic moods, we find ourselves melted into tears, we weep then not as the Abbate Gravina supposes through excess of pleasure, but through a certain petulant impatient sorrow at our inability to grasp now wholly here on earth at once, and forever those divine and rapturous joys of which through the poem or through the music we attain to but brief and indeterminate glimpses. The struggle to apprehend the supernal loveliness, this struggle on the part of souls, fittingly constituted has given to the world all that which it, the world, has ever been enabled at once to understand and to feel as poetic. The poetic sentiment, of course, may develop itself in various modes: in painting, in sculpture, in architecture, in the dance, especially in music, and, very peculiarly, and with a wide field, in the calm position of the landscape garden. Our present theme, however, has regard only to its manifestation in words, and here let me speak briefly on the topic of rhythm, contenting myself with the certainty that music, in its various modes of meter, rhythm, and rhyme, is of so vast a moment in poetry as never to be wisely rejected, so vitally important an adjunct, that he is simply silly who declines its assistance. I will not now pause to maintain its absolute essentiality. It is in music, perhaps, that the soul most nearly attains the great end for which, when inspired by the poetic sentiment, it struggles the creation of supernal beauty. It may be indeed that here this sublime end is now, and then attained. In fact, we are often made to feel with a shivering delight that from an earthly harp are stricken notes which cannot have been unfamiliar to the angels, and thus there can be little doubt that in the union of poetry with music, in its popular sense, we shall find the widest field for the poetic development. The old bards and minnesingers had advantages which we do not possess, and Thomas Moore, singing his own songs, was in the most legitimate manner perfecting them as poems. To recapitulate then, I would define in brief the poetry of words as the rhythmical creation of beauty. Its sole arbiter is taste. With the intellect, or with the conscience, it has only collateral relations, unless incidentally it has no concern whatever either with duty or with truths. A few words, however, in explanation. That pleasure which is at once the most pure, the most elevating, and the most intense is derived, I maintain, from the contemplation of the beautiful. In the contemplation of beauty, we alone find it possible to attain that pleasurable elevation or excitement of the soul which we recognize as the poetic sentiment, and which is so easily distinguished from truth, which is the satisfaction of the reason, or from passion, which is the excitement of the heart. I make beauty their forcing the word, as inclusive of the sublime I make beauty the province of the poem, simply because it is an obvious rule of art that effects should be made to spring as directly as possible from their causesno, one as yet having been weak enough to deny that the peculiar elevation in question is at least most readily attainable in the poem. It by no means follows, however, that the incitements of passion or the precepts of duty, even the lessons of truth, may not be introduced into a poem, and with advantage, for they may subserve incidentally in various ways the general purposes of the work, but the true artist will always contrive to tone them down in proper subjection to that beauty which is the atmosphere and the real essence of the poem. I cannot better introduce the few poems which I shall present for your consideration than by the citation of the proem to Longfellow's waif. The day is done, and the darkness falls from the wings of night, as a feather is wafted downward from an eagle in his flight. I see the lights of the village gleam through the rain and the mist, and a feeling of sadness comes o'er me that my soul cannot resist, a feeling of sadness and longing that is not akin to pain, and resembles sorrow only, as the mist resembles the rain. Come read to me some poem, some simple and heartfelt lay, that shall soothe this restless feeling, and banish the thoughts of day. Not from the grand old masters, not from the bards sublime, whose distant footsteps echo through the corridors of time, for like strains of martial music, their mighty thoughts suggest life's endless toil and endeavor. And tonight I long for rest. Read from some humbler poet, whose songs gushed from his heart, as showers from the clouds of summer, or tears from the eyelids start, who through long days of labor, and nights devoid of ease, still heard in his soul the music of wonderful melodies. Such songs have power to quiet the restless pulse of care, and come like the benediction that follows after prayer. Then read from the treasured volume the poem of thy choice, and lend to the rhyme of the poet the beauty of thy voice, and the night shall be filled with music, and the cares that infest the day shall fold their tents like the Arabs, and as silently steal away. With no great range of imagination, these lines have been justly admired for their delicacy of expression. Some of the images are very effective. Nothing can be better than the bard's sublime, whose distant footsteps echo down the corridors of time. The idea of the last quatrain is also very effective. The poem on the whole, however, is chiefly to be admired for the graceful insouciance of its meter, so well in accordance with the character of the sentiments, and especially for the ease of the general manner. This ease or naturalness in a literary style it has long been the fashion to regard as ease in appearance alone is a point of really difficult attainment, but not so a natural manner is difficult only to him who should never meddle with it. Unnatural it is but the result of writing with the understanding, or with the instinct that the tone in composition should always be that which the mass of mankind would adopt and must perpetually vary, of course, with the occasion. The author who, after the fashion of the North American Review, should be upon all occasions merely quiet, must necessarily, upon many occasions, be simply silly or stupid, and has no more right to be considered easy or natural than a Cockney exquisite, or than the Sleeping Beauty in the waxworks. Among the minor poems of Bryant, none has so much impressed me as the one which he entitles June. I quote only a portion of it. There through the long, long summer hours, the golden light should lie, and thick young herbs and groups of flowers stand in their beauty by. The oriole should build and tell his love till close beside my cell. The idle butterfly should rest him there, and there be heard the housewife bee and humming bird And what if cheerful shouts at noon come from the village scent, or songs of maids beneath the moon, with fairy laughter blent? And what if, in the evening light, betrothed lovers walk in sight of my low monument? I would the lovely scene around might know no sadder sight nor sound. I know, I should not see the season's glorious show, nor would its brightness shine for me, nor its wild music flow. But if around my place of sleep the friends I love should come to weep, they might not haste to go. Soft airs and song and the light and bloom should keep them lingering by my tomb. These to their softened hearts should bear the thoughts of what has been, and speak of one who cannot share the gladness of the scene, whose part in all the pomp that fills the circuit of the summer hills is that his grave is green. And deeply would their hearts rejoice to hear again his living voice. The rhythmical flow here is even voluptuous. Nothing could be more melodious. The poem has always affected me in a remarkable manner. The intense melancholy, which seems to well up perforce to the surface of all the poet's cheerful sayings about his grave, we find thrilling us to the soul. There is the truest poetic elevation in the thrill. The impression left is one of a pleasurable sadness, and if in the remaining compositions, which I shall introduce to you, there be more or less of a similar tone always apparent, let me remind you that how or why we know not this certain taint of sadness is inseparably connected with all the higher manifestations of true beauty. It is nevertheless a feeling of sadness and longing that is not akin to pain, and resembles sorrow only, as the mist resembles the rain. The taint of which I speak is clearly perceptible even in a poem so full of brilliancy and spirit as the health of Edward Coate Pinkney. I fill this cup to one made up of loveliness alone, a woman of her gentle sex, the seeming paragon, to whom the better elements and kindly stars have given a form so fair that like the air, 'tis less of earth than heaven. Her every tone is music's own, like those of morning birds, and something more than melody dwells ever in her words. The coinage of her heart are they, and from her lips each flows, as one may see the burdened bee forth issue from the rose. Affections are as thoughts to her, the measures of her hours. Her feelings have the flagrancy, the freshness of young flowers, and lovely passions changing oft. So fill her she appears, the image of themselves by turns, the idol of past years. Of her bright face one glance will trace a picture on the brain, and of her voice in echoing hearts a sound must long remain. But memory such as mine of her so very much endears, when death is nigh my latest sigh, will not be life's but hers. I filled this cup to one made up of loveliness alone, a woman of her gentle sex, the seeming paragon. Her health and wood on earth there stood some more of such a frame, that life might be all poetry, and weariness a name. It was the misfortune of Mr. Pinkney to have been born too far south. Had he been a New Englander, it is probable that he would have been ranked as the first of American lyrists by that magnanimous cabal which has so long controlled the destinies of American letters. In conducting the thing called the North American Review, the poem just cited is especially beautiful, but the poetic elevation which it induces, we must refer chiefly to our sympathy in the poet's enthusiasm. We pardon his hyperboles for the evident earnestness with which they are uttered. It was by no means my design, however, to expatiate upon the merits of what I should read you. These will necessarily speak for themselves. Boccalini, in his advertisements from Parnassus, tells us that Zoilus once presented Apollo a very caustic criticism upon a very admirable book, whereupon the god asked him for the beauties of the work. He replied that he only busied himself about the errors. On hearing this, Apollo, handing him a sack of unwinnowed wheat, bade him pick out all the chaff for his reward. Now this fable answers very well as a hit at the critics, but I am by no means sure that the god was in the right. I am by no means certain that the true limits of the critical duty are not grossly misunderstood. Excellence in a poem especially may be considered in the light of an axiom which need only be properly put to become self-evident. It is not excellence if it require to be demonstrated as such, and thus to point out too particularly the merits of a work of art is to admit that they are not merits altogether. Among the melodies of Thomas Moore is one whose distinguished character as a poem proper seems to have been singularly left out of view. I allude to his lines beginning "Come rest in this bosom." The intense energy of their expression is not surpassed by anything in Byron. There are two of the lines in which a sentiment is conveyed that embodies the all in all of the divine passion of love, a sentiment which perhaps has found its echo in more and in more passionate human hearts than any other single sentiment ever embodied in words. Come rest in this bosom, my own stricken dear. Though the herd have fled from thee, thy home is still here. Here still is the smile that no cloud can o'ercast, and a heart and a hand all thy own to the last. Oh, what was love made for if 'tis not the same? Through joy and through torment, through glory and shame. I know not, I ask not if guilt's in that heart. I but know that I love thee whatever thou art. Thou hast called me thy angel in moments of bliss, and thy angel ill be mid the horrors of this. Through the furnace, unshrinking thy steps to pursue, and shield thee and save Thea, perish thereto. It has been the fashion of late days to deny Moore imagination, while granting him fancier distinction, originating with Coleridge, whom no man more fully comprehended the great powers of Moore. The fact is that the fancy of this poet so far predominates over all his other faculties, and over the fancy of all other men, as to have induced very naturally the idea that he is fanciful only. But never was there a greater mistake, never was a grosser wrong done the fame of a true poet in the compass of the English language. I can call to mind no poem more profoundly, more weirdly imaginative, in the best sense, than the lines commencing I would I were by that dim lake, which are the calm position of Thomas Moore. I regret that I am unable to remember them. One of the noble stands, speaking of Fancione, of the most singularly fanciful of modern poets, was Thomas Hood. His fair Inez had always for me an inexpressible charm. Oh, saw ye not fair Inez? She's gone into the west, to dazzle when the sun is down, and rob the world of rest. She took our daylight with her, the smiles that we love best, with morning blushes on her cheek, and pearls upon her breast. Oh, turn again, fair Inez, before the fall of night, for fear the moon should shine alone, and stars unrivalled bright. And blessed will the lover be that walks beneath their light, and breathes the love against thy cheek. I dare not even write. Would I had been fair Inez, that gallant cavalier, who rode so gaily by thy side, and whispered thee so near. Were there no bonny dames at home, or no true lovers here, that he should cross the seas to win the dearest of the dear? I saw thee, lovely Inez, descend along the shore, with bands of noble gentlemen, and banners waved before, and gentle youth and maidens gay, and snowy plumes they wore. It would have been a beauteous dream, if it had been no more. Alas, alas, fair Inez, she went away with song, with music waiting on her steps, and shootings of the throng. But some were sad and felt no mirth, but only music's wrong, in sounds that sang farewell, farewell, to her you've loved so long. Farewell, farewell, fair Aeneas. That vessel never bore so fair a lady on its deck, nor danced so light before. Alas for pleasure on the sea, and sorrow on the shore. The smile that blessed one lover's heart has broken many more. The Haunted House by the same author is one of the truest poems ever written one of the truest, one of the most unexceptionable, one of the most thoroughly artistic both in its theme and in its execution. It is moreover powerfully ideal imaginative. I regret that its length renders it unsuitable for the purposes of this lecture. In place of it, permit me to offer the universally appreciated Bridge of Sighs. One more unfortunate, weary of breath, rashly importunate, gone to her death. Take her up tenderly, lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young and so fair. Look at her garments, clinging like cerements, whilst the wave constantly drips from her clothing. Take her up instantly, loving not loathing. Touch her not scornfully, think of her mournfully, gently and humanly. Not of the stains of her, all that remains of her now is pure womanly. Make no deep scrutiny into her mutiny, rash and undutiful, past all dishonor. Death has left on her only the beautiful, where the lamps quiver so far in the river, with many a light, from window and casement, from garret to basement. She stood with amazement, houseless by night. The bleak wind of March made her tremble and shiver, but not the dark arch, or the black flowing river. Mad from life's history, glad to death's mystery, swift to be hurled anywhere, anywheres, out of the world, in she plunged boldly, no matter how coldly. The rough river ran over the brink of it. Picture it, think of it. Dissolute man, lave in it, drink of it. Then, if you can, still for all slips of hers, one of Eve's family, wipe those poor lips of hers, oozing so clammily. Loop up her tresses, escaped from the comb, her fair auburn tresses, whilst wonderment guesses, where was her home? Who was her father? Who was her mother? Had she a sister? Had she a brother? Or was there a dearer one, still and a nearer one, yet than all others? Alas for the rarity of Christian charity under the sun. Oh, it was pitiful, near a whole city full. Home she had none, sisterly, brotherly, fatherly, motherly. Feelings had changed, love by harsh evidence, thrown from its eminence. Even God's providence, seeming estranged. Take her up tenderly, lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young and so fair, ere her limbs frigidly stiffen too rigidly, descent kindly, smooth and compose them, and her eyes close them, staring so blindly, dreadfully staring, through muddy impurity, as when with the daring last look of despairing, fixed on futurity, perishing gloomily, spurred by contumely, cold inhumanity, burning insanity, into her rest, cross her hands humbly, as if praying dumbly, over her breast, owning her weakness, her evil behaviors, and leaving with meekness her sins to her Savior. The vigor of this poem is no less remarkable than its pathos, the versification, although carrying the fanciful to the very verge of the fantastic, is nevertheless admirably adapted to the wild insanity which is the thesis of the poem. Among the minor poems of Lord Byron is one which has never received from the critics the praise which it undoubtedly deserves. Though the day of my destiny's over, and the star of my fate bath declined, thy soft heart refused to discover the faults which so many could find. Though thy soul with my grief was acquainted, it shrunk not to share it with me, and the love which my spirit bath painted, it never bath found but in thee. Then, when nature around me is smiling, the last smile which answers to mine, I do not believe it beguiling, because it reminds me of shine. And when winds are at war with the ocean, as the breasts I believed in with me, if their billows excite an emotion, it is that they bear me from thee. Though the rock of my last hope is shivered, and its fragments are sunk in the wave, though I feel that my soul is delivered, to pain it shall not be its slave. There is many a pang to pursue me. They may crush, but they shall not contemn. They may torture, but shall not subdue me. 'Tis of thee that I thin not of them. Though human thou didst not deceive me, though woman thou didst not forsake, though loved thou forborest to grieve me, though slandered thou never couldst shake, though trusted thou didst not disclaim me, though parted it was not to fly, though watchful 'twas not to defame me, nor mute that the world might belie. Yet I blame not the world, nor despise it, nor the war of the many with one. If my soul was not fitted to prize it, 'twas folly not sooner to shun. And if dearly that error bath cost me, and more than I once could foresee, I have found that, whatever it lost me, it could not deprive me of thee. From the wreck of the past, which bath perished, thus much I at least may recall. It bath taught me that which I most cherished, deserved to be dearest of all. In the desert a fountain is springing, in the wide waste there still is a tree, and a bird in the solitude singing, which speaks to my spirit of thee. Although the rhythm here is one of the most difficult, the versification could scarcely be improved. No nobler theme ever engaged the pen of poet. It is the soul-elevating idea that no man can consider himself entitled to complain of fate, while in his adversity he still retains the unwavering love of woman. From Alfred Tennyson, although in perfect sincerity I regard him as the noblest poet that ever lived, I have left myself time to cite only a very brief specimen. I call him, and think him the noblest of poets, not because the impressions he produces are at all times the most profound, not because the poetical excitement which he induces is at all times the most intense, but because it is at all times the most ethereal, in other words, the most elevating and most pure. No poet is so little of the earthy. What I am about to read is from his last long poem, The Princess. Tears, idle tears, I know not what they mean. Tears from the depth of some divine despair rise in the heart and gather to the eyes, in looking on the happy autumn fields, and thinking of the days that are no more, fresh as the first beam glittering on a sail, that brings our friends up from the underworld, sad as the last which reddens over one, that sinks with all we love below the verge. So sad, so fresh, the days that are no more are sad and strange as in dark summer dawns the earliest pipe of half-awakened birds, to dying ears when unto dying eyes the casement slowly grows a glimmering square. So sad, so strange, the days that are no more, dear as remembered kisses after death, and sweet as those by hopeless fancy feigned, on lips that are for others deep as love, deep as first love and wild with all regret. O death in life, the days that are no more. Thus, although in a very cursory and imperfect manner, I have endeavored to convey to you my conception of the poetic principle, it has been my purpose to suggest that while this principle itself is strictly and simply the human aspiration for supernal beauty, the manifestation of the principle is always found in an elevating excitement of the soul quite independent of that passion, which is the intoxication of the heart, or of that truth, which is the satisfaction of the reason, for in regard to passion, alas, its tendency is to degrade rather than to elevate the soul. Love, on the contrary, love the true, the divine eros the Uranian, as distinguished from the Diona, and Venuses unquestionably the purest and truest of all poetical themes, and in regard to truth, if to be sure through the attainment of a truth we are led to perceive a harmony where none was apparent, before we experience at once the true poetical effect, but this effect is referable to the harmony alone, and not in the least degree to the truth, which merely served to render the harmony manifest. We shall reach, however, more immediately a distinct conception of what the true poetry is by mere reference to a few of the simple elements, which induce in the poet himself the poetical effect. He recognizes the ambrosia, which nourishes his soul in the bright orbs that shine in heaven, in the volutes of the flower, in the clustering of low shrubberies, in the waving of the grainfields, in the slanting of tall eastern trees, in the blue distance of mountains, in the grouping of clouds, in the twinkling of half-hidden brooks, in the gleaming of silver rivers, in the repose of sequestered lakes, in the star-mirroring depths of lonely wells. He perceives it in the songs of birds, in the harp of Balas, in the sighing of the night wind, in the repining voice of the forest, in the surf that complains to the shore, in the fresh breath of the woods, in the scent of the violet, in the voluptuous perfume of the hyacinth, in the suggestive odor that comes to him at eventide from far distant undiscovered islands, over dim oceans illimitable and unexplored. He owns it in all noble thoughts, in all unworldly motives, in all holy impulse, in all chivalrous, generous, and self-sacrificing deeds. He feels it in the beauty of woman, in the grace of her step, in the luster of her eye, in the melody of her voice, in her soft laughter, in her sighing, the harmony of the rustling of her robes. He deeply feels it in her winning endearments, in her burning enthusiasms, in her gentle charities, in her meek and devotional endurances. But above Allah, far above all, he kneels to Ith, worships it in the faith, in the purity, in the strength, in the altogether divine majesty of her love. Let me conclude by the recitation of yet another brief poem, very different in character from any that I have before quoted. It is by Motherwell, and is called The Song of the Cavalier, with our modern and altogether rational ideas of the absurdity and impiety of warfare. We are not precisely in that frame of mind best adapted to sympathize with the sentiments, and thus to appreciate the real excellence of the poem. To do this fully, we must identify ourselves in fancy with the soul of the old cavalier. Then, mount brave gallants all, and don your helms, amain. Death's couriers fame and honor call. No shrewish tears shall fill your eye, when the sword hilt's in our hand. Heart whole well part, and no wit sigh, for the fairest of the land. Let piping swain and craven wight thus weep and polling cry, our business is like men to fight. Old English poetry. It should not be doubted that at least 1/3 of the affection with which we regard the elder poets of Great Britain should be attributed to what is in itself a thing apart from poetry, mean to the simple love of the antiquated. That again, 1/3 of even the proper poetic sentiment inspired by their writings should be ascribed to a fact which, while it has strict connection with poetry, the abstract, and with the old British poems themselves, should not be looked upon as a merit appertaining to the authors of the poems. Almost every devout admirer of the old bards, if demanded his opinion of their productions, would mention vaguely, yet with perfect sincerity, a sense of dreamy, wild, indefinite, and he would perhaps say indefinable delight, on being required to point out the source of this so shadowy pleasure. He would be apt to speak of the quaint in phraseology and in general handling. This quaintness is in fact a very powerful adjunct to ideality, but in the case in question, it arises independently of the author's will, and is altogether apart from his intention. Words and their rhythm have varied verses which affect us today with a vivid delight, and which delight in many instances may be traced to the one source quaintness must have worn in the days of their construction, a very commonplace. Ere this is of course no argument against the poems, no we mean it only as against the poets though, there is a growing desire to overrate them. The old English muse was frank, guileless, sincere, and although very learned, still learned without art, no general error evinces more thorough confusion of ideas than the error of supposing Donne and Cowley metaphysical, in the sense wherein Wordsworth and Coleridge are so with the two former ethics were the end with, the two latter the means. The poet of the creation wished by highly artificial verse to inculcate what he supposed to be moral truth. The poet of the ancient mariner to infuse the poetic sentiment through channels suggested by analysis, the one finished by complete failure, what he commenced in the grossest misconception, the other by a path which could not possibly lead him astray, arrived at a triumph which is not the less glorious because hidden from the profane eyes of the multitude. But in this view even the metaphysical verse of Cowley is but evidence of the simplicity and single-heartedness of the man, and he was in this but a type of his school, for we may as well designate in this way the entire class of writers whose poems are bound up in the volume before us, and throughout all of whom there runs a very perceptible general character. They used little art in composition, their writings sprang immediately from the soul and partook intensely of that soul's nature, nor is it difficult to perceive the tendency of this abundant to elevate immeasurably all the energies of mind, but again, so to mingle the greatest possible fire, force, delicacy, and all good things with the lowest possible bathos, baldness, and imbecility, as to render it not a matter of doubt that the average results of mind in such a school will be found inferior to those results in one ceteris paribus more artificial. We cannot bring ourselves to believe that the selections of the Book of Gems are such as will impart to a poetical reader the clearest possible idea of the beauty of the school, but if the intention had been merely to show the school's character, the attempt might have been considered successful in the highest degree. There are long passages now before us of the most despicable trash with no merit whatever beyond that of their antiquity. The criticisms of the editor do not particularly please us. His enthusiasm is too general and too vivid not to be false. His opinion, for example, of Sir Henry Wotton's verses on the Queen of Bohemia, that there are few finer things in our language, is untenable and absurd. In such lines, we can perceive not one of those higher attributes of poesy which belong to her in all circumstances, and throughout all time. Here, everything is art nakedly, or but awkwardly concealed, no prepossession for the mere antique, and in this case we can imagine no other prepossession should induce us to dignify with the sacred name of poetry a series such as this of elaborate and threadbare compliments, stitched apparently together, without fancy, without plausibility, and without even an attempt at adaptation. In common with all the world, we have been much delighted with the Shepherd's Hunting by Witherser poem, partaking in a remarkable degree of the peculiarities of Il Penseroso. Speaking of poesy, the author says, "By the murmur of a spring, or the least boughs rustling, by a daisy whose leaves spread, shut when Titan goes to bed, or a shady bush or tree, she could more infuse in me than all nature's beauties can, in some other, wiser man. By her help I also now make this churlish place allow something that may sweeten gladness in the very gall of sadness, the dull loneness, the black shade that these hanging vaults have made, the strange music of the waves beating on these hollow caves, this black den which rocks emboss, overgrown with eldest moss, the rude portals that give light more to terror than delight, this my chamber of neglect, walled about with disrespect from all these and this dull air, a fit object for despair. She hath taught me by her might to draw comfort and delight." But these lines, however good, do not bear with them much of the general character of the English antique. Something more of this will be found in Corbett's Farewell to the Fairies. we copy a portion of Marvell's maiden lamenting for her fawn, which we prefer not only as a specimen of the elder poets, but in itself as a beautiful poem, abounding in pathos, exquisitely delicate imagination, and truthfulness to anything of its species. It is a wondrous thing how fleet 'twas on those little silver feet, with what a pretty skipping grace, it oft would challenge me the race, and whent had left me far away, 'twould stay and run again and stay, for it was nimbler much than hinds, and trod as if on the four winds. I have a garden of my own, but so with roses overgrown, and lilies that you wouldn't guess to be a little wilderness, and all the springtime of the year it only loved to be there. Among the beds of lilies I have sought it oft where it should lie, yet could not till itself would rise, find it although before mine eyes. For in the flaxen lily's shade, it like a bank of lilies laid, upon the roses it would feed, until its lips even seemed to bleed, and then to May 'twould boldly trip, and print those roses on my lip. But all its chief delight was still, with roses thus itself to fill, and its pure virgin limbs to fold, in whitest sheets of lilies cold. Had it lived long, it would have been lilies without roses within. How truthful an air of lamentations hangs here upon every syllable. It pervades all, it comes over the sweet melody of the wordsover, the gentleness and grace, which we fancy in the little maiden Herselfeven, over the half-playful, half-petulant air, with which she lingers on the beauties and good qualities of her favorite, like the cool shadow of a summer cloud over a bed of lilies and violets, and all sweet flowers. The whole is redolent with poetry of a very lofty order. Every line is an idea conveying either the beauty and playfulness of the fawn, or the artlessness of the maiden, or her love, or her admiration, or her grief, or the fragrance and warmth and appropriateness of the little nest-like bed of lilies and roses which the fawn devoured as it lay upon them, and could scarcely be distinguished from them by the once happy little damsel who went to seek her pet with an arch and rosy smile on her face. Consider the great variety of truthful and delicate thought in the few lines we have quoted. The wonder of the little maiden at the fleetness of her favoriteth little silver-feet fawn, challenging his mistress to a race, with a pretty skipping grace running on before, and then with head turned back awaiting her approach only to fly from it. Again can we not distinctly perceive all these things, how exceedingly vigorous too is the line, and trod as if on the four winds, a vigor apparent only when we keep in mind the artless character of the speaker, and the 4 feet of the favorite one for each wind. Then consider the garden of my own, so overgrown, entangled with roses and lilies, as to be a little wilderness fawn loving to be there, and their onlithe maiden seeking it, where it should lie, and not being able to distinguish it from the flowers, until itself would riseth lying among the lilies, like a bank of lilies, loving to fill itself with roses, and its pure virgin limbs to fold, in whitest sheets of lilies cold. And these things being its chief delights, and then the preeminent beauty and naturalness of the concluding lines, whose very hyperbole only renders them more true to nature, when we consider the innocence, the artlessness, the enthusiasm, the passionate girl, and more passionate admiration of the bereaved child. Had it lived long, it would have been lilies without roses within. Book of Gems, edited by S. Roman 100 Hall. Poems. To the noblest of her sex, the author of The Drama of Exile. To Miss Elizabeth Barrett Browning, of England, I dedicate this volume with the most enthusiastic admiration and with the most sincere esteem. 1845 Ep. Preface. These trifles are collected and republished chiefly with a view to their redemption from the many improvements to which they have been subjected. While going at random the rounds of the press, I am naturally anxious that what I have written should circulate as I wrote it, if it circulate at all in defense of my own taste, Nevertheless, it is incumbent upon me to say that I think nothing in this volume of much value to the public or very creditable to myself. Events, not to be controlled, have prevented me from making at any time any serious effort in what under happier circumstances would have been the field of my choice. With me poetry has been not a purpose, but a passion, and the passions should be held in reverence. They must not, cannot, will be excited with an eye to the paltry compensations or the more paltry commendations of mankind. A.P. Poems of later life. The Raven. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. "Only this, and nothing more." Ah, distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here for evermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. Some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating, then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly, your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you here." I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the darkness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word Lenore. This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word Lenore. Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber, turning all my soul within me burning. Soon I heard again a tapping somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more." Open here I flung the shutter, when with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not an instant stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady perched above my chamber door. Perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. Perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. "Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven, ghastly, grim, and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther then he uttered, not a feather then he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, "Other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before." Then the bird said, "Nevermore," startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken. Doubtless, said what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, never more. But the raven, still beguiling all my sad soul into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloating o'er she shall press on nevermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by angels whose faint footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee these angels he hath sent. They respite and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff, this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter sent, or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore. Desolate, yet all undaunted, on this desert land, enchanted. On this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore. Is there balm in Gilead, tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil prophet still, if bird or devil. By that heaven that bends above us be, that God we both adore. Tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aidenn it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting bird, or fiend, I shrieked upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume, as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken, quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting still, is sitting still, is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming. And the lamplight o'er him, streaming, throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. Published 1845. The bells. Roman 1, hear the sledges with the bells. Silver bells. What a world of merriment their melody foretells. How they tinkle, tinkle, tinkle in the icy air of night, while the stars that oversprinkle all the heavens seem to twinkle with a crystalline delight, keeping time, in a sort of runic rhyme, to the tintinnabulation that so musically wells from the bells, 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 from the jingling and the tinkling of the bells. Roman 2, hear the mellow wedding bells. Golden bells. What a world of happiness their harmony foretells. Through the balmy air of night, how they ring out their delight from the molting golden notes, and all in tune. What a liquid ditty floats to the turtle dove that listens while she gloats on the moon. Oh, from out the sounding cells, what a gush of euphony voluminously wells. How it swells, how it dwells on the future, how it tells of the rapture that impels to the swinging and the ringing of the bells, bells, bells. of the bells, 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 to the rhyming and the chiming of the bells. Roman 3, hear the loud alarum bells. Brazen bells, what tale of terror now their turbulency tells? In the startled ear of night, how they scream out their affright. Too much horrified to speak, they can only shriek, shriek. Out of tune, in a clamorous, appealing to the mercy of the fire. In a mad expostulation with the deaf and frantic fire. Leaping higher, 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 with a desperate desire and a resolute endeavor. No, no, to sit or never by the side of the pale-faced moon. Oh, the bells, 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 what a tale their terror tells. Of despair, how they clang and clash and roar. What a horror they outpours on the bosom of the palpitating air. Yet the ear it fully knows, by the twanging and the clanging, how the danger ebbs and flows. Yet the ear distinctly tells, in the jangling and the wrangling, how the danger sinks and swells, by the sinking or the swelling in the anger of the bells. Of the bells, of the bells, 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 in the clamor and the clangor of the bells. Roman 4, hear the tolling of the bells. Iron bells, what a world of solemn thought their monody compels. In the silence of the night, how we shiver with affright at the melancholy meaning of their tone. For every sound that floats from the rust within their throats is a groan, and the people, they that dwell up in the steeple, all alone, and who tolling, 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 in that muffled monotone, feel a glory in so rolling on the human heart a stone. They are neither man nor woman's, they are neither brute nor human, they are ghouls, and their king it is who tolls, and he rolls, 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 rolls a pan from the bells, and his merry bosom swells with the pan of the bells, and he dances and he yells, keeping time, 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 in a sort of runic rhyme, to the pan of the bells, keeping time, 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 in a sort of runic rhyme, to the throbbing of the bells, 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 to the sobbing of the bells, keeping time, 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 as he knells, 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 in a happy runic rhyme, to the rolling of the bells, 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 to the tolling of the bells, 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 to the moaning and the groaning of the bells. Ulalume. The skies they were ashen and sober, the leaves they were crisped and sere, the leaves they were withering and sere. It was night in the lonesome October of my most immemorial year. It was hard by the dim lake of Auber, in the misty mid-region of Weir. It was down by the dank tarn of Auber, in the ghoul-haunted woodland of Weir. Here once through an alley titanic of cypress I roamed with my soul, of cypress with Psyche, my soul. There were days when my heart was volcanic, as the scoriac rivers that roll, as the lavas that restlessly roll their sulphurous currents down Yonic, in the ultimate climes of the pole, that groan as they roll down Mount Yonic, in the realms of the boreal pole. Our talk had been serious and sober, but our thoughts they were palsied and sere. Our memories were treacherous and sere, for we knew not the month was October, and we marked not the night of the year, our night of all nights in the year. We noted not the dim lake of Auber, though once we had journeyed down here. We remembered not the dank tarn of Auber, nor the ghoul-haunted woodland of Weir. And now, as the night was senescent, and stardials pointed to morn, as the stardials hinted of morn, at the end of our path a liquescent and nebulous lustre was born, out of which a miraculous crescent arose with a duplicate horn, Astartes bediamonded crescent, distinct with its duplicate horn. And I said she is warmer than Diane. She rolls through an ether of sighs. She revels in a region of sighs. She has seen that the tears are not dry on these cheeks where the worm never dies, and has come past the stars of the lion to point us the path to the skies, to the Lethean peace of the skies, come up in despite of the lion, to shine on us with her bright eyes, come up through the lair of the lion, with love in her luminous eyes. But Psyche, uplifting her finger, said sadly, this star I mistrust. Her pallor I strangely mistrust. Ah, hastener, let us not linger. Ah, fly, let us fly, for we must. In terror she spoke, letting sink her wings till they trailed in the dust. In agony sobbed, letting sink her plumes till they trailed in the dust, till they sorrowfully trailed in the dust. I replied, this is nothing but dreaming. Let us on by this tremulous light. Let us bathe in this crystalline light. Its symbolic splendor is beaming with hope and in beauty tonight. See, it flickers up the sky through the night. Ah, we safely may trust to its gleaming, and be sure it will lead us aright. We safely may trust to a gleaming that cannot but guide us aright, since it flickers up to heaven through the night. Thus I pacified Psyche and kissed her, and tempted her out of her gloom, and conquered her scruples and gloom. And we passed to the end of the vista, but were stopped by the door of a tomb, by the door of a legended tomb. And I said, what is written, sweet sister, on the door of this legended tomb? She replied, Ulalume, Ulalume. T is the vault of thy lost Ulalume. Then my heart it grew ashen and sober, as the leaves that were crisped and sere, as the leaves that were withering and sere. And I cried, it was surely October, on this very night of last year, that I journeyed down here, that I brought a dread burden down here, on this night of all nights in the year. Ah, what demon has tempted me here? Well I know now this dim lake of Auber, this misty mid-region of well I know now this dank tarn of Auber, this ghoul-haunted woodland of Weir. To Helen, I saw the ancients only years ago. I must not say how many, but not many. It was a July midnight, and from out a full-orbed moon that like thine own soul soaring sought a precipitate pathway up through heaven, there fell a silverissilken veil of light, with quietude and sultriness and slumber, upon the upturned faces of 1,000 roses that grew in an enchanted garden, where no wind dared to stir unless on tiptoe, fell on the upturned faces of these roses, that gave out in return for the lovelight their odorous souls in an ecstatic death, fell on the upturned faces of these roses, that smiled and died in this parterre enchanted by thee and by the poetry of thy presence, clad all in white upon a violet bank. I saw thee half reclining while the moon fell on the upturned faces of the roses, and on thine own upturned dollars in sorrow. Was it not fate that, on this July midnight, was it not fate, whose name is also sorrow, that bade me pause before that garden gate, to breathe the incense of those slumbering roses. No footsteps stirred the hated world and slept, save only thee and me, O heaven, O God. How my heart beats in coupling those two words. Save only thee and me, I paused, I looked, and in an instant all things disappeared. Ah, bear in mind, this garden was enchanted. The pearly luster of the moon went out. The mossy banks and the meandering paths, the happy flowers and the repining trees, were seen no more. The very roses' odors died in the arms of the adoring airs. All expired, save thee, save less than thou. Save only the divine light in thine eyes. Save but the soul in thine uplifted eyes. I saw but them thigh were the world to me. I saw but them, saw only them for hours. Saw only them until the moon went down. What wild hearthstories seemed to he enwritten upon those crystalline celestial spheres. How dark a woe, yet how sublime a hope. How silently serene a sea of pride. How daring an ambition, yet how deep. How fathomless a capacity for love. But now at length, dear Diane, sank from sight into a western couch of thundercloud, and thou, a ghost amid the entombing trees, didst glide away, only thine eyes remained. They would not, Gothic, never yet have gone, lighting my lonely pathway home that night. They have not left me as my hopes have since. They follow Methe, led me through the years. They are my minister, syet, I their slave. Their office is to illumine and enkindle. My duty to be saved by their bright light, and purified in their electric fire, and sanctified in their Elysian fire. They fill my soul with beauty, which is hope, and are far up in heaven's stars I kneel to, in the sad silent watches of my night, while even in the meridian glare of day, I see them still sweetly scintillant, Venuses unextinguished by the sun. Annabel Lee. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden lived whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. And this maiden, she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child and she was a child, in this kingdom by the sea. But we loved with a love that was more than love. I and my Annabel Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago, in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud by night, chilling my Annabel Lee, so that her highborn kinsmen came and bore her away from me, to shut her up in a sepulchre. In this kingdom by the sea, the angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know, in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of the cloud chilling and killing my Annabel Lee. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we. And neither the angels in heaven above, nor the demons down under the sea, can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabel Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And the stars never rise, but I see the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And so all the night I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in her sepulchre there by the sea, in her tomb by the side of the sea, of Valentine. For her this rhyme is penned, whose luminous eyes, brightly expressive as the twins of Loda, shall find her own sweet name that nestling lies upon the page, enwrapped from every reader. Search narrowly, the lines thee hold a treasure, Divinia, talismanon, amulet. That must be worn at heart search, well the measure. The words, the syllables, do not forget. The trivialist point, or you may lose your labor. And yet there is in this no Gordian knot, which one might not undo without a saber. If one could merely comprehend the plot, and written upon the leaf where now are peering, eyes scintillating soul, there lie perdus. 3 eloquent words oft uttered in the hearing. Of poets by poetses the name is a poet's too. Its letters, although naturally lying, like the knight Pinto, Mendez, Ferdinando, still form a synonym for truth cease trying. You will not read the riddle, though you do the best you can do. To discover the names in this and the following poem, read the first letter of the first line in connection with the second letter of the second line, the third letter of the third line, the fourth of the fourth, and so on to the end. An enigma. Seldom we find, says Solomon Don Dunce, half an idea in the profoundest sonnet. Through all the flimsy things we see at once, as easily as through a Naples bonnet. Trash of old trash, how can a lady don it? Yet heavier far than your Petrarchan stuff. Aldoni nonsense that the faintest puff twirls into trunk paper the while you con it. And veritably Sol is right enough. The general tuckermanities are errant, bubbles ephemeral, and so transparent. But this is no you, may depend upon it. Stable, opaque, immortal, all by dint of the dear names that lie concealed within tea. To my mother, because I feel that in the heavens above, the angels, whispering to one another, can find among their burning terms of love none so devotional as that of mother. Therefore by that dear name I long have called you, you who are more than mother unto me, and fill my heart of hearts where death installed you, in setting my Virginia's spirit free. My mother, me own mother, who died early, was but the mother of myself, but you are mother to the one I loved so dearly, and thus are dearer than the mother I knew. By that infinity with which my wife was dearer to my soul than its soul life. The above was addressed to the poet's mother-in-law, Mrs. Clem Ed. For Annie, thank heaven the crisis, the danger is past, and the lingering illness is over at last, and the fever called living is conquered at last. Sadly I know, I am shorn of my strength, and no muscle I move, as I lie at full length. But no matter I feel, I am better at length, and I rest so composedly, now in my bed, that any beholder might fancy me dead, might start at beholding me, thinking me dead. The moaning and groaning, the sighing and sobbing, are quieted now, with that horrible throbbing, at hearter that horrible, horrible throbbing, the sickness, nausea, the pitiless pain, have ceased with the fever, that maddened my brain, with the fever called living, that burned in my brain. And oh, of all tortures, that torture the worst, has abate the terrible torture of thirst, for the naphthaline river of passion accursed. I have drank of a water that quenches all thirst, of a water that flows with a lullaby sound from a spring but a very few feet underground, from a cavern not very far down underground. And ah, let it never be foolishly said that my room it is gloomy and narrow my bed, for man never slept in a different bed, and to sleep you must slumber in just such a bed. My tantalized spirit here blandly reposes, forgetting or never regretting its roses, its old agitations of myrtles and roses. For now, while so quietly lying, it fancies a holier odors about it of pansies, a rosemary odor commingled with pansies, with rue and the beautiful Puritan pansies. And so it lies happily, bathing in many a dream of the truth and the beauty of Annie, drowned in a bath of the tresses of Annie. She tenderly kissed me, she fondly caressed, and then I fell gently to sleep on her breast, deeply to sleep. From the heaven of her breast, when the light was extinguished, she covered me warm, and she prayed to the angels to keep me from harm, to the Queen of the angels to shield me from harm. And I lie so composedly now in my bed, knowing her love, that you fancy me dead. And I rest so contentedly now in my bed, with her love at my breast, that you fancy me dead, that you shudder to look at me, thinking me dead. But my heart, it is brighter than all of the many stars in the sky, for it sparkles with Annie, it glows with the light of the love of my Annie, with the thought of the light of the eyes of my Annie. To Eve, beloved amid the earnest woes that crowd around my earthly path, drear path, alas, where grows not even one lonely rose. My soul at least a solace hath in dreams of thee, and therein knows an Eden of bland repose. And thus thy memory is to me like some enchanted far-off isle in some tumultuous sea, some ocean throbbing far and free with storms, but where meanwhile serenest skies continually just o'er that one bright island smile. To Francis S. Osgood, thou wouldst be loved, then let thy heart from its present pathway part not, being everything which now thou art, be nothing which thou art not. So with the world, thy gentle ways, thy grace, thy more than beauty, shall be an endless theme of praise, and love a simple duty. El Dorado, gaily bedight, a gallant knight, in sunshine and in shadow, had journeyed long, singing a song, in search of El Dorado. But he grew old, this knight so bold, and o'er his heart a shadow fell as he found no spot of ground that looked like El Dorado. And as his strength failed him at length, he met a pilgrim's shadow. Shadow, said he, where can it be, this land of El Dorado? Over the mountains of the moon, down the valley of the shadow. Ride boldly, ride. The shade replied, if you seek for El Dorado. Eulalie, I dwelt alone in a world of moans, and my soul was a stagnant tide, till the fair and gentle Eulalie became my blushing bride, till the yellow-haired young Eulalie became my smiling bride. Ah, less bright, the stars of the night, than the eyes of the radiant girl, and never a flake that the vapor can make with the moontints of purple and pearl, can vie with the modest Eulalie's most unregarded curl, can compare with the bright-eyed Eulalie's most humble and careless curl. Now doubt no pains come never again, for her soul gives me sigh for sigh, and all day long shines bright and strong, a starry within the sky, while ever to her dear ewe-lily upturns her matron eye, while ever to her young ewe-lily upturns her violet eye. A dream within a dream. Take this kiss upon the brow, and in parting from you now, thus much let me avow, you are not wrong who deemed that my days have been a dream. Yet if hope has flown away, in a night or in a day, in a vision or in none, is it therefore the less gone? All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. I stand amid the roar of a surf-tormented shore, and I hold within my hand grains of the golden sand. How few yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep. While I weep, O God, can I not grasp them with a tighter clasp? O God, can I not save one from the pitiless wave? Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? To Marie-Louise show of all who hail thy presence as the morning, of all to whom thine absence is the night, the blotting utterly from out high heaven, the sacred Son of all who weeping bless thee, hourly for hope for life above all, for the resurrection of deep-buried faith, in truth and virtue and humanity, of all who, on despair's unhallowed bed, lying down to die, have suddenly arisen. At thy soft murmured words, let there be light. At the soft murmured words that were fulfilled, in the seraphic glancing of thine eyes, of all who owe thee most whose gratitude nearest resembles worship, remember the truths they most fervently devoted, and think that these weak lines are written by him who, as he pens them, thrills to think his spirit is communing with an angel's. To Marie-Louise show, not long ago, the writer of these lines, in the mad pride of intellectuality, maintained the power of words denied that ever a thought arose within the human brain, beyond the utterance of the human tongue. And now, as if in mockery of that boast, two words, foreign soft dissyllables, Italian tones made only to be murmured by angels dreaming in the moonlit dew that hangs like chains of pearl on Hermon Hill, have stirred from out the abysses of his heart, unthought-like thoughts that are the souls of thought, richer, far wider, far diviner visions than even the seraph harper Israfel, who has the sweetest voice of all God's creatures, could hope to utter, and my spells are broken. The pen falls powerless from my shivering hand, with thy dear name as text, though bidden by thee. I cannot write, I cannot speak or think. Alas, I cannot feel for tease, not feeling. This standing motionless upon the golden threshold of the witty open gate of dreams, gazing entranced adown the gorgeous vista, and thrilling as I see upon the right, upon the left, and all the way along, amid empurpled vapors far away, to where the prospect terminates thee only, the city in the sea. Lo, death has reared himself a throne, in a strange city lying alone, far down within the dim west, where the good and the bad and the worst and the best have gone to their eternal rest. Their shrines and palaces and towers, Timaean towers that tremble not, resemble nothing that is ours, around by lifting winds forgot, resignedly beneath the sky, the melancholy waters lie. No rays from the holy heaven come down on the long night time of that town, but light from out the lurid sea streams up the turrets silently, gleams up the pinnacles far and free, up domes, up spires, up kingly halls, up fanes, up Babylon-like walls, up shadowy, long-forgotten bowers, of sculptured ivy and stone flowers, up many and many a marvelous shrine, whose wreathed friezes intertwine the vial, the violet, and the vine. Resignedly beneath the sky, the melancholy waters lie. So blend the turrets and shadows there, that all seem pendulous in air. While from a proud tower in the town, death looks gigantically down. Their open fanes and gaping graves yawn level with the luminous waves, but not the riches there that lie in each idol's diamond eye. Not the gala-jeweled dead tempt the waters from their bed, for no ripples curl, alas, along that wilderness of glass. No swellings tell that winds may be upon some far-off happier sea. No heavings hint that winds have been on seas less hideously serene. But lo, a stir is in the air. The wave there is a movement there, as if the towers had thrown aside, in slightly sinking the dull tide, as if their tops had feebly given a void within the filmy heaven. The waves have now a redder glow. The hours are breathing faint and low. And when amid no earthly moans, down that town shall settle hence, hell rising from 1,000 thrones shall do it reverence. The sleeper. At midnight in the month of June, I stand beneath the mystic moon. An opiate vapor, dewy dim, exhales from out her golden rim, and softly dripping drop by drop upon the quiet mountain top, steals drowsily and musically into the universal valley. The rosemary nods upon the grave, the lily lolls upon the wave, wrapping the fog about its breast. The ruin moulders into rest, looking like Lethe see the lake. A conscious slumber seems to take, and would not for the world awake. All beauty sleeps, and lo, where lies her easement open to the skies, Irene with her destinies. O lady bright, can it be right, this window open to the night? The wanton airs from the treetop laughingly through the lattice drop. The bodiless airs a wizard rout flit through thy chamber in and out, and wave the curtain canopy, so fitfully, so fearfully, above the closed and fringed lid, 'neath which thy slumbering soul lies hid, that o'er the floor and down the walls, like ghosts the shadows rise and fall. O lady dear, hast thou no fear? Why and what art thou dreaming here? Sure thou art come per far-off seas, a wonder to these garden trees. Strange is thy pallor, strange thy dress, strange above all thy length of tress, and this old solemn silentness. The lady sleeps, oh may her sleep, which is enduring, so be deep. Heaven have her in its sacred keep. This chamber changed for one more holy, this bed for one more melancholy. I pray to God that she may lie forever with unopened eye, while the dim-sheeted ghosts go by. My love, she sleeps, oh may her sleep, as it is lasting, so be deep. Soft may the worms about her creep, far in the forest dim and old. For her may some tall vault unfold, some vault that oft hath flung its black and winged panels fluttering back, triumphant o'er the crested poles of her grand family funerals. Some sepulchre remote alone, against whose portal she hath thrown in childhood many an idle stone. Some tomb from out whose sounding door she ne'er shall force an echo more. Thrilling to think, poor child of sin, it was the dead who groaned within. Bridal ballad. The ring is on my hand, and the wreath is on my brow. Satins and jewels grand are all at my command, and I am happy now. And my Lord, he loves me well. But when first he breathed his vow, I felt my bosom swell, for the words rang as a knell, and the voice seemed his who fell in the battle down the dells. And who is happy now? But he spoke to reassure me, and he kissed my pallid brow, while a reverie came o'er me, and to the churchyard bore me. And I sighed to him before me, thinking him dead allure me. Oh, I am happy now. And thus the words were spoken, and this the plighted vow. And though my faith be broken, and though my heart be broken, behold the golden token that proves me happy now. Would God I could awaken, for I dream I know not how, and my soul is sorely shaken, lest an evil step be taken, lest the dead who is forsaken may not be happy now. Note: The Raven was first published on the 29th January 1845 in the New York Evening Mirror paper. Its author was then assistant editor of it, was prefaced by the following words understood to have been written by N.P. Willis. We are permitted to copy in advance of publication from the second number of the American Review the following remarkable poem by Edgar Poe. In our opinion, it is the most effective single example of fugitive poetry ever published in this country, and unsurpassed in English poetry for subtle conception, masterly ingenuity of versification, and consistent sustaining of imaginative lift and poquishness. It is one of those dainties bred in a book which we feed on. It will stick to the memory of everybody who reads it. In the February number of the American Review, the poem was published as by Quarles, and it was introduced by the following note, evidently suggested, if not written by Poe himself. The following lines from a correspondent, besides the deep quaint strain of the sentiment and the curious introduction of some ludicrous touches amidst the serious and impressive, as was doubtless intended by the author, appears to us one of the most felicitous specimens of unique rhyming, which has for some time met our eye, the resources of English rhythm for varieties of melody, measure, and sound, producing corresponding diversities of effect, having been thoroughly studied, much more perceived by very few poets in the language, while the classic tongues, especially the Greek, possess, by power of accent, several advantages for versification over our own, chiefly through greater abundance of spondaic feet. We have other and very great advantages of sound by the modern usage of rhyme. Alliteration is nearly the only effect of that kind which the ancients had in common with us. It will be seen that much of the melody of the Raven arises from alliteration, and the studious use of similar sounds in unusual places in regard to its measure. It may be noted that if all the verses were like the second, they might properly be placed merely in short lines, producing a not uncommon form, but the presence in all the others of one line, mostly the second in the verse stanza hitch, flows continuously with only an aspirate pause in the middle, like that before the short line in the Sapphic Adonic, while the fifth has at the middle pause no similarity of sound with any part besides, gives the versification an entirely different effect. We could wish the capacities of our noble language in prosody were better understood. A.M. Rev. The bibliographical history of the bells is curious, the subject and some lines of the original version having been suggested by the poet's friend Mrs. Shaw Poe, when he wrote out the first draft of the poem, headed it "The Bells" by Mrs. Roman 1000 A. Shaw. This draft, now the editor's property, consists of only 17 lines, and read thus. Roman 1. The Belser, the bells, the little silver bells, how fairy-like a melody there floats from their throats, from their merry little throats, from the silver tinkling throats of the bells, 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 of the bells. Roman 2. The Belser, the bells, the heavy iron bells, how horrible a monody there floats from their throats, from their deep-toned throats, from their melancholy throats. How I shudder at the notes of the bells, 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 of the bells. In the autumn of 1848, Poe added another line to this poem and sent it to the editor of the Union magazine. It was not published, so in the following February, the poet forwarded to the same periodical a much enlarged and altered transcript 3 months having elapsed without publication. Another revision of the poem similar to the current version was sent, and in the following October was published in the Union magazine. This poem was first published in Colton's American Review for December 1847. As to Ulaluma Ballad being reprinted immediately in the Home Journal, it was copied into various publications with the name of the editor N.P. Willis appended, and was ascribed to him. When first published, it contained the following additional stanza, which Poe subsequently, at the suggestion of Mrs. Whitman, wisely suppressed. Said we then we too, then our can it have been that the woodlandish ghouls, the pitiful, the merciful ghouls, to bar up our path and to ban it from the secret that lies in these wolds, had drawn up the spectre of a planet from the limbo of lunary souls, this sinfully scintillant planet, from the hell of the planetary souls. To Helen, Mrs. S. Helen Whitman was not published until November 1848, although written several months earlier. It first appeared in the Union magazine, and with the omission contrary to the knowledge or desire of Poe of the line, "O God, O heaven, how my heart beats," in coupling those two words. Annabel Lee was written early in 1849 and is evidently an expression of the poet's undying love for his deceased bride, although at least one of his lady admirers deemed it a response to her admiration. Poe sent a copy of the ballad to the Union magazine, in which publication it appeared in January 1853, months after the author's death. While suffering from hope deferred as to its fate, Poe presented a copy of Annabel Lee to the editor of the Southern Literary Messenger, who published it in the November number of his periodical a month after Poe's death. In the meantime, the poet's own copy left among his papers passed into the hands of the person engaged to edit his works, and he quoted the poem in an obituary of Poe in the New York Tribune before anyone else had an opportunity of publishing it. A Valentine, one of 3 poems addressed to Mrs. Osgood, appears to have been written early in 1846. An enigma addressed to Mrs. Sarah Honor Lewis Stella was sent to that lady in a letter in November 1847, and the following March appeared in Sartines Union magazine. The sonnet to my mother Maria Clem was sent for publication to the short-lived Flag of our Union early in 1849, but does not appear to have been issued until after its author's death, when it appeared in the Leaflets of Memory for 1850. For Annie was first published in the Flag of our Union in the spring of 1849. Poe, annoyed at some misprints in this issue, shortly afterwards caused a corrected copy to be inserted in the Home Journal. To F. Francis Sargent Osgood appeared in the Broadway Journal for April 1845. These lines are but slightly varied from those inscribed to Mary in the Southern Literary Messenger for July 1835, and subsequently republished with the 2 stanzas transposed in Graham's Magazine for March 1842 as to one departed. To F.S.S. Odd, a portion of the poet's triune tribute to Mrs. Osgood was published in the Broadway Journal for September 1845. The earliest version of these lines appeared in the Southern Literary Messenger for September 1835 as lines written in an album, and was addressed to Eliza White, the proprietor's daughter. Slightly revised, the poem reappeared in Burton's Gentleman's Magazine for August 1839 as 2. Although El Dorado was published during Poe's lifetime in 1849, in the Flag of our Union, it does not appear to have ever received the author's finishing touches. Poems of Manhood. Lenore. Are broken is the golden bowl, the spirit flown forever. Let the bell toll, a saintly soul floats on the Stygian river. And Guy de Vere, hast thou no tear weep now or never more? See on yon drear and rigid bier low lies thy love, Lenore. Come, let the burial rite be read, the funeral song be sung, an anthem for the queenliest dead that ever died so young. A dirge for her, the doubly dead, in that she died so young. Wretches, ye loved her for her wealth, and hated her for her pride. And when she fell in feeble health, ye blessed her that she died. How shall the ritual then be read the requiem, how be sung? By Yah be yours, the evil eye be yours, the slanderous tongue. That did to death the innocent that died, and died so young. Peccavimus, but rave not thus, and let a Sabbath song go up to God so solemnly, the dead may feel so wrong. The sweet Lenore hath gone before, with hope that flew beside, leaving thee wild for the dear child that should have been thy bride. For her the fair and debonair that now so lowly lies, the life upon her yellow hair, but not within her eyes. The life still there, upon her hair, the death upon her eyes. Avaunt tonight, my heart is light, no dirge will I upraise, but waft the angel on her flight with a paean of old days. Let no bell toll lest her sweet soul, amid its hallowed mirth, should catch the note as it doth float up from the damned earth. To friends above, from fiends below, the indignant ghost is riven from hell unto a high estate far up within the heaven. From grief and groan to a golden throne beside the King of heaven. To one in paradise. Thou wast all that to me, love, for which my soul did pine. A green isle in the sea, love, a fountain and a shrine, all wreathed with fairy fruits and flowers, and all the flowers were mine. Our dream too bright to last, our starry hope that didst arise, but to be overcast. A voice from out the future cries, on but o'er the past. Dim gulf my spirit hovering lies, mute, motionless, aghast. For alas, alas, with me, the light of life is o'er. No more, no more, no more. Such language holds the solemn sea. To the sands upon the shore shall bloom the thunder-blasted tree, or the stricken eagle soar. And all my days are trances, and all my nightly dreams are where thy dark eye glances, and where thy footstep gleams. In what ethereal dances, by what eternal streams? The Colosseum, type of the antique Rome, rich reliquary of lofty contemplation left to time, by buried centuries of pomp and power. At length after so many days of weary pilgrimage and burning thirst for the springs of lore that in thee lie, I kneel an altered and an humble man amid thy shadows, and so drink within my very soul thy grandeur, gloom, and glory, vastness and age, and memories of eld, silence and desolation, and dim night. I feel ye now, I feel ye in your strength, O spells more sure than ere Judan king taught in the gardens of Gethsemane, O charms more potent than the rapt Chaldee ever drew down from out the quiet stars. Here where a hero fell, a column falls. Here where the mimic eagle glared in gold, a midnight vigil holds the swarthy bat. Here where the dames of Rome their gilded hair waved to the wind, now wave the reed and thistle. Here where on golden throne the monarch lulled glides spectre-like unto his marble home, lit by the wan light of the horned moon, the swift and silent lizard of the stones. But stay, these waltz, these ivy-clad arcades, these mouldering plinths, these sad and blackened shafts, these vague entablatures crumbling frieze, these shattered cornices wreck thy's ruin, these stone salas, these grey stones ere they all of the famed and the colossal left by the corrosive hours to fate and me. Not old echoes answer me, not all prophetic sounds and loud arise forever from us and from all ruin unto the wise, as melody from Memnon to the sun. We rule the hearts of mightiest men, we rule with a despotic sway all giant minds. We are not impotent, we pallid stones, Not all our power is gone and not all our fame. Not all the magic of our high renown. Not all the wonder that encircles us. Not all the mysteries that in us lie. Not all the memories that hang upon and cling around about us as a garment, clothing us in a robe of more than glory. The haunted palace, in the greenest of our valleys, by good angels tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace reared its head. In the monarch thought's dominion, it stood there. Never seraph spread opinion over fabric half so fair. Banners yellow, glorious golden, on its roof did float and flow. This was in the olden time long ago, and every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day along the ramparts plumed and pallid, a winged odor went away. Wanderers in that happy valley through two luminous windows saw spirits moving musically to a lute's well-tuned law. Round about a throne where sitting Porphyrogene, in state his glory well befitting, the ruler of the realm was seen, and all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, and sparkling evermore a troop of echoes whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. But evil things, in robes of sorrow, assailed the monarch's high estate. Ah, let us mourn, for never sorrow shall dawn upon him desolate, and round about his home the glory that blushed and bloomed is but a dim remembered story of the old time entombed, and travelers now within that valley through the red-litten windows see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while lie a ghastly rapid river through the pale door. A hideous throng rush out forever, and laugh but smile no more. The conqueror worms low tease a gala night within the lonesome latter years. An angel throng, bewinged bedight in veils and drowned in tears, sit in a theatre to see a play of hopes and fears, while the orchestra breathes fitfully the music of the spheres. Mimes in the form of God on high mutter and mumble low, and hither and thither fly, mere puppets they who come and go at bidding of vast formless things that shift the scenery to and fro, flapping from out their condor wings. Invisible woe, that motley drama, be sure it shall not be forgot, with its phantom chased for evermore by a crowd that sees it not, through a circle that ever returneth in to the self-same spot, and much of madness and more of sin and horror the soul of the plot. But see amid the mimic rout a crawling shape intrude, a blood-red thing that writhes from out the scenic solitude. It writheth with mortal pangs. The mimes become its food, and the angels sob at vermin fangs, in human gore imbued. Out are the lights out all, and over each quivering form the curtain of funeral pall comes down with the rush of a storm, and the angels, all pallid and wan, uprising, unveiling, affirm that the play is the tragedy man, and its hero the conqueror worm. Silence. There are some some incorporate things that have a double life, which thus is made a type of that twin entity which springs from matter and light, evinced in solid and shade. There is a twofold silence here and sure, Body and soul, one dwells in lonely places. Newly with grass o'ergrown some solemn graces. Some human memories and tearful lore render him terrorless, his name's no more. He is the corporate silence, dread him not. No power hath he of evil in himself. But should some urgent fate, untimely lot, bring thee to meet his shadow, nameless elf, that haunteth the lone regions where hath trod no foot of man, commend thyself to God. Dreamland, by a route obscure and lonely, haunted by ill angels only, where an eidolon named Night on a black throne reigns upright. I have reached these lands but newly, from an ultimate dim thule, from a wild weird clime that lieth sublime, out of space, out of time, bottomless vales and boundless floods, and chasms and caves and Titian woods, with forms that no man can discover, for the dews that drip all over, mountains toppling evermore, into seas without a shore, seas that restlessly aspire, surging unto skies of fire, lakes that endlessly outspread their lone water slown and dead, their still water still and chilly, with the snows of the lolling lily, by the lakes that thus outspread their lone waters lone and dead, their sad waters sad and chilly, with the snows of the lolling lily, by the mountains near the river, murmuring lowly, murmuring ever, by the grey woods be the swamp, where the toad and the newt encamp, by the dismal tarns and pools, where dwell the ghouls, by each spot the most unholy, in each nook most melancholy, there the traveller meets aghast, sheeted memories of the past, shrouded forms that start and sigh, as they pass the wanderer by, white-robed forms of friends long given, in agony to the earth-hand heaven, for the heart whose woes are legion, 'tis a peaceful soothing region, for the spirit that walks in shadow, 'tis an Eldorado, but the traveller travelling through it may not dare not openly view it, never its mysteries are exposed to the weak human eye unclosed, so wills its king who hath forbid the uplifting of the fringed lid, and thus the sad soul that here passes beholds it but through darkened glasses, by a route obscure and lonely, haunted by ill angels only, where an eidolon named Night on a black throne reigns upright. I have wandered home but newly, from this ultimate dim thule, him at morn, at noon, at twilight dim, Maria, thou hast heard my hymn, in joy and wine good and ill. Mother of God, be with me still, when the hours flew brightly by, and not a cloud obscured the sky, my soul lest it should truant be, thy grace did guide to thine and thee. Now when storms of fate o'ercast darkly my present and my past, let my future radiant shine, with sweet hopes of thee and thine. To Zante, fair isle that, from the fairest of all flowers, thy gentlest of all gentle names dost take, how many memories of what radiant hours, at sight of thee and thine at once awake, how many scenes of what departed bliss, how many thoughts of what entombed hopes, how many visions of a maiden that is no more, upon thy verdant slopes, no more, alas, that magical sad sound, transforming all thy charms shall please no more, thy memory no more accursed ground, henceforth I hold thy flower-enamelled shore. O hyacinthan isle, O purple Zante, I so adoro fior di Levante. Scenes from Palitian, an unpublished drama, Roman 1 Rome a hall in a palace Alessandra and Castiglione. Alessandra thou art, sad Castiglione. Castiglione, sad not Roman 1 O I am, the happiest man in Rome. A few days more, thou knowest, my Alessandra, will make thee mine. Oh, I am very happy. Alas, methinks, thou hast a singular way of showing thy happiness. What ails thee, cousin of mine? Why didst thou sigh so deeply? Cas did I sign? I was not conscious of it, it is a fashion. A sillier, most silly fashion I have. When I am very happy, did I sigh sighing? Alas, thou didst, thou art not well, thou hast indulged too much of late, and I am vexed to see it. Late hours and wine Castiglionthes will ruin thee, thou art already altered. Thy looks are haggard, nothing so wears away the constitution as late hours and wine. Cas musing, nothing fair, cousin, nothing, not even deep sorrow wears it away like evil hours and wine. I will amend. Alas, do it, I would have thee drop thy riotous company, Tufalos low born. Ill suit the like with old Di Broglio's heir and Alessandra's husband. Cas, I will drop them. Alas, thou wilt, thou must attend, thou also more. To thy dress and equipagethy are over plain. For thy lofty rank and fashion much depends upon appearances. Cas, ill see to it. Alas, then see to it, pay more attention, sir. To a becoming carriage much thou wantest. Indignity. Cas, much, oh much I want. In proper dignity. Allegedly, thou mockest me, sir. Cas, abstractedly, sweet, gentle lalage. Alas, heard I aright. I speak to him who speaks of lalage. Sir Count places her hand on his shoulder. What art thou dreaming? He's not well. What ails thee, sir? Cas, startling, cousin fair, cousin madam. I crave thy pardon, indeed, I am not well. Your hand from off my shoulder, if you please. This air is most oppressive, Madam the Duke. Enter Di Broglio. Di Broglio, my son, I've news for thee. What's the matter? Observing Alessandra. I the pouts, kiss her, Castiglione, kiss her. You dog, and make it up, I say, this minute. I've news for you both. Politian is expected hourly in Rome. Politian, Earl of Leicester. Well, have him at the wedding tease, his first visit to the imperial city. Alas, what Politian of Britain, Earl of Leicester. Di Brog, the same, my love. Well, have him at the wedding, a man quite young in years, but grey in fame. I have not seen him, but rumour speaks of him as of a prodigy, preeminent in arts and arms and wealth, and high descent. Well, have him at the wedding. Alas, I have heard much of this Politian. Gay, volatile, and giddy is he not, and little given to thinking. Di Brog, far from it, love. No branch, they say, of all philosophy so deep abstruse, he has not mastered it. Learned as few are learned. Alas, 'tis very strain. I have known men, have seen Politian, and sought his company. They speak of him as of one who entered madly into life, drinking the cup of pleasure to the dregs. Cas, ridiculous. Now I have seen Politian, and know him well, nor learned nor mirthful he. He is a dreamer and a man shut out from common passions. Di Brog, children, we disagree. Let us go forth and taste the fragrant air of the garden. Did I dream or did I hear? Politian was a melancholy man, exeunt. Roman 2. Rome, a lady's apartment with a window open and looking into a garden. Lalage in deep mourning, reading at a table on which lie some books, and a hand mirror in the background. Jacinta, a servant maid, leans carelessly upon a chair. Lal lalage Jacinta, is it thou? Jack Jacinta, pertly, yes ma'am, I am here. Lal, I did not know Jacinta, you were in waiting. Sit down, let not my presence trouble you. Sit down, for I am humble, most humble. Jack aside, tease time. Jacinta seats herself in a sidelong manner upon the chair, resting her elbows upon the back and regarding her mistress with a contemptuous look. Lalage continues to read. Lalit in another climate, so he said, bore a bright golden flower, but not I this soil. Pauses turns over some leaves and resumes. No lingering winters there, nor snow nor shower, but ocean ever to refresh mankind. Breathes the shrill spirit of the western wind. O beautiful, most beautiful, how like to what my fevered soul doth dream of heaven. O happy land, pauses, she did the maiden died. A still more happy maiden who couldst die. Jacinta. Jacinta returns no answer, and Lalage presently resumes. Again a similar tale, told of a beauteous dame beyond the sea. Thus speaketh one Ferdinand in the words of the play. She died full, young Bossola answers him. I think not so, her infelicity seemed to have years too, many a luckless lady. Jacinta, still no answer. Here's a far sterner story, but like, oh, very like, in its despair, of that Egyptian queen winning so easily 1,000 hearts, losing at length her own. She died thus, endeth the history, and her maids lean over and weep to, oh, gentle maids, with gentle names, Iros and Charmian, Rainbow and Dove. Jacinta. Jack pettishly, madam, what is it? Lal, wilt thou, my good Jacinta, be so kind as go down in the library and bring me the holy evangelists. Jack pshaw, exit. Lal, if there be balm for the wounded spirit in Gilead, it is there. Do in the night time of my bitter trouble. Will there be found a sweeter far than that, which hangs like chains of pearl on Hermon Hill? Re-enter Jacinta and throws a volume on the table. Their mom s the book indeed, she is very troublesome aside. Lal astonished, what didst thou say, Jacinta? Have I done aught to grieve thee or to vex thee? I am sorry, for thou hast served me long and ever been trustworthy and respectful. Resumes her reading. Jack, I can't believe she has any more jewels. Nanosh gave me all aside. Lal, what didst thou say, Jacinta? Now I bethink me, thou hast not spoken lately of thy wedding. How fares good Ugond? When is it to be? Can I do aught? Is there no farther aid thou needest, Jacinta? Jack, is there no farther aid? That's meant for me aside. I am sure, madam, you need not be always throwing those jewels in my teeth. Lal, jewels, Jacintano, indeed, Jacinta. I thought not of the jewels. Jack, oh, perhaps not. But then I might have sworn it after all. There's Hugo says the ring is only paste. For he's sure the Count Castiglione never would have given a real diamond to such as you. And at the best, I am certain, madam, you cannot have use for jewels now, but I might have sworn it. Exit. Lalage bursts into tears and leans her head upon the table. After short pause, raises it. Lal, poor Lalage, and is it come to this? Thy servant made but Currigetes, but a viper, whom thou hast cherished to sting thee to the soul. Taking up the mirror. Ha, here at least s a friend, too much a friend. In earlier days a friend will not deceive thee. Fair mirror and true, now tell me, for thou canst. Atalia, pretty tale, and heed thou not. Though it be rife with woe, it answers me. It speaks of sunken eyes and wasted cheeks. And beauty, long deceased, remembers me. Of joy departed hope, the seraph hope. Inurned and intomidno in a tone low, sad, and solemn, but most audible. Whispers of early grave, untimely yawning. For ruined, made fair mirror, and truthu laced not. Thou hast no end, to gain no heart to break. Castiglione lied, who said he loved. Thou true, false. While she speaks, a monk enters her apartment and approaches. Unobserved. Monk, refuge thou hast. Sweet daughter in heaven, think of eternal things. Give up thy soul to penitence and pray. Lal arising hurriedly, I cannot pray, my soul is at war with God. The frightful sounds of merriment below disturb my sensesco, I cannot pray. The sweet airs from the garden worry me. Thy presence grieves Megothy, priestly raiment. Fills me with dreadthy ebony crucifix. With horror and awe. Monk, think of thy precious soul. Lal, think of my early days, think of my father. And mother in heaven, think of our quiet home. And the rivulet that ran before the door. Think of my little sisters, think of them. And think of methink of my trusting love. And confidence his vows me ruin, think. Of my unspeakable miseribgon. Yet stay, what was it thou saidst of prayer? And penitence, didst thou not speak of faith? And vows before the throne? Monk, I Roman 999, Lal tease well. There is a vow were fitting, should be made. A sacred vow, imperative and urgent. A solemn vow. Monk, daughter, this zeal is well. Lal, father, this zeal is anything but well. Hast thou a crucifix fit for this thing? A crucifix whereon to register this sacred vow? He hands her his own. Not that, oh, no, shuddering. Not that I tell thee, holy man. Thy raiments and thy ebony cross affright me. Stand back, I have a crucifix myself. I have a crucifix, methinks 'twere fitting. The deed they vow, symbol of the deed. And the deed's register should tally, father. Draws a cross-handled dagger and raises it on high. Behold the cross, wherewith a vow like mine is written in heaven. Monk, thy words are madness, daughter, and speak a purpose, unholy lips are livid. Thine eyes are wild tempt, not the wrath divine. Pause ere too late, oh, be not rash. Swear not the oath, oh, swear it not. Lal tease sworn. Roman 3, an apartment in a palace, Politian, and Baldassar. Baldassar, arouse thee now, Politian. Thou must not, nay, indeed shalt not. Give away unto these humours, be thyself. Shake off the idle fancies that beset thee, and live for now thou deest. Politian, not so, Baldassar, surely I live. Bal Politian, it doth grieve me to see thee thus. Pal Baldassar, it doth grieve me to give thee cause for grief, my honoured friend. Command me, sir, what wouldst thou have me do? At thy behest, I will shake off that nature, which from my forefathers I did inherit, which with my mother's milk I did imbibe, and be no more Politian, but some other. Command me, sir. Bow to the field, thento the field. To the senate or the field. Paul, alas, alas. There is an imp would follow me even there. There is an imp hath followed me even there. There is, what voice was that? Bal, I heard it not. I heard not any voice except thine own, and the echo of thine own. Paul, then I but dreamed. Bal, give not thy soul to dreams, the camp, the court. Befit thee fame, awaits thee glory calls, and her the trumpeting thou wilt not hear. In hearkening to imaginary sounds and phantom voices. Paul, it is a phantom voice. Didst thou not hear it then? Bal, I heard it not. Paul, thou heardst it not. Baldassar, speak no more. To me pollution of thy camps and courts. Oh, I am sick, 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 even unto death. Of the hollow and high-sounding vanities. Of the populous earth, bear with me yet a while. We have been boys, told the schoolfellows. And now our friendship shall not be so long. For in the eternal city thou shalt do me a kind and gentle office and a power august, benignant, and supreme, shall then absolve thee of all further duties. Unto thy friend, bow thou speakest a fearful riddle. I will not understand. Paul, yet now as fate approaches and the hours are breathing low, the sands of time are changed to golden grains, and dazzle me, Baldassar, alas, alas. I cannot die, having within my heart so keen a relish for the beautiful, as hath been kindled within it. Methinks the air is balmier now than it was wont to be. Rich melodies are floating in the winds. A rarer loveliness bedecks the earth, and with a holier lustre the quiet moon sitteth in heaven. Hist, thou canst not say. Thou hearest not now, Baldassar. Bal, indeed, I hear not. Paul, not hear it, listen, no listen, faintest sound, and yet the sweetest that ear ever heard. A lady's voice and sorrow in the tone. Baldassar, it oppresses me like a spell. Again, how solemnly it falls into my heart of hearts, that eloquent voice. Surely I never heard it were well, had I but heard it with its thrilling tones in earlier days. Bal, I myself hear it now. Be still, the voice, if I mistake not greatly, proceeds from yonder lattice which you may see very plainly through the window. It belongs, does it not, unto this palace of the Duke? The singer is undoubtedly beneath the roof of his Excellency, and, perhaps, is even that Alessandra of whom he spoke, as the betrothed of Castiglione, his son and heir. Paul, be still, it comes again. Voice, and is thy heart so strong? Very faintly, as for to leave me thus, who hath loved thee so long, in wealth and woe among? And is thy heart so strong, as for to leave me thus? Say nay, say nay. Bal, the song is English, and I oft have heard it in merry England, never so plaintively. Hist, it comes again. Voice, is it so strong? More loudly, as for to leave me thus, who hath loved thee so long, in wealth and woe among? And is thy heart so strong, as for to leave me thus? Say nay, say nay. Bal, 'tis hushed, and all is still. Paul, all is not still. Bal, let us go down. Paul, go down, Baldassar, go. Bal, the hour is growing, lateth Duke awaits use. Thy presence is expected in the hall. Below, what ails the Earl Politian? Voice, who hath loved thee so long, distinctly in wealth and woe among? And is thy heart so strong? Say nay, say nay. Bal, let us descend, 'tis time, Politian, give these fancies to the wind. Remember, pray, your bearing lately savoured much of rudeness. Unto the Duke arouse thee, and remember. Paul, remember, I do laid on, I do remember. Going, let us descend, believe me, I would give, freely would give the broad lands of my earldom, to look upon the face hidden by yon lattice, to gaze upon that veiled face, and hear once more that silent tongue. Bow, let me beg you, sir, descend, with meth Duke may be offended. Let us go down, I pray you. Voice loudly, say nay, say nay. Paul, aside, 'tis strange, it is very strange, methought the voice chimed in with my desires, and bade me stay. Approaching the window, sweet voice, I heed thee, and will surely stay. Now be this fancy by heaven, or be it fate, still will I not descend, Baldassar make apology unto the Duke for me. I go not down tonight. Bow your lordship's pleasure shall be attended to good night polition. Paul, good night, my friend, good night. Roman 4, the gardens of a palace moonlight lalage and polition. Louge and dust, thou speak of love. To me polishiandast, thou speak of love. To lalage a woe is me. This mockery is most cruel indeed. Polition weep, not o sob, not thus the bitter tears. Will madden me, o mourn, not lalage. Be comforted, I know it all. And still I speak of love, look at me brightest. And beautiful Lalageton, hear thine eyes. Thou askest me if I could speak of love, knowing what I know and seeing what I have seen. Thou askest me that, and thus I answer thee. Thus on my bended knee I answer thee kneeling. Sweet Lalage, I love thee. Throw good and ill throw weal, and woe I love thee. Not mother with her firstborn on her knee thrills with intenser love than I for thee. Not on God's altar in any time or clime burned there a holier fire than burneth now. Within my spirit for the and do I love arising. Even for thy woes I love thee, even for thy woes. Thy beauty and thy woes. Lalas, proud Earl. Thou dost forget thyself, remembering me. How in thy father's halls among the maidens, pure and reproachless of thy princely line, could the dishonored Lalage abide, thy wife, and with a tainted memory, my seared and blighted name, how would it tally with the ancestral honors of thy house, and with thy glory? Paul, speak not to me of glory. I hate, I loathe the name, I do abhor the unsatisfactory and ideal thing. Art thou not Lalage, and I polition? Do I not love, art thou not beautiful? What need we more ha glorino, speak not of it. By all I hold most sacred and most solemn, by all my wishes know me fears hereafter, by all I scorn on earth and hope in heaven, there is no deed I would more glory in than in thy cause to scoff at this same glory and trample it under foot. What matters it? What matters it, my fairest and my best, that we go down unhonored and forgotten into the dust, so we descend together. Descend towards the rand then, and then perchance Lal, why dost thou pause polition? Paul, and then perchance arise together Lalage and Rome, the starry and quiet dwellings of the blessed. And still, Lal, why dost thou pause polition? Paul, and still together Lal, now Earl of Leicester, thou lovest me, and in my heart of hearts I feel thou lovest me truly. Paul, O Lalage, throwing himself upon his knee, and lovest thou me? Lal hissed, hush, within the gloom of yonder trees methought a figure passed, a spectral figure, solemn and slow and noiseless, like the grim shadow, conscience solemn and noiseless, walks across and returns. I was mistaken, 'twas but a giant bough, stirred by the autumn wind polition. Paul, my Lalage, me love, why art thou moved? Why dost thou turn so pale, not conscience self? Far less a shadow which thou likenest to it should shake the firm spirit thus, but the night wind is chilly, and these melancholy boughs throw over all things a gloom. Lal, polition, thou speakest to me of love, knowest thou the land with which all tongues are busy, a land new found, miraculously found by one of Genoa, 1,000 leagues within the golden west, a fairy land of flowers and fruit and sunshine, and crystal lakes and overarching forests, and mountains around whose towering summits the winds of heaven untrammeled flow, which air to breathe is happiness now and will be freedom hereafter. In days that are to come. Paul, O wilt thou. Fly to that paradise me lalage wilt thou. Fly thither with me, their care shall be forgotten. And sorrow shall be no more, and eros be all. And life shall then be mine, for I will live for thee, and in thine Iceland thou shalt be. No more a mourner, but the radiant joys shall wait upon thee, and the angel hope attend thee ever, and I will kneel to thee, and worship thee, and call thee my beloved, my own, my beautiful, my love, my wife. My aloe wilt thou lalad. Fly thither with me. Lal, a deed is to be done. Castiglione lives. Paul, and he shall die exit. Lal, after a pause, end his shouldialas. Castiglione die, who spoke the words. Whereum what was it, he said Polition. Thou art not gonithu, are not gone Polition. I feel thou art not gone, dare not look. Lest I behold thee not, thou couldst not go. With those words upon thy lips, O speak to me, and let me hear thy voice on word, to say thou art not gone, own little sentence, to say how thou dost scorn, how thou dost hate my womanly weakness, ha ha, thou art not gone. O speak to me, I knew thou wouldst not go. I knew thou wouldst not, couldst not, durst not go. Villain, thou art not gone, thou mockest me. And thus I clutch Thetis, he is gone, he is gone. Gone, whereum itis, well tease very well. So that the blade be keen, blow be sure. Tease well, tease, very well, Allah's alas. Roman 5, the suburbs Polition alone. Polition, this weakness grows upon me, I am faint. And much I fear me a lit, will not do. To die ere I have live, stay thy hand. O Azrael, yet a while prince of the powers of darkness and the tomb, O pity me. O pity me, let me not perish now. In the budding of my paradisal hope. Give me to live yet a little while. Tease, I who pray for life, I who so late demanded, but to Duhat saith the Count. Enter Baldassar. Baldassar, that knowing no cause of quarrel or of feud between the Earl Polition and himself, he doth decline your cartel. Paul, what didst thou say? What answer was it you brought me, good Baldassar? With what excessive fragrance the zephyr comes, laden from yonder bower's fairer day? Or one more worthy, Italy, my thanks. No mortal eyes have seen what said the Count. Bal, that he Castiglione, not being aware of any feud existing or any cause of quarrel between your lordship and himself, cannot accept the challenge. Paul, it is most true. All this is very true. When saw you, sir? When saw you now, Baldassar, in the frigid, ungenial Britain, which we left so lately? A heaven so calm as this, so utterly free from the evil taint of cloudsand, he did say. Bal, no more, my lord, than I have told you, sir. The Count Castiglione will not fight, having no cause for quarrel. Paul, now this is true. All very true, thou art my friend Baldassar, and I have not forgotten it. Thou'lt do me a piece of service, wilt thou go back and say unto this man that I, the Earl of Leicester, hold him a villain thus much, I prithee say, unto the Count it is exceeding just. He should have cause for quarrel. Bal, my lord, me friend. Paul, aside, tease, he comes himself, aloud thou reasonest. Well, I know what thou wouldst say, not send the message. Well, I will think of it, I will not send it. Now prithee leave me, hither doth come a person, with whom affairs of a most private nature I would adjust. Bal, I got tomorrow, we meets. Do we note at the Vatican? Paul, at the Vatican exit. Bal, enter Castiglione. Cast the Earl of Leicester here. Paul, I am the Earl of Leicester, and thou seest. Dost thou not that I am here? Cast my lord some strange, some singular, mistake misunderstanding hath without doubt arisen, thou hast been urged thereby in heat of anger to address some words most unaccountable in writing. To me Castiglione, the bearer being Baldassar, Duke of Surrey, I am aware of nothing which might warrant thee in this thing. Having given thee no offence, harm I write. 'Twas a mistake undoubtedly all do err at times. Paul, draw villain, and prate no more. Cas hadrowe and villain, have at thee then at once. Proud Earl draws. Paul, drawing thus to the expiatory tomb. Untimely sepulchre, I do devote thee. In the name of Lalage. Cas letting fall his sword, and recoiling to the extremity of the stage of Lalage. Hold off the sacred hand, avaunt, I say. Avaunt, I will not fight thee, indeed, I dare not. Paul, thou wilt not fight with me, didst say, Sir Count. Shall I be baffled thus? No, this is well. Didst say thou darest not, how? Cas, I dare not, dare not. Hold off thy hand with that beloved name. So fresh upon thy lips, I will not fight thee. I cannot, dare not. Paul, now, by my holidom, I do believe thickward, I do believe thee. Cas ha coward this may not be. Clutches his sword and staggers towards Politian, but his purpose is changed before reaching him, and he falls upon his knee at the feet of the Earl. Alas, my lord, it is most true in such a cause. I am the veriest coward, O pity me. Paul, greatly softened, alas, I do indeed I pity thee. Cas and Lalage. Paul, scoundrel, arise and die. Cas, it needeth not Bethus thus, O let me die. Thus on my bended knee, it were most fitting that in this deep humiliation I perish. For in the fight I will not raise a hand. Against the Earl of Leicester strike thou home, bearing his bosom. Here is no let or hindrance to thy weapon. Strike home, I will not fight thee. Paul, now es death and hell. Am I no tam, I not sorely grievously tempted to take thee at thy word, but mark me, sir. Think not to fly me, thus do thou prepare for public insult in the streets before. The eyes of the citizens ill follow thee. Like an avenging spirit ill follow thee. Even unto death before those whom thou lovest. Before all Rome, ill taunt thee, villain, ill taunt thee. Dost hear with cowardice thou wilt not fight me. Thou least thou shalt exit. Cas, now this indeed is just, most righteous, and most just avenging heaven. In the book there is a gap in numbering the notes between 12 and 29. Ed. Note. Such portions of Politian as are known to the public first saw the light of publicity in the Southern Literary Messenger for December 1835 and January 1836, being styled scenes from Politian, an unpublished drama. These scenes were included unaltered in the 1845 collection of poems by Poe. The larger portion of the original draft subsequently became the property of the present editor, but it is not considered just to the poet's memory to publish it. The work is a hasty and unrevised production of its author's earlier days of literary labor, and beyond the scenes already known, scarcely calculated to enhance his reputation. As a specimen, however, of the parts unpublished, the following fragment from the first scene of Act Roman II may be offered. The Duke, it should be premised, is uncle to Alessandra and father of Castiglione, her betrothed. Duke, why do you laugh? Castiglione, indeed. I hardly know myself. Stay, was it not? On yesterday we were speaking of the Earl. Of the Earl Politian, yes, it was yesterday. Alessandra, you, and one you must remember. We were walking in the gardens. Duke, perfectly. I do remember it. What of it? What then? Cas, nothing at all. Duke, nothing at all. It is most singular that you should laugh. At nothing at all. Cas most singular. Duke, look you Castiglione, be so kind as tell me, sir, at once, what tease you mean. What are you talking of? Cas, was it not so? We differed in opinion touching him. Duke, him whom? Cas, why, sir, the Earl Politian. Duke, the Earl of Leicester, yes, is it he you mean? We differed indeed, if I now recollect. The words you used were that the Earl you knew was neither learned nor mirthful. Cas, ha hano, did I? Duke, that did you, sir, and well I knew at the time. You were wrong, it being not the character of the Earl whom all the world allows to be a most hilarious man, be not my son. Too positive again. Cas, 'tis singular. Most singular, I could not think it possible. So little time could so much alter one. To say the truth, about an hour ago, as I was walking with the Count Saint Oz, all arm in arm, we met this very man. The Earl with his friend, Baldassar. Having just arrived in Rome, he is altered. Such an account he gave me of his journey. 'Twould have made you die with laughter, such tales he told of his caprices and his merry freaks. Along the road such oddity, such humor, such wit, such whim, such flashes of wild merriment, set off too in such full relief by the grave demeanor of his friend who, to speak the truth, was gravity itself. Duke, did I not tell you? Cas, you didn't, yet 'tis strange, but true as strain. How much I was mistaken, I always thought the Earl a gloomy man. Duke, so you see, be not too positive, whom have we here? It cannot be the Earl. Cas, the Earl, oh no, 'tis not the Earl, but yet it isn't leaning upon his friend, Baldassar, and welcome, sir. Enter Politian and Baldassar. My lord, a second welcome, let me give you. To Rome his grace, the Duke of Broglio. Father, this is the Earl Politian, Earl of Leicester in Great Britain. Politian bows haughtily. That his friend, Baldassar, Duke of Surrey, the Earl has letters. So please you, for your grace. Duke, most welcome to Rome and to our palace, Earl Politian. And you, most noble Duke, I am glad to see you. I knew your father well, my lord Politian. Castiglione, call your cousin hither, and let me make the noble Earl acquainted. With your betrothed, you come, sir, at a time most seasonable, the wedding. Politian, touching those letters, sir. Your son made mention of your son, is he not? Touching those letters, sir, I wot not of them. If such there be, my friend Baldassar here. Baldassar, me friend, Baldassar here. Will hand them to your grace, I would retire. Duke, retire so soon. Came what ho, Benito Rupert. His lordship's chamber, show his lordship to them. His lordship is unwell, enter Benito. Bend this way, my lord, exit followed by Politian. Duke, retire, unwell. Bow, so please you, sir, I fear me. 'Tis as you say, his lordship is unwell. The damp air of the evening fatigue of a long journey, indeed, I had better follow his lordship, he must be unwell. I will return anon. Duke, return anon. Now this is very strange, Castiglione. This way, my son, I wish to speak with thee. You surely were mistaken in what you said of the Earl mirthful, indeed, which of us said? Politian was a melancholy man, exeunt. Poems of Youth. Introduction to Poems 1831. Letter to Mr. B. West Point, 1831. Dear B, believing only a portion of my former volume to be worthy a second edition, that small portion I thought it as well to include in the present book, as to republish by itself. I have therefore herein combined Al-Araf and Tamerlane with other poems hitherto unprinted, nor have I hesitated to insert from the minor poems now omitted whole lines and even passages to the end, that being placed in a fairer light, and the trash shaken from them in which they were embedded, they may have some chance of being seen by posterity. It has been said that a good critique on a poem may be written by one who is no poet himself. This, according to your idea and mine of poetry, I feel to be falseth less poetical the critic, the less just the critique, and the converse on this account. And because there are but few BS in the world, I would be as much ashamed of the world's good opinion, as proud of your own another than yourself might here observe. Shakespeare is in possession of the world's good opinion, and yet Shakespeare is the greatest of poets. It appears then that the world judge correctly. Why should you be ashamed of their favorable judgment? The difficulty lies in the interpretation of the word judgment or opinion. The opinion is the world's truly, but it may be called theirs, as a man would call a book his, having bought it. He did not write the book, but it is his. They did not originate the opinion, but it is theirs. A fool, for example, thinks Shakespeare a great poet, yet the fool has never read Shakespeare. But the fool's neighbor, who is a step higher on the Andes of the mind, whose head, that is to say his more exalted thought, is too far above the fool to be seen or understood, but whose feet, by which I mean his everyday actions, are sufficiently near to be discerned, and by means of which that superiority is ascertained, which but for them would never have been discovered. His neighbor asserts that Shakespeare is a great poet. The fool believes him, and it is henceforward his opinion. This neighbor's own opinion has in like manner been adopted from one above him, and so ascendingly to a few gifted individuals who kneel around the summit beholding face to face the master spirit who stands upon the pinnacle. You are aware of the great barrier in the path of an American writer. He is read, if at all, in preference to the combined and established wit of the world. I say established, for it is with literature, as with law or empire. An established name is an estate in tenure or a throne in possession. Besides, one might suppose that books like their authors improve by travel. There, having crossed the sea, is with us so great a distinction. Our antiquaries abandon time for distance. Our very fops glance from the binding to the bottom of the title page, where the mystic characters which spell London, Paris, or Genoa are precisely so many letters of recommendation. I mentioned just now a vulgar error as regards criticism. I think the notion that no poet can form a correct estimate of his own writings is another. I remarked before that in proportion to the poetical talent would be the justice of a critique upon poetry. Therefore a bad poet would, I grant, make a false critique, and his self-love would infallibly bias his little judgment in his favor. But a poet who is indeed a poet could not, I think, fail of making a just critique. Whatever should be deducted on the score of self-love might be replaced on account of his intimate acquaintance with the subject. In short, we have more instances of false criticism than of just where one's own writings are. The test, simply because we have more bad poets than good. There are, of course, many objections to what I say. Milton is a great example of the contrary, but his opinion with respect to the Paradise Regained is by no means fairly ascertained. By what trivial circumstances men are often led to assert what they do not really believe. Perhaps an inadvertent word has descended to posterity, but in fact the Paradise Regained is little if at all inferior to the Paradise Lost, and is only supposed so to be because men do not like epics, whatever they may say to the contrary, and reading those of Milton in their natural order, are too much wearied with the first to derive any pleasure from the second. I dare say Milton preferred Camus to either, if so justly. As I am speaking of poetry, it will not be amiss to touch slightly upon the most singular heresy in its modern historic heresy of what is called very foolishly the Lake School. Some years ago, I might have been induced by an occasion like the present to attempt a formal refutation of their doctrine. At present, it would be a work of supererogation. The wise must bow to the wisdom of such men as Coleridge and Southey, but being wise have laughed at poetical theories so prosaically exemplified. Aristotle, with singular assurance, has declared poetry the most philosophical of all writings, but it required a Wordsworth to pronounce it the most metaphysical. He seems to think that the end of poetry is or should be instruction, yet it is a truism that the end of our existence is happiness, if so the end of every separate part of our existence, everything connected with our existence, should be still happiness. Therefore the end of instruction should be happiness, and happiness is another name for pleasure. Therefore the end of instruction should be pleasure. Yet we see the above-mentioned opinion implies precisely the reverse. To proceed ceteris paribus, he who pleases is of more importance to his fellowmen than he who instructs, since utility is happiness and pleasure is the end already obtained, which instruction is merely the means of obtaining. I see no reason, then, why our metaphysical poets should plume themselves so much on the utility of their works, unless, indeed, they refer to instruction with eternity in view, in which case sincere respect for their piety would not allow me to express my contempt for their contempt, which it would be difficult to conceal, since their writings are professedly to be understood by the few, and it is the many who stand in need of salvation. In such case, I should no doubt be tempted to think of the devil in Melmoth, who labors indefatigably through 3 octavo volumes to accomplish the destruction of 1 or 2 souls, while any common devil would have demolished 1 or 2,000. Against the subtleties which would make poetry a studionaut, a passionate becomes the metaphysician to reason, but the poet to protest. Yet Wordsworth and Coleridge are men in years, the one imbued contemplation from his childhood, the other a giant in intellect and learning. The diffidence, then, with which I venture to dispute their authority would be overwhelming, did I not feel from the bottom of my heart that learning has little to do with the imagination, intellect, with the passions or age, with poetry. Trifles like straws upon the surface flow. He who would search for pearls must dive below. Are lines which have done much mischief. As regards the greater truths, men oftener err by seeking them at the bottom than at the top. Truth lies in the huge abysses, where wisdom is sought, not in the palpable palaces, where she is found. The ancients were not always right in hitting the goddess in a well. Witness the light which Bacon has thrown upon philosophy. Witness the principles of our divine faith, that moral mechanism by which the simplicity of a child may overbalance the wisdom of a man. We see an instance of Coleridge's liability to err in his Biographia Literaria, professedly his literary life and opinions, but in fact a treatise de omni Sibylli et quibusdum aliis. He goes wrong by reason of his very profundity, and of his error we have a natural type in the contemplation of a star. He who regards it directly and intensely sees, it is true, the star, but it is the star without a ray, while he who surveys it less inquisitively is conscious of all for which the star is useful to us, below its brilliancy and its beauty. As to Wordsworth, I have no faith in him, that he had in youth the feelings of a poet. I believe if there are glimpses of extreme delicacy in his writing, sand delicacy is the poet's own kingdom, his Eldorado, but they have the appearance of a better day recollected, and glimpses at best are little evidence of present poetic fire. We know that a few straggling flowers spring up daily in the crevices of the glacier. He was to blame in wearing away his youth in contemplation, with the end of poetizing in his manhood. With the increase of his judgment, the light which should make it apparent has faded away. His judgment, consequently, is too correct. This may not be understood, but the old Goths of Germany would have understood it, who used to debate matters of importance to their state twice, once when drunk, and once when sober, that they might not be deficient in formality drunk, lest they should be destitute of vigor. The long, wordy discussions by which he tries to reason us into admiration of his poetry speak very little in his favor. They are full of such assertions as this: I have opened one of his volumes at random of genius. The only proof is the act of doing well what is worthy to be done, and what was never done before. Indeed, then it follows that in doing what is unworthy to be done, or what has been done before, no genius can be evinced. Yet the picking of pockets is an unworthy act. Pockets have been picked time immemorial, and Barrington, the pickpocket in point of genius, would have thought hard of a comparison with William Wordsworth, the poet. Again, in estimating the merit of certain poems, whether they be Ossian's or Macpherson's, can surely be of little consequence. Yet in order to prove their worthlessness, Mr. W. has expended many pages in the controversy. Tantine animis, can great minds descend to such absurdity? But worse still, that he may bear down every argument in favor of these poems, he triumphantly drags forward a passage in his abomination with which he expects the reader to sympathize. It is the beginning of the epic poem Temora. The blue waves of Allan roll in light. The green hills are covered with day trees, shake their dusty heads in the breeze. And this gorgeous yet simple imagery, where all is alive and panting with immortality, is William Wordsworth. The author of Peter Bell has selected for his contempt. We shall see what better he in his own person has to offer imprimis. And now she's at the pony's tail. And now she's at the pony's head. On that side now, and now on this. And almost stifled with her bliss. A few sad tears does Betty shed. She pats the pony where or when. She knows not happy Betty Foy. Oh Johnny, never mind the doctor. Secondly, the dew was falling, fast the stars began to blink. I heard a voice, it said, "Drink, pretty creature, drink." And looking o'er the hedge before me, I espied a snow-white mountain lamb with a maiden at its side. No other sheep was near, lamb was all alone, and by a slender cord, wastered to a stone. Now we have no doubt this is all true, we will believe it, indeed, we will. Mr. W., is it sympathy for the sheep you wish to excite? I love a sheep from the bottom of my heart. But there are occasions, dear B., there are occasions when even Wordsworth is reasonable, even Stamboul, it is said, shall have an end, and the most unlucky blunders must come to a conclusion. Here is an extract from his preface. Those who have been accustomed to the phraseology of modern writers, if they persist in reading this book to a conclusion impossible, will no doubt have to struggle with feelings of awkwardness, ha ha ha. They will look round for poetry, ha 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 ha, and will be induced to inquire by what species of courtesy these attempts have been permitted to assume that title, ha 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 ha. Yet let not Mr. W. despair, he has given immortality to a wagon, and the bee Sophocles has transmitted to eternity a sore toe, and dignified a tragedy with a chorus of turkeys. Of Coleridge I cannot speak, but with reverence, his towering intellect, his gigantic power, to use an author quoted by himself, "I trouve souvent que la plupart des sex ont raison dans une bonne partie de sequels avancent mais non pas en sequels nient," and to employ his own language, he has imprisoned his own conceptions by the barrier he has erected against those of others. It is lamentable to think that such a mind should be buried in metaphysics, and like the Nicterns waste its perfume upon the night alone. In reading that man's poetry, I tremble like one who stands upon a volcano, conscious from the very darkness bursting from the crater of the fire, and the light that are weltering below. What is poetry? Poetry, that Proteus-like idea with as many appellations as the nine-titled Coursera. Give me, I demanded of a scholar some time ago, give me a definition of poetry, tres volontiers. And he proceeded to his library, brought me a Dr. Johnson, and overwhelmed me with a definition shade of the immortal Shakespeare. I imagined to myself the scowl of your spiritual eye upon the profanity of that scurrilous Ursa Major. Think of poetry, dear B, think of poetry, and then think of Dr. Samuel Johnson, think of all that is airy and fairy-like, and then of all that is hideous and unwieldy, think of his huge bulk, the elephant and Thenand. Then think of the Tempest, Midsummer Night's Dream, Prospero, Obermann, Titania. A poem, in my opinion, is opposed to a work of science by having for its immediate object pleasure, not truth to romance, by having for its object an indefinite, instead of a definite pleasure, being a poem only so far as this object is attained, romance, presenting perceptible images with definite poetry with indefinite sensations, to which end music is an essential, since the comprehension of sweet sound is our most indefinite conception. Music, when combined with a pleasurable idea, is poetry. Music without the idea is simply music. The idea without the music is prose from its very definitiveness. What was meant by the invective against him who had no music in his soul? To sum up this long rigmarole, I have, dear B, what you no doubt perceive for the metaphysical poets. As poets, the most sovereign contempt that they have followers proves nothing. No Indian prince has to his palace more followers than a thief to the gallows. Sonetto science. Science, true daughter of old time thou art, who alterest all things with thy peering eyes. Why preyest thou thus upon the poet's heart? Vulture whose wings are dull realities. How should he love thee, or how deem thee wise, who wouldst not leave him in his wandering, to seek for treasure in the jeweled skies? Albeit he soared with an undaunted wing, hast thou not dragged Diana from her car, and driven the hamadryad from the wood, to seek a shelter in some happier star? Hast thou not torn the naiad from her flood, the elfin from the green grass, and from me, the summer dream beneath the tamarind tree? Al-Araf. Part Roman 1. Oh, nothing earthly save the thrown back from flowers of beauty's eye, as in those gardens where the day springs from the gems of circasy. Oh, nothing earthly save the thrill of melody in woodland rills, or music of the passion-hearted joy's voice so peacefully departed, that like the murmur in the shells, its echo dwelleth and will dwell. Oh, nothing of the dross of hours, yet all the beauty, all the flowers, that list our love and deck our bowers, adorn yon willed afar afar, the wandering star. 'Twas a sweet time for Nesesfa there. Her world lay lolling on the golden earth, near for bright sunset temporary rest, an oasis in desert of the blessed. A star was discovered by Tycho Brahe, which appeared suddenly in the heavens, attained in a few days a brilliancy surpassing that of Jupiter, then as suddenly disappeared and has never been seen since. Away mid seas of rays that roll, empyrean splendor o'er th unchained soul. The soul that scarce the billows are so dense can struggle to its destined eminence. To distant spheres from time to time she rode, and late to hours the favored one of God. But now the ruler of an anchored realms, she throws aside the sceptre, leaves the helm, and amid incense and high spiritual hymns, laves in quadruple light her angel limbs. Now happiest, loveliest in yon lovely earth, whence sprang the idea of beauty into birth, falling in wreaths thro' many a startled star, like woman's hair mid pearls, until afar it lit on hills a chaeon, and there dwelt. She looked into infinity and knelt. Rich clouds for canopies about her curled, fit emblems of the model of her world, seen but in beauty not impeding sight of other beauty glittering thro' the light. A wreath that twined each starry form around, and all the opaled air in color bound. All hurriedly she knelt upon a bed of flowers of lilies, such as reared the head on the fair capo ducato, and sprang so eagerly around about to hang upon the flying footsteps of deep pride of her who loved a mortal and so died. The cephalica, budding with young bees, upreared its purple stem around her knees. On Santa Moriolum Ducadia, and gemmy flower of Trebizond misnamed, inmate of highest stars where erst it shammed all other loveliness, its honeyed dew, the fabled nectar that the heathen knew. Deliriously sweet was dropped from heaven, and fell on gardens of the unforgiven, in Trebizond and on a sunny flower, so like its own above that to this hour it still remaineth, torturing the bee with madness and unwanted reverie. In heaven and all its environs the leaf and blossom of the fairy plant in grief disconsolate linger, grief that hangs her head, repenting follies that full long have fled, heaving her white breast to the balmy air, like guilty beauty chastened and more fair. Nictans too, as sacred as the light, she fears to perfuming the night, and Clytia, pondering between many a sun, while pettish tears adown her petals run, and that aspiring flower that sprang on earth, and died ere scarce exalted into birth, bursting its odorous heart in spirit to wing its way to heaven from garden of a king. This flower is much noticed by Leeuwenhoek and Tournefort. The bee feeding upon its blossom becomes intoxicated. Clytia the chrysanthemum peruvianum, or to employ a better-known term, the turnsel which continually turns towards the sun, covers itself like Peru, the country from which it comes, with dewy clouds which cool and refresh its flowers during the most violent heat of the début descent. Pierre. There is cultivated in the king's garden at Paris species of serpentine aloes without prickles, whose large and beautiful flower exhales a strong odor of the vanilla. During the time of its expansion, which is very short, it does not blow till towards the month of July. You then perceive it gradually open, its petals expand, them fade, and die. St. Pierre and Vallisnerian lotus thither flown, from struggling with the waters of the Rhone, and thy most lovely purple perfume Zante, Isola d'oro fior di Levante, and the Nelumbo bud that floats forever, with Indian Cupid down the holy river, fair flowers and fairy to whose care is given to bear the goddess song in odors up to heaven. Spirit that dwellest where? In the deep sky, the terrible and fair, in beauty vie, beyond the line of blues, the boundary of the star, which turneth at the view of thy barrier and thy bars, of the barrier overgone by the comets who were cast from their pride and from their throne, to be drudges till the last, to be carriers of fire, the red fire of their heart, with speed that may not tire, and with pain that shall not part. There is found in the Rhone a beautiful lily of the Vallisnerian kind. Its stem will stretch to the length of 3 or 4 feet, thus preserving its head above water. In the swellings of the river, the hyacinth, it is a fiction of the Indians that Cupid was first seen floating in one of these down the river Gangesand, that he still loves the cradle of his childhood, and golden vials full of odors which are the prayers of the saints. Rev. St. John, who lives that we know in eternity feel, but the shadow of whose brow what spirit shall reveal? Though the beings whom thy nassace, thy messenger hath known, have dreamed for thy infinity a model of their own. Thy will is done, O God. The star hath ridden high through many a tempest, but she rode beneath thy burning eye, and here in thought to thee, in thought that can alone ascend thy empire, and so be a partner of thy throne. The humanitarians held that God was to be understood as having a really human form. V.D. Clarke's Sermons Vol. 1 page 26, Fall edit. The drift of Milton's argument leads him to employ language which would appear at first sight to verge upon their doctrine, but it will be seen immediately that he guards himself against the charge of having adopted one of the most ignorant errors of the dark ages of the church doctor. Sumner's notes on Milton's Christian doctrine. This opinion, in spite of many testimonies to the contrary, could never have been very general. Andius, a Syrian of Mesopotamia, was condemned for the opinion as heretical. He lived in the beginning of the 4th century. His disciples were called anthropomorphites vide Dupin. Among Milton's poems are these lines: Dicite sacrorum PR sides, nemorum de Roman 100 quis ille, primus cujus ex imagine. Natura solus finxit humanum genus. Eternus incorruptus quivus pola. Unusque et universis exemplar Dei, and afterwards. Non cui profundum si citas, lumen dedit. Dircus augur vidit hunc alto sinu Roman 100, by winged fantasy. My embassy is given. Till secrecy shall knowledge be. In the environs of heaven. She ceased and buried then her burning cheek. Abashed amid the lilies there to seek a shelter from the fervor of his eye. For the stars trembled at the deity. She stirred not breath not for a voice was there. How solemnly pervading the calm air. A sound of silence on the startled ear. Which dreamy poets name the music of the sphere. Ours is a world of words quiet we call. Silence you hitch is the merest word of all. All nature speaks, and even ideal things flap shadowy sounds from visionary wings, but are not so when thus in realms on high the eternal voice of God is passing by, and the red winds are withering in the sky. What though in worlds which sightless cycles run, linked to a little system and one sun, where all my love is folly and the crowd still think my terrors but the thunder cloud, the storm, the earthquake, and the ocean wrath. Ah, will they cross me in my angrier path? What though in worlds which own a single sun, the sands of time grow dimmer as they run? Seltse men tochter Jarvis, sanum scarskind, der fantasy go, sightless too small to be seen leg. Yet thine is my resplendency so given, to bear my secrets thro' the upper heaven. Leave tenantless thy crystal home and fly, with all thy train athwart the moony sky, apart like fireflies in Sicilian night, and wing to other worlds another light. Divulge the secrets of thy embassy, to the proud orbs that twinkling so be, to every heart a barrier and a ban, lest the stars totter in the guilt of man. Up rose the maiden in the yellow night, the single-mooned eve on earth we plight, our faith to one love and one moon adore. The birthplace of young beauty had no more, as sprang that yellow star from downy hours. Up rose the maiden from her shrine of flowers, and bent o'er sheeny mountain and dim plain. Her way but left not yet her the Racine rain. I have often noticed a peculiar movement of the fireflies. They will collect in a body and fly off from a common center into innumerable radii. The Rasa or the Racia, the island mentioned by Seneca, which in a moment arose from the sea to the eyes of astonished mariners, part Roman too high on a mountain of enameled head, such as the drowsy shepherd on his bed of giant pasturage lying at his ease, raising his heavy eyelid starts and sees, with many a muttered hope, to be forgiven, what time the moon is quadrated in heaven, of rosy head that towering far away, into the sunlit aether caught the ray of sunken suns at eve at noon of night, while the moon danked with the fair stranger light. Upreared upon such height arose a pile of gorgeous columns on unburthened air, flashing from Parian marble that twin smile, far down upon the wave that sparkled there, and nursed the young mountain in its lair. Of molten stars their pavement such as fall, throw the ebon air besilvering the pall of their own dissolution while they die, adorning then the dwellings of the sky. A dome by linked light from heaven let down, sat gently on these columns as a crown. A window of one circular diamond there looked out above into the purple air. Some star which from the ruined roof of shacked Olympus by mischance did fall Milton, and rays from God shot down that meteor chain, and hallowed all the beauty twice again. save when between th empyrean and that ring. Some eager spirit flapped his dusky wing, but on the pillars seraph eyes have seen the dimness of this world, that grayish green, that nature loves the best for beauty's grave, lurked in each cornice round each architrave, and every sculptured cherub thereabout, that from his marble dwelling peered out, seemed earthly in the shadow of his niche. Achaean statues in a world so rich, friezes from Tadmor and Persepolis, from Baalbek and the stilly clear abyss, of beautiful Gomorrah, oh the waves, is now upon Thebat too late to save. Sound loves to revel in a summer night, witness the murmur of the grey twilight. Voltaire, in speaking of Persepolis, says G. Canois, by en l'admiration, quinspiant ces ruinsmais un palais. Erigio pied d'une chaîne des roches, sterile spute ill. Itre un chef d'oeuvre des arts, voilà les arguments de Roman 1000 Voltaire. Oh, the wave Ula de Gusi is the Turkish appellation, but on its own shores it is called Bahar Lath or Olmatana. There were undoubtedly more than two cities. Engulfed in the Dead Sea, in the valley of Siddim were 5 Adra Zebin Zor Sodom, and Gomorrah Stephen of. Byzantium mentions 8, and Strabo 30 and engulfed. But the last is out of all reason. It is said Tacitus, Strabo, Josephus, Daniel, of St. Saba now. Mondrel Troilo di Arvia, that after an excessive drought the vestiges of columns, walls Roman, are seen above the surface at any season. Such remains may be discovered by looking down into the transparent lake, and at such distances as would argue the existence of many settlements in the space now usurped by the asphaltites that stole upon the ear in Irako of many a wild stargazer long ago, that stealeth ever on the ear of him who musing gazeth on the distance, Roman 1499, and sees the darkness coming as a cloud. Is not its form its voice most palpable and loud? But what is this it, comet hand it brings? A music with itties, the rush of wings, a passing, then a sweeping falling strain. And Nesais is in her halls again, from the wild energy of wanton haste. Her cheeks were flushing, and her lips apart, and zone that clung around her gentle waist had burst beneath the heaving of her heart. Within the center of that hall, to breathe, she paused and panted Xanth all beneath the fairy light that kissed her golden hair, and longed to rest, yet could but sparkle there. Young flowers were whispering in melody to happy flowers that night and tree to tree. Fountains were gushing music as they fell in many a starlit grove or moonlit dell. Yet silence came upon material things, fair flowers, bright waterfalls, and angel wings, and sound alone that, from the spirit sprang, bore burthen to the charm the maidens sang. Irako Chaldea. I have often thought I could distinctly hear the sound of the darkness as it stole over the horizon. Fairies use flowers for their charactery merry wives. Of Windsor, William Shakespeare. Neath bluebell or streamer, or tufted wild spray, that keeps from the dreamer the moonbeam away. Bright beings that ponder, with half-closing eyes, on the stars which your wonder hath drawn from the skies, till they glance through the shade and come down to your brow. Licky eyes of the maiden who calls on you now, arise from your dreaming in violet bowers to duty beseeming these starlitten hours, and shake from your tresses encumbered with dew the breath of those kisses that cumber them too. Oh, how without you, love, could angels be blessed, those kisses of true love that lulled ye to rest. Upshake from your wing each hindering thing, the dew of the night. It would weigh down your flight, and true love caresses. Oh, leave them apart. In Scripture is this passage: the sun shall not harm thee by day, nor the moon by night. It is perhaps not generally known that the moon in Egypt has the effect of producing blindness to those who sleep with the face exposed to its rays, to which circumstance the passage evidently alludes. They are light on the tresses, but lead on the heart. Ligeia, Ligeia, my beautiful one, whose harshest idea will to melody run. Oh, is it thy will on the breezes to toss, or capriciously still, like the lone albatross, incumbent on night, as she on the air, to keep watch with delight on the harmony theirs? Ligeia, whatever thy image may be, no magic shall sever thy music from thee. Thou hast bound many eyes in a dreamy sleep, but the strains still arise, which thy vigilance keep. The sound of the rain, which leaps down to the flower, and dances again in the rhythm of the shower. The murmur that springs from the growing of grass. The albatross is said to sleep on the wing. I met with this idea in an old English tale which I am now unable to obtain and quote from memory the very essence, and as it was springy head and origin of all music is the very pleasant sound which the trees of the forest do make when they grow, are the music of things, but are modelled, alas. Away then, my dearest, oh, hie thee away to springs that lie clearest beneath the moonray, to lone lake that smiles in its dream of deep rest, at the many star isles that enjewel its breast, where wild flowers creeping have mingled their shade. On its margin is sleeping full many a maid. Some have left the cool glade, and have slept with the bee. Arouse them, my maiden, on moorland and leash. Go breathe on their slumber, all softly in ear the musical number they slumbered to hear. For what can awaken an angel so soon? The wild bee will not sleep in the shade if there be moonlight. The rhyme in this verse, as in one about 60 lines before, has an appearance of affectation. It is, however, imitated from Sir W. Scott, or rather from Claude Halcrane, whose mouth I admired its effect. Oh, were there an island, though ever so wild, where woman might smile and no man be beguiled. Roman 100, whose sleep hath been taken beneath the cold moon, as the spell which no slumber of witchery may test, the rhythmical number which lulled him to rest. Spirits in wing and angels to the view, 1,000 seraphs burst empyrean through, young dreams still hovering on their drowsy flight. Seraphs in all, but knowledge the keen light that fell refracted thro' they bounds afar. O death from eye of God upon that star! Sweet was that error, sweeter still that death. Sweet was that error, even with us the breath of science dims the mirror of our joy. To them 'twere the summum, and would destroy. For what to them availeth it to know that truth is falsehood, or that bliss is woe? Sweet was their death, with them to die was rife with the last ecstasy of satiate life. Beyond that death no immortality, but sleep that pondereth and is not to be. And there, may my weary spirit dwell, apart from heaven's eternity, and yet how far from hell. With the Arabians, there is a medium between heaven and hell where men suffer no punishment, but yet do not attain that tranquil and even happiness which they suppose to be characteristic of heavenly enjoyment. Un no rampido suna, un dia purolegriliber, quiera, libre de amord zelo, de odiode esperanzade resilo Luis Ponce de Leon. Sorrow is not excluded from Al-Araf, but it is that sorrow which the living love to cherish for the dead, and which in some minds resembles the delirium of opium, the passionate excitement of love and the buoyancy of spirit, attendant upon intoxication, are its less holy pleasures, the price of which, to those souls who make choice of Al-Araf as their residence after life, is final death and annihilation. What guilty spirit, in what shrubbery dim, heard not the stirring summons of that hymn? But too they fell for heaven, no grace imparts to those who hear not for their beating hearts. A maiden angel and her seraph lover, oh, where and ye may seek the wide skies over. Was love the blind, near sober duty known? Unguided love hath fallen mid tears of perfect moan. He was a goodly spirith who fell, a wanderer by moss-mantled way, a gazer on the lights that shine above, a dreamer in the moonbeam by his love. What wonder for each star is eye-like there, and looks so sweetly down on beauty's hair. And they and every mossy spring were holy to his love-haunted heart and melancholy. The night had found to him a night of woe. Upon a mountain crag, young Angelo, beetling it bends athwart the solemn sky, and scowls on starry worlds that down beneath it lie. Here sate he, with his love-eyes dark eye bent, with eagle gaze along the firmament. Now turned it upon her, but ever then it trembled to the orb of earth again. E'en dearest, see how dim that ray, how lovely 'tis to look so far away. There be tears of perfect moan, wept for thee in Helicon Milton. She seemed not thus upon that autumn eve. I left her gorgeous Halsna morn to leave. That eve I should remember well. The sunray dropped in Lemnos with a spell on arabesque carving of a gilded hall, wherein I sate, and on the draperied wall, and on my eyelids, oh, the heavy light, how drowsily it weighed them into night. On flowers before, and mist, and love they ran, with Persian Saadi in his Gulistan. But oh, that light eye slumbered death the while, stole o'er my senses in that lovely isle, so softly that no single silken hair awoke that slept or knew that it was there. The last spot of earth's orb I trod upon was a proud temple called the Parthenon. More beauty clung around her columned wall than even thy glowing bosom beats withal. And when old time my wing did disenthrall, thence sprang I as the eagle from his tower, and years I left behind me in an hour. What time upon her airy bounds I hung, one half the garden of her globe was flung, unrolling as a chart unto my view, tenantless cities of the desert too. E'en's beauty crowded on me then, and half I wished to be again of men. My Angelo, and why of them to be? A brighter dwelling place is here for thee. It was entire in 1687, the most elevated spot in Athens, shadowing more beauty in their airy brows than have the white breasts of the Queen of Love Marlowe, and greener fields than in yon world above, and women's loveliness and passionate love. But list e'en when the air so soft failed as my pennon's spirit leapt aloft. Perhaps my brain grew dizzy, but the world I left so late was into chaos hurled, sprang from her station on the winds apart, and rolled a flame, the fiery heaven athwart. Methought my sweet one, then I ceased to soar, and fell not swiftly as I rose before, but with a downward, tremulous motion throw. Light brazen, raise this golden star unto, nor long the measure of my falling hours, for nearest of all stars was thine to ours. Dread star that came amid a night of mirth, a red dedalion on the timid earth. We came and to thy earth but not to us, be given Our Lady's bidding to discuss. We came, my love, around, above, below. Gay firefly of the night, we come and go, nor ask a reason save the angel nod. She grants to us as granted by her God. But Angelo, then thine grey time unfurled, never his fairy wing o'er fairer world. Dim was its little disk, and angel eyes alone could see the phantom in the skies, when first Al-Araf knew her course to be headlong thitherward o'er the starry sea. But when its glory swelled upon the sky, as glowing beauty's bust beneath man's eye, Panonfa Pinion Milton, we passed before the heritage of men, and thy star trembled as doth beauty then. Thus in discourse the lovers whiled away the night that waned and brought no day. They fell, for heaven to them no hope imparts, who hear not for the beating of their hearts. Tamerlane, kind solace in a dying hour, such father is not now my theme. I will not madly deem that power of earth may shrive me of the sin unearthly pride hath revelled in. I have no time to dote or dream. You call it hope, that fire of fire. It is but agony of desire. If I can hope, O God, I can. Its fount is holier, more divine. I would not call thee fool, old man, but such is not a gift of thine. Know thou the secret of a spirit, bowed from its wild pride into shame. O yearning heart, I did inherit thy withering portion with the fame, the searing glory which hath shone amid the jewels of my throne. Halo of hell, and with a pains, not hell shall make me fear again. O craving heart for the lost flowers and sunshine of my summer hours. Undying voice of that dead time, with its interminable chime, rings in the spirit of a spell upon thy emptiness a knell. I have not always been as now, the fevered diadem on my brow I claimed and won usurpingly, hath not the same fierce heirdom given Rome to the Caesarthes, to me the heritage of a kingly mind, and a proud spirit which hath striven triumphantly with humankind. On mountain soil I first drew life. The mists of the Tagle have shed nightly their dews upon my head, and I believe the winged strife and tumult of the headlong air have nestled in my very hair, so late from heaven that dew it fell, mid dreams of an unholy night, upon mueth the touch of hell, while the red flashing of the light from clouds that hung like banners o'er appeared to my half-closing eye the pageantry of monarchy, and the deep trumpet thunder's roar came hurriedly upon me, telling of human battle where my voice, my own voice, silly child, was swelling. Oh, how my spirit would rejoice and leap within me at the cry, the battle cry of victory. The rain came down upon my head, unsheltered, and the heavy wind was giant-like, so thou my mind. It was but man, I thought, who shed laurels upon me, and the rush, the torrent of the chilly air, gurgled within my ear the crush of empires with the captive's prayer, the hum of suitors and the tone of flattery round a sovereign's throne. My passions, from that hapless hour, usurped a tyranny which men have deemed since I have reached to power. My innate nature rebelled so. But father, there lived one who then in my boyhood when their fires burned with a still intenser glow. For passion must with youth expire. In then who knew this iron heart in woman's weakness had a part. I have no word Celasto tell the loveliness of loving well, nor would I now attempt to trace the more than beauty of a face, whose lineaments upon my mind are shadows on unstable wind. Thus I remember having dwelt some page of early lore upon, with loitering eye till I have felt the letters with their meaning melt, to fantasies with none. Oh, she was worthy of all love. Lovers in infancy was mine. 'Twas such as angel minds above might envy her young heart the shrine, on which my every hope and thought were incense a goodly gift, for they were childish and upright. Pureas her young example taught. Why did I leave it and adrift? Trust to the fire within for light. We grew in aged love together, roaming the forest and the wild. My breast her shield in wintry weather, and when the friendly sunshine smilled, and she would mark the opening skies, I saw no heaven but in her eyes. Young love's first lesson is the heart, for mid that sunshine and those smiles, when from our little cares apart, and laughing at her girlish wiles, it'd throw me on her throbbing breast, and pour my spirit out in tears. There was no need to speak the rest, no need to quiet any fears of her who asked no reason why, but turned on me her quiet eye. Yet more than worthy of the love my spirit struggled with and strove, when on the mountain peak alone ambition lent it a new tone. I had no being but in thee, the world and all it did contain, in the earth, the air, the sea, its joy, its little lot of pain. That was new pleasureth ideal, dim vanities of dreams by night, and dimmer nothings which were real. Shadows and a more shadowy light parted upon their misty wings, and so confusedly became thine image and a name, two separate yet most intimate things. I was ambitious, have you known the passion, father, you have not. A cottager, I marked a throne of half the world as all my own, and murmured at such lowly lot, but just like any other dream, upon the vapor of the dew, my own had passed, did not the beam of beauty which did while it throw the minuteth hour the day oppress my mind with double loveliness. We walked together on the crown of a high mountain which looked down afar from its proud natural towers of rock and forest on the hills, the dwindled hills begirt with bowers, and shouting with 1,000 rills. I spoke to her of power and pride, but mystically in such guise that she might deem it not beside the moment's converse in her eyes. I read perhaps too carelessly a mingled feeling with my own. The flush on her bright cheek to me seemed to become a queenly throne, too well that I should let it be. Light in the wilderness, alone, I wrapped myself in grandeur then, and donned a visionary crown. Yet it was not that fantasy had thrown her mantle over me, but that among the rabblemen, lion ambition is chained down, and crouches to a keeper's hand. Not so in deserts where the grand, the wild, terrible conspire with their own breath to fan his fire. Look round thee now on Samarkand. Is not she queen of earth her pride? Above all cities in her hand, their destinies in all beside. Of glory which the world hath known, stands she not nobly and alone? Falling her veriest stepping stone, shall form the pedestal of a throne. And who her sovereign Timur, whom the astonished people saw, striding o'er empires haughtily, a diademed outlaw? O human love, thou spirit given, on earth of all we hope in heavens, which fall'st into the soul like rain, upon the Siroc withered plain, and failing in thy power to bless, but leav'st the heart a wilderness, idea which bindest life around, with music of so strange a sound, and beauty of so wild a birth. Farewell, for I have won the earth, when hope the eagle that towered could see no cliff beyond him in the sky. His pinions were bent droopingly, and homeward turned his softened eye. 'Twas sunset when the sun will part. There comes a sullenness of heart to him who still would look upon the glory of the summer sun. That soul will hate the evening mist, so often lovely, and will list to the sound of the coming darkness known, to those whose spirits hearken as one, who in a dream of night would fly, but cannot from a danger nigh. What though the moon's white moon shed all the splendor of her noon? Her smile is chilly, and her beam in that time of dreariness will seem so like you gather in your breath a portrait taken after death. And boyhood is a summer sun, whose waning is the dreariest one. For all we live to know is known, and all we seek to keep hath flown. Let life then, as the dayflower fall, with the noonday beauty which is all. I reached my home, me home no more, for all had flown who made it so. I passed from out its mossy door, and though my tread was soft and low, a voice came from the threshold stone of one whom I had earlier known. Oh, I defy the hell to show, on beds of fire that burn below, a humbler heart, a deeper woe. Father, I firmly do believe I know for death who comes for me, from regions of the blessed afar, where there is nothing to deceive, hath left his iron gate ajar, and rays of truth you cannot see are flashing through eternity. I do believe that Eblis hath a snare in every human path, else how, when in the holy grove I wandered of the idle love, who daily scents his snowy wings with incense of burnt offerings from the most unpolluted things, whose pleasant bowers are yet so riven above with trellised rays from heaven. No mote may shunno tiniest fly the lightning of his eagle eye. How was it that ambition crept unseen amid the revels there, till growing bold he laughed and leapt in the tangles of love's very hair? To Helen, Helen, thy beauty is to me like those Nicean barks of yore, that gently o'er a perfumed sea the weary wayworn wanderer bore to his own native shore. On desperate seas long wont to roam, thy hyacinth hair, thy classic face, thy naiad airs have brought me home to the glory that was Greece, and the grandeur that was Rome. Lo, in yon brilliant window niche, how statue-like I me thee stand, the agate lamp within thy hand. Ah, Psyche, from the regions which are Holy Land, the valley of unrest, once it smiled a silent dell, where the people did not dwell. They had gone unto the wars, trusting to the mildewed stars, nightly from their azure towers, to keep watch above the flowers, in the midst of which all day the red sunlight lazily lay. Now each visitor shall confess the sad valley's restlessness. Nothing there is motionless, nothing save the airs that brood over the magic solitude. Ah, by no wind are stirred those trees that palpitate like the chill seas around the misty Hebrides. Ah, by no wind those clouds are driven that rustle through the unquiet heaven, uneasily from morn till even, over the violets there that lie in myriad types of the human eye, over the lilies there that wave and weep above a nameless grave. They wave from out their fragrant tops, eternal dews come down in drops. They weep from off their delicate stems, perennial tears descend in gems. Israfel, in heaven a spirit doth dwell, whose heartstrings are a lute. None sing so wildly well as the angel Israfel, and the giddy stars so legends, ceasing their hymns, attend the spell of his voice all mute. Tottering above, in her highest noon, the enamored moons blushes with love, while to listen the red levin, with the rapid Pleiads even, which were seven, pauses in heaven, and they say the starry choir, and all the listening things, that Israfel's fire is owing to that lyre, by which he sits and sings, the trembling living wire of those unusual strings, and the angel Israfel, whose heartstrings are a lute, and who has the sweetest voice of all God's creaturescoren. But the skies that angel trod, where deep thoughts are a duty, where love's a grown-up God, where the houri glances are imbued with all the beauty which we worship in a star. Therefore thou art not wrong, Israfel, who despisest an unimpassioned song. To thee the laurels belong, best bard because the wisest merrily live and long. The ecstasies above with thy burning measures suit, thy grief, thy joy, thy hate, thy love, with the fervor of thy lute. Well may the stars be mute. Yes, heaven is thine, but this is a world of sweets and sours. Our flowers are merrily flowers, and the shadow of thy perfect bliss is the sunshine of ours. If I could dwell where Israfel hath dwelt, and he were I, he might not sing so wildly well a mortal melody, while a bolder note than this might swell from my lyre within the sky. Do the bowers whereat in dreams I see the wantonest singing birds, are lips and all thy melody of lip-begotten words, thine eyes in heaven of heart enshrined, then desolately fall, O God, on my funereal mind, like starlight on a pole. Thy heart, the heart I wake and sigh, and sleep to dream till day, of truth that gold can never buy, of the trifles that it may do. I heed not that my earthly lot hath little of earth in it, that years of love have been forgot in the hatred of a minute. I mourn not that the desolate are happier sweet than I, but that you sorrow for my fate, who am a passer-by. To the river, fair river, in thy bright clear flow of crystal wandering water, thou art an emblem of the glow of beauty's unhidden heart, the playful maziness of art in old Alberto's daughter. But when within thy wave she looks, which glistens then and trembles, why then the prettiest of brooks her worshipper resembles. For in my heart, as in thy stream, her image deeply lies. His heart which trembles at the beam of her soul-searching eyes. Song. I saw thee on thy bridal day, when a burning blush came o'er thee. Though happiness around thee lay, the world all love before thee, and in thine eye a kindling light, whatever it might be, was all on earth my aching sight of loveliness could see. That blush perhaps was maiden shame, as such it well may pass, though its glow hath raised a fiercer flame in the breast of him, alas, who saw thee on that bridal day, when that deep blush would come o'er thee. Though happiness around thee lay, the world all love before thee. Spirits of the dead, thy soul shall find itself alone, mid dark thoughts of the grey tombstone, not one of all the crowd to pry into thine hour of secrecy. Be silent in that solitude, which is not loneliness, for then the spirits of the dead who stood in life before thee are again in death around thee, and their will shall then overshadow thee. Be still, for the night though clear shall frown, and the stars shall look not down from their high thrones in the heaven, with light like hope to mortals given, but their red orbs without beam to thy weariness shall seem as a burning and a fever, which would cling to thee for ever. Now are thoughts thou shalt not banish, now are visions near to vanish. From thy spirit shall they pass, no more like dewdrop from the grass, the breeze, the breath of Gothic still, and the mist upon the hill. Shadow, a shadow yet unbroken, is a symbol and a token. How it hangs upon the trees, a mystery of mysteries, a dream. In visions of the dark night, I have dreamed of joy departed, but awaking dreams of life and light hath left me broken-hearted. Ah, what is not a dream by day, to him whose eyes are cast on things around him with a ray turned back upon the past. That holy dream, that holy dream, while all the world were chiding, hath cheered me as a lovely beam, a lonely spirit guiding. What though that light throw storm and night, so trembled from afar? What could there be more purely bright in truth's day star? Romance, romance who loves to nod and sing, with drowsy head and folded wing, among the green leaves as they shake, far down within some shadowy lake. To me a painted paroquet hath been a most familiar bird, taught me my alphabet to say, to lisp my very earliest word, while in the wild wood I did light, a child with a most knowing eye, of late eternal condor years, so shake the very heaven on high, with tumult as they thunder by. I have no time for idle cares, through gazing on the unquiet sky, and when an hour with calmer wings its down upon thy spirit flings, that little time with lyre and rhyme, to while away forbidden things, my heart would feel to be a crime, unless it trembled with the strings. Fairyland, dim vales and shadowy floods, and cloudy-looking woods, whose forms we can't discover, for the tears that drip all over. Huge moons there wax and wane, again, every moment of the night, forever changing places, and they put out the starlight with the breath from their pale faces. About 12 by the moondial, one more filmy than the rest, a kind which upon trial they have found to be the best, comes down still down and down, with its center on the crown of a mountain's eminence, while its wide circumference in easy drapery falls over hamlets, over halls, wherever they may be, o'er the strange woods where the sea, over spirits on the wing, over every drowsy thing, and buries them up quite in a labyrinth of light. And then how deep, oh deep, is the passion of their sleep. In the morning they arise, and their moony covering is soaring in the skies, with the tempests as they toss, like almost anything, or a yellow albatross. They use that moon no more, for the same end as before, videlis et attend, which I think extravagant. Its atomies, however, into a shower dissever, of which those butterflies of earth who seek the skies, and so come down again, never contented things, have brought a specimen upon their quivering wings. The lake too, in spring of youth it was my lot to haunt of the wide earth a spot, the which I could not love the less. So lovely was the loneliness of a wild lake with black rock bound, and the tall pines that towered around. But when the night had thrown her pall upon that spot as upon all, and the mystic wind went by, murmuring in melody, then I would awake to the terror of the lone lake. Yet that terror was not fright, but a tremulous delight, a feeling not the jeweled mine could teach or bribe me to define, nor love also the love was thine. Death was in that poisonous wave, and in its gulf a fitting grave for him who thence could solace bring to his lone imagining, whose solitary soul could make an Eden of that dim lake. Evening star, 'twas noontide of summer, and mid-time of night, and stars in their orbits shone pale through the light of the brighter cold moon, mid-planets her slaves, herself in the heavens, her beam on the waves. I gazed a while on her cold smile, too cold for me. There passed as a shroud, a fleecy cloud, and I turned away to thee, proud evening star, in thy glory afar, and dearer thy beam shall be. For joy to my heart is the proud part thou bearest in heaven at night, and more I admire thy distant fire than that colder, lowly light. The happiest day, the happiest day, the happiest hour, my seared and blighted heart hath known. The highest hope of pride and power, I feel hath flown. Of power said I, yes, such I ween, but they have vanished long, alas. The visions of my youth have been, but let them pass. Romans 3. And pride, what have I now with thee? Another brow may even inherit the venom thou hast poured on me. Be still my spirit. Romans 4. The happiest day, the happiest hour, mine eyes shall see have ever seen. The brightest glance of pride and power, I feet have been. They, but with that hope of pride and powers, now offered with the pain, even then I felt that brightest hour I would not live again. Romans 6. For on its wing was dark alloy, and as it flutter-red fell, an essence powerful to destroy a soul that knew it well. Imitation, a dark unfathomed tide of interminable pride, a mystery and a dream, should my early life seem. I say that dream was fraught with a wild and waking thought of beings that have been, which my spirit hath not seen, had I let them pass me by, with a dreaming eye. Let none of earth inherit that vision on my spirit. Those thoughts I would control, as a spell upon his soul. For that bright hope at last, in that light time have passed, and my worldly rest hath gone. With a sigh as it passed on, I care not though it perish, with a thought I then did cherish. Hymn to Aristogiton and Harmodius. Translation from the Greek. I, wreathed in myrtle, my sword ill conceal, like those champions devoted and brave, when they plunged in the tyrant their steel, and to Athens deliverance gave. Roman 2. Beloved heroes, your deathless souls roam in the joy-breathing isles of the blessed, where the mighty of old have their home, where Achilles and Diomede rest. Roman 3. In fresh myrtle my blade ill entwine, like Harmodius the gallant and good, when he made at the tutelar shrine a libation of tyranny's blood. Roman 4. Ye deliverers of Athens from shame, ye avengers of liberty's wrongs, endless ages shall cherish your fame, embalmed in their echoing songs. Dreams, oh that my young life were a lasting dream, my spirit not awakening till the beam of an eternity should bring the morrow. Yes, though that long dream were of hopeless sorrow, 'twere better than the dull reality of waking life to him whose heart shall be, and hath been ever on the chilly earths, a chaos of deep passion from his birth. But should it that dream eternally, continuing as dreams have been to me, in my young boyhood should it thus be given, 'twere folly still to hope for higher heaven. For I have revelled when the sun was bright, in the summer sky, in dreamy fields of light, and left unheedingly my very heart in climes of mine imagining apart from mine own home with beings that have been. Of mine own thought what more could I have seen? 'Twas once, only once the wild hour, from my remembrance shall not pass some power, or spell had bound, met was the chilly wind, came o'er me in the night, left behind its image on my spirit, or the moon shone on my slumbers in her lofty noon. Too coldlier the star shower it was. That dream was as if that night windlet it pass. I have been happy though, but in a dream. I have been happy, I love the theme. Dreams in their vivid coloring of life, as in that fleeting shadowy misty strife of semblance with reality which brings to the delirious eye more lovely things of paradise, love all our own, than young hope in his sunniest hour hath known, from an earlier MS than in the booked. In youth I have known one. How often we forget all time when lone, admiring nature's universal throne, her woodshire wildshire mountains, intense reply of hers to our intelligence. In youth I have known one with whom the earth's in secret communing held us he with it, in daylight and in beauty from his birth, whose fervid flickering torch of life was lit from the sun and stars whence he had drawn forth a passionate light such for his spirit was fit, and yet that spirit knew not in the hour of its own fervor what had o'er it power. Roman 2. Perhaps it may be that my mind is wrought to a fever by the moonbeam that hangs o'er, but I will half believe that wild light fraught with more of sovereignty than ancient lore hath ever told, or is it of a thought, the unembodied essence and no more, that with a quickening spell doth o'er us pass, as dew of the night time o'er the summer grass. Roman 3. Doth o'er us pass, when as th expanding eye. To the loved, object so the tear to the lid. Will start which lately slept in apathy. And yet it need not be that object hid. From us in life but common which doth lie. Each hour before us but, then only bit. With a strange sound as of a harpstring broken. T awake usties a symbol and a token. Roman 4. Of what in other worlds shall be given. In beauty, by our God to those alone. Who otherwise would fall from life and heaven. Drawn by their heart's passion in that tone. That high tone of the spirit which hath striven. Though not with faith with godliness whose throne. With desperate energy T hath beaten down. Wearing its own deep feeling as a crown. Query fervid. Upon. Roman 1. How shall the burial rite be read? The solemn song be sung. The requiem for the loveliest dead. That ever died so young. Roman 2. Her friends are gazing on her. And on her gaudy bier. And weepo to dishonor. Dead beauty with a tear. Roman 3. They loved her for her wealth. And they hated her for her pride. But she grew in feeble health. And they love her that she died. Roman 4. They tell me while they speak. Of her costly, broidered pole. That my voice is growing weak. That I should not sing at all. Roman 5. Or that my tone should be tuned to such solemn song. So mournfully, so mournfully. That the dead may feel no wrong. Roman 6. But she is gone above. With young hope at her side. And I am drunk with love. Of the dead who is my bride. Roman 7. Of the dead who lies. All perfumed there. With the death upon her eyes. And the life upon her hair. Roman 8. Thus on the coffin loud and long. I striketh murmur sent. Through the grey chambers to my song. Shall be the accompaniment. Roman 9. Thou didst in thy life's June. But thou didst not die too fair. Thou didst not die too soon. Nor with too calm an air. Roman 10. From more than fiends on earth. Thy life and love are riven. To join the untainted mirth. Of more than thrones in heaven. Roman 12. Therefore to thee this night. I will no requiem raise. But waft thee on thy flight. With a pan of old days. Note. On the poems written in youth, little comment is needed. This section includes the pieces printed for first volume of 1827, which was subsequently suppressed. Such poems from the first and second published volumes of 1829 and 1831, as have not already been given in their revised versions, and a few others. Collected from various sources, Al-Araf first appeared with the sonnet to silence prefixed to it in 1829, and is substantially as originally issued in the edition for 1831. However, this poem, its author's longest, was introduced by the following 29 lines, which have been omitted in all subsequent collections. Al-Araf. Mysterious star. Thou wert my dream. All a long summer night. Be now my theme. By this clear stream. Of thee will I write. Meantime from afar. Bathe me in light eye. Thy world has not the dross of ours. Yet all the beauty, all the flowers. That list our love or deck our bowers. In dreamy gardens where do lie. Dreamy maidens all the day. While the silver winds of Circassy on violet couches faint away. Little O little dwells in thee. Like unto what on earth we see. Beauty's eye is here the bluest. In the falsest and untruest on the sweetest. Air doth float. The most sad and solemn note. If with thee be broken hearts, joy so peacefully departs, that its echo still doth dwell, like the murmur in the shell. Thou thy truest type of grief is the gently falling leaf. Thy framing is so holy. Sorrow is not melancholy. The earliest version of Tamerlane was included in the suppressed volume of 1827, but differs very considerably from the poem as now published. The present draft, besides innumerable verbal alterations and improvements upon the original, is more carefully punctuated, and the lines being indented presents a more pleasing appearance to the eye at least. To Helen first appeared in the 1831 volume, as did also the Valley of Unrest, as the Valley Nis Israfel, and one or two others of the youthful pieces. The poem styled romance constituted the preface of the 1829 volume, but with the addition of the following lines. Succeeding years too wild for song, then rolled like tropic storms along, where through the garish lights that fly, dying along the troubled sky, lay bare through vistas thunder-riven, the blackness of the general heaven. That very blackness yet doth ring light on the lightning's silver wing. For being an idle boy lang syne, who read Anacreon and drank wine, I early found Anacreon rhymes were almost passionate sometimes, and by strange alchemy of brain, his pleasures always turned to pain, his naivete to wild desire, his wit to love-high's wine to fire. And so being young and dipped in folly, I fell in love with melancholy, and used to throw my earthly rest, and quiet all away in jest. I could not love except where death was mingling his with beauty's breath, or hymen time and destiny were stalking between her and me. But now my soul hath too much room. Gone are the glory and the gloom. The black hath mellowed into grey, and all the fires are fading away. My draught of passion hath been deep. I revelled, and I now would sleep. And after drunkenness of soul succeeds the glories of the bowl, an idle longing night and day, to dream my very life away. But dreams of those who dream as I, aspiringly are damned and die. Yet should I swear I mean alone, by notes so very shrilly blown, to break upon time's monotone, while yet my vapid joy and grief are tintless of the yellow leaf. Why not an imp the greybeard hath will shake his shadow in my path, and e'en the greybeard will o'erlook connivingly my dreaming book. Doubtful poems, alone, from childhood's hour I have not been. As others were I have not seen. As others saw I could not bring my passions from a common spring. From the same source I have not taken. My sorrow I could not awaken. My heart to joy at the same tone. And all I loved alone. Then in my childhood in the dawn of a most stormy life was drawn from every depth of good and ill, the mystery which binds me still, from the torrent or the fountain, from the red cliff of the mountain, from the sun that round me rolled in its autumn tint of gold, from the lightning in the sky as it passed me flying by, from the thunder and the storm, and the cloud that took the form, when the rest of heaven was blue, of a demon in my view. This poem is no longer considered doubtful, as it was in 1903. Liberty has been taken to replace the book version with an earlier, perhaps more original manuscript version, ed. To Isidore. I, beneath the vine-clad eaves, whose shadows fall before thy lowly cottage door, under the lilac's tremulous leaves, within thy snowy clasped hand, the purple flowers it bore. Last eve in dreams I saw thee stand, like queenly nymphs from fairyland, enchantress of the flowery wand, most beauteous Isidore. Roman 2. And when I bade the dream upon thy spirit flee, thy violet eyes to me upturned did overflowing seem, with the deep untold delight of love's serenity. Thy classic brow like lilies white, and pale as the imperial night, upon her throne with stars bedight, enthralled my soul to thee. Roman 3. I behold thy dreamy passionate eyes, blue as the languid skies, hung with the sunset's fringe of gold. Now strangely clear thine image grows, and olden memories are startled from their long repose, like shadows on the silent snows, when suddenly the night wind blows, where quiet moonlight ties. Roman 4. Like music heard in dreams, like strains of harps unknown, of birds forever flown, audible as the voice of streams that murmur in some leafy dell. I hear thy gentlest tone, and silence cometh with her spell, like that which on my tongue doth dwell, when tremulous in dreams I tell my love to thee alone. They, in every valley heard, floating from tree to tree, less beautiful to me, the music of the radiant bird, than artless accents such as thine, whose echoes never flee. Ah, how for thy sweet voice I pine, for uttered in thy tones benign, enchantress, this rude name of mine doth seem a melody. The village street, in these rapid, restless shadows, once I walked at eventide, when a gentle, silent maiden, while cared in beauty at my side, she alone there walked beside me, all in beauty like a bride. Pallidly the moon was shining on the dewy meadows nigh, on the silvery silent rivers, on the mountains far and high, on the ocean's starlit waters, where the winds already die. Slowly, silently we wandered from the open cottage door, underneath the elm's long branches, to the pavement bending o'er, underneath the mossy willow and the dying sycamore, with the myriad stars in beauty, all bedight the heavens were seen. Radiant hopes were bright around me, like the light of stars serene, like the mellow midnight splendor of the night's irradiate queen. Audibly the elm leaves whispered peaceful pleasant melodies, like the distant murmured music of unquiet lovely seas, while the winds were hushed in slumber, in the fragrant flowers and trees, wondrous and unwonted beauty, still adorning all did seem, while I told my love in fables, 'neath the willows by the stream, would the heart have kept unspoken love that was its rarest dream. Instantly away we wandered, in the shadowy twilight tide, she the silent scornful maiden, walking calmly at my side, with her step serene and stately, all in beauty, all in pride. Vacantly I walked beside her, on the earth mine eyes were cast, swift and keen there came unto me bitter memories of the past, on me like the rain in autumn, on the dead leaves cold and fast. Underneath the elms we parted, by the lowly cottage door. One brief word alone was uttered, never on our lips before, and away I walked forlornly, broken-hearted evermore. Slowly, silently I loitered, homeward in the night alone, Sudden anguish bound my spirit, that my youth had never known. Wild unrest like that which cometh, when the night's first dream hath flown. Now to me the elm leaves whisper, mad discordant melodies, and keen melodies like shadows haunt the moaning willow trees, and the sycamores with laughter mock me in the nightly breeze. Sad and pale the autumn moonlight through the sighing foliage streams, and each morning midnight shadow of my sorrow seems. Strive zero heart forget thine idol, and zero soul forget thy dreams. The forest reverie, 'tis said that when the hands of men tamed this primeval wood, and hoary trees with groans of woe, like warriors by an unknown foe, were in their strength subdued. The virgin earth gave instant birth to springs that near did flow, that in the sun did rivulets run, and all around rare flowers did blow. The wild rose pale perfumed the gale, and the queenly lily adown the dales, whom the sun and the dew and the winds did woo. With the gourd and the grape luxuriant grew. So when in tears the love of years is wasted like the snow, and the fine fibrils of its life, by the rude wrong of instant strife, are broken at a blow, within the heart do springs upstart, of which it doth now know, and strange sweet dreams, like silent streams, that from new fountains overflow, with the earlier tide of rivers glide, deep in the heart whose hope has died, quenching the fires its ashes hide. Its ashes whence will spring and grow sweet flowers ere long, the rare and radiant flowers of song. Note: of the many verses from time to time ascribed to the pen of Edgar Poe, and not included among his known writings, the lines entitled alone have the chief claim to our notice. Facsimile copies of this piece had been in possession of the present editor some time previous to its publication in Scribner's Magazine for September 1875, but as proofs of the authorship claimed for it were not forthcoming, he refrained from publishing it. As requested, the desired proofs have not yet been adduced, and there is at present nothing but internal evidence to guide us. Alone is stated to have been written by Poe in the album of Baltimore Lady Mrs. Balderstone on March 17, 1829, and the facsimile given in Scribner's is alleged to be of his handwriting. If the calligraphy be Poe's, it is different in all essential respects from all the many specimens known to us, and strongly resembles that of the writer of the heading and dating of the manuscript, both of which the contributor of the poem acknowledges to have been recently added. The lines, however, if not by Poe, are the most successful imitation of his early mannerisms, yet made public, and in the opinion of one well qualified to speak, are not unworthy, on the whole, of the parentage claimed for them. While Edgar Poe was editor of the Broadway Journal, some lines to Isidore appeared therein, and like several of his known pieces bore no signature, they were at once ascribed to Poe, and in order to satisfy questioners, an editorial paragraph subsequently appeared, saying they were by Ide Jr. 2 previous poems had appeared in the Broadway Journal over the signature of a Roman 1000 Ide, and whoever wrote them was also the author of the lines to Isidore, in order, doubtless, to give a show of variety. Poe was then publishing some of his known works in his journal over noms de plume, and as no other writings whatever can be traced to any person bearing the name of a Roman 1000 Ide, it is not impossible that the poems now republished in this collection may be by the author of The Raven. Having been published without his usual elaborate revision, Poe may have wished to hide his hasty work under an assumed name. The three pieces are included in the present collection, so the reader can judge for himself what pretensions they possess to be by the author of The Raven.